He lost his memories, but not his heart.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Bell Lost His Past Memories and Went in Dungeon to Find Women of His Past Movie 1. Before we start, please go support VicMarVaz for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Bell is a male. Who is a memory, a dream, something ephemeral, someone important, someone I shouldn't have forgotten, someone I didn't want to forget, venturing out with her best friend after her grandfather's death. Who are you? The memory of a woman he doesn't know, constantly invading his mind. Who are you? What's your name? A phrase that weighs heavily on her soul. May your heart not forget me. Prologue, the beginning of the end. I'm in that dreams again. I say it like that because I have no idea if it's really one or just my head playing tricks on my memories and making a bad joke. I was with that person again, walking side by side with me, holding my hand and I holding theirs. It's so warm, I thought each time. Her touch radiated a feeling of security and a welcoming warmth. Pay attention, Belle. Her voice came with a sad and desolate tone, full of pain and suffering. I never liked that tone, as it let me know that his words would not be pleasant. I don't have time left. The day we part ways will come soon. My chest hurt. I wanted to shout at him to stop and not say such things, but a lump in my throat prevented me. As if she knew that, she looked at me with gentle eyes and calmed me with an equally soft and sweet tone of voice. Do not fear, as long as you do not forget me, I will be with you right here. His finger touched my chest and then the pain disappeared. The sensation of that pain was etched into my being, but his touch utterly erased it. When he saw that my younger self looked calmer, that person continued, the world needs a hero. The chaos reigning in these times must cease. We have failed, and it's something that keeps me up at night. She addressed her words to the wind, lamenting as her hair danced over the field of golden wheat. Looking at its profile from below, I had the feeling of seeing the most beautiful thing in the world. Why did I only have the feeling? Actually, I couldn't see that person. Every time this memory invaded my sleep, it was the same. His face was distorted and his body looked like a silhouette. The day you leave, continue on your path and don't regret it. Don't suffer, don't cry. You will lose things along the way, but even if it breaks your soul, keep walking, keep running, and don't stop. I know there's no point in telling you now since you'll forget. But remember, I don't have time, Belle. I had a feeling that person was crying. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. Even though I was looking up at them, that person's gaze met mine. The sadness they exuded vanished in that moment, replaced by love. Perhaps you'll forget me, these words too, and the time we spent together. That's all right, I'll take it as punishment for failing. Just promise me one thing, Belle. Whatever you do, don't fail. Whatever path you choose, walk it with determination. MHN. I gave a slight nod, my gaze lowered as that person ruffled my hair with their warm hand. I was captivated by the comfortable feeling of being completely safe. Belle. Then I heard a completely different voice murmuring my name. That person seemed to notice and while smiling spoke softly. It seems they're calling you. It's time for you to move on and stop looking back at me. When she said that, the pain returned to my chest. It always came back. The person holding my hand had that power over my emotions. It was so precise it could be considered terrifying. Belle, wake up. Again, the unfamiliar voice murmured my name. A bad feeling came over me. It seems there's someone who cares about you besides that senile old man. With red cheeks, I denied it. My voice felt strained as it came out in what was a pitiful babble. And no, that's not it. She just gets annoyed and hits me because I don't help in the garden. Whatever you say then. By the way, I hope you're not like that old man and that you stay the way you are, okay? The feeling that washed over me at his warning made me break out in a cold sweat. I immediately nodded frantically. Why, yes. Good boy. Oh, and one more thing. As he stopped talking, he bent his knees to get down to my level and give me a hug. It was comfortable, nice, and warm. Strong yet sensitive, with sorrow and joy at the same time. The feelings and emotions that a simple hug from this person unleashed gave me absolute certainty that he was someone very important to me. When she felt time lose its meaning in his arms, her voice released a murmur filled with love. Be a hero, Belle. If you want to, I know you can. You'll be the coolest hero there ever was. Belle, wake up, and please don't let your heart forget me. His last words faded away just as this person disappeared and the space around me collapsed. I woke up a second later. XXX. My eyelids trembled from the burning sensation of opening them quickly. I frantically looked around as my rapid breathing gradually calmed. That dream again. I put my hand to my forehead, and only then did I notice I was sweating. It almost seemed as if, instead of a dream, I'd had a nightmare. I let my body fall onto the mattress, and my tired gaze fixed on the worn ceiling of the cabin where I lived with my grandfather. I couldn't really call it a room of my own because it was right next to the living room. But I couldn't complain since having a roof over my head at night was enough to be grateful for. Even more so considering that the village, located at the foot of the mountains, was far removed from any human settlement. Having shelter and refuge from the roaming monsters of the surface was a blessing in itself. The sunlight. I frowned at the morning's annoyance. It was yet another day where I had to work hard in the garden. Bell. Then a voice from beyond the grave reached my ears. I immediately turned my head to see the source of the voice, and my eyes met another pair of eyes scowled in annoyance. "Do you know what time it is, Belle?" When I saw her, I smiled nervously. Her eyes, a beautiful aquamarine color with a crystalline background, gave off a hostile feeling that made my bones tremble. "Gee, good morning, Axelassin. I see you're as lovely as ever." My direct praise, used as a defense mechanism, immediately worked to my advantage. It was never a good idea to anger her more than she already was. Linda. This cute girl who was looking at me with adorable fury was Axela Agara, my closest friend in town, as well as the person I'd known for about 7 years. I always spent time with her every day, and her help in my grandfather's garden was indispensable. He was 3 years older than me and a little taller than me. His temper was quite notorious in town, but he wasn't a bad person. She helped whenever she could, and despite not being good at it, she gave a smile to all the villagers. He was kind in his own way, though less so to me. Stop talking nonsense and get up, you perverted rabbit." Red-faced, she punched me. The force she used often made me think she might well break a couple of my ribs one of these days. Although putting aside her character with me or others, she was a girl who embodied the word beauty. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen in my 14 years of life. Her hair, black and shiny like obsidian, cascaded over her shoulders and back, and her jet-black irises adorned her crystal-green eyes. It seemed the exact representation of a full moon night, adorning the vast darkness in the sky with a cold light. Her white skin, adorned with rosy hues, embodied the beauty of sunsets, and then there were her lips, which resembled ripening cotton plums. The cotton plums are the following so you can get an idea of the color. "I'm not a rabbit. So you really are a pervert, you perverted rabbit." I refuted it, but she returned such a thing with a hysterical and embarrassed scream while covering her body with both arms and throwing a kick at me. I'd forgotten that every time I praised her, her reaction was to beat me to a pulp, and if I tried to defend myself, she'd beat me to a pulp too. Although, thanks to that, I could feel the softness of her skin. Wait, wasn't this the masochism Grandpa talked so much about? No, impossible. He wasn't a pervert who enjoyed being hit by a pretty girl. Say something. No matter what I say, she'll still say I'm a pervert. Because you are, you perverted rabbit. There was no beating him when his sanity was replaced by shame. He was cute when he blushed, but that meant being beaten up and called a pervert every 5 minutes. Let's calm down, okay? Violence is never the solution, Axelassin. HMPH, fine, but what do you have to say in your defense? When I finally thought we were about to reach a mutual non-aggression agreement, his words made me bow my head in confusion. What was he talking about? He couldn't even apologize for being beaten for no reason and so early in the morning. Just as she was about to mention that, her now calm voice intoned. "Obviously I'm talking about how it's late and you haven't helped in the garden, you stupid albino." Sweat trickled down my temples as a nervous smile formed on my lips. Foolishly I asked, "What time is it?" 10:00 a.m. you idiot. They were supposed to start harvesting at 6:30 a.m. today. No way did I fall asleep. I ruffled my hair as I stood up. I'd definitely be the laughingstock of Grandpa after bragging the night before that I'd harvest more than everyone else. I had to get to the orchard as fast as I could before they finished harvesting. There was hope. "Why did you fall asleep? It's very rare for that to happen to you." "Oh. Well, apparently I had a strange dream and I couldn't." "You were probably dreaming about women, you pervert. How on earth did you come to that conclusion?" "Shut up, you pervert. You were dreaming about women, weren't you? Are you just like your grandfather who spends his time flirting with all the ladies in town?" "Of course not. Stop speculating without proof. This was bad. Did he discover my dream of being the king of the harem?" "No, don't worry, Belle. Not even Grandpa knows, so she shouldn't know anything." As those wonderful thoughts came to my mind, Axelassin looked at me with contempt and disgust as I spoke. "Belle, what do you think you babble in your sleep every time I've come to play? What? I'll be the best adventurer." His silence didn't bode well. He needed to get out of this place before he was unilaterally massacred. "I'm sorry, Axelassin. I need to hurry so I can go and help in the ore." "They finished half an hour ago. Don't try to change the subject." "Then why did you come to wake me up if everyone's already finished?" A bad feeling came over me. I had to escape or somehow make her forget about it. "Tell me, Belle, do you know what you babble when you're asleep?" She took a couple of steps forward and leaned towards me. Her beautiful face lowered to mine, giving me a terrifying look. With fear squeezing my heart, I spoke. "Axelassin, I need to change. I don't think you'd want to see me shirtless." Her face turned bright red almost instantly. Her eyes replaced the terrifying look with one of embarrassment. "Oh, of course not, you idiot. I'll be outside, okay. We have to help out for the festival, so don't even think about running away. Oh, understood. I breathed a sigh of relief as he turned and ran out of the cabin. I could feel my soul returning to my body. Exact. With a cute pout on her cheeks, Axella sat down on the 3 steps that led to the cabin's hallway. The sun's rays bathed her body, offering some warmth against the morning chill. HMPH, stupid rabbit, wanting a harem when he already has me, he's an idiot. Her whole face was red, and her heart was pounding wildly. She had run away in a panic after Belle mentioned changing her clothes, and despite vehemently denying it, she actually wanted to see him without his shoes. I've already seen it, but... Her emotions ran high as she recalled the many times she had bathed in the river with Belle. The mere image of her wet, exposed abdomen made her seethe with rage. Don't think that. I'm supposed to be upset about his shameless, perverted dreams. She replaced shame with anger and jealousy. She always woke up early and made herself beautiful for Belle, so finding him babbling in his sleep things like, I'll be the king of the harem, or relax, don't fight over me, made her lose her temper. It was impossible for her to hide the jealousy that surfaced from the depths of her being, but neither was she able to confess her secret love for Belle. It's not like I like him. Nobody could fall in love with a perverted rabbit. HMPH, in the end, he won't get his harem, and I'll be the one to comfort him. Her thoughts were contradictory, but her emotions were genuine. Her character was, in essence, that of a tsundere. The way she cupped her cheeks with both hands while making left-to-right movements with a tender smile also didn't match her thoughts. He acted like a young man, but his slender body boasted a seductive maturity that he found difficult to hide. Large breasts, a round, shapely bottom, a flat stomach, and curvy hips that would attract anyone's attention. That's why she made a point of dressing appropriately and subtly revealing it only to Belle. Barita, just look at that pretty thing, nice thing, beautiful thing. Now, getting back to the matter at hand, Axella was clearly thrilled that the role of gathering firewood for the Once-a-Year festival bonfire fell to Belle and her. The Tenjin Matsuri, or Festival of the Gods, consisted of building a bonfire, preparing a large banquet along with ceremonial dances dedicated to the deities who descended from the upper world. Prayers for good harvests the following year were not to be missed. Between Belle and her, they had to collect enough wood to keep the bonfire burning for at least 7 hours. And since they were doing the activity as a couple, she firmly believed that a romantic event would develop where she would be invited to dance in front of the bonfire at midnight. It was a popular belief that if a couple in love danced by the light of the flames at midnight, they were destined to be together until death. The only place where there's a heart of pine is deep in the forest, so he'll probably ask me to be his dance partner there where there are no other people. Belle is shy, so he'd never ask me out in public. Still lost in her fantasies, she didn't notice the sound of the door opening and the footsteps behind her. Then she murmured to herself in a sweet tone, "Well, that rabbit will fall today. Axelassin W. What, Belle, how long have you been there?" A sigh escaped Belle's lips as Axella burst with nerves from the ambush. Her face turned brighter and brighter red with each passing second. "Long enough to know you're still calling me rabbit," he complained, sitting down next to Axella. "So what are you up to now? Try not to hit me again." Fortunately for Axella, Belle was quite dense. The idea that Axella was hatching an elaborate romantic plan for tonight didn't even cross his mind. You could call it purity or naivete, but Axella preferred the term stupid. It infuriated her that her feelings were so callously ignored. He quickly shrugged to downplay it and disguise a calm attitude. HMPH, I'll stop calling you rabbit until you call me by my name, idiot. Then she gave Belle a light nudge in the side, completely irritated. If there was anything she hated more than having her feelings ignored, it was the fact that Belle still addressed her formally despite their close relationship. Axelassin, saying someone's name without an honorific means you're a couple, you know. The moment Belle said those words with a slight blush on his cheeks, time seemed to stop. Slowly and with a blush much more intense than before, Axella looked at Belle. Her eyes swirled and her expression was completely stunned. Then he exploded. Why do you say you're my mate, you perverted rabbit? He closed his eyes and threw a punch at Belle, connecting right in the face. The unfortunate man's body went flying a couple of meters into the weed-covered ground in front of the cabin. I said no hittings. It's your fault for saying perverted things, you perverted rabbit. Axella jumped up and stood, then walked briskly down the path that led deep into the mountains. All she could think about was hiding her embarrassed face from Belle. HMPH, stop talking nonsense and let's go get the wood. That hurt. Belle looked up as he stood up, his eyes fixed on Axella's back. He truly didn't know how he'd managed to survive 7 years with her by his side. Don't hit me so hard, stop dramatizing everything. Curving her lips into a dry, hopeless smile, Belle obediently followed her ruthless friend. What she didn't know was that this ruthless friend was actually eager to soak a handkerchief in warm water and rub the wound from the blow she had given her. Exact. After being insulted and beaten, we headed deep into the mountain to collect the necessary wood that we would use at the festival. It went without saying that I was the one pulling the cart due to the lack of a horse, and that Axelason was riding on it, being escorted by me. Put some effort into it, Belle. It would be faster if you came down and helped me, Axelason. Don't talk nonsense, I'm a fragile girl. She was always ruthless with me, yet she knew perfectly well that she cared for me as much as I cared for her. Besides, Grandpa trusted her quite a bit. It was no coincidence that he received a copy of the mackerel key in case of emergencies, and he also remembered the perverted smile his grandfather displayed while saying it. Well, I won't be staying long either. I stopped the cart when I saw a 6-meter-tall pine tree. I quickly grabbed the axe and started chopping it down. Axelason did the same. The forceful sounds took on a steady rhythm that immersed me even further in my thoughts. One more year. It was a topic I discussed with Grandpa a long time ago while he was telling me stories of heroes and their exploits. And I, completely fascinated, swore to myself to become the coolest hero in history. Grandfather didn't object to my wish, saying that as long as I didn't waver on my path, everything was fine. He also added that every good hero has a good harem. Since then, I've become obsessed with the idea of being an adventurer, making lots of money, achieving legendary feats, saving girls in danger, and defeating monsters that threaten human life. A sharp thud rang out, pulling me from my thoughts. I quickly glanced over at Axelason, who had just finished chopping down a pine tree. "This one and yours will be enough," he said, without a drop of sweat. "Otherwise, you won't be able to carry so much weight back to the village." That wasn't the point. Hadn't she just said she was a frail young lady? Felling a pine tree several meters tall without breaking a sweat wasn't something a frail young lady could do. Okay, but I wasn't stupid enough to mention it. I knew very well about the meticulous care Axelason took with her body and appearance, as well as how sensitive she was to any mention of it, so mentioning her superhuman strength was a sure death sentence for me. It will be more efficient to make 2 trips. I don't want the weight to crush me on the downhill, and we have enough time. I think the same. Okay, let's go then. After that, I sped up the sequence of my blows and brought down the pine tree. Its fall caused a slight tremor in the area, startling the birds. Then we set about removing the rind and cutting the heart into small pieces to fit them in the cart. I didn't know why, but Axelason regularly glanced sideways at me, as if she was expecting something from me. Exec. Belle and Axela were returning to the village after completely cutting down the 2 pine trees and loading them onto the cart. In the end, due to Axela's bad mood at not being invited to dance at midnight, she decided that she would punish Belle by making him carry all the wood in one trip. Of course, she made sure to climb onto the cart and insult him once or twice along the way. It's terrible. To think that monsters would attack him from the other side of the mountain. Upon reaching the entrance, while Belle was about to collapse from exhaustion, they both heard the small commotion among most of the villagers. Surprised that they were gathered together instead of making preparations for the festival, they approached. The cart was abandoned at the entrance. "What will happen to the festival? It's cancelled, we can't do it with someone who's deceased." Belle quickened his pace. A strange feeling pricked his chest, filling him with anxiety. The villagers were so engrossed in conversation that they didn't notice the 2 arrive. The news of a death and the cancellation of the festival left him surprised, and before he could ask, Axela took the lead and spoke. She had planned to be the one to ask Belle to dance, so the news that the festival would be cancelled made her pale. "Why is the festival being cancelled, ma'am?" She approached the woman who cared for her and with whom she lived. The woman let out a soft gasp of surprise when she looked at her, as did the other villagers. They knew that if Axela was here, Belle was too. They quickly looked behind her where Belle stood, completely bewildered. "Belchin. Listen, Belle, you must stay calm. Something happened to your grandfather." Axela's question was completely ignored, and everyone without fail surrounded Belle while giving him sympathetic looks. They couldn't find the right words to tell him what had happened. What's going on? Belle panicked. She wanted to know why they had so blatantly ignored Axela's question, but when they mentioned her grandfather, she trembled inside. He didn't like the strangely familiar feeling that made him feel breathless. Axela remained silent, as if she understood what was happening. Her beautiful eyes focused on Belle's confused figure. She was used to the word death. What happened to my grandfather? With fear in her voice and doubt in her words, Belle asked. Cold sweat trickling down her neck sent shivers down her spine. Axela felt the same shiver, but not from fear or sadness. Her chest heaved with pain at the sight of Belle's expression. The idea of dancing together at midnight was already out of the question. "Belle, your grandfather was attacked by monsters on the other side of the mountain." Time stood still. Belle's vision briefly distorted, and everything around him was a dull gray. While he was picking kaffir limes for tonight's curry, a pack of harpies attacked him. The emptiness increased. The existence of roaming monsters was common knowledge, and the village had the necessary countermeasures to deal with 1 or 2. However, the fact that an entire pack would attack a single person was considered impossible. They're lying. A whisper emerged from Belle's lips denying the news, a voice whose broken tone denied everything around it. It was the voice of a child unable to accept the reality of being left alone in the world. Furthermore, he hated the familiar feeling of the situation. Axella clenched her hands into fists. She was in shock, and not because of the news of Belle's grandfather's death. Unlike Belle, she accepted the fact that people could die at any moment. There was a certain sadness in her heart for the death of the old man she also considered a grandfather, but her grief was more for Belle. She didn't like to see her crush and best friend fall apart like she had in the past. She had a deep fear of seeing him suffer what she had suffered, as well as the terror that his heart would darken. Belle, one of the villagers, the one who seemed to be the mayor, placed his hand on Belle's shoulder. His weary eyes looked harshly and sadly at the boy who was falling apart. Your grandfather died. She showed no mercy in her words, not because she felt hatred for him or had bad intentions in throwing reality in his face like a bucket of cold water. They were only honest because of the old man's request. If anything happens to me, don't lie to the boy, he had said. Feeling all the pain in the world for breaking a young man's heart, the town's mayor extended the straw hat he held in his left hand. It was the only thing we found at the site. Belle's eyes fell upon the hat. Without realizing it, he already held it in his trembling hands. We're so sorry, Belle. Whatever you need will help you. Following the mayor, the other villagers began to offer their condolences and words of support. However, Belle couldn't hear them. All sound faded away. Belle was lost in thought. He heard nothing around him, saw nothing, completely isolated in a vast darkness created by pain. He had stopped listening the moment they mentioned the attack on his grandfather in the mountains. A high-pitched sound reached his ears, as if an explosion had occurred right next to him. Grandpa. He remembered the night before. The words that his grandfather had told him while they shared a dinner with Axella, who always stayed late with them, emerged like corpses in the river. Don't let other people decide your path, Belle. Whether they are gods or close friends, choose for yourself. When you have doubts and feel cornered, remember who you are. Remember the origin of why you do what you do, and after doing so, continue on your path. Run like never before, only then will you be the hero you wish to be. The cheerful and picturesque memory of the previous night plunged him into a despair shrouded in darkness. He had lost himself, and he didn't know what to do. Chapter 1: An Accidental Confession. XXX, 2 weeks had passed since Grandpa's death. Everything around me was distorted into a black color. The cabin's atmosphere was cold and sad. The laughter and jokes that once filled the place were gone, and now a solitary presence loomed over it day after day. He was afraid of that loneliness. He had never imagined this would happen, and he wasn't ready to accept it. The pain gripped my chest in a terrible torment that kept me from sleeping at night. I wanted to. He was too weak to endure a solitary life. He couldn't find the strength to overcome it, and he didn't want to either. Now that I think about it, I've always been like this. It wasn't just at this moment. For as long as I can remember, this trace of weakness has always been there in me. Grandfather, I never had the strength to face reality, XXX. 2 weeks ago, after receiving the news of his grandfather's death, Belle managed to regain some of his sanity. He was paralyzed and had no idea how much time had passed. He had fallen into a deep well filled with thoughts, suffering, and cursing, but now he was able to hear clearly. Belle, go home and rest. We'll prepare everything for a funeral. The mayor's voice, imbued with a gentle tone, reached Belle's ears. Yes, she lowered her gaze and clutched her hat in her hands. She was about to burst into tears, so she turned around and started walking toward the old cabin. At that moment, Axella followed him. Belle, I'll go. Okay, Axelasson. She tried to reach out to him, but Belle cut off any attempt with a forced smile. That same smile sent a pang of pain through Axella's chest, and inevitably she froze. I'll be fine, he whispered, not looking her in the eyes. Don't worry. Yes, Axella's attempt to support him died instantly. She felt powerless and pathetic for not being able to do anything more than watch the back of the boy she loved walk away. Take it, Belle. Words unspoken, but whose feeling came from the soul. Keep showing that smile I love so much. Please, hold on. She pressed her hands to his chest, trying to suppress her emotions. She couldn't follow him, and she couldn't comfort him either. He could only trust that this stupidly kind and honest boy would manage to bear the pain and turn it into something that would drive him forward. There was a possibility that she might fall into despair, but Axella absolutely trusted the will of the man she had fallen in love with. XXX. On his way home, not knowing how he was able to walk, Belle entered the cabin after slamming the door. The creaking of the hinges echoed along with the creaking of the wood beneath his feet. Huff, huff. The shock from before had passed, but now a void of anxiety and stress swirled in her chest. He slammed the door again and locked it. He didn't think it was possible, but he wanted to eliminate any chance of being visited, especially if it was Axella, grandfather. Tears streamed down his cheeks. His chest ached with pain, and he felt his air leaving him along with his erratic breathing. Leiba. He entered his grandfather's room and collapsed onto the bed. His body was embraced by the cold sensation of the sheets. She couldn't bear it any longer and let out a scream that tore at her throat. Tears soaked the sheets and moans echoed between the old wooden walls. Grandfather. Her grandfather's smile surfaced in her thoughts. She found it impossible to accept the fact that she would never see him again. Despite knowing that she would never see him again for the rest of her life, her own being and soul refused to accept it. Why, what is this supposed to mean? I don't accept it, give it back. Human nature specialized in blaming a greater force when the world came crashing down on them. Even the holiest person would do it. So being just a child unable to understand many things, Cranel found himself caught in a cycle of blaming the world. He didn't even know who he was blaming, but doing so released some of his pain. Bell, a harem is a man's romance. Yes, Grandpa, a harem is a man's romance. Now shout it, Bell, from the bottom of your heart. A harriums. A harriums. A flood of memories rushed from his brain. They almost seemed to be mocking him for not appreciating them enough. Tell me, Bells, why do you want to be a hero? Because they're all great, Grandpa. Is that all? WL also to save girls. Wahaha, yeah, definitely saving girls and having a harem is the best part of being a hero. One after another, the scenes didn't stop, mercilessly eroding Bell's sanity. They made sure to make him feel like the most pathetic person in the world. Yes, that's why I'll be the best hero. What? Most of them were pointless conversations that shouldn't have been discussed with a 10-year-old at the time, but there were also some that were peculiarly serious. His grandfather's face always expressed a deep feeling in those cases. The world needs a hero, and if you so desire, you can be that hero. Grandpa, just remember that once you've chosen the path of adventure, you can't abandon it until you've finished it. And adventures never end, Bell, you know what I mean. What? For an adventure, you risk your life, and if necessary, you give it up. At that time, he didn't know what to say in response to his grandfather's words during that peculiarly serious conversation. It was normal for a 9-year-old boy. However, Bell now understood those words perfectly. You also took the path of adventure, didn't you, Grandpa? Her voice became inaudible, like the whisper of the breeze at night. It's normal that your life was taken, but... She sobbed silently, her hands gripped the sheets tightly, trying to release some of her frustration. You shouldn't have handed it over, Grandpa. Why did you leave me alone? Why? The frenzy of screams and wails was muffled by the softness of the pillow where she buried her face. She thought it would be great if she accidentally suffocated. Please. His consciousness was slowly fading. His young body, as well as his mind, was not able to bear all the pain that tormented him. Don't leave me. He fell asleep without realizing it. His cheeks were wet with tears and twitching with the awful feeling of falling into a bottomless pit. Her rubbered eyes were deprived of light. XXX. I found myself in a blank space. From all sides, I couldn't find an end to the whiteness that surrounded me. Where am I? I looked around as a feeling of unease took hold of me. I was about to wander off, however, a voice reached my ears. Bell, it wasn't just a voice, it was his voice. I turned toward its source so fast I felt my neck would snap. There he was with his gray beard and a calm smile. Stunned, I didn't know what to say. Grandpa simply smiled as he came closer and placed his hand on my head, gently stroking my hair. Grandpa, who else could it be, Bell? Before I knew it, I was crying, and that's when I understood what was happening. I was inside a dream. Was this what they meant by the subconscious creating an opportunity to say goodbye to a loved one? I didn't have time to find out because I immediately rushed to hug him while crying like a child who had been scolded. Gee, Grandpa. Stop being a crybaby or you won't get a harem, but. I swallowed my babbling, forcing my tearful, childish voice to fade away as I made reality flow from my lips in words. You're dead, you left me alone. Ha. After that sigh, I received a blow. My head was shaken, and as I let out a groan and rubbed it with my hands, I asked with reddened eyes. Why are you hitting me, so you'll come to your senses? Now listen, you won't be long in waking up. I had already imagined it, but her words confirmed that this was in fact a dream. My inner self had hoped, despite knowing the truth, that this would be so real that reality itself would become a dream. Bell, Grandpa's hand stroked my hair. I could feel its warmth, and slowly I looked at him with tears in my eyes. I didn't leave you alone, I'll always be with you. You're lying, I looked away. I know I was throwing a tantrum, but despite wanting to say so many things, nothing came out of my mouth. That's why I had no choice but to try to deny all of this. Bell, Grandpa called again, his deep voice echoed in the place. When do you think a man dies, huh? I looked at him reflexively. Does he die because he is pierced by a sword? No. Because he suffers from an incurable disease? No. Because he eats soup made from poisonous mushrooms. No, I opened my eyes, completely captivated by his speech. I had to make sure to store everything that was happening like a precious treasure deep within my memory. A man dies when he is forgotten, Belle. Grandpa continued to wear a gentle smile. He crouched down to my level and looked at me with his electric blue eyes in which I could see his affection for me. So please don't let your heart forget me. That phrase. Haha, yes, I know you know her. My hair was unexpectedly disheveled, and reflexively I closed my eyes as I endured the shake from Grandpa's robust hand. That person will surely be upset, but oh well, that doesn't matter. Tell me, could you give me a place in your heart? I nodded sadly. Now I could understand what he meant by his words, so in a dejected tone I spoke. I don't like this, Grandpa, it's sad. Of course it is, Belle. Death gives meaning to life and life gives meaning to death. Just make sure you don't die without having lived properly. I lowered my gaze, understanding everything perfectly. A greeting always ended with a farewell, and a farewell, depending on how it was said, found a place in our hearts. Do you have my straw hat? Yes, he's in the living room. Good. Grandpa stood up. His body towered over me by several heads, so I was forced to look up. Take care of that hat for me, it's very important. Then when you're a great hero, take it to my grave. Gee, Grandpa. The memory of his death brought back the tears. I broke down in tears in record time, and without receiving any comfort this time, I expressed with determination. I will become the coolest hero in history. That day, the words made my throat burn, my chest pounded, and my tears flowed gently. I'll return your hat that day. Okay, that's a promise. And remember, as long as you're alive, good things will happen. Yes, it was no longer a bitter and sad goodbye. It was the beginning of a story born from a promise. Despite the pain, determination grew in my chest and ignited it with blazing flames that burned everything in its path. That's why, with a smile and completely covered in tears, I said goodbye. See you, Belle. I'm not the only one who will be cheering you on after all. Have a good time. The last thing I saw of Grandpa was his characteristic perverted smile. XXX. When I opened my eyes, the first thing that entered my blurry vision was the corner of the room. There, leaning precariously, was a sword sheathed in a black scabbard. A man dies when he is forgotten, huh? I dismissed it as I recalled the brief dream I'd had about my grandfather. Inevitably, I smiled ironically. We were on the brink of death when you made that poisonous mushroom soup, remember? Ha ha. I looked outside through the window. The sun had set, giving way to the beginning of dusk. I missed the funeral. I quickly hurled an insult at myself. While I didn't want to see anyone, walking right past a farewell ceremony for my grandfather was incredibly rude. However, nothing could be done. I need to eat something. I don't want to get anemia and worry Axelassen. I got out of bed and changed my clothes. Then I went to the kitchen, looking for the bread stash that Grandpa had left for times when he couldn't cook. Although his meals were deadly, it was clear that he had some resistance to poison because of it. Once in the kitchen, I took a piece of bread and devoured it in bites while thinking about what I would do from now on. The bread is plain. When I noticed that, I stopped thinking and checked to make sure it wasn't spoiled. Luckily, I didn't find any areas infested with slime. It's rough and flabby despite not being spoiled. Have I lost my taste? Is my luck really that bad? I made a face as I finished the bread and drank a glass of water. The water is normal, its taste hasn't changed. I stared at the kitchen floor. All the woodwork in the cabin was screaming desperately for emergency repairs. Although I've never been able to give it a specific flavor, could I just call it the taste of water? No, wait. Only then did I slap both cheeks, questioning whether my sanity was still intact or if I was already going crazy. That couldn't be, could it? XXX. Currently 2 weeks after the death of Belle's grandfather, he was still isolated in the cabin. The villagers openly expressed their concern, but none had the courage to go to the cabin and confront him. They could only imagine the pain Belle was going through, everyone except Axela. Wait for me, Belle. I'm on my way. Of course, she knew better than anyone the feeling of losing those you love. Nevertheless, she refused to leave him alone in that vast darkness. She had endured for 2 weeks without raiding the cabin at the suggestion of the lady who looked after her, but now she no longer showed the patience necessary to do so. Her chest ached deeply, and she was certain the pain wouldn't stop until she could make sure Belle was okay. She abhorred the idea of seeing him tainted by hatred, just as she herself had been at some point in the past. If he couldn't be of help to her now, after all he owed her, then he found no meaning in his life. She needed to reach out to him, to pull him out of the suffering and darkness, to be able to give him the same hope that he had once given her. This time it's my turn, her voice vibrated with a determined tone. There was not the slightest doubt, and as her eyes displayed unwavering will and love, the sight of the old cabin on a hill came into view. The wind rushed in and ruffled her hair. This time I will save you. She was determined to share the light she had once received. XXX. The interior of the cabin was bathed in the blood-red color of the sunset. Filtering through the open window, the cool breeze swayed the curtains. On the bed, curled up and bathed in the warm reddish light, Bell still mourned the loss of his grandfather. His thoughts were filled with floating words. All I have left is the memory of you, the feeling of your warm, old hands. Despite having said a proper goodbye in his dreams, the sadness that stained his soul was not weak enough to make him turn back with just that. You went from being a shadow to being a memory. I suppose that's death and the advantage of being human. Understanding a fact didn't magically make you accept it. It was impossible not to miss the fleshless arms that comforted him when he cried, the robust body that defended him when he was in danger, as well as the electric blue eyes stained with wisdom. Similar to reciting a poem to death, he slowly descended into a darkness from which his grandfather kept him away. One couldn't expect proper maturity from a young man like him. There was not enough time to properly process the death of the person who acted as the pillar of her soul. A pillar that had supported him day and night. Now that it had crumbled into pieces and turned to rubble, he had nothing to lean on. He had no other family. His parents had died at his birth, so it had always been just him and his grandfather, the two of them against the world. Now that he was the only one left, the world wouldn't be so kind. Even if form is lost, those who dream and hope remain. That is reason enough to die content and bid a happy farewell to suffering. Unconsciously being so kind and pure, he deeply desired the annihilation of his own being. However, the clearly familiar voice snapped him out of his trance. He turned slowly, surprise etched on his face. There, with her breath ragged and a lovely blush on her cheeks, was the friend who always hit and scolded him. Axelassin, yes, have you already forgotten what I look like after being locked up these past few weeks? And no, of course not, you're still just as beautiful. At the unexpected and foolish compliment, Axela's whole body tensed. She felt her face burn with embarrassment at being called pretty. He quickly clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Why, you're still a pervert after all." The deep blush on her cheeks mingled with the anger etched in her teary eyes. She couldn't believe that just a few words from Bell could affect her so much. When Bell saw that Axela was about to explode, he quickly rushed to make an excuse. Oh, of course not. It was a complete what? Wait, why aren't you hitting me? HMPH. Axela snorted cutely as she looked away and ignored Bell's fear. She didn't even bother to point out the misunderstanding they had about her. I didn't come for that, silly, he explained, approaching timidly a second later. I came to see how you were. She lowered her head in embarrassment, fidgeting with her hands. Her beautiful hair swayed in time with the timid movements of her body. Faced with this unusually tender side of him, Bell's fearful gaze shifted to a flat expression. All the sorrow overwhelmed him in an instant, but he didn't show it in the slightest. And well, it wasn't necessary. I want to be alone right now, Axelassin. Axela froze. It was a hard blow she hadn't seen coming, and as her heart ached at the brutality of those words, she turned pale. However, a direct rejection wasn't enough to make her back down. She had spent years building their love, and it was so strong that breaking it was considered impossible. She came determined to protect the light of her beloved, to keep him away from the darkness and to comfort him in her embrace. So the only way he could think of to bring him back, slap him with all his might. Bell brought his hand to his cheek, completely stunned by the sudden blow. He looked at Alexa and saw her looking down, sadness reflected in the aquamarine surface of her eyes. Idiot. He whispered to Axelassin, why idiot? The atmosphere became tense. Axela's gaze radiated anger, while Bell's was filled with confusion. The silence lasted a few minutes, and as soon as she managed to calm down, Axela spoke. Aren't you going to ask anything? The anger was still in his eyes, but the tone of his voice was unusually calm. Bell didn't know how to answer, and being completely flustered, he asked the first thing that came to mind. How did you get in? I remember locking the door. Don't tell me you broke it down. Of course not, you idiot. Completely annoyed, Axela shouted without hesitation at how stupid the man who had stolen her heart turned out to be. Did you forget that your grandfather gave me a copy of the key? All right, he said it would be in case of emergencies. Is this what he meant? Obviously not. The day he gave me the key, he had that same disgusting, perverted expression as always. What do you mean? Oops, Axela thought. Her face, already as red as a beet, began to steam. She had completely forgotten that Bell was stupidly dense and innocent. That's why it was normal that he didn't understand his grandfather's true intentions on all those occasions when he hinted at things between Bell and Axela. WL. Axela, for her part, wasn't so innocent. She shrank back shyly as she explained in a soft tone. She gave it to me so that I could pay you a nighttime visit. Bell looked at her for a few seconds, analyzing her words. Then her analytical gaze shifted to one of shock. Visit? Knock, wait, you don't mean you agreed? Left, right. Axela landed two closed fist punches, one to the abdomen and one to the chin. Bell could only groan in pain. She curled up on the floor, huddled in her sorrow. Meanwhile, Axella couldn't contain her embarrassment. Her voice rose an octave as her face turned a new shade of red. Oh, of course not, you pervert. I accepted the key because I know what you're like when you have your stupid dreams. Idiot, crazy pervert. He hurled insult after insult in a vain attempt to calm his racing heart. It was beating so hard he thought it would burst from his chest at any moment. Bell, on the other hand, wore a regretful expression as he slowly stood up. Axella's blows were that powerful. All right, sorry for thinking badly of you. She no longer had the strength to protest, and she had a feeling that it wouldn't go well for her even if she did. Axella noticed this and forced herself to calm down, putting an end to their strange flirting. She cleared her throat and returned to what she had come for. Forget that. I've come to get you out of here. You need some sunlight or you'll get even whiter than you already are. It started with a gentle joke as he extended his arm and tried to take Belle's hand. However, Belle took a step back. Axella looked at him in confusion, wanting to ask what was wrong. Of course, she did her best to ignore the lump in her throat as she watched Belle walk away from her. He didn't like it. He could almost feel an invisible force pressing on his chest. I don't feel like going out, Axellason. I'm glad you came, it makes me happy. Belle maintained a firm stance. Even if it was Axella, he didn't have the mental fortitude to deal with her. But as I said, I want to be quiet for a while. I need space to think about what I'll do from now on. When he said that, Axella frowned. The pain in her chest vanished and instead she began to get annoyed by Belle's attitude, so he stepped forward with his head held high. I'm not leaving here, he screamed, shaking the place. I won't leave you alone in the darkness where I once stood, I won't. Axellason, please. I said no, you can try to kick me out, but I'm not going anywhere. Do you understand? I want to be alone. When Axella became so insistent, Belle had no choice but to yell at her and cut off her advance, making her back down, and it had worked. Axella could barely understand that Belle had yelled at her for the first time in all the time they had known each other. Of course, there were exceptions, shouts and arguments like perverted rabbit. And I'm not, didn't count as shouting at all. This time there was resentment in his voice, even anger. Perhaps it wasn't directed at her, but it was clear that Belle wasn't mentally stable enough to accept Axella's insistent attitude. I lost my grandfather, my only family. Belle continued to unravel the problems that were overwhelming him. The corners of his eyes began to water as a burning sensation appeared in his throat. His voice would suddenly leave him, but he didn't stop to think twice before ranting right in front of Axella. I hate this. I didn't ask for it. I hate this damn unexpectedly familiar feeling. What does that mean? Axella remained silent, unable to say anything. She feared her voice would break if she tried to speak, and it was already a great effort to hold back her tears. Not because of the pain of seeing Belle yelling at him, something he had never done before, but because of the pain of seeing him suffer, seeing him fall apart and not being able to do anything. Even if he desperately tried to hold it up, he couldn't keep it standing. Have I lost someone before? And I don't even remember it. If so, I'll never get used to it. It hurts. It hurts to watch my world fall apart and not be able to do anything. Axella's face contorted in pain. She was on the verge of collapse, of screaming at Belle to stop, that she couldn't bear to see him like this anymore. But she didn't. She remained silent and listened to her beloved, waiting for her opportunity. I don't want to. Axella thought about the day she met Belle, the smiling boy who ran terrified into the woods, fleeing from his aunt. To the smiling boy who, weeks after that day, saved her. To her who was submerged in a darkness where not even light could penetrate. However, that lovely, kind smile was able to dispel it. I don't want to live anymore. I'm alone. I'm all alone. I hate being Roman 6. Before he could finish, Axella slapped him. Belle's face was contorted forcefully and unnaturally. The burning sensation on his cheek throbbed bright red, and his dilated pupils indicated that he didn't understand what had happened. Burrita, turn up that song so it makes you want to cry. When he turned his head to look at Axella, he was speechless. There she was, her hands trembling and clenched into fists. Then she slapped him again, over and over. Without saying a word, Belle looked at her again. He expected another slap, but it never came. He only saw his friend, who was crying silently as she watched him. Seeing her cry was more surprising than the numerous slaps. She was so shocked that she forgot the pain in her cheeks. After all, he hadn't seen her cry in years. Not since that time he'd come to her rescue. The pang of pain in his chest when he saw Axella crying was very similar to the times he dreamed about that unknown woman. So he remained silent, observing something that if it were up to him, he would wish never to see again. You want to be alone, you say. When Axella saw that she had Belle's full attention, she spoke between sobs. She downplayed her deplorable appearance with her tears and sniffling. All she cared about was saving Belle, extending a hand to him as he had extended his to her. Being there for him at all times, supporting him. Do you have no more family? Did your grandfather leave and never return? Her voice, almost inaudible, reached Belle. He listened in silence, unable to interrupt her. Yes and yes, you don't have any family left. Your grandfather died. People die, that's the truth. Curling up and hiding under the covers won't change reality. Axella knew the harshness of her words, but she didn't even consider stopping. She intended to hurt him if it would make him reconsider. Then after he did, she would offer him her breast so he could relieve himself until he was satisfied. I would console him for the eternity of seeing it necessary. Then the look in Axella's eyes changed. She looked sadly at Belle, searching for an answer. "Are you alone, then, Belle?" With a lump in her throat and tears in her eyes, Axella asked. "So what am I?" By the time Belle realized what he had said, it was too late. "What am I doing here? What is my importance?" She couldn't be blamed, but it was a fact that she had neglected her best friend. Sadness clouds the good memories, blocking them out, and only brings to the surface those that hurt the most. However, the fact that Axella's feelings had been ignored was still there. "Don't you consider me close to you? You are in my heart, but I am not in yours, Ax." "Shut up, just listen to me, you stupid rabbit." Axella pushed Belle, making it impossible for him to get out of bed. Belle, lying on his back on the mattress, looked at her. Her appearance as well as her eyes gave him a strange familiarity with the woman of his dreams. Perhaps not physical, but they definitely exuded the same feeling in their gazes, as if they were regretting something. "If you feel alone, remember that I won't leave. I won't abandon you." Axella opened her heart, setting aside her usual personality. She needed to be honest about her feelings if she wanted to help Belle. "Wherever you go, I'll be there. When you want to fall, I'll hold you up. When you want to cry, I'll comfort you. I'll lend you my heart to pour out your sorrows." You didn't need to be a poet to captivate with words, you just needed a little honesty and genuine feelings. Those who give thousands of meanings to a simple word, even to gestures. "When you want to scream in despair, I will silence you. I will silence you with a kiss, tender and overflowing with longing." Axella's cheeks turned a lovely bright pink, but she suppressed her desire to hide and continued to give voice to her feelings. "When you feel empty, I will hug you and fill you with these feelings that grow stronger every day for you. I will whisper in your ear that everything is all right, that nothing bad will happen to you. I will use my body to protect you from anything that threatens to hurt you." Belle's heart skipped a beat. Everything was quite unexpected and far too exhilarating. "And if..." Axella swallowed a breath. She felt her voice crack, but she clenched her teeth tightly and exclaimed loudly. "And if you ever run out of reasons to live, I will become one. I will become the reason for you to keep living, and I will never, ever, ever leave you, I swear." Belle's jaw dropped limply. She stared blankly at the image of her friend, which radiated a sincere and honest beauty. Forget the blush, the embarrassed expression, and even the glassy eyes. The honesty of her feelings was enough to make her beautiful. "Legs." Once again, Belle tried to stand up. However, Axella's hand stopped him. She looked at him with a blazing determination dancing in her eyes. That's why Belle Cranel, why yes, here and now at this moment. Reason slowly returned, and with it the shame, but Axella paid it no mind. She was determined to solve the problem that her feelings had been all this time. Live for me, cry for me, shout for me, and the solution she found was to confess her feelings. "Give me all of yourself and I will give you all of me. I will take care of you and I entrust my body and soul to you. And so, when death comes to us both and separates us, let us die for each other so that our souls may meet again." Red as a beet, Axella tried to catch her breath. Her breathing was quite heavy, and her heart was beating so fast that it could be heard without even touching her chest. Then, exhausted, she let her soft, curvy body fall onto Belle, Axellason. Belle panicked when he felt his friend's ample breasts pressing against him. Bright red, he tried to protest. "Shut up and hug me, you stupid rabbit," but Axella wouldn't allow it. She closed her eyes and whispered softly in his ear, pleading, "I'm dying of embarrassment, you idiot." When Belle heard her so fragile, he put aside his embarrassment and moved his arms to encircle her waist and head. He stroked her hair, something Axella murmured in appreciation as she let her eyelids droop while Belle's heartbeat calmed her. She soon fell asleep. Her hair, as black as night, spread everywhere, captivating Belle with its scent. He felt calm as he felt the warmth and softness of Axella's body. Beyond the shame and the obscenity, they seemed like a work of art that portrayed love. "My eyes." Belle blinked. Each blink tired his eyes more and more. He soon realized he was falling asleep, and he didn't resist the feeling of peace. Soft sighs and gentle snores filled the room. The discussion confession came to an end with them lying side by side in bed. The night was cold, but their bodies enveloped each other, providing the necessary warmth. They both curled their lips into contented smiles illuminated by the pale blue moonlight filtering through the window. XXX. Same time, same moment, different place. In a room located at the top of a tower, far away from the village of Belle. In the famous labyrinthine city, the center of the world, Erario, a place where those eager for fame, wealth, women, and exploits gathered, feats like the heroes of old, those who bravely fought against the horrifying creatures that emerged from the dungeon. In this very spot at the top of the tower, a woman let out a sigh. Her eyes gazed boredly through the glass at the city below her. A glass of wine, a bored look, and a feeling of foreboding. She lacked nothing, yet she felt so empty as she waited for something to brighten her days. Fufu, how interesting will it be? And he had that feeling, one that told him that the end of his boredom, the monotony of his days, was coming. I'm looking forward to seeing it. She formed a seductive smile, waiting for that someone or something that promised to be fun. XXX. The singing of the birds stranded on the window filtered into the room, constantly echoing. Why is it hot? Belle's eyelids trembled as the sun's rays shone directly on her face through the window. It was normal to feel warm, but it felt different from the usual mornings. In addition, being at the foot of a mountain, the weather in his town used to be quite cold every morning until 10:00 a.m. Why do I feel so heavy? The sound of the birds also spurred her to awaken. After rubbing her eyes and recovering from the blurry vision, she understood the reason for the unusual warmth and comfortable weight on her body. It was Axella on top of him. Rubbing her large, soft breasts against him, caressing him with her soft, warm breath, giving him the scent of her hair and rubbing her legs against his. A situation beyond compromising, Axelassin. When the numbness completely wore off, Belle let out a terrified scream. His face turned pale, losing all color. I'm dead, he thought. The numerous times Axella had almost killed him in situations very similar to this one flashed through his mind. That's why he had no doubt that this time he would definitely die. Zuma Belle. Axella reacted to Belle's shout. She was still asleep but was clearly about to wake up. 5 more minutes, please. Half asleep and half awake, she murmured softly. But even if she was talking in her sleep now, it was only a matter of time before she woke up fully and ripped his head off. She was that kind of danger, and the cuteness wouldn't last long. What do I do? What do I do? Belle panicked. He dreaded the hell he would live through once Axella opened her eyes. He felt like a trembling rabbit in the jaws of a sleeping wolf, fearing the moment its teeth would tear him apart alive. I could only tremble with fear like a cat bathed in cold water. At that moment. Axella moved. She slid her body briefly over his, then her eyelids trembled slightly. I have to get out of here, but how? Belle tried to put her down, but Axella clung on. That alone was enough to end the escape plan, since anything more forceful would definitely wake her up. I'm dead. So he resigned himself to his fate. Belle. The girl who could turn into an uncontrollable beast at any moment continued rubbing her face against Belle's chest. Judging by her expression, she was quite comfortable as she murmured his name. A second later, he opened his eyes. He was still drowsy, but soon he began to rub against us while yawning gently and lifting his body, ending up straddling Belle. He looked at her. She looked very pretty, rubbing her eyes with her hair slightly messy and a sleepy expression. Good morning. Then that silly smile, a work of art carved in the sky without needing a brush. Belle contemplated that beauty, but also a possibility. Isn't she angry? Isn't she beating me to death? The possibility that she would not show any displeasure at sharing the bed and waking up together in the mornings. Unable to stop it, he thought of the word harem. He believed that if Axella radically changed her personality because of yesterday's confession, then she might change her perspective on the harem. There is hope. There was a momentary gleam in her eyes, accompanied by an excited smile. However, Axella rubbed her eyes again, completely eliminating the drowsiness she felt. Belle, and he soon realized the compromising position he was in. On top of his desire, astride him, and awake together on the same bed. Ada Axelassin kanai. P pervert and no wayug. Before Belle could make an excuse, Axella got off him and kicked him, causing him to fall out of bed. When he tried to stand up, more blows came. 2 blows to the cheeks and a final one below the chin, which lifted him momentarily into the air before he fell backward onto the wooden floor. Explain this, Belle, she shouted, red as a tomato. Her thoughts were led astray by her imagination, and everything that imagination created made her seethe with shame. Did we take that step and I don't remember it? That would be disastrous. She didn't think she could forgive herself for forgetting something she had spent so long planning to be perfect and remembered as the most wonderful experience for both of them. Did you take advantage of a sleeping young woman? I am going to kill you. That's why he forced himself to believe that everything was Belle's fault and that it was necessary to punish him. It's not what you think. Oh, really? Then why are we in the same bed and why was I on top of you? Did you touch my body? And no, I didn't do it. Don't you remember that you knocked me down yourself and then fell asleep like nothing happened? Belle was practically crying tears of blood as he knelt and begged for mercy. Please remember that. I don't want to die so young. Axella stopped the fist that was aimed at Belle's face. She had frozen at Belle's words, which made her vividly recall the events of the previous night. In an instant, her face shone brighter than a sunset. I am possible. Did I say all that? Her head was filled with everything she'd done yesterday. The way she'd shouted her feelings for Belle, as well as the incredible audacity of throwing herself on top of him and falling asleep on his chest. Her body tingled with a slight feeling of embarrassment. Axelassin. Belle's call didn't reach her. She could only hear her own words from the night before, steam rising from her head. Lost in her memories, Axella went into crisis. Did I say I was going to kiss him? I've gone crazy. It stopped working at that moment. She only felt a great need to disappear from the place, to flee far from Belle's gaze. When Belle understood that, he nodded to himself with a rather serious expression. Okay, I have to get out of here. Otherwise, I'll die when I regain consciousness. He stood up again, careful not to make the wood creak beneath his feet. Then he advanced on tiptoe, moving away from Axella inch by inch. Where are you going? However, Axella grabbed his arm. Her grip was so strong that Belle understood any attempt to struggle was useless. When he glanced over his shoulder, what he saw almost made him wet his pants. From Axella's body rose a sinister, dragon-like aura. Its jaws were adorned with long, sharp fangs. He knew instantly that his time had come. However, he didn't receive any blows. Seeing that Axella's lips moved without forming words, Belle tilted his head in doubt. Axella blushed as she cleared her throat. Coo. But he failed a second time. He felt a lump form in his throat, preventing him from speaking properly. WH. On the other hand, Belle imagined the worst as all color drained from his face. Neck. Will it break my neck? Frightened, Belle began to tremble as tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Accuse him, he'll tell the villagers and I'll be lynched. He drew hasty conclusions inspired by the terror that Axella inspired, but nothing could have been further from the truth. Axella bit down hard as she tried to control the burning sensation on her face, then exclaimed vividly, what's your answer? To what happened yesterday, to my words, my feelings, to my confession. Belle stopped working, but Axella didn't give him time to think. From her tone, it was very obvious that she demanded a positive response. Nor was there anyone else in the village who could surpass her, and certainly none of the few girls were crazy enough to approach Belle knowing that Axella had already marked him as hers. Would you let me? Axella lowered her gaze in an attempt to hide the shame etched on her face. She stared at the ground as she made trembling fists and asked in what sounded like a whisper. Would you let me into your heart? Everything went silent for Axella, not her heartbeat, not her breathing. She only waited for a response in Belle's voice. Belle regained control of his thoughts. He looked at how fragile Axella seemed, who always had a strong and unwavering posture. How beautiful she looked, the beautiful and dangerous vulnerability shown on her trembling lips. He stared at her for a few seconds. Axella was silent, feeling like her heart was about to burst. But Belle didn't notice, he just smiled. Don't talk nonsense, Axelassin. When Axella heard it, her heart stopped. She felt nothing in her chest, only a small piece of metal slowly growing, cracking inside her. An uncomfortable tingling sensation covered her body. She could feel her eyes burning beneath the water of her tears. On the verge of giving in and falling to his knees, he asked. You've been here a long time. Belle interrupted her, touching his own chest with his hand. You made a place for yourself here a long time ago, never to leave again, Axelassin. Upon hearing this, Axella held her breath for a few seconds. Her heart began to pound again, pumping out absurd amounts of happiness. The uncomfortable tingling turned pleasant. Tears streamed down her cheeks with a feeling of joy and relief. She looked up, the lump in her throat disappeared. There was certainly a slight stutter, but it didn't exude sadness. That makes me happy, she said with the most beautiful smile in the world. The sunset settled on her cheeks, the sea shone in her eyes like the morning sun, the moon was drawn on her lips. It makes me really happy, Belle. Axella looked into his eyes. She was captivated by the beautiful ruby red of her own reflection, which looked only at her. And he also saw how Belle was, red from head to toe and smoking from his head. PFF. He tried to control himself, but he looked so cute and adorable that it was impossible. PFF, ha ha ha, don't make fun of me, please. You're worse than Before Belle could point out Axella's appearance, she hit him. HMPH, I'm not nervous, got it, why yes. PFF, ha ha ha, PFF, ha ha ha. After the intense exchange of words, emotions, and feelings, in addition to the blows from Axella, they both broke into small, joyful laughs. They stayed like that for a while. They had even lain down on the bed again, side by side, laughing and looking at the ceiling of the cabin. Then Axella spoke. Belle. Yes, WL, since we're a couple. When Axella said that with a cute blush covering her face, Belle paled. A couple. Of course, he wasn't going to deny his own words once they were spoken. Even if he hadn't accepted Axella's feelings and she continued to insist they were a couple, he wouldn't deny it. Only a fool or someone blind would say no. She was attractive with a beautiful body and a pretty face. Although her temper was somewhat violent, all of the above justified it. Going out with her was considered a prize for anyone, even for Belle. However, there was a problem. Belle, true to his dream, aimed to become the harem king. He completely forgot that Axella's possessive personality did not go hand in hand with the word harem. All of the above passed through Belle's mind in 1S. There's something I'd like to ask you. Axella tilted her body to the side, looking at Belle. Her eyes radiated embarrassment that perfectly complemented her flushed cheeks. What happens is that I want you to. Axelassen, what? Why, you idiot, we're a couple now, can you stop using honorifics? I'm sorry, huh? Axela looked confused as Belle suddenly sat up on the mattress. She did the same, waiting for her questions to be answered. I want to be the king of the harem. What? It truly makes me happy that you, my precious friend, long for me. For my part, I can say that I feel the same. I don't understand. Should I hit you or feel happy? When Axela didn't know how to feel about herself and what Belle was saying, he dropped the last drop. So even after I tell you about the harem, will you still love me knowing there will be more? Belle himself didn't know where he'd found the courage to say all that to Axela's face. He'd already survived waking up together, and he couldn't expect to be so lucky this time. Perhaps he had a faint hope that Axela would say yes with a beautiful smile carved on her lips. Belle. However, why yes? Are you stupid, stupid rabbit? Huh? Axela glared at him with a terrifying expression. Her eyes were literally devoid of any emotion, as if she were looking at garbage. You won't have a harem because you. Me, because you're going to die this day right here. Along with Belle's terrified scream, Axela grabbed him by the neck and threw him out of bed, landing on his bottom on the floor. And when he tried to stand up, he was met with a flurry of blows. A blow to his chest that knocked the wind out of him, and a slap across both cheeks that made him fall back onto his bottom. I'm going to kill you, you damned womanizer. Wait. When Belle fell to the floor, Axela grabbed the glass from the nightstand and threw it. If Belle hadn't moved his head, it would have shattered right in his face. I was wronged. Terrified and pale, Belle crawled backward, using the momentum of his trembling legs. But then Axela stepped hard on a nerve in one of his legs, making him groan in pain. It hurts, it's nothing compared to the pain you cause my heart, you idiot. Why, you're crazy. What? Axela frowned, annoyed. She lifted the foot she was using to press on the nerve in Belle's leg and slammed it down again, aiming for his groin. What? If Belle had not retreated a couple of centimeters, he would have been impotent for the rest of his life. Pale and filled with fear, he was deeply grateful to have been able to evade that deadly attack. Why did you want to take away my right to have children? He tried to complain and play the victim, but Axela's face didn't seem to show any concern. She continued to look at him with coldness and contempt, not to mention anger. Be quiet, rabbit. When Belle saw that his plan had failed, he remained silent and nodded repeatedly, terrified to the core of his being. Given the atmosphere, even he knew that if he contradicted Axela's words, death would be the best thing on the list of things he would suffer. Pay close attention, I'll only say it once. Axela, seeing that Belle remained silent, crouched down to be at his level. Her expression was still terrifyingly beautiful, but her eyes held a determined look. You won't have a harem, I'll give you my life and you'll give me yours. And I won't be the first of many, I'll be the first and only. I have a whole lifetime to make your eyes look only at me, and you have a whole lifetime to fall in love with me. At some point, Axela approached Belle. Her legs went over his and she got close enough to touch his cheek. The absolute terror had vanished from Belle's face, and Axela no longer emanated that terrifying aura. His eyes, once filled with contempt, now filled with love. I'm not the best option, I know. I'm capricious, I get annoyed easily to the point of using violence. Sometimes I cry over pointless things and many other flaws. Like a soft melody or like the night breeze, Axela calmly intoned her feelings. But no one will ever understand the feelings I have for you. No one will ever love you as much as I do, and no one will ever be able to sacrifice everything for you like I would. Stunned, Belle watched Axela's smile. It shone even in this place, deprived of light. It was beautifully bright. You'll definitely fall in love with me, and when that day comes, I hope you'll ask me out and be the one to confess. I did it this time, next time it's your turn. Axelassen. Belle was speechless at Axela's beauty, who claimed to love him more than anyone else. He could barely say her name without stumbling. Seeing the black flame burning and dancing purposefully inside his eyes made him swallow audibly. Oh, understood. Why, yes. When Axela became aware of her words, a blush spread across her cheeks as she tried to create a less hostile atmosphere. Her chest was pounding so hard she thought it might burst at any moment. So when she saw Belle nodding at her words, she nodded contentedly as she stroked his hair. Good boy, he said as he stood up. Come take my hand. Taking the offered hand, Belle stood up. Then he felt a tug followed by something wet on his cheek. Incredulous, he looked at Axela, who was completely red-faced. Her lips glistened with a lovely moisture curved in a shy smile. Did she kiss me? Belle brought his hand to his cheek. He could still feel the softness and warmth of Axela's lips, which made him blush. He glanced briefly at Axela's cotton plum-like lips before meeting her eyes, noticing that, like him, she was red to the ears and steaming hot from her head. This is the first step, get ready. She excused herself sweetly while touching her lips with one of her fingers, and Belle could only describe that as incredibly stimulating while nodding shyly. Why, yes. XXX. After the arguments and the promise of a future romantic relationship, Axela and Belle went to the kitchen for some water to calm the strong emotions they had experienced. and to prepare breakfast. Although it was already 10:00 a.m., they agreed to pretend that it was just dawn to avoid, as much as possible, the topic of waking up together and the exchange of feelings. It smells good. I'm a professional, aren't I? The rhythm of the oil splattering in the pan from the high flame could be heard. Belle was cooking eggs with sliced pork leg. You're arrogant, that's all. Axella, though she looked at him with disdain as she insulted him, had a rather cute smile on her lips. She couldn't stop thinking that one day, when she married Belle, they would prepare breakfast this way every morning for the rest of their lives. From time to time, he would create scenarios where he and Belle were walking along a beach, holding hands with two children, a girl and a boy, who shared his characteristics. White hair and black hair, their spitting image. I want twins. Axella shook her head from side to side, trying to get rid of the burning blush on her cheeks as Belle stared at her with a blank stare. What's wrong with her? Her hair dances beautifully, but for some reason I feel like she's thinking strange things. Despite his thoughts, Belle's cheeks still turned red. Cooking with someone who had confessed her love for him made him nervous, whether he liked it or not. Despite his nervousness, he couldn't help but sweat comically at Axella's actions. What they did agree on was that cooking together was exciting and fun for both of them. Belle, can I ask you something? Sure, what is it? When they finished preparing breakfast, they both sat down at the table and Axella took the opportunity to speak. She seemed a little hesitant, but she swallowed her fear of knowing the answers to her questions and spoke softly. What will you do from now on? Will you leave the village? I thought about it a bit while we were cooking. Axella pressed her lips together. She was quite nervous about how Belle would respond and what his answers would imply. Her heart raced as she looked at Belle, who was tilting his head, thinking with his eyes closed. I think I'll become an adventurer. I'll go to the labyrinth city to become an adventurer. I see. Axella lowered her gaze, her eyes holding a subtle hint of sadness. It hurt that Belle's plan didn't include her. That means you're leaving then. Just as she was about to tell him to stay with her for a while before leaving, Belle enthusiastically slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, No, Axelasson, we're leaving, you're coming with me, right? Huh. Axella instantly raised her head, looking at Belle in surprise. He merely averted his gaze for a moment, scratching his hair, blushing. Why, you said it, didn't you? That wherever I am you'd be with me. Axella's eyes widened. She thought she was in a dream where her stupidly insensitive and dense friend was attentive and bold, being considerate of yesterday's confession. Before she knew it, tears welled up in her eyes, running down her cheeks. Axelasson, you're crying, did I say something wrong? I'm sorry. Huh? The moment she became aware of her tears, Axella jumped in with a rushed explanation while rubbing her cheeks. And no, you're wrong, Belle, it's just I'm really happy. But her attempt was in vain. No matter how much she rubbed and used her sleeves to dry the tears, they wouldn't stop. It makes me happy to know that you take my words and feelings into account. When Axella got redder and threatened to hide under the table, Belle intervened with a blush on his cheeks. Of course, I remember them. I don't think I could forget a single one. Belle, Axella's heart nearly burst. She would have truly considered this all a dream if it weren't for how real things felt. Otherwise, Belle would hardly speak with such boldness. Axelasson, Belle coughed before calling her. He needed to get rid of the sappy atmosphere before he couldn't handle it anymore. Yes, would you like to accompany me on my trip? Axella was silent for a few seconds before nodding. The embarrassment vanished from her face and she didn't seem to want to hide under the table. Asking is unnecessary. I will follow you even if you go to the ends of the earth because it is by your side that I am happy. The attempt to remove the compromising words failed. The mere fact that Axella declared she was happy by his side made him blush so deeply he was practically glowing. Okay, he coughed, trying to calm himself. Then we'll leave in 2 days. We'll take the wagon that crosses the plains at midday. I'll pack my things, you should do the same. Understood, Captain. I'll leave that, it's embarrassing. Axella flashed a mischievous smile when Belle looked embarrassed. In her eyes, he looked incredibly cute. Do you like being called Captain? Of course not. Foo-foo, yeah, whatever you say. What followed was a heated exchange of exclamations and flirtatious teasing. They agreed to be adventure partners, but Axella was certain it would lead to a closer relationship than that. After finishing breakfast, the two got ready. Axella made sure to say goodbye to the elderly woman who had been taking care of her since her arrival in the village, as well as pack her luggage. I'll be back when I've had a couple of kids with Belle. Make sure you're still alive by then. She had told the lady, whose face was dripping with sweat and who nevertheless wished her good luck. Belle, for his part, took the emergency money his grandfather had left, packed what he needed, and picked up the sword leaning in the corner of the room. 2 days later, they were both ready to say goodbye to the place where so many memories awaited them together. Belle smiled when he saw Axella, who was walking beside him with a lovely smile. If it weren't for her, I would. He would surely have been lost in his own grief, yet here he was, free from confusion and full of determination. Because he wasn't alone, he never was, he was just too stupid to realize it. Ready. that the girl by his side would never abandon him. XXX. Just before leaving, Belle and Axella stopped by the grave where their grandfather's memory rested. Even though they didn't find his body, they made sure to give him a proper burial. Belle had come to say goodbye, grandfather. However, it wasn't a goodbye as such. It was a see you later. I will become the coolest hero that ever existed. Then Belle turned her back on him and began walking towards a new beginning alongside her dear friend. To the labyrinth city, Arario. Chapter 2, A Goddess of Beauty in the Labyrinth City. Just one day after taking the transport to the labyrinth city was enough to make me feel tired. It was a whole day feeling the vibrations that resonated in the wooden benches in the cart, jumping every time we went over a bump in the road. At first, I thought I could handle it, having worked in agriculture my whole life, but I was completely wrong. Working the land was different from traveling for long periods of time. It's similar to thinking that staying in bed all day doesn't tire you out, yet you end up tired from resting so much. It seemed illogical to me, but I eventually understood that any sensation or action transmitted to the body, whether active or passive, eventually takes its toll. But now that we're halfway there, the bumps seem to have ended. It's a relief. I breathed calmly as the warm daylight brushed against my cheeks and made my hair dance. Since our trip, the place we were currently exploring was the most comfortable. The verdant view all around was relaxing, and the wind acted like a drop of water falling on the calm surface of a lake, spreading long ripples over the acres of grasslands. Belle, how much longer? Axelassen's tired and exasperated voice reached me. Her patience level was even lower than mine, and that was evident in the irritated expression on her cute face. At the rate we're going, I think it'll take a day at most. We'll soon be able to see the city walls. Axelassen grimaced as she curled up into a ball and hid her head between her legs. She was rather close to me, but gave me enough space so I wouldn't feel uncomfortable. I smiled at how cute she looked, then looked ahead. All I could see was the great tower piercing the sky, the Tower of Babel. After several hours observing the scenery, I fell asleep again. When I woke up, I found the tender scene of Axella leaning her body against mine. She wasn't asleep, but she seemed to be resting. Her eyes were open, but they weren't looking at anything in particular. Her gaze was distant, as if she were thinking about something. I just hope nothing bad happens when we go in, she said after letting out a sigh. I looked at her silently, understanding her concerns. We were almost there, and it was only a matter of time before we could see the walls in the distance. That's why I tried to calm her down. Don't worry, we have enough money to survive for a week. If we manage it well, maybe even 2, but what will happen if we don't find a good god in that time? When he asked that with a worried look, I just smiled foolishly and joked. Well, we can leave it to chance, can't we? Ha ha. Although luck has never been on your side. As Axelassen said, the issue of not finding a good god within the time limit we had given our capital was quite serious. In the worst-case scenario, we'd end up on the street. I must heed my grandfather's advice and prioritize joining the family of a goddess. He said that male gods tend to neglect their children more often. As I was thinking about what course of action to take, Axella took my shoulder and said in an extremely serious voice, I think our god should be a man, Belle. What? I choked on my own breath. Then Axella, after gently patting my back, explained seriously. If someone's a goddess, they're going to want to treat you like a pet rabbit. I don't want that, it bothers me. I was speechless for a moment. What nonsense was he talking about? A pet rabbit? There's no way that was the case. Axelassen, Grandpa said that male gods tend to neglect their dependents and even use them for their own personal gain. In reality, there must be very few who treat their children well. And what's the difference between those gods and the goddesses who will use you as a pet rabbit? Could you stop calling me a rabbit? I'm not one. Besides, that's why we'll have a week to find a respectable goddess, right? Axelassen narrowed her eyes suspiciously, then asked coldly as her lips curved into a sinister smile. You're not trying to convince me to go with a goddess just because the idea of having a harem is still in your head, are you? Of course not. It's for our own good, Axelassen. Despite saying it with great seriousness, Axella continued to look at me suspiciously for several minutes before shrugging her shoulders. Well, I'll believe you. I hope you're not lying. I would never do that. Just as my soul was about to leave my body, Axella dismissed it after giving a mild warning. In truth, I was ready to be punished, as she seemed to be analyzing me and knew perfectly well that I was lying. I felt strange not being punished, but terribly relieved. I wanted to believe with all my heart that this wasn't a case of masochism, something Grandpa talked about so much. Hey, you pair of lovebirds. Then, like a beacon of light in the darkness, the driver's voice drew attention, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. Stop your arguments as a couple and look ahead at the walls that protect the center of the world. AA couple. I intervened when I saw Axella starting to blush. Sir, I've already told you from the beginning that we're not. But it really wasn't the best idea since I received a blow that left me breathless for several seconds. Then Axella crossed her arms while pouting. Not yet, that's the answer you should have given, you stupid rabbit. Women were frightening and Axelassin topped that list. Internally, I wondered as I writhed in pain if this was one of the difficulties I would have to deal with as the future harem king. Ha ha ha, you young people are full of energy, aren't you? Then came the driver's laughter. The wretched man seemed to enjoy my suffering, but he wasn't satisfied with that. He looked at Axelassin over his shoulder. You young lady, yes, I wish you luck in your future relationship. For a moment while Axelassin processed the unexpected words, I stared at the man. You too, sir. Don't say it so sarcastically, you'll get beaten up like me. That's what I expected, but I was betrayed by Axelassin. Oh, thank you so much, old man. Did he take that seriously? And what are those stars in his eyes? He's lying. Axelassin hit him. However, I couldn't say it. It was better to see Axelassin being deceived by her feelings for me than the corpse of a middle-aged man. Well, forget that and look ahead, we're about to reach your destination. After saying that, the man pointed ahead. I did the same with Axelassin, gazing with excitement at how imposing the walls looked. It was something new, something neither of us had ever seen before. We didn't know what we would find or experience behind those walls, and that in itself was exciting. I looked at Axelassin and she did the same. Let us strive together, Axelassin, yes, XXX. After another half hour of walking, Belle and Axella finally arrived at the north entrance to Arario. The line was quite long, filled with merchants, aspiring adventurers, or simply tourists. But unlike their impatience during the journey, the excitement they both felt made time seem to fly by. Before they knew it, they were standing in front of the security personnel. Good day, visitors. A young man with glasses and a friendly face took charge of them. Belle and Axella returned the greeting, and the young man continued on his way as quickly as possible. You will be asked a series of questions, and you will also pass through a fauna detector in case you are spies from other kingdoms. Are you ready? They both nodded. They were a little nervous, but there was nothing suspicious about their expressions. It was the nervousness that all villagers displayed upon arriving in the great labyrinthine city. The young man with glasses smiled at that as he asked, "What is the reason for your visit? Are you here for tourism, business, or adventure? To become adventurers, sir, that's our reason." Axella stepped forward. She had a temperament quite suitable for dealing with interrogations and such, unlike Belle, who was like an open book in his body language. Oh. Before the young man with glasses could nod and move on to the next question, one of the adventurers on guard approached. But what do we have here? The three of them turned to face the adventurer. He was 180 meters tall and boasted a muscular, slightly tanned physique. Nor could one ignore the suggestive smile on his lips. A beautiful young lady wants to become an adventurer. Judging by your appearance, one would say you're a noblewoman. The moment he said that, Belle frowned as he stared at him. He was ready to step forward and speak for Axella, but she shook her head from side to side. I have my reasons, sir, he said with a fake smile. She handled her expression correctly, something very easy for her to achieve thanks to her experience in the place where she lived before arriving in Belle Village. I see. However, do you really think you'll succeed? Your partner seems rather weak. You should choose your company better, don't you think? When he said that, not only Axella and Belle but the young man with glasses as well. All three were slightly stunned by the adventurer's obvious insinuation toward Axella. To hell with it, thought Belle, furious to the core. He was determined to confront the idiot who dared to approach his girlfriend so confidently. Hashanassin, please stop bothering us. You're slowing down the input process. However, the young man with glasses, who was a guild official, intervened before Belle could tell him his things. Hashana grimaced, Tusk, I'm just passing the time, don't be boring. Hey, Mr. Adventurer. At the same time, Axella began to emit a sinister aura as she called Hashana. Her eyes did not convey good intentions. Ah, this isn't good. What? Belle, though still annoyed by Hashana's attitude, grew worried when he saw Axella's condition. She exuded such bloodlust that he doubted whether she was truly the same calm Axella from just moments before. Oh, tell me, young lady, have you thought about it again? Hashana, unaware of Axella's intentions, flashed a flirty smile as she puffed out her chest. Axella reached her limit when she saw that. She found it quite unpleasant to have to look at trash like Hashana for so long, so she snapped, Don't you dare insult me, Axelassin. But Belle grabbed her hand, interrupting her. Axella froze when she realized this. He's holding my hand, we're holding hands. Her face flushed red, and no wonder since it was Belle, her beloved. With each passing second, the redness of her face deepened, almost threatening to make her head steam. Seeing her lost in her thoughts, Belle looked directly at Hashana. Sir, she's with me. I would appreciate it if you would stop bothering her, please. I'm coming with him, he's jealous of me. Axella was only able to hear what suited her. Her body began to feel increasingly strange the longer she held Belle's hand, especially when she heard words she interpreted as jealousy. As she squirmed and became lost in thought, Belle and Hashana engaged in a silent conversation with their eyes. The guild official watched them both cautiously. Ha. Ta 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 ta. Hashana burst out laughing, covering her stomach as Belle continued to stare at her silently. He seemed to be mocking them, but he was actually enjoying the moment. When they noticed, Belle and the guild official were confused. Even Axella snapped out of her reverie. A minute after bursting into laughter, Hashana spoke to Belle. "You've got guts, kid. Are you brave or just plain stupid? It depends on the moment. I can be both at the same time." Belle wasn't intimidated. He gripped Axella's hand tighter, letting her know he would handle the situation. But the result is quite obvious. "I'm an ordinary person and he's an adventurer. The difference is like night and day." However, he did not back down. He was determined not to let them disrespect his friend, even at the cost of his own life. Hashana smiled when she saw him. "I like you, boy. What's your name?" "Bell Cranel." Despite facing a high-level adventurer, Bell refused to back down. He was nervous, but he made a great effort not to show it. That alone was considered a feat by him. "That's a good name. I'll remember it. I'm Hashana, an adventurer from the Ganesha family. Boy, may I ask why you want to become an adventurer?" Huh? By this point, the young guild official already had a look of displeasure on his face due to the delay in his schedule, while Axella remained fascinated by the manly way Bell defended her. Hashana pointed, ignoring the inquisitive gaze of the young official. "The reason? There's wealth, fame, women, things like that. What's yours?" Bell remained silent. He thought for a few seconds before lowering his guard and giving a clear answer. "My goal is to become a hero and become the king of the hair." "What?" Cough. But all the excitement vanished when Axella snapped out of her reverie and elbowed him in the ribs. Bell gasped for breath. "What the hell?" thought Hashana, stunned as he watched Bell writhe in pain. Thanks to his adventure level, he was able to perfectly see Axella's movement, as well as the subtle and perfect way to strike with his elbow between the rib cage. The young guild official was no exception. Perhaps he didn't notice Axella's movement, but he was incredulous when suddenly Bell writhed like a worm thrown into the coals. "Sir," Axella called to Hashana. The smile on her lips was anything but friendly. Her eyes were cold and threatening. "Could you ask Bell again for the reason?" Oh, right." Hashana nodded with a forced smile. She thought that perhaps Axella wasn't the cute and fragile girl she had initially imagined. She even felt a pang of pity for Bell. "Kid, what's your reason for becoming an adventurer?" The excitement and curiosity of before were gone. It almost seemed like a bad play. Bell, seeing Hashana's forced smile and the sweat running down her forehead, as well as the compassion in her eyes for him, nodded slowly. "To be a good adventurer." "Is that all, Bell?" Bell looked at Axella. She was looking at him with those eyes that terrified him so much, so he nodded again while correcting his answer in a subdued voice. "To be a good adventurer and have a comfortable life with Axelasson." Axella nodded with a satisfied smile, throwing herself into his arms. The way she pressed her large breast against Bell was blatantly intentional, as if marking her territory and declaring that she herself already belonged to someone. "Good boy, Bell. I'll do my best to have a good life together, okay?" "Yes." Bell, blushing as he felt the softness of Axella's breasts against his body, nodded shyly. Hashana and the young guild official watched the scene with different thoughts. On one hand, the young man with glasses successfully confirmed that it wasn't a case of spies. Perhaps it was a case of a young man being kidnapped by a woman, but that was none of his business. The boy didn't seem unhappy either, judging by how shy and happy he looked. Hashana, on the other hand, was confused about whether he should feel envy or pity. "Well, I think that's enough to know their intentions, isn't it?" "Yes, they'll just go through Falna's inspection, but that doesn't take even 30 seconds. Please go ahead." Affirming Hashana's words, the young official guided Bell and Axella toward the Falna checkpoint, and a moment later they were welcomed to Arario. "Kid, I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky, but I wish you the best in your ambition." "Ha, thank you, Hashanassan. You'll also need luck to find a good god. See you." Having given that advice, Hashana turned his back on them to continue his work as a den. Bell watched him walk away, somewhat conflicted about how to feel. "Good luck, huh?" Then he looked at Axella, who was still hugging him affectionately. "I think I'll need a lot of," he thought as he sighed. Even so, I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy Axella's breasts rubbing against him. It was definitely worth it. "Bell, let's go, onto our adventure." "Yes, let's go, XXX. 6 days had passed since our arrival in the city, and we still hadn't found a competent deity. Tomorrow was the deadline for our purchase stay at the inn, so the situation itself was hopeless. I really hate my luck. Our money was running out too. We had enough to last 3 more days with a roof over our heads, but every minute that passed made me more frustrated. I don't want to imagine what would have happened if I had paid for 2 rooms. I have Axelasson to thank for that. However, he couldn't ignore the strange comfort Axelasson showed with that fact. She could still remember how happy she looked back then. XXX. It was the first thing we did upon arriving in Arario, to go in search of an inn that would suit our capital. "Welcome to the inn, corner in the dungeon. Would you like a room?" What a strange name, I thought at first. Not only did she have terrible taste, but she seemed like a bad omen. However, the receptionist was a lovely dogman. I quickly walked past Axelassin, displaying basic manners as we approached. "Good morning, miss. We would like a room." "Of course. Would it be one room for both of you, or would you prefer separate rooms?" You don't have any double rooms." The question slipped out of my mouth unconsciously. It was normal, since 2 rooms instead of a double would shorten our stay from a week to 4 or 5 days. That's why I looked fearfully at the young dogman. "I'm sorry, at the moment we only have single rooms available." I looked down, doing calculations in my head. It was at that moment that I felt Axelassin's gentle touch on my arm. "What do we do? Rent separate rooms?" Sure." I thought about it for a moment before nodding and turning back to the inn's receptionist. I was a little afraid to ask, but I didn't really have that many options. "How much does a room cost?" "A single room costs 1,000 volleys per day. We have a promotion of 7 days for the price of 6, so you would get a discount of 1,000 volleys. So 2 rooms would cost 12,000 volleys per week. That puts us in the red." "Excuse me, does that include food?" When I got my hopes up, thinking they must have them, otherwise it would be a ripoff. The pretty receptionist shook her head from side to side. "I regret to inform you that our inn does not have a cook. This is why our lodging price is low compared to other inns. If you would like an inn with meals included and double rooms, I can recommend one 5 blocks from here. However, the price is about 4 times higher than here." This must be a joke. I admitted it with a forced smile. I felt the blood drain from my body when I realized how expensive things were in this city, so different from my hometown. Just having the 2 rooms was too much for the money we had, let alone food. There were supposed to be at least 30,000 volleys in the savings, but I only found 15,000. "Did you spend the rest buying drinks for the women in town, Grandpa? You've left me in trouble." Just as she was about to have a breakdown, Axelassin stepped forward and spoke to the receptionist. His expression was unusually strange, and his gaze flashed with ill intentions. "Then give us just 1 room, please." "Axelassin, are you sure? There's only 1 cot per room." "Well, it's not like it's our first time sleeping together, is it?" "Why, yes, but that was because we were tired. I want to respect your privacy." "Belle, at the moment we don't have enough money to respect each other's privacy. It's a necessary evil." She was right, but it didn't help much that she said it with a blush on her cheeks and a suspiciously cute look. Nor did she seem as unwell as she made it seem when she said necessary evil. However, it was true that I couldn't be demanding at this moment. "I can suggest using a sheet on the floor for the young man. The inn will provide it at no extra charge." The receptionist's suggestion was a godsend. I smiled, grateful for the hospitality of this place as well as my good fortune. "Ah, that sounds." "No, thank you, we'll share the bed." But Axelassin intervened. Her arm extended in front of me, letting me know that she would be handling the negotiations from now on. The receptionist, quite confused, tilted her head as she asked, "Are you sure, miss, we won't charge you for the extra sheet?" "Very sure, don't you agree, Belle?" I had practically no say in this matter. I could only nod at the sinister smile Axelassin was wearing. "Why, yes, we'll share a room." The receptionist seemed to understand the situation. "Okay, that would be 6,000 volleys, young man, yes." As I handed over the money, I could almost feel Axelassin giving me a victorious smile. But I forced myself to believe it was just my imagination. "Your room is number 7, 2nd floor. This is your key, and thank you for choosing the corner in the Dungeon Inn." "Thank you." We gave thanks and went up to our room. It was, as he said, simple. However, it had enough while we set about finding a respectable deity. I had planned to leave immediately after dropping off my luggage, but Axela didn't seem to want to. He made a tired face as he sat down on the mattress and lay back. "Belle, I know we have to find a god, but wouldn't it be all right to rest for today? I'm exhausted from the wagon ride." "Yes, I think that's fine. I'm a bit tired myself and we could use a little energy. Then I'll take a bath. I need to freshen up. I don't want to start smelling bad." Axelassin stood up quickly. She understood her concern since they hadn't washed their bodies during the entire journey. However, she didn't really smell bad, nor could I say it as I would get punched while being labeled a pervert. "Okay, I'll go later." I took the opportunity to tidy up my things. I went straight to my backpack and saw the black sword I'd brought from the cabin. I picked it up and sat on the bed, examining it closely. Kuro no Konten, a cursed sword that for some reason the grandfather had in the house. The sword had scribbles I didn't understand engraved in the center of the blade. These gleamed faintly against the jet black background. It's not that a cursed sword is to my liking, but I know it will serve me well. Even if I didn't use it in the dungeon, this sword was my last resort in case I went bankrupt before finding a deity who would take us in. I wasn't sure, but it was definitely worth a considerable amount of money. Well, I hope it doesn't come to that. Curses or not, it's still my grandfather's sword. I laid the sword on the bed and continued packing. I didn't really have many clothes, so they all fit perfectly on the nightstand in the room. About 20 minutes later, Axelassin came out of the shower. Her body was covered by a towel, but it didn't really do much to completely conceal her figure. I had to look away to avoid any mishaps. "Belle, I'm finished." You can take a bath, then we'll rest. Even she herself was blushing, aware of how she looked. Why, yes. I had to quickly grab the change I'd prepared earlier, along with the towel to get in the shower. Maybe Axelassin was acting like an embarrassed girl, but you never know when that embarrassment would turn into a fit of rage. The problem was when I undressed, ready to take a bath. Axelassin was too much for my young and developing mind that could be seen in my lower body. You want to play, huh? It's worth mentioning that I took a little longer than Axelassin took in the shower. 30 minutes later, I emerged feeling brand new. A bath really washes away tiredness. I feel new, relaxed, so much so that I could fall asleep right here. Unlike Axelassin, I changed properly before going to the bathroom. My damp hair dripped light drops of water onto my face, but it wasn't uncomfortable, just refreshing. Axelassin, I'm out, huh? Then as I was leaving, Axelassin entered my field of vision wearing turquoise blue pajamas. SHH, don't shout, remember we're in an inn. Axelassin covered my mouth with one of her hands. The scent of her fingers entered my nose, pricking with a strawberry aroma. Was it one of the creams she used on her skin? It smelled too good. Oh right, I forgot. I was able to speak once she withdrew her hand. Then I looked at her clothing again. Pajamas were usually loose-fitting for comfortable sleep, and that was certainly the case with the one Axelassin was wearing. I was just surprised, that outfit, I'd never seen you wear it before. Well, that's because I only use it for sleeping. However, Axelassin's body made the pajamas difficult to fit, more specifically in the chest and buttocks areas. Her curvaceous figure made the pajamas too tight, and they could be described as tight in those areas. What are you staring at? I hope you're not thinking anything perverted. And no, I don't. I just thought you looked cute. I had to make a surprise attack to avoid being discovered. Axelassin blushed quickly, looking away as she bit her thumb in a way that was quite stimulating to the eye. Do you really think I'm pretty? I nodded slightly. The way she looked at me left me speechless. Her eyes held a strange, tender feeling of embarrassment, but at the same time she seemed provocative. As if urging me to continue, this is bad. I had to swallow the lump in my throat and speak. I couldn't just let the good atmosphere vanish like that, and I had a feeling that Axelassin really wanted to keep hearing my compliments. You look very, very pretty, Axelassin. Her face turned bright red. That image, along with her freshly showered appearance, enhanced her beauty. Thank you, it makes me happy to hear that. Why, yes. She was truly beautiful. He could hardly believe that someone as beautiful as her liked him. As shall we rest, tomorrow will be difficult. Let's rest then. She nodded at my suggestion, and we got into bed in an awkward silence. My chest was pounding, and just seeing Axelassin's red face made mine flush as well. And after a few minutes of lying down. Narrow, this bed is very narrow. It wasn't that I disliked being near Axelassin, but the idea of sharing a bed was too much for my heart. I couldn't handle it all at once. See, you can come closer, Belle. It's not that it's narrow, you're just very close to the edge. You don't mind me coming closer? She shook her head with a smile on her lips. She didn't seem annoyed, but rather indignant, while at the same time giving me a warm smile. I think I made my feelings pretty clear that day, Belle. Do you want me to say it in a way that someone as dense as you can understand? One of her hands took mine, pulling me towards her. I couldn't resist, and I ended up pressed against her body. The gentle warmth transported me to a dream world. I almost thought I'd start drooling. I like you, Belle. I'm head over heels in love with you, so no, I don't mind having you around. Do you understand? I could only nod like an idiot. Oh, understood. Then excuse me. It was true that the bed wasn't narrow, but I was sitting right on the edge. I could tell now that I was pressed up against her, enjoying her body heat. However, my heart was beating like crazy as I felt the touch of our bodies embracing, and Axelassin seemed to notice. Hey, don't be so nervous, Belle, and you want to have a harem like that. Foo, how cute. It'll practice for that. Oh, is that so? Good luck with that, Belle. In the end, it'll be the same. You won't have a harem, and you'll gradually stop being shy with me in situations like this. Her arms gripped me tighter. It was impossible not to feel the softness of her breasts and thighs rubbing against my body, nor could I ignore her bold words. Did she expect me to be bold? I wasn't mentally prepared for something like that yet. Axelassin seemed to know, which made me think she was just playing a joke on me while cornering me with her body. Is the hug necessary? I asked, trying to get away, however she didn't make it easy for me. It is, she clung to me tightly, melting me at her touch, that way I can sleep safely. But if I detect any impure emotion, I'll hit you. Agreed, saying it like that wasn't fair either. I was already making a superhuman effort trying to control my natural impulses due to the extreme closeness of our bodies. She wasn't making it easy for me either, having such a deadly weapon for a body. Rest, Axelassin. Yes, rest, Belle, I love you, I really love you very much. I closed my eyes when he whispered that in my ear. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to control my impulses because of how stimulating the situation was. Pretending to be asleep worked well, and thanks to the warmth Axelassen provided by hugging me, I stopped pretending in a short time. XXX. Every night since then has been the same. She would drag me to bed and use me as her personal pillow, and I had to force myself to stay calm and not make her suspect any inappropriate thoughts. I have a long way to go if I want to become the king of the harem. I laughed to myself, mocking my current shortcomings while ignoring the precarious situation that threatened to engulf us. After that day, things haven't gone so well for us. Of course, we weren't always rejected. In fact, several gods agreed to take us in. However, I had to decline when I noticed their lecherous glances at Axelassen. She didn't seem happy either when she became aware of it. Other times they were goddesses, willing to accept us. However, Axelassen didn't take to the idea, arguing that they saw me as a pet rabbit, so we had to decline again. Other gods were honest in saying they were not looking for dependence, and there were those who didn't even introduce us to their gods and closed the door in our faces, as well as those who didn't even open the door for us. Although there is that kind God who accepted us both without any ulterior motives, he asked us to leave him as a last resort due to the difficult financial situation in which his family finds himself. I thought about that God. His kind smile and the gentle aura that surrounded him made it clear to me that he was not a bad God. Unlike the gods who looked perversely at Excella or those who, according to Axelassen, looked at me like a pet rabbit, he was clean. Money wasn't the main concern. Even if it was me, I could vouch for the fact that I'd find a way to work it out as I went along. I just needed a Falna, the rest would fall into place later. Perhaps we should go to him if we don't find a god by tomorrow. It wasn't that I didn't understand the reason. While it did exclude the wicked gods and goddesses who weren't to Axelassen's liking, the others had their reasons for not accepting us. We are humans. Unlike the other races, we didn't have the strength of the dwarves, the magical prowess of the elves, the enhanced senses of the beastmen, or the martial arts of the Amazons. Along with the Palams, humans were the weakest links in the chain. If I add to that my deplorable appearance, my complete lack of training with the sword or martial arts, well, that explains it. There was also the burden it placed on Axelassen. Unlike me, she had been accepted into a few familias. However, she rejected their offers when she saw that I wasn't being accepted. I'm really pathetic. All I could think about was how much I owed her. It made me happy that she came with me wherever I went, but I was overcome with helplessness at not being able to give her the good life she deserved. I had to do my best to repay her for everything she had done for me, but first, I needed to find a family that would accept me and where I could earn money. I should go back now. I was at the first place a hero fanatic like myself should visit, the Hero's Monument. Due to our priorities, I wasn't able to visit it until today. It was certainly amazing. The feeling of standing in the place where all the great heroes of the world were honored was impossible to surpass. At least for me, that's how it felt. Will I ever be able to measure up to him? Perhaps in the distant future I would have my answer. Well, I was waiting for Axelassen, who had returned to the inn to change her outfit after getting it on her clothes with one of the Jayagamarukun we bought. I was supposed to wait for her at the entrance, and I didn't want to find out what she would do to me if she arrived and I wasn't there waiting. It shouldn't take long. I gazed at the view one last time, and it was then that a woman's voice came from behind me. "Young man, what are you doing here alone at this hour?" It was a rather mellow voice. XXX. The sunset was about to fade, giving way to night. Damp hues bathed the figure of a certain goddess of beauty who was visiting the monument to the heroes. His reason, nothing in particular. He had simply glimpsed a rather peculiar chlorine from the top of the Tower of Babel. Finding the fountain of that color took him little more than a minute. He stood in front of one of the gravestones, staring at it silently. She saw him from behind and saw his snow-white hair. She noticed the ruby color of his eyes when he suddenly glanced around, as well as his kind and innocent features. It was love at first sight, not a mere physical or superficial attraction, but curiosity. The color of his soul awakened such feelings in her. In addition, there was his peculiar appearance, similar to a cute and cuddly rabbit. He almost seemed to silently shout, "I am pure. I want him." Freya couldn't help but smile as she walked toward the rabbit-like boy with a strange soul. XXX. "Young man, what are you doing here alone at this hour?" Bell turned reflexively when Freya's sultry voice reached his ears. He looked up, seeing a figure covered from head to toe in a purple cloak. Just seeing her like that was quite suspicious if I saw it from a distance, but Bell was able to notice because of how close he was. He noticed the white skin and curvaceous body beneath the purple cloak. It did nothing to conceal the fact that underneath it was a woman. Even if she hadn't spoken in a woman's characteristic tone, which was sweet, soft, and provocative, Belle would undoubtedly have figured her out. Fufu, should I speak a little louder? Freya laughed softly as she uncovered her face, causing Belle's mouth to drop to the ground. A goddess, he thought. She possessed a transcendent beauty that did not belong to the lower world. Just from the aura that surrounded her, it was more than clear that she was a goddess. The goddess of beauty, Freya. Young man, what are you doing here? Have you come to visit a relative? She raised her voice, but it still retained the elegance of an upper-class woman. This snapped Belle out of his daze. Pardon my lack of manners, goddess Sama. I am here waiting for my companion. Freya was silently surprised to see that the boy in front of her had not fallen head over heels at her feet just by looking at her. Her cheeks flushed, yes, but it was in a perfectly normal way. As if to say, you're beautiful, but that's all. She didn't have the vacant stare that any other living being would have after seeing her. How interesting. But she felt no annoyance, nor was her pride hurt. She felt fascinated, her curiosity growing ever stronger as did her interest. It has to be mine no matter what. The only problem left to solve was his family. He needed to make sure that if he had one, it wouldn't be one that would cause him any trouble when he took it for himself. She smiled kindly as she thought about figuring out what was needed. Waiting for your partner. Are you on a date? And no, it's nothing like that. We're just meeting here to continue looking for a family that will accept us. Belle was a walking open book, so it wasn't difficult for Freya to find out what she wanted to know. It was even quite cute when he turned bright red while denying her questions. She almost felt it was a gift from heaven that such a boy was completely free, served up on a silver platter for her. That's terrible. What god would be so foolish as to reject someone as beautiful as you? Hey. When she saw how embarrassed Belle was by a simple compliment, Freya herself showed a barely visible blush. It's certainly very nice. I'm very lucky that no one has accepted you. Just thinking about what she could do with Belle at night made her excited. Her blush was becoming more and more visible, and from her expression she almost devoured him on the spot. When she realized this, Freya cleared her voice and concealed her intentions. So, are you looking for a family? Why yes, but nobody accepts us, especially me. I'm human as well as a country bumpkin. They've even slammed the door in my face. When Belle said that with a lifeless face and a pitiful tone, Freya almost burst out laughing at how cute he looked, complaining about the things that happened to him. My luck couldn't be better, that phrase was written on his face. That can be resolved quickly. Why don't you join my family? If you work hard, you can become as strong as you want. Belle abandoned his dejected act and looked up, his eyes wide. He thought he'd heard a tasteless joke, but the goddess before him didn't seem to be joking. And refusal was impossible considering his situation. What, really? Is it okay for someone like me to be in your familia, goddess Sama? Don't underestimate yourself. I'm sure you'll be an excellent adventurer. So what do you say, will you join my family? Of course I'd love to. Belle was almost about to jump for joy. However, he adopted a shy posture a second later. But my partner is missing, will you accept her too? Of course, Freya had not forgotten the mention of this companion, so she already had a countermeasure in case Belle insisted on bringing her along. She activated her charm, determined not to allow any obstacles or hindrances between her and Belle. Then leave her and come with me, you won't regret it, she said with a provocative smile. Her silver eyes flashed a captivating gleam, focusing on the figure of her next favorite boy. I'm sorry, but if that's the case, I'll have to decline. However, Belle set aside his shyness and faced her seriously. I won't abandon my partner when she hasn't abandoned me. She's special to me. Freya was in shock for a moment. Not only had Belle resisted her charm, but he was even emphasizing the importance of another woman to him right in front of Hera, goddess of beauty. It was an unprecedented scenario in his life. I see you're not a bad boy who would abandon his friend, but she forced herself to regain her composure while simultaneously improvising about the unexpected situation. In that case, you have my full support. And don't worry about your friend, she's welcome in my family too. Do you mean you were testing me? Please forgive my clumsiness, goddess Sama. Freya smiled victoriously when she managed to trick Belle. She took a deep breath before speaking to Belle again. I'll let it slide this time, but in return, call me Freya, okay? Why yes, Freya Sama. Belle smiled happily. He was relieved to finally find a deity who would receive both him and Axella, and he could barely contain his urge to jump around wildly. Freya, on the other hand, thought to herself, my charm didn't affect him in the slightest. Even if I held back, it's strong enough to drive any man mad. It was an unexpected inconvenience, but not an unpleasant one. Fufu, could it be that you are? Freya smiled. Her chest felt warm and restless enough to let her know that her meeting with Belle might be destiny. You still haven't told me your name. Oh, sorry, my name is Belle Cranel. Belle, that's a nice name. Tell me, Belle, will your partner be long? No, it's almost the agreed time and she's very punctual, Freya Sama. I see. Then let's wait for her before going to my headquarters, okay? That sounds good to me. Bell lowered his gaze when Freya looked at him with seductive eyes. Her provocative tone wasn't much help either, even if you disregarded her figure concealed by the robe. But finally, he smiled to himself and clenched his hands into fists. His story had finally begun, a new legend and a new hero. He didn't know what the future held, but Bell was determined to face it with a blazing will in pursuit of becoming a hero and the king of the harem. Nor should we forget the goddess of love, captivated by a boy full of mystery and peculiarities. Filled with a new emotion different from the carnal and eager to see the adventures of her beloved, all that remained was to find out the reaction of a certain possessive black-haired girl when she saw that she had a new rival in love. Chapter 3, An Encounter with Death. I was running for my life, making my legs go as fast as my level 1 status would allow. Ha ha. He had been officially an adventurer of the lowest class for 2 days, and a member of the famous Freya family, one of the families belonging to the 13 and intriguing of the Big Three. And yet I was pathetically running for my life. If you looked at it logically, there was actually nothing wrong with a LV-1 running away from a Minotaur, which was classified as LV-2 by the guild. It was normal to think that someone at my level could hardly expect to get out alive from a situation similar to mine, but I had my pride. Even if I was weak, I was not willing to lower myself to crying while waiting for certain death. No way am I going to die like this. I was running for 2 reasons. The first was for the one advantage that was keeping me alive, my speed. I didn't know why, but during 2 days of exploring the dungeon, my agility stat had spiked abnormally. The second reason was to buy time, enough time to organize my thoughts and devise a plan of action to confront the Minotaur behind me. After all, even if I was new, I belonged to the strongest familia in Aurario. I had no intention of dishonoring the name of the goddess, who had so kindly welcomed Axelassen and me. But what's a monster that belongs to the middle floors doing on the 5th floor? It doesn't make any sense. Even though my speed was outstanding for my time as an adventurer, the Minotaur was still a level above me. I could only think that the reason he hadn't caught me yet was because he was toying with me. I don't stand a chance if I go straight ahead either, it would be suicide. The only way is to escape. However, if I did that, there was a chance I'd pass the problem on to other adventurers. I couldn't let something like that happen, even at the cost of my life. As I continued running, I made a decision supported by my iron will, but which was denied by the obvious trembling running through my entire body. But even if I'm afraid, I must do it. I stopped my frantic run and turned 180 degrees to face my enemy. Just seeing his muscular body and monstrous features was enough to make me think twice about what I was about to do. If I added the quality of my team, then the situation became increasingly precarious. My equipment was practically junk provided by the guild, since I flatly refused the top-level equipment and potions that Freya-sama tried to give me. I couldn't accept it either with all the murderous looks I received, but now I really want that sword and shiny armor. At that time, I said that I would get my own team over time, but now I could feel that it was really stupid to act important. That brilliant armor and sword would have increased my chances of victory by 70%. All he could do was insult me, seeing the light armor no better than scrap metal and the pair of chipped daggers provided by the guild. But it hardly matters to regret it. I gritted my teeth and took a step forward. Haha, I screamed in an attempt to replace fear with courage, then watched as the Minotaur stopped about 3 meters away with a wicked smile. Just as I had imagined, he was playing with me. I'll make you regret having me as a toy. Ooh-oak. The roar that shook the place also sent shivers through my body, freezing my blood. An instant later, the monster lunged at me. He raised his right arm above his head and let it drop at incredible speed. I barely managed to avoid that attack, which threatened to take my life with just a touch. Even when I tried to approach from the side to attack with the dagger, it was useless as the shockwave sent me tumbling away from him. I wasn't surprised. It was clear who was in control of the fight. The Minotaur was just passing me around like some kind of entertainment, which made me feel powerless. I knew I was weak, that's why I wanted to be strong. Strong enough to protect Axelassen, strong enough to make sure Freya-sama wouldn't regret accepting me into her familia. He wanted to be strong enough to be considered a hero. Ooh. The Minotaur's roar startled me from my thoughts. It seemed to be shouting, "Is that all? Come on, get up." Whether or not they were the delusions of someone condemned to die, it filled me with rage. I braced my legs and stood up, looking at him. The Minotaur snorted mockingly at me before charging at me again. I didn't let him be the only one. I took off as fast as I could. The Minotaur raised his arm again, bringing his fist down with terrifying speed. It was the same punch as before. I'm not stupid enough to get hurt by the same attack. I stopped running. The fist came hurtling down right in front of my face, slamming into the ground, but I was much faster than the shockwave and leaped diagonally. When I was in front of his face, I plunged one of my daggers into his left eye. Arg. My low-level weapons wouldn't even be able to scratch the tough hide of the Minotaurs, but their eyes were a different story. Any weapon, no matter how worthless, would cause considerable damage as long as it had a point or edge. Adding to that, the advantage of creating a blind spot in their vision made it the most vulnerable point of attack. One more. My intention was to blind him to increase my chances of victory to 90%, but just as I was about to plunge my other dagger into his remaining eye, my whole body trembled. The Minotaur's left arm struck my right side and sent me flying. I felt as if my body had turned into an arrow from the speed at which I flew through the air and crashed into a wall, cracking it. Ugh, not just the wall, but my bones too. The pain made me groan as I watched absurd amounts of blood pour from my mouth. My armor shattered, though I hadn't expected much in the first place. Remember. I continued spitting blood after falling to my knees. I could no longer feel any pain in my body, only an endless numbness. The harsh reality opened my eyes. It was truly pathetic to end up in such a state just from a blow. Ugh, damn it, can't you give me a moment? I tried to get up, but it was no use. My right leg was broken and my left arm wouldn't respond either. I couldn't even say exactly how many of my ribs were broken. Damn, that blow was too much. When I noticed that my speed, which was my only card and advantage, had been eliminated, I assumed that the battle was also lost. I just hope you won't be mad at me when I don't come back. Axelassen's smile came to mind, her beautiful face as well as the aquamarine jewels she had for eyes. I would like to see her one last time. My whisper was drowned out by the footsteps of the Minotaur. Einassen, I'm sorry. Then I thought of my advisor, a half-elf who works as a receptionist at the guild. I still remember the surprise on everyone's face when they saw a member of the Freya Familia requesting an advisor. Since it wasn't normal and I was the first to ask, everyone refused except her. So kind and sweet, she gave me the basic information about the dungeon and wished me luck from yesterday until today. Don't bother, please. The Minotaur stopped in front of me at a distance of less than a meter. I didn't know if it was my dying imagination, but I thought I saw a respectful smile on his face, acknowledging me as a worthy opponent. When I saw him raise both arms above his head, I closed my eyes as I smiled dryly and remembered for the last time my partner's smile. I'm sorry, Axelassen, I should have told you how I felt. Alongside my whisper dedicated to my love, I waited and kept waiting. However, the final blow never came. What does this mean? And that respectful smile, are you playing with me again? I opened my eyes annoyed, but that annoyance soon faded away. Standing before me was the Minotaur, only this time something was different. This time it was split in two. Just as if time stopped and started running again, a dark red liquid flew everywhere, covering even me. I was stunned. The Minotaur that had been about to claim my life was now just a pile of ashes, and that was hard to process. Cranel. I was jolted out of my daze by the call of a stoic voice. When I looked up, I saw my savior, Otter the king, captain of the Freya family to which I belong. What is the strongest adventurer in Arario doing here? Ottarson sheathed the great sword with which he had cut Minotaur in two, then looked at me. That was a good fight, but you can't die here, Cranel. Can't I die? What do you mean? Stand up, we're leaving. My questions were ignored and instead I received an order, not that I had any reason or opportunity to refuse. Ook. When I tried to stand up, I stupidly fell to the ground. I was so confused that for a moment I had forgotten the state of my leg and arm. Ottarson looked over his shoulder before turning around and walking towards me, uncapping a potion and sprinkling it on my arm and leg. My bones, not only had the bones healed, but the pain was gradually disappearing. Hurry, Freya-sama wishes to see you. Why yes. A strange force took hold of my body and I stood up. Perhaps it was the fear of upsetting Ottarson who had come to my rescue. Do you want to see me, Freya-sama? You're not going to scold me, are you? Not that I found it strange. After telling him I was fine without top-off Theline equipment, I almost ended up dead. A scolding was more than justified, so I silently followed Ottarson. Ottarson. Dimes, thank you for saving me. Of course, I thanked him, I had to. Even if a feeling that things shouldn't have turned out this way plagued me, the fact that I had been saved by Ottarson didn't change that. It's a lot to ask to be saved by a girl, too. But what mattered was that he was still alive. Whether she was a girl or not, she had to give thanks properly. Although Ottarson doesn't seem to care about my thanks. I smiled dryly as I quickened my pace. I also took the opportunity to try and satisfy my curiosity a little. Ottarson, why does Freya-sama want to see me? She'll tell you, WL. I had a bad feeling, but there was little I could do to try to escape. If I had to see her, then there was the opportunity to ask her to update my status. XXX. As we climbed the stairs to the surface, I remembered that I had to pass the exploration report to Einassen, my advisor. It still wasn't a priority compared to Freya-sama's summons, but I felt terrible about leaving Einassen worried. Ottarson, may I report to my advisor? It will be problematic if I don't report and worry her unnecessarily. Ottarson looked at me silently for a few seconds before nodding. Go straight to Freya-sama afterwards, understood. Under his watchful eye, I gave a military salute before running off towards the guild. The afternoon was drawing to a close, so it was getting a bit chilly. XXX. 3 rabbits later. Despite having already completed my workday, I continued to organize documents and finish the daily tasks that corresponded to me as an advisor and receptionist. She was tired, but a rather demanding event was approaching, so the paperwork and pending tasks exceeded the usual amount. Never see Anne. Then I heard my name called out in a loud, cheerful shout. I turned reflexively toward the familiar voice, which belonged to a boy I had recently taken under my wing. Hearing his voice told me he had escaped the dungeon safely. It made me happy to know he was following my instructions to the letter, despite belonging to the Freya Familia, which was full of rather reckless and arrogant people. Belkun. I thought so until his figure entered my field of vision. He wore a lovely smile, as always, only this time he was covered from head to toe in a dark red that was clearly monster blood. Huh, is something wrong, Einessen? What if something's wrong? You're covered in blood. Before I knew it, I was screaming like a madwoman. Why does he have that silly expression, as if he doesn't understand his deplorable appearance and the foul smell of blood? What a fool he is. It was then that, after looking at himself for a few seconds, Bell became aware of how he looked and smelled. Huh, I stink. It's true, the blood fell all over me. I stared at him and he seemed to understand how furious I was because he started trembling like a scared bunny. Belkun, go take a shower. I expect an explanation for why you ended up like this. Why, yes. Seeing him act so nervous didn't calm my anger, not when he arrived covered in blood when he shouldn't even have had a problem with the apartments I assigned him. Unless. I felt like my teeth would break from clenching them so much. I just hoped I was wrong about my thoughts or I'd really teach him a lesson. XXX. 1 shower and 3 rabbits later. After my shower, Einessen led me to one of the rooms designated for advisors and adventurers. It was magically soundproofed, so there was no need to worry about anything leaking out. I supposedly just miraculously escaped the dungeon alive, so why do I feel more danger here on the surface? I was sitting on a fairly comfortable sofa, however, I couldn't enjoy that comfort because of how furious Einessen looked in front of me. Speaks. Why, yes. There was no way I could refuse, so I explained in detail why I ended up covered in blood. Each word I spoke drained the color from Einessen's pretty face and her eyes glared at me with a terrifying intensity. She almost seemed to be saying, keep talking, each word will give you another hour of study. I trembled with fear at the idea, but I did not back down and continued explaining until the end, which was the encounter with the Minotaur. It was at that point that Einessen screamed and hit the table that separated us with both hands. I felt very scared. Now I could perfectly understand my grandfather's words that I shouldn't make a woman angry. I was able to verify this when I saw that Einessen's body began to emanate a dark and chilling aura. Belkun. Why, yes. I broke out in a cold sweat when he called me in a low voice. You'll be late to your headquarters today. We're having an intensive study session about the dungeon. Understood. But Freya-sama summoned me. It will be bad if I don't go. Do you understand? Why, yes, Einessen. I trembled pathetically with fear. All I could do was nod rapidly. I thought it was the end for me and I would start studying immediately, but Einessen let out a soft sigh and called me over. Okay, now that's sorted, come on. Hestia, ven essi. I stood up and walked towards Einessen. I was sure I would get hit, but instead she stood up and hugged me tightly. I'm glad you're okay, Belkun. Please stop doing such risky things, okay? Oh, understood, it won't happen again, but... I felt quite nervous. My face was burning to a point where it was no longer normal. Why you have my face on your chest? Although she didn't deny that it felt incredibly good. It had a softness and warmth capable of eliminating all the fatigue in the world. However, this was too much for me. I haven't trained enough to handle this kind of stimulation and contact with a woman. Sorry, Belkun, I didn't mean to, I swear. But what was truly worth seeing was Einessen's blushing face. While her usual serious and intellectual demeanor was appealing, seeing her embarrassed was certainly a sight to behold. And no matter Einessen's. I couldn't tell her I enjoyed it, and I didn't want to make her uncomfortable either. So I continued with the topic of studying. I remembered the advice Axelassen had given me about persuasion. She herself had said I should stop being so naive. So can we start with study time? And I didn't want to take any longer than I already was. Just imagining Freya-sama's fury at being kept waiting made my hair stand on end. Although it wasn't so much Freya-sama's anger but that of the executives and other members, who I had no doubt wanted me dead and were waiting for the slightest excuse to strangle me themselves. All right. Einessen smiled nervously as she gently patted her cheeks. Then she turned around and walked toward the door, her back to me. I'll save your report first, I'll be back in a second. Yes, that's fine. I sighed as soon as she left the room. Counting my recent brush with death, I'd already experienced quite a few emotions for today. He was exhausted, it seemed. I hope Freya-sama won't be upset with me. XXX. A few kilometers away, Folkvanger, Otter, Freya had an irritated expression. She had sent for Bell, eager to spend a pleasant evening with him and with some luck a slightly passionate one. However, their plans had been ruined due to the absence of said rabbit. She was annoyed, of course. 3 hours had passed since Otter's arrival, and he'd said Bell would be there shortly after giving her report to her advisor. That in itself wasn't a problem. Even if she was anxious, it wasn't impossible for her to wait a little longer. However, 3 hours did not fall into the a little more category. Yes, my goddess. Otter approached looking distressed. His stoic expression clearly betrayed his anger at Bell's actions. You'll pay for this, Cranel. He wasn't there to see it, but Bell had surely felt a chill run down his spine while studying in the guild library with Ina. If he doesn't arrive in another hour, I want you to go and find him and bring him to me. Freya's serious voice made her displeasure clear. No one else was capable of what Bell had done, and while it had been interesting at first, it was now becoming insulting to her pride as the goddess of beauty. And I don't want to see a single bruise on him. After all, we're having a romantic dinner, and I want him to look presentable. Being aware of how extreme her dependence could be, Freya gave the gentle but effective warning not to touch Bell improperly. She was annoyed, of course, but her love for Bell outweighed that annoyance. Whatever you wish, Freya-sama, I will go and get it myself. Otter lowered his head before leaving the place, leaving Freya alone, who displayed a slight smile along with a rather peculiar look. I must teach you how to deal with a woman's heart, my cute little bunny. XXX. A few rabbit kilometers away. Back at the guild, Bell emerged from the library with a dejected expression. His eyes burned after finishing the intense study session courtesy of Ina. She looked pleased as she waved goodbye with a smile on her lips, ready to return to finish her duties for the day. See you later, Belkun, get some rest. Thank you, Ina-san, see you tomorrow. Their attitudes were completely different. Bell could barely stay awake while Ina was bursting with energy. When Ina returned to her post, Bell left the guild, wandering the streets like any drunkard. It was already night and the cold air caressed his pale face as he walked and thought to himself. XXX. As I walked down Adventure Street towards Folkvanger, I wondered about that mysterious chill I had shortly before finishing my study with Ina-san. I had a bad feeling about it, and it kept tormenting me that it was possibly because of Freya-sama. More beer, and then I drew my sword, and that's garbage. I stopped walking when I passed a rather lively tavern. The adventurers were drinking and shouting as they recounted their dungeon adventures. When I saw the name of the tavern, I remembered one of the commitments I had made this morning. That's right, I'm supposed to spend tonight with that girl. I had a bit of a dilemma when I remembered. I couldn't break my word, but there was also Freya-sama who had summoned me a little over 3 hours ago. However, if I was taking on commitments in order of arrival, then I had to go to this tavern and keep my word. I suppose if it were something important, they would have already gone to the guild for me. I don't think it's a bad thing if I take a little longer. There was also the fact that I would be scolded and blamed for being a womanizer by Axelassin, which made me break out in a cold sweat. I don't think it's that bad. Belson, you came. Just as I was reconsidering my decision, Siasen's voice reached me. Any attempt to retreat was useless now. Hello, Siasen, I've arrived. Siasen was a cute waitress at the lively tavern across the street. I'd met her this morning while trying to find the entrance to the dungeon. The way we met was strange in itself, but he was a good person if he disregarded his trick of making me come to consume at his workplace. Come, I've saved the best place for you. Thank you. Siasen led me straight to the bar, almost at the back where it wasn't too noisy. I appreciated that as I took a seat and waited for my order to be taken. What I didn't expect was that as soon as I sat down, an extremely large plate was brought in front of me. I looked at the person who did it, then asked, "Excuse me, I didn't ask for this." I broke out in a cold sweat when I met her gaze. She was a dwarf, or at least she seemed to be since she was twice my size. He put on a punk expression and spoke with a terrifying smile. "Hey, you're sir's friend, right?" She said. "A client is coming in today who's going to spend a lot of money, so eat without hesitation. This is the house special." I could only remain silent in the face of the terrifying aura that surrounded her. She was definitely not a normal person. Then I looked at the price of the dish they served me on the menu that was stuck to the wall of the place. C4,000 volleys. The sweat was no longer just on my forehead, it ran down my entire back. "And my wallet." Just as my soul was leaving my body, Siasen approached shyly with an adorable smile. Heh, sorry, Belson. You're a demon." She left immediately at the call of a customer, while I resigned myself to my misfortune and began to wolf down my forcibly served meal. At least the flavor was incredible enough to make me order a couple of drinks. This is delicious. When I said that in a whisper, the dwarf who didn't look like a dwarf approached me with a pretentious smile. "I see you liked my food. Here, take another dish. It's mohara with olive and lemon sauce, enjoy." I stared at her silently with empty eyes, unwilling to argue or refuse. She had that same expression Axelassin used to make when she forced me to do things against my will. Of course, he looked better on Axelassin, so he preferred to be forced by her rather than by this diabolically terrifying woman. He's a demon just like Season, the price of the dish. It's not worth looking at, I bet it's more expensive than the special. I began my desperate struggle against the Mohara while cursing my luck, and a few minutes later, one of the Catman waitresses screamed loud and clear. The reservation has arrived. I left the Mohara alone for a moment to look at the entrance of the place, where a group of well-dressed adventurers were entering. It was a hobbit with a handsome and childlike appearance, two Amazons wearing rather revealing clothes, a robust and bearded dwarf, a high elf as beautiful as the goddesses, a goddess with slanted eyes, a werewolf with an irritated expression, an elf with a shy appearance, and a young human woman with golden hair and eyes. Who are they? I wondered as I brutally devoured the Mohara. Then, as if answering my thoughts, the other customers began to murmur. It's the Loki family. The family kills giants.
Oh, she is.
Yes, she is the sword princess. Isn't she as cute as a doll? I obtained quite a bit of information thanks to the not at all discreet whispers belonging to the drunks in the place. I heard about them from Axelassin. Like the Freya Familia, the Loki Familia were members of the 13 and the Big Three. I studied them closely for a moment before continuing my legendary battle against the minnow. Its size was no joke, but I ended up devouring it completely in less than half an hour. This is nothing. I wiped my lips and smiled proudly as I looked at the empty plate. I left only the bones except for the ones I had accidentally swallowed. Well, it's time for me to go. Enough time had passed since my arrival, almost an hour. I needed to hurry back to headquarters and give a detailed explanation to Axelassin and Freya-sama who had summoned me. The day was filled with strong emotions and extreme tiredness, so it could hardly get any worse. Oh, right. Then I heard an unnecessarily loud scream. I looked toward it and there was the werewolf from before, quite drunk and agitated. Tell them Hiccup about it. He seemed quite excited, so I paid attention while he ordered and waited for the bill. However, I didn't really expect it to be about me. XXX. Bitez's scream and laughter echoed throughout the place. His tone, usually annoying to those he mocked, was 3 times worse now. About that, Aizu tilted her head to one side, confused. Her monotonous and disinterested tone was quite typical of her, so no one was surprised. She didn't know what Bitez was referring to, and she didn't show much interest either. Hiccup, that boy with the minotaur. Little by little, he began to attract everyone's attention in the place, even the waitresses. Bell, however, felt like a stake was being driven through his heart. He stayed in the tavern even after they left the change on the bar. What kid with the minotaur? Tiona, one of the Amazon twins, asked curiously. Her enthusiastic smile revealed that she too had had a little. You see, when the minotaurs Hiccup escaped from the 16th floor and started Hiccup running towards the upper floors. Bitem managed to tell the story in a rather amusing way. She also didn't mind when she saw Aizu frown, as if she'd remembered what she was talking about. After eliminating almost everyone Hiccup, we went for the last one to finish him off, but Hiccup, he was about to kill some nobody brat. Ha ha ha, the people around him thought, poor unfortunate soul. They were no strangers to the feeling of almost dying in their rookie days, so instead of laughing, they felt a certain pity and empathy. However, Bite had not finished speaking. But before he was killed, Hiccup, that damn boar on steroids saved him. That damn brat ended up covered in blood. Ha 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 ha, he looked like a damn tomato. Ha ha ha. Things were very different if the boy ended up surviving such an unfortunate event, and even more so if his savior was Otter, considered the strongest adventurer in Aurario. Thanks to Bitez's graphic descriptions, many if not all of those present found it laughable. While everyone was laughing, a single monotonous voice broke the cheerful atmosphere. It's not funny. Everyone turned to look at Aizu, who was staring at Bitez with a serious and indifferent expression. The laughter stopped except for Bitez. Of course it is, it looked like a hiccup. Damn tomato, ha ha ha. She laughed loudly again, clutching her stomach. One slip and she really would fall backward onto the chair. That's enough, Bitez, Reveria sighed at the sight. Like Aizu, she didn't seem to enjoy the story and how they were making fun of a fellow adventurer. It was our fault the Minotaurs escaped and tormented that young man. You should feel guilty instead of mocking him. Bitez spat in disgust at Reveria's words, then looked at Aizu. Aizu, between that damn tomato and me, who would you choose? He jumped to a completely different topic. Perhaps it was due to the absurd amounts of alcohol in his system, but it certainly came as a surprise to everyone there. Not only the other members of the Loki family, but even customers and waitresses froze when they heard Bitez's words. Bitez, you're already drunk. Finn said with a forced smile. However, Bitez didn't back down. Don't bother me, Finn, so Aizu decide which of the two attracts you more, which male makes you wag your tail like the female you are. Answer me. Bell at the back of the place lowered his gaze and clenched his fists as he silently listened to Bitez's nonsense. He wasn't interested in being elected, of course, but he agreed that it was rather weak and pathetic to be rescued by his captain Otter. I have to go, he thought, standing up. Aizu, on the other hand, looked at Bite with disgust. He thought about saying that he would choose that boy over him 1,000 times over. However, he held back and remained silent. Bite smiled mockingly, showing his teeth and dictating reality. Of course not, right? Someone as weak and pathetic as that damn tomato isn't worthy of being with Aizu Wallenstein. Aizu couldn't deny it. She had nothing against that boy, but in the unlikely event that someone wanted to be with her, he had to be stronger than her. That's what she thought, and she had every right to think so. He's just an idiot who doesn't know his place, descending to a floor that doesn't match his pathetic strength. Weaklings like him have no right to be with the sword princess. The excitement of the moment lessened Bite's intoxication, allowing him to speak more clearly and eloquently. However, he still wore that cheeky smile. Everyone remained silent, even Aizu unable to deny such a reality. Thud. Oh, sorry, ha ha. Just as silence reigned, Bell accidentally bumped into one of the chairs occupied by a dwarf customer. He quickly apologized, scratching his head. His white hair, beautiful as snow, and his ruby red eyes made him stand out like a lighthouse in the darkness. Everyone in the tavern took a quick look. Many didn't recognize him and went back to what they were doing, but Bite and Aizu did. He left the room after passing by the table where the low-key familiar were sitting without making eye contact. His face exuded a certain self-loathing, and a determined flame flashed in his eyes. Hey you, Bite shouted, but was ignored. Bell walked briskly out of the place, even forgetting the change on the bar. When Sir tried to go after him, Mamma Mia stopped her. Aizu spoke up after a few seconds. Having recognized Bell, she felt the need to apologize for the Minotaur incident, but one of the waitresses ran ahead of her, leaving the tavern and looking in the direction where Bell's back had disappeared. Belson. Sir gazed sadly into the distance. Bell and Aizu had arrived just in time to hear the name of the young man to whom he owed an apology. He stared blankly at the same place Sir was staring at. XXX. 3 rabbits later, some time later in the same once bustling tavern. Only 20 minutes at most had passed since Bell's departure. Bite was tied up with a rope and gagged, while Tiona mocked him as he writhed like a worm. The rest of the executives wore complicated expressions. This was due to Aizu's silence. They had thought she was upset when she suddenly stood up and left. However, she returned 2 minutes later. They all decided to ignore Aizu's silence and continued drinking, talking about trivial and funny topics. Even Bite had been released from his punishment on the condition that he no longer drink. Not that he really wanted to. Now that he was sober, he remained silent while feeling Aizu's inquisitive gaze, who was clearly annoyed with him. Then the doorbells rang loudly, announcing the arrival of a new customer. But he wasn't a customer as such, it was Otter. The atmosphere, which had become lively again, fell into a deathly silence due to the suffocating pressure caused by Otter's presence. His expression didn't help either. He was known for remaining calm at all times, however. The gleam in his eyes threatened to scare anyone who looked at him to death. Nobody dared to say a word in the presence of the only level 9 adventurer in the city, the king. Burrito, nope, I didn't make a mistake with his level. I'm going to alter the power levels a bit to make it a little more exciting, hee hee. Only one person stood up, looking directly at Otter with a rather serious expression. Otter. Otter turned to Finn before turning his gaze back to everyone in the tavern. His voice, strong and commanding, reached every corner of the place. I'm looking for an adventurer named Cranel. He has white hair and rubbered eyes. Has anyone seen him? They all recognized that description. They had seen him leave no more than 30 minutes ago, so they had the answer Otter wanted. However, no one spoke. Aizu, like everyone else, came to the wrong conclusion, believing that Bell had gotten into serious enough trouble that someone like Otter would personally come looking for him. That's why he decided to say nothing, believing it was a good way to repay Bite for mocking him. The others just felt sorry for the boy and thought they would do him the favor of not telling on him. Mamma Mia silently cleaned the glassware, and the waitresses kept quiet as they cleared the tables. Reporting a customer wasn't professional. Sir, on the other hand, said his silence was not due to what was professionally correct, but to his genuine concern for Bell. Even if they were for different reasons, everyone remained silent. The 3 top executives of the Loki family had also noticed Bell and his abrupt departure from the tavern, but they too remained silent. I see. When Otter became aware of everyone's deliberate silence, he made the air suffocating with just his breathing. Then I'll kill them all right here. The atmosphere changed. Otter was in no mood to tolerate such acts, and his bloodlust made everyone in the place pale and break out in a cold sweat. They couldn't move, they weren't allowed to. Their hearts were pounding wildly, and they could barely get any air into their lungs. When Otter gripped the hilt of his greatsword, those who were barely conscious saw their deaths coming. Mamma Mia frowned while the waitresses could barely stand. Otter. Then, right at the critical moment, Finn called Otter again. His serious face betrayed his intentions, and while he didn't show fear, there was a certain concern in his expression. He knew that even if it was Otter, he couldn't win if he fought all the Loki Familia executives and Mamma Mia at the same time. However, he seriously doubted he could achieve a victory without any casualties. That's why he decided to break his silence. He never thought about defending Belle, the idea hadn't even crossed his mind. Before I give you an answer about the boy, what is the reason you are looking for him? Furthermore, he felt no pain in his thumb. If there was a way to avoid a fight with the strongest adventurer in the city, he would undoubtedly choose it, even if it meant ruining someone else's life. But he wasn't heartless enough to say it so casually. At least he wanted to know the future of that young man. My goddess sent me for him. He's the family's newest recruit and a candidate to become its next captain. Otter understood Finn's intentions and gave a response at the same time as he let go of the grip of his weapon and stopped putting pressure on the atmosphere. But the silence continued. Unlike terror, it was now due to disbelief and bewilderment. They remained silent, unable to process the fact that the shy young man who had left not long ago belonged to the most powerful family in the city. And not only that, he was even a candidate for captain. Not even Sir, the one responsible for her brief stay at the tavern, knew. Her face showed it perfectly, so Mia didn't think to ask her what was obvious. Loki's executives remained silent upon learning that the boy with the weak appearance and frustrated expression was actually a member of the rival family and a candidate for captain. Shit, thought Bete. Everyone was surprised, especially Aizu. She felt a little relief knowing that Belle wasn't actually in danger and that he was, in fact, someone important. However, that relief turned to sorrow when she realized that it still didn't make up for the ridicule he'd endured. Her attempt to remain silent to help him proved unnecessary. I see, Finn nodded with his eyes closed. Then I have no problem telling you that he was here. He left recently, although I didn't see which way he went. After Finn's unhelpful response, Otter prepared to return and continue his search. However, Sir timidly approached, and I know where he went. She was so concerned for Belle that she put aside her personal problems and stepped up, also that Belle wouldn't get hurt in the dungeon by taking a rash risk. Dime, the dungeon. He went to the dungeon. Otter looked at her for a few seconds before turning around and leaving the place, heading towards the dungeon. When her presence vanished completely, the vast majority, if not all, breathed a sigh of relief. They thought sarcastically that they had experienced too many emotions for one day, but then Otter appeared again. The souls of many left their bodies upon seeing him once more. Then the king declared, I hope no one here has offended him. It's the only reason I can find for his reckless visit to the dungeon. Keep in mind that in the future he will decide whether your family cease to exist or not. A second later, Otter left, this time for good, leaving those present with much to think about. Bete frowned as he felt Aizu and Reveria's stares. Their eyes seemed to be looking at someone who was already dead. Finn, on the other hand, felt a slight twinge of pain in his thumb. That was bad in itself, and he needed to find out why. The night ended soon after, and everyone went home thanks to the atmosphere ruined by a chilling, murderous pressure. XXX. 3 bows after. In retrospect, Otter really wasn't the type of person who needed to ask for directions to find anyone. Simply doing it himself took him half the time it took to ask at that place. His behavior was strange, but it stemmed from a personal premonition. He was a warrior after all. He possessed a sixth sense that allowed him to know when a new warrior would be born. And not just any warrior. It was 10 p.m., 4 hours after Freya had summoned Belle. However, Otter didn't enter the dungeon and remained at the entrance. He said or did nothing, just waited patiently. He knew Freya would reprimand him, but he had a feeling. He doubted Belle had ignored his goddess's call for no reason, and he could only wait to find out what it was about. Surprise me, Belle Cranel. That was why he stayed on the sidelines waiting for Belle to return. XXX. 3 rabbits later. 3 hours later, Otter was still standing in the same spot. He wasn't impatient, on the contrary, he was curious about what he would see in Belle when he returned. It was early morning, past 1 a.m. He knew Freya would punish him, but he was prepared for it. After all, it was his fault from the start for allowing Belle to give his report to the guild. And finally, after a few more minutes of waiting, he caught a glimpse of a figure climbing the dungeon stairs. He knew it was Belle thanks to his white hair covered in red patches. He was a wreck covered in wounds. It was quite surprising that he was still standing. His shirt was ripped and he wasn't even wearing shoulder and elbow pads. He was completely exposed and covered in wounds from the waist up, from bruises and deep cuts covered in dried mud and bathed in his own blood. In his hands he wielded the low-quality daggers issued by the guild, though these were only the hilts. The blades had shattered at some point during the exploration. Everything indicated that he had had a desperate struggle between life and death from the moment he entered the dungeon until his release. Belle advanced slowly but surely, his gaze fixed on the ground. His whole body trembled, but he had reached the exit. When he looked up and saw that Otter was right in front of him, he gave a tired smile and collapsed to the ground. However, Otter supported him with an arm. Belle was aware that he was receiving help, but he didn't move away. The numbness made it so that he could no longer move any muscle in his body. Otterson. I want to be stronger. After those words, Belle fell unconscious. Otter had to carry him on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, walking slowly towards the family headquarters Folkvanger. He had heard Bel's words, which overflowed with ambition and willpower. He knew he would become someone as strong as him, so he couldn't help but have a certain respect for that desire. He was even willing to help him become stronger. Chapter 4: Magic and Abilities. Let the game begin. I felt strangely comfortable, as if I were being hugged by thousands and thousands of fluffy bunnies. In a way, it was strange, very strange. But it was one of the best sensations I had ever experienced, creating a powerful obsession with this type of feeling in my body. Then I opened my eyes. There was a white ceiling as white as my hair. In the center was a chandelier with embedded diamonds. I looked around, and I could only describe the place as a room that would be used by royalty from some faraway kingdom. It was spacious, subtly decorated in all the right places. A large mirror inlaid with silver and rubies, an unfamiliar but elegant wooden cabinet, and a ceramic vase on the surface of a glass bureau. The vase had two beautiful flowers, one pure white and the other purple with painted silver lines. Why do I feel that those flowers are representative? My head was still spinning even after my vision cleared. I tried to get up, but my body was too heavy. No, this is. I had already experienced this heaviness. It was the same feeling as the day after receiving Axelassen's confession. The weight was in my chest. I looked down and pulled back the sheets covering my body. There was Freya-sama, completely naked on top of me. I turned pale, but upon becoming aware of the softness and consistency of Freya-sama's bare breasts rubbing against my chest, I recovered more than enough. Red-faced and motionless, that's how I was. Then Freya-sama seemed to smile as she rubbed her cheek against mine. Belle, her sensual murmur sent shivers down my spine. How did I end up like this? I was sure that if one of the executives walked in right now and saw me, I'd be cut in half without a chance to explain. Freya-sama. I moved her gently, trying to wake her up while keeping my voice as low as possible. However, she didn't wake up. She seemed comfortable enough to even flash a cute smile on her pink lips. I ran out of ideas after that, and all I could do was pray that no one crossed the threshold of this room. I also wondered what on earth had happened to my shirt and pants. Did I even have my boxers on? The texture of Freya-sama's naked body didn't allow me to know for sure. What happened? I asked myself the same question for quite some time, until Freya-sama began to stir again. Her eyelids trembled gently, and her silver eyelashes twitched accordingly. Belle. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. When she seemed to focus on me clearly, her lips formed a relieved smile. You woke up, thank goodness. Freya-sama. I had to look away so I couldn't see her bare breasts. She was completely free of any clothing, and having stood up, she now exposed her entire upper body to me. But she didn't seem to mind. She almost felt like he was doing it on purpose. Yes, Belle, if I may ask, why are we in this position? Oh, that. Then Freya-sama brought one of her slender fingers to her lips, forming a flirtatious smile as she looked at me with a certain passion. We had quite an intense night, Belle. When I understood what he meant, I certainly lost the color in my face. That was the last thing I felt before everything went black. XXX. 3 rabbits fainted later. Freya smiled contentedly as Belle collapsed, pale and lifeless. Of course, she had lied about the intense night, she just wanted to see him embarrassed. He's so cute. She decided it had been worth it, and lay down next to him again, rubbing their naked bodies together until Belle regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw that Freya was still naked rubbing against him, he burst out wildly, Freya-sama, please get dressed. Freya covered her chest with one of her arms, showing a sad face. Wow, that's awful. You have the goddess of beauty completely naked in bed and you're not going to do anything about it. What? She flashed a seductive smile that asked why he wasn't doing anything, then shrugged, disappointed. Belle's pride took a heavy blow, but that was normal for him. If the executives found out that he, a measly level 1 and complete novice, had laid a finger on Freya, they wouldn't hesitate to tear him to pieces. I would die at the hands of Ottarson and the others if I did that. Well, that may be true. Freya's refusal to deny it only made Belle more afraid. She acted with a mocking air as she stood up and walked over to the large wardrobe. She had momentarily given up on getting Belle to make a move on her, so she decided it was best to get dressed. Of course, she would do it in front of him. What am I doing? Why can't I stop looking at her? What? Belle couldn't take his eyes off Freya's naked body. He could see her bare back as well as her voluptuous round bottom. It moved charmingly with every step Freya took. Of course, it wasn't Freya's charm, that didn't even have any effect on Belle. It was simply his instincts as a man awakening at the sight of the erotic, curvaceous body before him. Unable to look away, he took in the enchanting sight. Long, slender legs, a perfect waist, a smooth, white bottom painted with light pink undertones. When Freya bent down to put on her underwear, Belle was able to perfectly glimpse the forbidden pink fruit squashed between her white buttocks. He was defeated by his own manly instincts. He felt bad but at the same time good. It was almost too stimulating to look at. Oh well. When Freya noticed Belle's inquisitive gaze, she flashed a playful smile and began to sway her hips from side to side. It was amusing to watch him follow the movement of his hips as if they were a pendulum clock. You like looking at my body but not touching it. You're a pervert, Belle. Belle jumped when he was discovered. He was too embarrassed to explain or even look Freya in the eye, so he covered himself with the sheets. The way he was trembling made him look like a nervous, adorable ghost. Freya simply smiled contentedly and finished dressing. Then he walked to the bed and sat down on the edge of the mattress. I'm already dressed, you can look. Belle didn't trust those words because of their saccharine tone, so he gradually revealed himself. When he saw her dressed, if you could even call it appropriate clothing, undressed completely. Freya wore her usual tight-fitting dress that covered only the essentials to the point that it wasn't hard to imagine the rest. She was definitely a terrifying weapon, at least to Belle. Do you like what you see? You look cute, Freya-sama. Freya sighed. Looks like I'll have to be patient with you, huh? Hey, patient, forget it, it doesn't matter now. Instead, explain why you stood me up yesterday, okay? Belle trembled. Freya had crawled up to him on the bed, cornering him until their noses touched. She was smiling, but her eyes definitely weren't. Belle concluded that she was upset, extremely upset, after being stood up at last night's romantic dinner. I knew I would get reprimanded for that. Feeling Freya's warm breath, Belle nodded. Before I explain, could I get dressed? Oh, Freya narrowed her eyes with a hint of indignation. Belle could only tremble. Besides ignoring my question, you're asking me for something. You should be grateful I left you in your underwear, Belle. I felt sorry for you when I saw you in such a bad state in the early hours, so I let you rest. But now that you're recovered, nothing prevents me from undressing you and making you mine, does it? Why, yes, I'm sorry, Freya-sama. I don't need to get dressed. I'll tell you what happened, so please have mercy on me. I'm all right, but you'll have to give me a reward. What is it you want? Belle's stupidity led him to a position where his virginity was in danger. Getting to that point was crazy enough, to say the least. If Axella were to find out that he slept with a completely naked Freya, she would surely castrate him with a rusty razor. And if you added to that the coincidence that the executives also found out, Belle was practically dead. Foo-foo, how adorable. Freya looked at him with a hint of mockery in her eyes. She definitely wouldn't tell Belle that she would never allow others to hurt him. It would take the fun out of his terrified reactions. Let's see. He seemed to think for a moment about what to order, although in reality he already knew what to order from the beginning. I want you to have breakfast with me every day, oh, and call me by my name. Forget the Sama. Belle opened his eyes, bewildered. Oh, just that. Then I don't have a problem, but... Instead of refuting with, so you could get in trouble if I asked for something. Freya raised an eyebrow, but if I start calling her by her name in front of others, well, I'll die. Seeing him quite nervous, Freya could only nod. She couldn't deny something that was true. The other employees, although loyal to Freya and following her orders to the letter, would not tolerate a newcomer calling her by her name so casually. Even if they didn't do anything to him, the resentment would build up until it exploded, and by then, it would truly be a disaster for Belle. Certainly you could die. Again, the fact that he didn't deny such an atrocity made Belle break out in a cold sweat. Even so, he felt relieved to have been freed from that burden. However, Freya smiled slyly and suggested, then call me by my name when we're alone, okay? Oh, but since it's a partial reward, you'll have to do something else. Freya's voice became melodic, taking on a seductive tone capable of enchanting anyone. When she approached and pressed her breasts against Belle's chest, he swallowed hard. Her face was as red as a tomato. Freya, you're so close. Hearing him call her by name only motivated her to continue. She was happy to see him keep his word immediately, but she wouldn't be satisfied with just that either. Freya wanted something. Because you refuse to call me by my name in front of everyone, you'll have to kiss me. To say he was speechless wasn't quite right, because he actually had so much to say that he didn't know where to begin. To put it simply, he was momentarily stunned upon hearing Freya's request. It wasn't just any request after all. It was about kissing a goddess of beauty, the one considered the queen of sensuality and eroticism, called queen and desired by all men. How do I get out of this? But Belle didn't think about how lucky he was. Rather, he categorized this situation as unfortunate. He thought of Axella. If she found out about this, death was the best fate that awaited her. No, she might not even receive a reprimand or punishment. However, he thought Axella would probably cry, like that night in the cabin where she had shed tears for being left out. Belle considered that seeing her cry was 1,000 times worse than death. Freya. So she thought of something. Yes, Belle, will you give me the kiss? Come on, you'll like it. Freya showed some impatience, pressing her breasts harder against Belle's body. But he did not back down. "I haven't had my first kiss yet," he said, completely embarrassed. Seeing him like that and hearing him say such a thing surprised Freya. Of course, she knew Belle was too pure and innocent, but she never thought he still hadn't had his first kiss. Not after meeting Axella, the young woman who accompanied him and initially refused outright to join his family. Even then, while cursing Freya, Axella had brazenly pressed her breasts against Belle's body as she dragged him away. Because of this, Freya believed they had already reached a certain level of intimacy. But it wasn't like that, they haven't even kissed. Knowing this made Freya break into a radiant smile. She slowly leaned close to Belle's ear, then murmured seductively, "That's all the more reason for you to give me one. I want to be first in everything. Even if you want to go further, you can take my body and do whatever you want." When Freya bit his ear, Belle exploded. That demonic whisper had sent his teenage imagination completely into overdrive. "I can't give in to temptation. As much as I want to kiss her, and as much as I want a harem, my first kiss will be with Axelassin and no one else. My first times belong to her." Upon remembering Axella's blossoming smile as well as her lips resembling cotton plums, Belle took Freya by the shoulders and made his offer. "I am not ready yet, but in exchange for that, could it be a kiss on the cheek?" Freya remained silent. If she was honest, she'd seen all this coming. Even if she wasn't lying about offering her body to Belle right now, she knew Belle didn't have the guts to take her, so she decided to use it to corner him and see his cute reactions. Fine, that's why he didn't resist. He shrugged and sighed in defeat, but not before adding a condition. "However, I'll give you one too. No objections, or I'll have to issue a divine order and make you take me by force, understood?" "Oh, understood, Freya. Then, with your permission." "Be gentle." Belle mustered his courage and took Freya by the shoulders, who jumped slightly at the feel of Belle's fingers on her body. Nervous but confident, Belle took a breath and placed a small kiss on Freya's cheeks, which had a soft texture and gave off a captivating aroma. On the other hand, Freya blushed slightly as she felt Belle's soft, moist lips on her cheek. It had felt so good that it even warmed her somewhat. "My turn." Without wasting any time, she cupped Belle's cheek, looking at him with flirtatious eyes before leaning in and kissing him on the cheek. Unlike the shy kiss Belle had given her, this one was fiery and passionate. "Tell you this is..." Belle felt a shiver. It had been far too stimulating to be just a kiss on the cheek, and she could barely control the blush on her face. It became even more intense when Freya traced his cheek with her warm, wet tongue. She had licked him, and that in itself was quite stimulating. "Okay, that's enough for now," she said with a sweet smile, letting Belle catch her breath and recover. "It was a lovely kiss, Belle." I'd agree, Freya, your kiss was quite burning." "That's what Belle's eyes said." "Fufu, I'm glad to hear it. I loved yours." Thank you." "You're welcome." Freya blushed a little when she saw how cute Belle looked, but when she became aware of his appearance, she coughed discreetly and stood up. "Okay, now get dressed. We need to have breakfast, and while you're at it, you can tell me what you did yesterday." She flashed a smile that didn't reach her eyes, went straight to the table for two and took a seat. Belle could only obey, starting to get dressed. For some reason, there was a dress in his size in Freya's wardrobe. And of course, he felt her eyes devouring him as he dressed in front of her. XXX. Three rabbits dressed later. "I'm all ears. What did you do yesterday? Don't leave out any details." "Why yes." "Yes what? Why yes, Freya." "Fufu, that's better. Continue." "Well, what happened was... after being fed by Freya, I was demanded an explanation for my blatant insubordination." She wore a smile, but her eyes were so cold they were almost inhuman. "I had to tell her everything. From Ottarsson saving my life from the Minotaur, where she told me she had ordered him to keep an eye on me in case anything happened, to my reckless dash into the dungeon. After explaining my battle with the Minotaur, I passed on my report to Einassin. I didn't have a good feeling when Freya twisted her lips in disgust, and it was practically the same when I spoke about Siasin and my brief stay at the tavern. Is he silently jealous of me? I wasn't stupid enough to tell him we were nothing and that he shouldn't get upset, so I kept talking. I mostly left out the werewolf's words because I already had a way of returning the favor and then some. Then I went to the dungeon, where I fought to my limit. MH, I'm listening. XXX. Rabbit flashback. After hearing the werewolf's words, I ran toward the dungeon. I was upset, but not with him, with myself. Even if it was truly unpleasant to see him criticize others without restraint, he hadn't told a single lie regarding my weakness. I never asked to be weak, nor would anyone in the world. And while being weak wasn't bad, at least for me, remaining weak was. Because I reluctantly refused to accept not being able to protect the important people in my life. That was why I, someone weak, longed to be strong. To save the girl in distress, to protect my loved ones, to shelter those who chose to remain weak, to be a hero. After reaching the dungeon entrance, I quickly went downstairs to vent the rage that was consuming me from within. My current level and the 2 days I'd spent as an adventurer allowed me to go down to the second floor, but that didn't really matter now. He had survived the 5th floor even if it was by luck. To overcome that luck and make it an achievement of his own, he had to survive on floors below that one. It was an action to prove myself. I ran into several goblins along the way, but I cut them all down with the daggers that Einasen kindly replenished for me. From completely severing their heads to driving steel blades into their skulls. Skill didn't matter, only killing them mattered. I kept going down, killing everything in my path. Whenever I was cornered, I fought my way out using my body. Kicks, headbutts, not only were daggers being used as weapons, my body, overflowing with adrenaline and euphoria, was too. Some time later, I found myself alone on the 7th floor. I looked around, but there were no monsters to be seen, only magic stones scattered on the floor. It wasn't that I felt a sense of accomplishment after cleaning the 7th floor. How could I expect to become strong if I was content with something as small as the 7th floor? A few seconds later, the sound of walls tearing apart echoed throughout the place. The dungeon was giving birth to new monsters, and I was waiting for them. It wasn't long before a large group charged at my head. It was made up of war shadows, goblins, and kobolds. They were easily over 40, but it didn't matter. Nothing but my desire for strength mattered now. I screamed as loudly as I could, exerting my will against theirs. The stampede resembled an immense wave capable of consuming everything, and I charged against that disaster. But I didn't let myself be consumed. I fought desperately, slashing at anything that came near me. Although I was frequently being torn apart by their attacks, their numbers were slowly dwindling. I lost track of time. I had so many opponents that my weapons were destroyed and my blood-soaked body staggered weakly, but there were no monsters left. I had hunted them all down, and even if I hadn't come out unscathed, at least for me, that was an achievement. Then I wandered aimlessly, blindly searching for the exit. My armor and even my polo shirt were destroyed, so I was cold. Even so, after wandering around for quite a while, I found the exit. That's where I ran into Otterson. End of Rabbit flashback. XXX. That's what happened. After falling unconscious, I don't remember anything until today when I woke up with you. I see. You were quite impulsive and irresponsible, Belle. I lowered my gaze when she reprimanded me. I was prepared, but I still felt bad seeing her point out my mistakes. I'm sorry. As long as you don't do anything so risky again, I'll forgive you. I couldn't bear to lose you, do you understand? Yes, I won't rush into anything again. If that's what you say, I'll believe you, so since I've finished scolding you. Having said that, Freya stood up. I wondered if he was in a hurry to go somewhere else, or if he had something else pending, since I needed to ask him to update my status. But just as I was about to tell him, his arms wrapped around me. She was hugging me. Why? I had heard that she wasn't kind to those who disappointed her expectations, and that, on the contrary, she even went so far as to throw them out of the family or exclude them like outcasts. But he was hugging me so affectionately, without lust, without ill intentions, just a deep desire for love. Freya, what's wrong? My question was ignored. She just kept hugging me warmly, just like a mother would with her child. Perhaps that's why she felt no lust but comfort and relief. It's true that I care about you. You're the most important thing to me now, ever since the day I saw you. You completely captivated me. It was love at first sight, you know. Love at first sight? I swallowed audibly at Freya's unexpected confession. I didn't know what to do, my face a mask of shock. Yes, the moment I saw you I knew you were my otter, but you seem to need time to accept me. No one has ever denied the love of a goddess of beauty. Did you know that? Fufu, do you like playing hard to get, Belle? Well, there will be more time to talk alone. If your desire is to become stronger, I won't stop you, but once you achieve it, promise me you'll give my love an answer, okay? I didn't think the way she asked was fair. She wasn't begging or demanding, she was simply making her desire clear. I also never imagined that my goddess would declare her love for me in this way, and it wasn't unpleasant either since it was a step towards my dream. The problem was whether she would accept my dream, since she might react like Axelassen, but that could be left for when the time came. I promise, Freya, I spoke in a low but firm voice, still feeling his arms around me. When I become powerful enough, I will give you my answer as well as tell you about my second goal in life. It's a promise. Freya seemed satisfied, for she released me from her embrace. Slowly she walked to the bed where she sat down and slapped the surface of the mattress with her hand. So shall we update your status? I want to see how much you've progressed in a day. After all, I have high expectations of you. I nodded as I walked towards her. Please, okay, take off your shirt. Why yes, XXX. Narrator mode bar ons. After a deep skin-to-skin contact, Freya finally transferred Belle's state to a leaf, getting off his back and sitting to one side. He maintained a rather superficial expression, concealing his impression of Belle's skills and statistics as he handed him the status sheet. Done. It's the first time I've seen such rapid growth. I must say I'm quite impressed, Belle. Belle remained silent as he looked at his status. That, along with Freya's words, almost brought tears to his eyes. Congratulations, you've obtained your first skill, or should I say your second, along with a magic spell. Second, did I get two at the same time? Freya shook her head gently with a smile. No, you already had one when I gave you my Falna, see for yourself. Bell looked at his report a second time, carefully reading its contents. The further he read, the harder he tried not to let out a scream and start jumping around like a happy rabbit. XXX. State bellcranel Freya family LV1. Basic skills, strength, E403 B701. Stamina, H199 F355. Dexterity, E434 C650. Agility, D521 A817. Magic, I0. Magic, Radius Ephesios. Reinforcement and attack magic. Envelops the user in lightning armor, exponentially increasing defense and physical ability. Control of the rays at will. Activation chant, give me divine power, god of lightning, Radius Ephesians. Abilities, hero's wish. Exponentially increases the user's growth. The effects last as long as the user desires. The stronger the desire, the faster the growth. It nullifies divine effects. Great Sage support skill, XXX. Bell was completely dumbfounded, remaining in endless silence. He didn't know if his eyes were playing tricks on him or if he was really seeing things correctly. Because if that were the case, it was truly insane. I gained 966 points in my basic stats. Thinking that this was a dream became more believable than accepting an absurd growth like the one I had obtained. After reviewing his basic skills, he moved on to the magic section. He had magic, and he couldn't believe it no matter how many times he read it, more than 10 times. Magic. He murmured, I have magic, Freya, and it sounds really cool. Freya smiled at seeing him happy, then sighed and said with a defeated smile, and here I was wanting to give you your first magic trick. Your strange growth won me over. Bell didn't even hear Freya's woes. He was so engrossed in his state, especially when he reached the skills section where his gaze fell upon hero's wish. Does growth increase exponentially? What does that mean, Freya? That's exactly right. Your growth is so absurd it would be insulting to compare it to the growth of other adventurers. Fufu, that's thanks to that skill, Bell. Do you really want to be a hero that badly? Fufu, how cute. I see my state exposed me, huh? Bell curled his lips into a blank smile, staring at nothing in particular while dying of embarrassment inside. Don't worry, Freya said with a flirty smile. I wouldn't mind if you were my hero, you know. Please don't make fun of me, Freya. You know I'm not playing around. Freya looked at Bell with desire, but he looked away, completely embarrassed. Time passed in awkward silence until Freya let out a disappointed sigh. Well, now let me explain why I didn't tell you about this ability from the beginning and why I hid it. What? Freya nodded at Bell's bewilderment. The reason is that you're incredibly incredulous as well as an open book. I didn't want you to accidentally divulge your ability and attract unwanted attention from other families. Freya gently took Bell's hand in hers, conveying her feelings. After all, there are several families that would try to snatch you from my arms while you're still weak. One of them is the Lucifer family, to snatch me away from you. Yes, and I don't want that. It's the last thing I would want in this eternal life, because you're what I love most, Bell. And I wouldn't want to go to another family either. I feel comfortable here. Fufu, I'm glad to hear that. Do you mean you don't want to leave my side? When Bell noticed that Freya was going down daring paths, he looked away with a noticeable blush on his cheeks, concentrating on the last skill on the status sheet. Freya noticed but smiled amusedly as she let it go. Then she asked something completely different. Do you understand your second skill? Honestly, no. What do you mean by support skills? The information doesn't say much. I don't know either. I've never seen a skill like that. Although coming from you it doesn't surprise me. Freya shrugged, making Bell feel discouraged. Then he stroked her hair and with a sweet smile said to her, don't worry, sooner or later you'll find out what it's for. I'm sure it's something amazing and it's no wonder since you're my fiancé after all. What do you mean promised? We'll talk about it another time. As much as I want to be with you, I can't stand in your way. We'll talk about commitment when you're stronger, okay? Belle did not answer that last part. She was trying her best to process Freya's words, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't quite grasp it. It was simply shocking news that sent chills down her spine. Freya noticed but smiled innocently and walked over to one of the shelves in the room. After taking a blank book, she returned to the bed with Belle. Stop thinking so much and take this, it's a gift from me. A gift. Belle took the book Freya offered him. It was a thick white cover with runic engravings on the edges, and despite the time it had spent on the shelf, it didn't have a speck of dust on it. Her eccentric and striking appearance made Belle completely forget about the topic of marriage. It's a grimoire, I want you to read it, Freya explained. I will support you in your dreams, and this is only the first of many times I will do so. Freya. So accept it and get stronger, Belle. If it's you, I'm sure you can become a great hero. Belle remained silent as he gazed at Freya and the smile that graced her lovely lips. A tingle ran through his body, and he could barely suppress a blush at how beautiful Freya looked with her smile. Thank you so much. Freya remained silent at Belle's pure and honest gratitude. She found it so sweet and irresistible, so she smiled as she stood up to avoid temptation. Okay, then go and do your best. I'll be waiting for you tonight and I hope you don't stand me up this time, okay? He said that with a smile that didn't reach his silver eyes. It was quite obvious that if such a scenario were to happen again, Belle's virginity would have to pay the price. Belle trembled to his bones when he realized that. Why yes, it won't happen again. I'll see you tonight, Freya. Yes, I'm looking forward to it, Belle. Shortly afterwards, Belle left the room, leaving Freya alone, who smiled as she watched him leave. Now, putting that aside, the reprimand Otter received for not taking Belle to Freya was none, really. He had completely healed Belle, as well as dressed him in new clothes to make him presentable and hand him over to Freya as a life-sized pillow. She felt no remorse for having used him as a bargaining chip to escape punishment, and she did see it from a different point of view. It was also her revenge for having made him look bad in front of Freya by going with Ina and then to the bar. The fact that Belle woke up wearing only his boxers was thanks to Freya, who wanted to feel as much of her beloved skin as possible, which she successfully achieved. XXX. After leaving Freya's room, Belle ran through the long, wide corridors of headquarters, heading to the dining area designated exclusively for the executives of the Freya family. As a candidate for the next captain, he had certain privileges, and he wanted to establish a good relationship with his teammates. "Good morning," he shouted with a friendly smile, but it was not well received by those present. "Keep quiet or I'll cut your throat." Belle felt an immense thirst for blood emanating from Alan Formal, who had abruptly silenced him. It wasn't as if Belle could refuse the order of a level 8 adventurer who was also the family's vice-captain. "Good morning, stupid rabbit." A second voice called to Belle, and he turned to face the owner. There, seated across the large table, was an elf with blonde hair and coral eyes, a level 8 adventurer whose position in the family was no less than Alan's. Good morning, Hedinson." Belle was unable to maintain eye contact with Hedin. He was sensitive to stares, and even if that weren't the case, everyone's intentions toward him were quite clear. The rabbit comes out of the burrow and dares to give his greetings in the absence of the moon. Of course, there was one exception. Even Belle, who was confident in his perception based on looks, couldn't fully understand the dark elf who spoke in a rather peculiar way. Although that didn't change the fact that he was still a LV-8 as well as a user of a cursed weapon just like him. "Oh damn it, you dare speak to us." "To us?" At such a low level. But that wasn't the end of it, the strangest part was yet to come. These were the Gulliver brothers, 4 level 7 Palams and the last executives of the family. It was also unnecessary to point out their clear contempt for Belle, who enjoyed Freya's undivided attention. WL. Belle tried to find Otter among those present, but he wasn't there. Therefore, he forced a nervous smile as he said goodbye. "I'll leave then." Having failed in her attempt to socialize, she chose to withdraw and go to her next destination. She walked for a while until she reached a room door. He played a couple of times before speaking. "Axelasson, good morning, it's Belle, are you awake?" She didn't have to wait long for the door to be half-opened, revealing a bit of Axella's hair as well as one of her half-closed eyes peeking out. Something to highlight is that a subtle feeling of repressed anger as well as resentment was imbued in the surface of her eyes. "Ho, so you didn't forget I existed, Belle." "Ah, that Axelasson, may I come in?" Belle grew nervous when he heard Axella's cold, ruthless voice, fearing she was having a fit of rage so early in the morning. Axella, however, showed no symptoms of having it. "And why should I let you, rabbit?" "Because I want to see you, Axelasson. Will you let me in? Let's talk." Axella was unable to respond to Belle's bold and well-formulated words. He had gradually gained some practice dealing with her, since with the mere mention of "see you" and "let's talk," Axella would turn as red as a tomato as she opened the door and let him in. "It's always the same, he makes me angry and then puts on that cute face while saying words that soften my heart." Of course, she was aware of that herself, so she formed a cute pout while internally criticizing herself. "Come in, idiots." Thanks, Belle wasted no time and went inside, hearing Axella lock the door. It was unsettling, but they both sat down on the edge of the mattress next to each other. They were so close that Belle could feel Axella's legs rubbing against his. They were both a little nervous, but Axella's face showed more sadness than nervousness because she hadn't seen Belle for a whole day. When Belle tried to speak, Axella interrupted him. "What were you doing yesterday and why didn't you arrive? I was so worried, I thought something bad had happened to you." "Axelasson." "Please, Belle, I don't want lies. Tell me what happened yesterday that kept you from coming to dinner with me." "Okay." Belle couldn't bear Axella's sad expression. She genuinely cared about him. Because of that, he had no choice but to tell her the truth. And that truth, the further it progressed, the more it made Axella show signs of wanting to cry. The part where she almost died at the hands of the Minotaur was what made her explode. Why are you taking too many risks?" she asked in a low voice filled with sadness. You're saying that if it weren't for the family captain, you'd be dead right now, a cold corpse. Does your life matter so little? Axella couldn't bear it any longer. She felt too fragile to scream, so she gripped Belle's hands tightly, conveying her anger and sorrow. Going down to floors forbidden by your advisor, facing monsters stronger than you, are you brave or stupid? Don't you care about dying knowing I'll be waiting for you every day? Knowing I'll regret my death for the rest of my life. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping into her lap. She couldn't bring herself to look Belle in the eye for fear he'd see her cry again, so she kept her head down. But despite not being able to speak properly because of the involuntary sobs escaping from her lips, she continued to reprimand Belle, who stood motionless, not knowing how to respond. Knowing how much I love you and that I would do anything for you to accept me right now, you still put your life at risk. How can you be so stupid, you idiot? Answer me. Axella's outburst and demand were more than justified, and Belle knew it. He understood that his actions had been stupid and reckless, and that he had almost lost his life, leaving his partner alone. All because of his arrogance in believing he could overcome anything when he was clearly still a novice. I want to be strong, Axelassin, enough to protect you from anything so I can have you by my side forever. I want to be strong so I never lose someone important again. But what's the point if you die in the process, you idiot? Belle smiled derisively, then took Axella's cheek in his hand and made her look at him. Seeing tears on her pretty face, he used both thumbs to wipe them away. Axella seemed to resist being seen, but he wouldn't let her look away. I know it won't happen again. I'll become strong so I can fulfill my desire to be a hero, both for you and for anyone in danger. I won't die either, I promise. Do you promise? Belle nodded with a smile, gently stroking Axella's cheeks. Yes, I will never leave your side, even if you want me to. You idiot, I would never ask for that. Seeing Axella burst into a lovely bright pink, Belle chuckled softly as he went to stroke her obsidian black hair. Axella took an even more timid stance as she felt Belle's fingers tracing her hair, shrinking adorably into a ball of tenderness at the mercy of her beloved. Would you forgive my selfishness just this once, Axelassin? Since you seem sorry, I wouldn't mind doing it. She babbled adorably, and Belle could barely restrain himself from wrapping her in a tight hug. Of course, Axella knew that she was also being selfish by wanting Belle to stay with her and stop taking risks, but that was her wish, that Belle be out of danger. Because he knew he wouldn't be able to bear her loss, and he knew he would go crazy as he had in the past, because Belle was the only valuable thing he had in his life. You're already my hero, you idiot, you have been since that day. She tried to control her embarrassment, and when she succeeded, she hugged Belle tightly. He was surprised, but soon smiled and continued stroking her hair. It was a hug filled with love and longing that brought them both peace. They didn't even think about separating so they could continue talking. Will you go back to the dungeon? Yes, I need to keep getting stronger. Besides, I've gained some magic and skill, and I want to put them to use. Magic on your third day as an adventurer, that's incredible, isn't it? You're definitely amazing, no wonder I chose you as my future husband, Fufu. Belle blushed when Axella said that in a soft, tender voice. It was too difficult to respond when she acted so directly, especially with their bodies pressed so close together. I have no problem if you accept. Axella shouted, tightening the hug even more and rubbing her large breasts against Belle. My answer is still no to your stupid harem, give up. Ha ha, at least I tried. Normally, Axella would have punished him severely for even mentioning the harem again, but she wasn't in the mood. Besides, they were currently embracing and she really didn't want to stop. Therefore, she pressed her breasts even more against Belle, intending to make him think about her body and not something as silly as a harem. HMPH, you're hopeless, you womanizing rabbit. Axelassin, your breasts are so close I can feel your. I know you love feeling them, Belle. I can't deny it. Seeing him blush made Axella feel satisfied. It was better for her that Belle knew he had her whole body to himself, and that if he behaved, she wouldn't mind rewarding him like she was doing now. While it was incredibly embarrassing, it was nothing compared to what they would have to do once they consummated their love. Therefore, letting her feel her nipples wasn't a big deal. But my heart is about to burst. She thought to herself while enduring the shame she felt inside. By the way, Belle, on the other hand, decided to enjoy the incredible feeling Axella gave him, and while he did so, he started a conversation. How are your classes with Heathson going? Axella sighed as soon as she heard it, forgetting her own embarrassment. They're going well, though I'd rather go to the dungeon with you than be taking healing classes. They're boring. But if you improve your use of it, you'll be able to heal me if I get hurt. It's incredible magic, isn't it? If you put it that way, then I don't mind having obtained that magic. Like Belle, Axella gained magic when she was granted the Fauna of Freya, which was healing magic. Because of this, Freya astutely assigned her to the medical corps under the command of Heath, a healer on par with Armid Tezenair. Oh right. Still hugging, Belle was about to say goodbye when he remembered something important. He was nervous, but he did his best to keep his composure. Axella, huh, did you just call me without an honorific? Axella's cheeks flushed a lovely color as she looked at Belle. Her eyes sparkled with a sweet excitement. Belle thought Axella was definitely the most beautiful woman, and while he had that in mind, he spoke. The answer you asked me for about your feelings in Grandpa's cabin, I'll give it to you when I'm strong enough to stand by it. But Axella's heart began to beat strongly, so strongly that even Belle could feel it due to the closeness of their bodies. She didn't seem bothered by being ignored when she asked her questions, nor did she seem to think about it at all. She just stared silently at Belle, waiting for him to finish. Belle was aware of that, and as his face turned as red as beets, he forced himself to finish what he had started. I want you to know that I love you very much. Happiness flooded Axella's entire being. She felt that if she didn't control herself, she would burst into pathetic tears. She hugged Belle even tighter, almost knocking him onto his back. She was so happy she could have kissed him without him even asking. I love you too, no, I love you, Belle. Like nothing else in this life and the next, I love you. Thank you, Axellason. Hey, you used the honorific again. Idiot fool, Belle laughed at Axella's sweet tantrum, who had stopped hugging him to hit him in the chest. Haha, I'll say it without the honorific when we're officially dating. Will, I have to go, it's getting late, see you later. Why yes, take good care of yourself and good luck, Belle. Normally Axella wouldn't let him go so easily, but she had been caught off guard by that when we're dating, and her senses became obsolete as she bid Belle farewell with a cute smile and an intense blush on her cheeks. Shortly after Belle left, she too began attending healing magic classes with Heath. Even though she disliked seeing the faces of the other members of this familia, she was willing to endure it for the sake of her beloved. XXX. That was so embarrassing, I felt like I was dying of embarrassment. I had a feeling I had taken one of thousands and thousands of steps on the path of the harem, and I almost imagined seeing grandfather smiling from beyond, applauding my audacity. But that doesn't matter, I'll think about it when the time comes. Now I must return to the dungeon. I snapped out of my trance and slapped my cheeks, calming the blush. Then I went to my room to get Grandpa's cursed sword. I still felt some reluctance to use it, but it was all I had after breaking the ones the guild provided me. There was the option of requesting a replacement, but I remember hearing from Einassen that I had to pay this time. And besides that, I'm lacking a good suit of armor. I looked at my clothes, which consisted of pants, a black t-shirt, and a sand-brown jacket. There was nothing metallic covering my chest, shoulders, or knees. He was going to jail practically as a civilian, and that in itself was pretty crazy. I'll have to save up and buy one next week. For now, let's go try out my magic. I left the headquarters with enthusiasm, ignoring the hostile looks of those training on the battlefield. Soon, I found myself on the streets heading towards the dungeon, thinking about how to explain to Einassen that she had to go down to the 7th or 8th floor. I had breakfast with Freya, but I'm still a little hungry. I thought that, and my stomach growled softly. When my stomach agreed with my thoughts, I walked past a Jayagamarukan stand. It was a meal of French fries coated with various flavored sauces. Despite having eaten them for a whole week while we were still without family, Axella, and I didn't get tired of the taste, they were truly delicious. I stopped and approached the lady behind the stall. Excuse me, could I have 2 Jayagamarukan, please? I'll have a dozen with extra dressing, please. When I heard someone speak at the same time as me, I reflexively turned to that person to apologize and give them my seat. While it was surprising that someone would ask for a dozen, he was sure it wasn't just for her since something like that wasn't possible. What I didn't expect was that this person would seem familiar. It was the young woman with golden hair and eyes I'd seen in the tavern the other day. The strongest swordswoman, Izu Wallenstein. She was an executive of the Loki Familia and a level 7 adventurer. She seemed to recognize me. She didn't look as expressionless as she had the night in the tavern, and now that we were close, I could even confirm that she was truly beautiful. Oh, sorry, I'll wait, so go ahead. I offered my seat with a smile, hoping this unexpected encounter would soon be over. Of course, it was also due to my upbringing as a gentleman to yield to women, but this time I was inclined to avoid engaging in a hostile conversation with someone from my own rival family. Thank you. Mrs. Wallenstein agreed with an almost imperceptible smile, and I nodded in agreement. She didn't seem to have any intention of starting a fight here, and I really thanked heaven for that. A level 1 like me would be reduced to ashes if we were to fight. I took a breath and relaxed while I waited my turn, thinking about my biggest problem. Well, now I just need to think of a way to convince Einassen to let me go down more floors. I don't think showing her my status sheet will be enough since she'll think I forged it. It's understandable that she doesn't believe me just by looking at my progress report. No one could have such explosive progress in 3 days as I did, so the only way was to have her review my report in person. Einassen knew a little about the divine language, so it wouldn't be a problem. At least she hoped so. Excuse me, you're Cranel, right? The moment I managed to solve my problem, Mrs. Wallenstein's voice gently called my name. I looked up, incredulous. The woman was busy preparing the order of French fries, and Mrs. Wallenstein seemed to want to start a conversation while she waited for her order. I didn't find it strange at all. Do you know my name? But what surprised me was that she knew me. I didn't remember exchanging information with her, and we hadn't even spoken before today. I had only been an adventurer for 3 days, so it was impossible to have a connection that linked me to a renowned figure like her. Yes, she said, nodding gently. I heard it from a waitress at the fertility clinic. Oh, is that so? The surprise that had taken me by surprise vanished as soon as I heard Mrs. Wallenstein's explanation. The image of Ciesin came to mind since she was the only one who knew my name. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. Yes, I'm Belle, it's a pleasure to meet you. I extended my hand, now a little more relaxed, certain that this was just an absurd coincidence unleashed by Ciesin. I smiled as best I could, waiting for her to take my hand, which didn't take long. Nice to meet you, I'm Izu from the Loki family, she said with a faint blush on her cheeks. His words reminded me that our families were enemy factions and that we shouldn't exchange words so lightly. After all, his family was considered the second strongest after mine. Yes, I know your name, Wallensteinson, but despite knowing this, I continued the conversation, which led to an awkward silence where no one said anything. I certainly didn't know what else to say, but I wasn't the one who started the conversation. I expected at least some effort from her as she stared at me blankly. As I wondered how much longer it would take the lady to complete Wallensteinson's order, she shrank back as she said something I hadn't expected at all. I just leveled up to LV 8, huh, congratulations. Level 8 is incredible at such a young age. It took me by surprise, but I made the effort to catch up and congratulate her properly. Thank you. It wasn't much to thank me for, but I honestly wondered what this was all about. It seemed like some kind of threat, which I hoped it wasn't. If something like that were to happen, it would be a bloodbath against me. I understand you recently became an adventurer. From the Freya family, is that right? Why yes, today is my 3rd day, I see, be careful in the dungeon. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Just when I couldn't think of anything else to say, the lady from the chip stand placed a bag full of Jayagamarukuns on the counter. Her face was adorned with a smile of pride in her work. Here's your dozen Jayagammarukun, that's 360 volleys. Thank you. I watched eagerly as Wallensteinson paid and took his order, then glanced at me while waving goodbye with his free hand. See you, Belle, take care, ah yes, likewise. I stared at her for a few seconds until her figure grew small in the distance. It had been quite strange, since she was a top-class executive striking up a conversation with a complete stranger like me. I was glad to know that she wasn't violent and brusque like the executives in my family, but I still wondered why she showed interest in a novice nobody like me. Here are your 2 Jayagamarukun, young man, that'll be 60 volleys. Ah, thank you, ma'am. I put those things aside and took my order after paying, then walked towards the guild while enjoying the taste of the Jayagamarukun. Now all he needed to do was talk to Inasen and convince her, so there was no time to lose. XXX. Just 9 minutes after unexpectedly encountering Belle, Izu was sitting on one of the many benches located in Arario's Central Park, massacring the last Jayagamarukun. He was enjoying every bite, but unlike usual, it wasn't just the crunchy taste of the potato that was on his mind. She was bewildered as she recalled the boy's smile as well as the conversation they had. Why did I tell him about my level increase? I don't know, but putting that aside, you saw it right, it looks like a bunny. Izu smiled, nodding to her inner minim. Yes, he looks like a bunny, but there's something strange about him, he gives off an aura similar to that woman's. Are you referring to that creepy witch? Yes, silence. He said in a whisper, to which his inner Mina self refuted with great enthusiasm. It has nothing to do with that monstrosity. The bunny exudes gentleness unlike that witch. Her minim's shrill voice echoed in her head with a high pitch, causing Izu to shake from side to side to avoid being stunned. Well, in a way, her inner voice was right. Even she didn't understand why something inside her connected Belle with someone like that woman. You're right. She murmured gently, but I still feel a little uneasy. It's probably best to tell Finn. What do you think? Okay, but remember to apologize for BT's stupidity the next time we meet the bunny. I know I panicked and didn't know what to say. I'm sorry. HMPH. Despite sincerely apologizing, Izu wasn't easily forgiven by her minim. In a way, she understood, but it was true that she hadn't expected such an abrupt meeting as it had been recently. She put on a sad face as she stood up and walked slowly to her family headquarters, deciding to report her concerns for any chance of success. It should be noted that her schizophrenia continued to insult her throughout the journey. XXX. You want to go down more floors? Are you crazy, Belkan? I refuse. You absolutely cannot go down past the 2nd floor, understood. But I already have enough points to go down to the 8th floor, Inesen. While Aizu was being reprimanded for her schizophrenia, Belle was having a heated battle with her advisor, Ina Tool. He was determined to get that permit, but Ina's furious expression didn't budge at all. Even after Belle showed her his updated status sheet that very morning, she remained firm in her decision. In fact, she seemed a little hurt by how Belle thought of her for trying to deceive her with something like that. "Do you think I was born yesterday? You've only been an adventurer for 3 days. I won't accept these stats. Do you think I'm stupid, Belkun? You've gone way overboard with this fake stuff." "And no, it's not a fake, Inasen. It really is my updated status from this morning. Why don't you believe me?" Ina sighed in irritation at how stubbornly Belle clung to his own lie. No, she even thought he might actually believe it since he looked genuinely serious. "Ha, Belkun, these stats you gave me are from a level 1 adventurer, and very few manage to get an A in any basic skill. Do you understand?" "Why, yes." "So how am I supposed to believe you achieved what takes others a couple of years in just 3 days? Are you seriously treating me like I'm stupid?" Belle lowered his gaze and shook his head gently, his expression dejected. Ina grimaced at the sight, disgusted with herself for arguing with her adorable adventurer. But of course, she couldn't be approachable on these kinds of issues. It was her duty as advisor to show Belle the right path so that he would always return from the dungeon. If that was why he had to reprimand him, then he would not hold back since it was for his own good. "You leave me no choice, Inasen." However, Belle had not completely backed down. She raised her gaze with determination, then said, "If that's how it's going to be, let's go to a meeting room. If you check my status yourself, you'll believe me, won't you?" "Well, you're right, yes." Ina took a step back. He wasn't serious, was he? Because if he was, then it would be unprecedented, and that very possibility filled Ina with a feeling of anxiety. Things got worse when Belle took her hand, leading her to the room they used to use for dungeon reports. "Then let's go, Inasen. I need to test my new magic too." Still dazed, Ina let herself be led without any resistance, lost in her own thoughts as she fixed her eyes on her hand, which was being held firmly by Belle. "Are you serious? That can't be right." "XXX. 3 rabbits later. I am possible this can't be true." Inside the soundproof room, Ina let her soul escape her body. She was so out of it that for a moment she thought she had forgotten her glasses. "Belkun, what the hell are you?" he whispered, looking at Belle's bare back. She was dazed, blinking her eyes open and close, then rubbing them, checking over and over again if what she saw was real. Lost in her disbelief, she began to run her hands down Belle's back without realizing it. He was confirming whether it was a special type of ink, but from a different point of view, he seemed to be passionately caressing Belle. Inasen, Belle murmured, his face red. "Why you're petting her too much." Ina was barely able to hear Belle, and when she became aware of the place his hands were so carefully exploring, she jumped back and fell on her bottom. What? And no, Belkun, I didn't mean to take advantage of you by touching your back. I just couldn't believe your status was at this level. And magic with a skill." She spat desperately in an attempt to mask her unconscious enjoyment. This was in addition to the obvious shock of witnessing something she had never seen before in her time as an advisor. Standing before her was an irregular among irregulars, and the mere sight of him had left her in a state devoid of reason. Not to mention that she could see Belle's naked body perfectly and freely. His broad, defined back and slightly developed abdomen were still immature, but visually stimulating enough to make Ina abruptly turn away. She could hardly deny having enjoyed it, even if she herself was not aware of it. "Your condition is abnormal," she said with a lovely blush on her cheeks, highlighting the jade green behind the glass of her glasses. Although, of course, Belle's state only displayed his basic abilities, as well as magic and the great sage skill. Freya had blocked the important thing, which was the hero's wish. Had she not done so, there was a possibility that Ina would no longer be among the living due to the shock. Furthermore, there was a reason why only hero's wish was hidden. Freya imagined a situation where Belle might be forced to reveal his status, and if the perpetrator saw a complete block, it would make them even more suspicious. The last thing Freya wanted was for Belle to attract the attention of unwanted gods. So, Belle's voice brought Ina back to her senses. She barely stood up and dusted her bottom before Belle asked her excitedly, "Can I go down more floors, Inasen?" Ina sighed deeply. She could no longer keep up with the smiling boy in front of her, much less beat him in a debate. All she could do was accept reality and give up, even if her heart ached at the thought of sending Belle to floors so dangerous for newbies. "I still can't believe it, but yes, theoretically you meet the requirements for access to the 8th floor." "Great, then I'll be going, Inasen." "Stop right there, Belkun." The excitement faded when Belle felt Ina's hand firmly grip his shoulder. He glanced back at her over his shoulder, nervously observing the stern, strict expression on his advisor's pretty face. "I have 2 problems," he said sternly. "One is that you don't have armor, the second is that I want you to hire a support person." Belle blinked a couple of times, then explained with a blank smile. My armor was completely wrecked after yesterday's incident. Is that right? Ina stopped holding his shoulder, then smiled sweetly in an attempt to cheer up her cute adventurer. Don't worry, we'll go buy a new one. Today is very rushed and tomorrow is monsterphilia, so let's go the day after tomorrow, okay? Is that all right? I don't want to bother you in your free time, Ina-san. It's no trouble at all, Ina exclaimed, almost spitting fire. It's for your safety, so it's no trouble at all, do you understand? Why yes? Ina's sharp gaze made Belle nod repeatedly. It wasn't the first time he'd seen this terrifying side of her, and he could freely say that she never lost that frightening impact no matter how many times he saw her. A little embarrassed by that fact, he asked, so A support, what's that? This is someone who helps you collect magic stones and has your back. Think of them as an assistant or helper. Well, you don't have to worry about that. I'll choose someone trustworthy myself, okay? She explained gently and with a smile. Belle found it extraordinary how she managed to switch from one facet to another instantly. If you say so, it's fine, Belle agreed. He showed no doubt whatsoever about his advisor's judgment. Then a second later, he dressed again, allowing Ina to relax a little, as it was very difficult for her to ignore the view from the front row. See you the day after tomorrow, Ina-san. Belle shouted excitedly, and she nodded with a faint pink covering her cheeks. Why yes, see you. Belle turned around and grabbed the door handle, ready to leave the place and head to the dungeon. However, he stopped abruptly. After turning around, he faced Ina and called her. Ina-san. Yes, Belkun. Belle smiled slightly. It wasn't a half-smile, but it couldn't be called a full smile either. It was a smile that perfectly suited a person who was shyly and radiantly grateful. I love you. Immediately afterward, Belle left the room, leaving Ina alone, who thought she had misheard. Her eyes trembled slightly and the faint pink on her cheeks deepened. What? Practically turned to stone, Ina quickly processed and understood the words Belle had shouted in a space where only the two of them were. Little by little, the intense pink turned into a bright red, just like a beetroot. A lovely, tender beetroot. Does he love me? Did I hear right? Exact. After a while of my encounter with Ina-san, I found myself running through the 5th floor of the dungeon. I had been killing every kind of monster I came across, and I was almost at the stairs that led to the 6th floor. But strangely, my mind and body were in completely different places. My body was here, fighting and exploring the dungeon, while my mind was in the past, reliving my encounter with Ottarson over and over again. He was still thinking about what he had said before he was allowed to enter the dungeon. Flashback. Before I could enter the 1st floor of the dungeon, I was stopped by my family's captain, Otter the King. The way he spoke to me, it seemed as if he had been expecting me. Cranel. Ottarson, what do you want? Of course he was surprised. I had recently been saved by this person, and despite that we didn't exactly have a friendly or collegial relationship. For some reason, I always ended up running into him, since according to Freya, he was protecting me on her orders in case of any unforeseen event. However, my surprise came from my belief that that same protection had expired yesterday. Ottarson himself didn't seem to mind, as he stared at me while speaking in a stoic and indifferent tone. In 2 weeks from today you will begin training with me. I blinked a couple of times and then a couple more. After doing that a couple more times, I screamed, me with you, is that okay? I seem to recall hearing you say you want to be strong. I understand and respect that, so I'll help you. So keep going as you are and don't die before the week is out, okay? It all happened very quickly, but I had understood the kind of opportunity this was for someone like me, so I quickly nodded again and again, bowing in thanks. Yes, Ottarson, thank you very much. The captain simply nodded before slowly walking away. I'm going to retire, I have things to do. Yes, have a good trip, Ottarson. Flashback end. The joy I felt upon learning that I would receive training from the strongest adventurer strengthened my resolve. But putting that aside, I looked at my body brimming with energy. Unlike yesterday, my speed had increased dramatically, as had my reaction time to attacks. I was practically on the 6th floor now, and with the desire gnawing at me from the inside, I set out to experiment with my new magic. Give me divine power, god of lightning, radius Ephesios. My body from head to toe was covered by layers of shimmering rays colliding with each other the instant I finished conjuring. It was similar to a shiver, and now I could noticeably discern that my body was exuding magical particles. I jumped slightly, and that alone cracked the ground beneath my feet. Seeing it with my own eyes made it even more incredible. I couldn't resist the temptation and I propelled myself forward, but I was going so fast that I ended up crashing into a wall. Cough, cough, incredible. I emerged from the rubble, brushing the dust off my body. If I was being optimistic, I had just used the characteristic speed of a level 3. Incredible, this magic is too incredible. I let out an excited laugh, barely containing an excited shout. Apart from the incredible and absurd speed, I had no damage to my body despite having crashed into a wall. The shimmering rays acted simultaneously as armor and enhanced my physical abilities. One more time. I conjured the armor again, then drew the cursed sword and began a new hunt. The gap was unnaturally absurd. The monsters on this floor were no longer a match for me. I can even go down more floors this way. My euphoria made me lose track of time, and when I became aware of it again, I found myself on the 8th floor. I didn't know when I arrived, but it was impossible to mistake it thanks to Einassen's intensive classes. The fact that I reached this floor with my current level was just irrefutable proof of how incredible my magic was. I was massacring everything in my path, and although I neglected my defense a couple of times, the lightning armor took care of repelling and incinerating the hostiles. The type didn't matter. War shadow, goblins, kobolds, ant killer, and even one-eyed frogs. They all ended up turned to dust upon touching the lightning armor. It's like cheating. But that didn't worry me. All that mattered was becoming strong, and if I could do it, I would. Give me divine power, god of lightning. I smiled with excitement, ready for another destructive round. Radius F. However, I was unable to finish the spell. My head suddenly spun and my vision blurred. What is this? I was quite confused as I staggered and fell to my knees. I had not suffered any harm, nor did I feel that I had exceeded my physical capabilities. I couldn't understand what was happening, and a certain uncertainty settled inside my chest. Axelassen. The last thing I felt was the hard surface of the dungeon hitting my body. Everything else turned into an absolute black that I couldn't resist. XXX. Narrator mode bar on. After falling unconscious without knowing why, Belle's body was left stranded in the middle of one of the many rooms on the 8th floor. His body, just as he had said, showed no wounds thanks to the lightning armor, so his collapse was definitely not due to a false wound. Unfortunately for someone like him, who boasted about his work as a magician, he was ignorant of the zero mind that could appear in those who made excessive use of mana. That was exactly what he suffered from, a zero mind due to abusing magic. Now all he could do was wait for a pathetic death at the hands of whatever monsters found him lying there, but strangely, there weren't any. The zero mind was considered the main cause of death among mages, but the luck acquired by its appearance had such a large effect that no monster made an appearance. All that was missing was for someone human or of another race to find and rescue him. In another rabbit place. On the top floor of the Tower of Babel, on an armchair of incalculable quality, Freya observed the city below her feet while drinking a glass of wine. It had only been 6.5 hours since breakfast and flirting with Belle, so her mood was quite good. Although, of course, he could not forget one issue that concerned him, and that was the strange color disturbing Belle's beautiful soul. His intrigue and annoyance were so great that he had no choice but to go to his most trusted employee, Otter. Yes, my goddess, you spoke with Belle before he entered the dungeon. What did you talk about? The sudden question caught Otter off guard. He had expected, and it was within his expectations, that Freya would be closely spying on Belle, but for her to be so direct was an anomaly in itself. I offered to train him, my goddess. Oh, I see. Freya hummed thoughtfully as she played with a strand of her silver hair, and then tucking it behind her ear, she asked, "Did you notice anything strange about him? Something is troubling his soul, and I don't know what it could be," he said with a touch of sadness. Otter could even swear on his mother's grave, if he had ever met her, that he could count the number of times Freya had made that expression on the fingers of one hand. Slowly, he searched for an assertive response that could soothe the hardships of his goddess. I think it's due to the Minotaur incident. Freya frowned when she heard Otter. What makes you think that? Are you implying that Belle is afraid of a mere bull? No, my goddess, I witnessed his fight, and for a novice it was remarkable. I mean, he's still ashamed of not winning, he explained with the slightest expression of pride. Of course, Otter showed the respect that any warrior deserved, and Freya nodded inwardly as she noticed it. It seems he doesn't like to lose. Otter finished, remaining silent while waiting for his mistress to speak. Fufu, you seem to get along well with him. Okay, the training, will it be right away? No, it will be in a week, I see. Freya looked down, watching the ant-like people scurrying through the city. After a brief moment where he recalled the determination of his beloved Otter, he demanded a mission for Otter. After training, prepare a test for him that will help him regain his pride as a warrior. He might get hurt, but I've decided to support his desire to become stronger, so that's what I'll do. Saying that, Freya let out a cute little giggle as she caressed her lips with her fingertips and remembered the softness of Belle's cheeks this morning. That alone was enough to move her significantly. Understood, whatever you wish, my goddess. Otter bowed respectfully and left, leaving Freya alone, gazing down at the place below her with a lovely smile brought on by the memory of Belle. The sun was setting, ushering in the sunset, XXX. Note, I'm pausing editing here because I need to sleep. If you're just starting to read this story, I recommend pausing it and waiting until I finish editing it. I'm resting tomorrow, so I'll be able to finish this and a couple of other chapters. Date, 24/Jan/2024. XXX. Back to the dungeon. I can't believe I came to the dungeon alone. Reveria's soft, refined voice echoed off the walls of the 8th floor. Her beautiful jade-green hair cascaded down her back like a magnificent waterfall, and her eyes, more beautiful than emeralds, regarded the path with a hint of irritation. In her right hand she carried a staff that matched her mage's outfit, giving her an appearance capable of putting most goddesses to shame in terms of beauty. He was currently walking back to the surface after having gone down to the intermediate floors, specifically the 16th floor, to best vent the frustration that was overwhelming his thoughts. That same frustration stemmed from what Aizu reported about 6 hours ago regarding the young adventurer with white hair and red eyes. I don't know if Aizu's hunch is correct, but if it's true, we're really in trouble. Another long sigh escaped her lips, making her pink lips tremble. Just thinking about what had happened gave her a headache. Even so, he racked his brain to recreate this morning's executive meeting. XXX. Flashback. All the low-key Familia executives gathered in Finn's office after hearing that Aizu had returned from his purchase of Jayagamarukans with crucial information about bellcranel. There were Gareth, Reveria, Finn, Bite, the Amazon twins, and Aizu herself, who maintained an indifferent expression while everyone looked at her in silence. They looked quite tense, as if they had tons and tons of lead on their shoulders, and this was due to two things. Aizu, could you repeat what you said? Finn asked seriously, surrounded by a rather anxious aura, trying to convince himself that he had misheard Aizu's report. But she nodded, shattering his hopes. That guy from the bar, Bell, has the same aura as Silence. Besides, he's the same person Bite made fun of that night, which is why he left. The moment Aizu finished correcting her words, everyone swallowed audibly upon hearing the pseudonym Silence. It had enough impact to make them tremble and break out in a cold sweat. It was like experiencing a strong and macabre chill running down their spines. Of course, there was no way to confirm the information Aizu brought, and it was possibly just a wrong hunch, but even so, knowing that it wasn't possible, they still had a certain amount of fear residing within them at the mere mention of said alias. And then there was the cherry on top, and it was none other than Bell. No one outside the group ever imagined that the young man Bite had defamed would be one of the candidates to become the next captain of the Freya family. And apparently he had the absolute favor of the patron deity Freya. They immediately looked at Bite, saying, "This time you really messed up, idiot," with a single glance. It was not a simple defamation, but humiliation for having said the things he said in front of that person who was Bell. It was still not worrying if you looked at it from the perspective that it was just a LV1, but it was a different story if it was backed by the full power of the most powerful family in Aurario. If you added the resemblance to Silence that Aizu mentioned, then things were about to go down the drain. So that's why I had pain in my thumb last night. Finn murmured, worried, as he looked at Aizu and asked another question, hoping to find something that would help them get out of their current situation. "Aizu, did you talk to him?" Aizu nodded slowly. "About 5 minutes while we were shopping Jayagamarukan." "And what do you think? Is it dangerous?" "He is." His slow demeanor drew everyone's attention, eager to hear what he would say. Even Bite, who was extremely irritated by the whole situation, paid close attention. Also that in the end Aizu's words turned out to be quite vague. "Very curious," he said with a slight smile, remembering how simple Bell had been, not showing the arrogance that anyone with an entire military power behind him would display. The others understood a little later, almost letting out a sigh of relief. Just knowing that the boy wasn't a deranged psychopath was enough to put their minds at ease, but Bite protested in disgust. "We don't know if it's a facade, we have to be careful and eliminate him while he's still a weakling." "We can't do that," Reveria interjected, completely exasperated by Bite's ideas. "Stop talking nonsense and consider apologizing to that young man you insulted." Reveria is right. That would put us in a bad position with the Freya family, and that's not convenient, right, Finn? Finn nodded to Gareth, then stood up and walked around the room with a thoughtful expression. "Yes, and that boy hasn't done anything to offend us. It's best to leave things as they are." The opinion of the three senior executives was decisive in ensuring that the meeting had an apparently positive outcome. Of course, all that remained was to level the playing field individually with that boy whose influence was quite considerable. Tyone stood up and suggested, followed by her younger sister Tiona, "Captain, why don't you make that idiot Bite apologize to him?" "That's right. If he bows down and begs for mercy, we'll be rid of this mess. He's the one who ruined it, after all." That was a good idea, but Bite stomped her foot, a vein throbbing on her forehead. The gleam in her vermilion eyes made it clear that she completely disliked the idea. "And I won't lower myself to trash, you stupid Amazons." Her obvious annoyance started a rather intense argument where Aizu didn't know what to do and just watched the chaos from her chair. A little later, Reveria sighed and stood up. "Where are you going?" Finn asked, and Reveria answered without turning around. "To the dungeon. I want to think a little about the stupid thing Bite did. I'll be back in a bit. I see, be careful." Reveria left a second later, walking down the corridors toward the exit of the building. She noticed Bite was about to yell at her, but stopped herself after clicking her tongue. "Temperamental dog," he thought with annoyance, It didn't take him long to reach the dungeon entrance and he went down slowly to relieve his stress. I hope this doesn't get out of control, he said after letting out a sigh. And at headquarters shortly after, Bites stormed off to a tavern in the city, ready to drown himself in alcohol. Flashback end. XXX. I don't think she's a descendant of Ulfia-sama. She didn't have any contact with a man that would result in her having a child. Reveria was still lost in her thoughts, walking slowly until she glimpsed a mass lying in the middle of a room out of the corner of her eye. He was still on the 8th floor, and this dark human-shaped mass was surrounded by several dozen magic stones. An adventurer. Poor thing, did some monster kill him? Reveria approached him to bring him to the surface and give him the chance for a proper burial, not a death where his body would be devoured by monsters. However, as she drew closer, she glimpsed that the adventurer's hair was a beautiful white. In all of Arario, as unbelievable as it seemed, there wasn't a single adventurer with white hair, much less one like the one I was looking at, who looked like freshly fallen snow on a field of white flowers. It can't be, is he dead? Reveria quickened her pace, reaching Belle's side in an instant. She quickly knelt down and checked on him, noticing his fine, delicate features and the pink lips that stood out against his pale skin. He's very handsome, she thought. Then he placed his index and middle fingers on Belle's neck to check his pulse, and shortly after he let out a sigh. He's alive. Her expression portrayed relief when she noticed that he had the symptoms of someone who had suffered from a zero mind due to excessive magic use, and that he was only unconscious. You got excited about the magic, didn't you, kid? He said with a slight smile and remembered Bite's words. Eliminate him while he's still weak. Reveria shook his head, questioning whether Bite was really serious or not. You're hopeless, you stupid dog. A second later, Reveria sat down on the ground, looking around. The magic stones were numerous, and she couldn't see any monsters or adventurers. Now, how can I compensate you for what our foolish colleague did? He asked when he returned to see him. Her peaceful face, as if she were sleeping, was truly something worthy of being portrayed by the best painters in the world. Reveria thought for a moment, seeming undecided, but soon after she sighed. I suppose taking care of you until you wake up is enough, isn't it? The intention was to fix the problem that Bite caused, as well as to stabilize the equality of conditions between them and Belle. The mere fact of protecting him from any monster was enough to put them on equal footing, so Reveria made herself comfortable. But how long has he been here? It's surprising he hasn't been torn to pieces. He considered it absurdly lucky that he remained unharmed on the 8th floor of the dungeon, where even level 2 adventurers lost their lives with the slightest carelessness. That thought made more sense when she considered doing something that would also leave Belle indebted to her. You're really lucky to receive this from me, huh? He said with a smile. Chapter 5, Great Sate. On the 8th floor of the dungeon, in the middle of one of the many rooms, were Reveria and Belle, the latter unconscious. The situation was too easily explained. A novice who misused his magic and reached the zero mind, only to be found later by one of the strongest and most beautiful adventurers in Arario. Having survived the monsters roaming the floor wasn't just about his luck, but also about being found by Reveria and more. Currently, after a few minutes of taking care of him, she had finally made a decision that would put Belle in her debt. I can't believe I'm actually doing this, she said softly, showing an embarrassed expression. It's the first time I've done this, but I can't say it's unpleasant. Her cheeks turned a soft pink, and Reveria was tense enough from the position she was in. She was giving Belle a transcendental lap pillow, and the embarrassment was so great that Reveria didn't even notice a trio of adventurers watching her as they made their way back to the surface. It was a mistake caused by bad luck, since in the near future, those people would spread all kinds of rumors such as 9 Hell conquering a rabbit or 9 Hell flirting in the dungeon. Really? But Reveria wasn't aware of that. She was only focused on Belle's face, which rested on her lap. They give off the same feeling, she murmured, lost in memories of the past, although in reality it seemed like a distant nightmare. She became so lost in her memories that she unconsciously began to stroke Belle's hair, gently scratching it through the white furrows of snow. Shortly afterwards he returned to his senses, but Reveria continued to stroke Belle's hair, who emitted a calm and peaceful aura free of any negative feelings. Without realizing it, she thought that was nice, showing it with a smile. The mere fact of having him in her lap had calmed her worries, and that in itself was quite rare but welcome. How much longer are you going to be unconscious? Every minute that passes increases your debt to me. Meanwhile, oblivious to Reveria's thoughts, Belle, who was receiving a divine lap pillow, was having a perplexing battle deep within his subconscious. XXX. The landscape was a sunset casting the shadow of 2 figures, a child no older than 7 and an older person, the 2 walking side by side holding hands. What is this? In the distance, Belle looked at the scene, quite confused. Everything seemed so real, both the wind caressing his hair and the feelings that throbbed painfully in his chest as he saw the two figures against the sunset. Her rubbered eyes focused on the back of the larger figure because it was unfamiliar to her. The other figure was quite familiar as well as disconcerting, only that child was visible. Where am I? He wondered what was happening. Why did his chest hurt? Was he dreaming? He wasn't understanding any of this. Who is beside me holding my hand? She didn't know why, but the larger figure was shrouded in shadows that revealed nothing more than the shape of a person. Just seeing it caused her immense pain. It didn't reveal the color of her hair, much less her skin or eyes. Nor did it say anything about her hex. She was just a larger silhouette shrouded in shadows. I shouldn't look at her so much because it was a closed and forbidden world which usually had a strange power of attraction, making you fall into the abyss. She tried to scream, but her words turned hollow and voiceless. She moved her lips, but nothing came out, like being in a silent space where noise was explicitly forbidden. Bell panicked, and because of that he tried to run toward the pair of figures. But he soon realized that no matter how far he ran, the distance seemed to grow larger and larger. His heart rate went crazy, hundreds of chills ran down his spine, his vision blurred, and he lost his mind. But then, Bell, a voice called his name, one that was strangely familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He couldn't remember who it belonged to, much less why it made him want to bang his head against a concrete wall so he wouldn't hear it. His brain forced him to reject that voice, to not let unwanted memories and moments that brought pain pass him by. But above all, he still managed to recognize the voice. Perhaps not identify it, but he did understand the kind of value that voice held for him, a voice that made him feel a warm and profound pain. The memories faded, sealing away the voice and the person who gave it life. Everything within him was engaged in an internal struggle to erase it, and a few seconds later he succeeded. It didn't hurt anymore. Then he looked at the shadowy silhouette, the one that had called his name. I know I've seen her, but where? If he weren't so intent on erasing the memory, then he would have realized that the silhouette in front of him was the same one from his dreams. Save me. The voice no longer sounded familiar, so it no longer wreaked havoc on her mind. She could focus her attention on something neither near nor far. He just listened. The figure didn't seem to be heading toward him, as it was looking in the opposite direction toward the sunset. But still it continued speaking, almost pleading in what seemed like a condemnation. I know I asked you to forget about me. His voice exuded regret, but I don't want you to forget me. Bell looked at her confused, listening intently in silence, trying to remember her. I want to hug you, I want to be with you again, Bell. What are you talking about? I don't know her. I know, the silhouette shouted, squeezing the small silhouette's hand tightly. I know your heart hasn't forgotten me. Bell's body was jolted by lightning. Despite not recognizing her, that phrase was definitely the same one the woman had used to haunt his dreams before he arrived in Arario. Without realizing it, he began to walk, knowing it was useless. So save me, don't forget me, and save me. He took one step, then another, followed by several more. He took off in a race of happiness, wanting to reach that distant figure. Be my hero and save me, Bell. But now he could get closer. When he noticed her, he ran with even more force. His body made a superhuman effort to reach her, who was calling for his help. Why do I want to reach her? I don't remember her, I don't know who she is, I only know that she's the same person from my dreams. She doesn't cause me any pain, but. The distance was so small that just a little more was enough to touch her. Why is she crying? Tears streamed from her eyes, sliding down her cheeks and dripping from her chin. It was a melancholic journey through her unfulfilled memories, weeping for not being remembered. I'll be waiting for you as long as it takes, Bell. Wait. The space shook violently, and the larger silhouette moved away again until it disappeared into the distance. Just inches away from Bell reaching her, everything disappeared. XXX. The beautiful sunset changed to a pure white, completely empty, an endless space with nothing but the color white everywhere. Its sole purpose was to make all feelings of curiosity, doubt, and desire to know who the person was before disappear completely. His mind went blank for a few seconds, then he regained his sense of self. Why am I crying? But no matter how hard her brain tried to block out the memories, her heart refused to let them go. She didn't want to forget them. I can finally make contact with you, Master Bell. A monotone voice echoed throughout the place, suddenly calling his name. Bell stopped crying, looking around trying to find the person who called him. But nevertheless, he couldn't find her anywhere. Oh, please forgive my rudeness, teacher. I suppose I should introduce myself properly. The voice continued, but no matter how much Bell looked around, he could only find the color white. The voice laughed softly. It's normal that you can't see me, so don't worry, Master Bell. Let me introduce myself. I am your new ability, Great Sage. My ability? My state this morning. You're correct, I am your support ability. So where am I? How can I speak with a skill? Bell processed everything correctly, or perhaps he was just so out of his mind that he took it all in stride. However, he continued to wonder if it wasn't actually a delusion of his own since he was speaking with such skill. We are in a shared space of your consciousness, Master Bell. Because you fell unconscious from overuse of your magic, your mana has been completely depleted. But it really wasn't a delusion. In fact, the voice of her ability was quite similar to a guild secretary. His explanation was also quite easy to understand. I see, so I was careless with my magic. Bell shrank into the infinite space, looking embarrassed. It wasn't your fault, Master Bell. If I had hurried to finish my analysis, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. And no, don't worry, everything's fine, okay. Thank you for your kindness, Master Bell. Now, regarding your second question. Yes. The ability seemed to have great communication skills, and as it resumed its initial intention, it resumed its role and intoned as Bell took a seat like a kindergartner, ready to listen to his teacher. I can communicate with you because I am a support skill. My role is to organize and manage each and every one of your skills, as well as regulate mental expenditure, detect threats, analyze things or people, formulate war strategies or perform calculations that you find difficult, as well as more everyday tasks. Hey, I can deploy defenses should my master you be in danger. I can also combine your abilities to ensure greater power. In other words, I am a second brain at your command, Master Bell. Whoa. I have my own will, but since it is your ability, I am not permitted to perform acts that could affect you, Master. That would be all. Incredible, you have an incredible skill. Your words fill me with joy, Master Bell. Bell had to admit that this really felt like a dream, one he didn't want to wake up from. Just hearing about the capabilities of his ability was enough to make him fantasize about possible scenarios where he was saving pretty girls. Then he remembered something essential. My goddess said she had never heard of an ability like yours. Is there no one else with a similar ability? Well, I don't know if I have a unique ability, but I don't think I'm very common. You're most likely the only one with a support ability like mine, Master Bell. Oh, you're amazing, great sage. Bell thought with excitement. Having such an incredible, unique ability made him want to jump as high as he could, celebrating that this was one more step on his path to becoming the king of the harem. Your compliments fill me with joy, Master Bell. If you'll excuse me, there's something I must inform you of. The great sage showed his happiness, continuing with his report, causing Bell to put aside his excitement and pay close attention. What's it about? I discovered something while finishing my analysis. First, I apologize, as I explored all your memories to determine your personality and get to know you perfectly, Master Bell. No problem, I'd do the same if it was a support skill, I think, haha. Bell could barely hide the shame he felt at the fact that his memories had been seen by someone else. That meant that the great sage was now aware of his indecent desire. I will continue then. What I discovered is that I developed a shared state with you, Master Bell. What does that mean? Is it good or bad? It's definitely good. After analyzing it in depth, this is because my will is intertwined with yours. That is, my will was born thanks to yours. This developed a synchronization between both wills, and your state ended up duplicating and establishing itself in my spiritual body. In other words, you have two states, Mr. Bell. Upon hearing the simple, easy-to-understand answer, Bell's jaw dropped to the ground, his eyes widening in shock, unable to breathe properly. Was this some kind of trap? He wouldn't be offended if they reproached him for it, but he wasn't willing to give up something so valuable either, although a part of him still didn't believe it, so he asked a second and final time. So is this good or bad? Great sage, he boasted proudly as he offered a solution to his master's doubts. He truly was like an efficient secretary. If you'd like, I can explain the analysis I did on this irregularity. Please. The soft sound of someone clearing their throat echoed, and a second later, Great Sage explained eloquently. Having a dual status, the limitations on the number of spells you can obtain have been reset. The spell limit for ordinary adventurers is 3, however, you can obtain double that, which would be 6 spells in total. If Bell had been drinking something, he was sure he'd spit it out dramatically. It was a shame he didn't have any because he really wanted to spit something out. The Great Sage noticed that and happily continued. Regarding basic abilities like strength, stamina, etc., I also have duplicates of these, but they are obsolete due to my lack of a physical body to develop them. The only things I could increase would be magic and dexterity, which are the ones I have control over in terms of magic manipulation and reflexes. That's incredible. Bell struggled not to faint, amazed by all that Great Sage was capable of doing with just his existence. Finally, there are the development skills that are granted upon leveling up. I continue the skill attracting Belle's attention. Just like your basic skills in magic, you'll be able to choose 2 development skills each time you level up instead of just 1. That would be my full report, Master Belle. I don't know what to say to that. How did I ever acquire such an amazing ability? If I may, I believe it's due to your soul and desire, Master Belle. After witnessing the skill and magic you possess, I could tell you're a peculiar individual whose desire is strong enough to create abilities. It's not something one sees every day, so in other words, you're incredible, Master Belle. Ha ha ha, thank you, I think. Now somewhat calmer, Belle thanked them for the embarrassing compliments. He wondered if it was really okay to be put on such a pedestal for a skill above all else. So how much longer will I be unconscious? He asked, wishing he could return to the surface. If he didn't arrive as he had recently, he was 100% certain to receive a very unpleasant reprimand from Axella and Freya. And fortunately for him, his new skill proved to be more than competent. I can end your unconscious state whenever you deem it appropriate, Master Belle. Oh, that's great, so could I wake up now? Of course, but before that, I'd like to make a request, Master Belle. Sure, what's it about? I request permission to communicate with you at any time, whether you are conscious or unconscious. I inform you that my use requires no energy or mana, so there will be no adverse effects on your body. I also take the liberty of requesting that my existence be kept secret, Master Belle. I have no problem with the first, but what is the reason for the second? It could attract unwanted attention. It is not advisable to reveal your peculiar ability to anyone, not even your goddess or your companion, Axella-sama. I see. Does that mean I'll never be able to talk about you? Not necessarily, Master Belle. If you wish to reveal it, you may do so, but it is advisable that you become stronger beforehand, so you can defend yourself should anyone try to attack you. If that's the case, then I have no problem with it. I'll keep your existence a secret for now, great sage. Thank you for taking my advice, Master Belle. I will take it upon myself to fully analyze the essence of the state that was granted to you in order to prevent betrayal at the hands of acquaintances and avoid a fauna blockade. I don't quite understand that, but it's okay. Then I will wake him up immediately, Master Belle. I want you to know that I am honored to serve such a benevolent master. What? I'm counting on you, and about that last thing you're overestimating me, ha ha, Belle said with a slight blush, scratching his hair in what looked like an attempt to hide his embarrassment. A light laugh could be heard in the background, then the voice of the great sage resonated for the last time. Good luck, Master Belle, and don't get nervous when you wake up. Nervous, what do you want to? Just as he was about to ask, the blank space disappeared in an instant, giving way to darkness which was pierced by a ray of light. XXX. Belle's eyelids trembled gently before finally opening, revealing an exhausted expression. The dungeon's lighting was dim, but his eyesight was so fragile that even that irritated him. He rubbed his eyes for a couple of seconds, clearing his vision. The first thing he saw, however, wasn't the dungeon's rocky ceiling, but beautiful jade-green hair swaying right in front of him and lightly brushing against his skin. Did you wake up? A beautiful voice asked. Doubt filled Belle's thoughts, and as he focused his vision, he found himself staring directly at a pair of beautiful, emerald-like gems of the highest quality. These gems were actually a pair of eyes, looking at him with curiosity and a little concern. Mom. Belle said, still dazed and with his thoughts clouded. Although he felt warm, the woman in front of him didn't really resemble his mother at all, and the confusion was due more to his recent awakening than anything else. I'm sorry, I'm not your mother. The woman shook her head with a smile, gently moving it from left to right, making her beautiful jade-green hair sway like the vines of a tree at the mercy of the wind. Belle looked at her, making a great effort to think seriously. An angel. However, the woman's beauty left him with little choice to say and even dulled his other senses, leaving only his most confused thoughts. You flatter me, but I'm no angel either. Although it sounded appealing, the woman denied that remote possibility. Now there was only one option left, Belle thought. If it was a beautiful woman who was taking care of him while he was unconscious, then it was undoubtedly her. Axelassin. But again, he was wrong, and the biggest clue to that was the woman's hair and eye color, which were completely different from his companions. Nor, the woman frowned, feeling a certain animosity as she brought her fingers to Belle's cheek and squeezed it rather hard. Riveria didn't know why, but being compared to another woman by the boy she was giving an exclusive lap pillow to bothered her noticeably. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. The pinch on her cheek was enough to snap Belle out of his daze, clearing his thoughts and finally recognizing the woman in front of him. It was impossible not to recognize one of the most famous first-class adventurers and an S-rank one at that. She moved her lips unconsciously, naming her savior. Reveria Eljas Alf. He murmured with clear surprise in his voice, and Reveria could only show a smile that was quite dangerous for someone like Belle. I see you know me, Belle Cranel. That saves me the introductions. Do you know my name, Reveria-sama? The dangerous smile made Belle blush so much that he shone like a wet tomato in the sunlight, almost causing him to fall unconscious again. Reveria enjoyed the view while giving an answer. Let's just say your captain mentioned it in a rather strange way. He said with a drop of sweat running down his temples while Belle understood everything perfectly. I see, it was Ottarson then. Knowing that, she sighed and calmed down. After a few seconds, she understood what had happened, so she headed towards Reveria. You took care of me while I was unconscious because of the zero mind, right? Thank you, Reveria-sama. The fact that Belle knew about the zero mind made Reveria's eyes widen in slight surprise. He was supposed to be a novice, yet he knew about a phenomenon that only happened to mages and users of abilities that required mana to function. Having been an adventurer for less than a week, it was impossible for Belle to have magic or skills of that caliber. Has this happened to you before? He asked out of curiosity to clear up his doubt, but Belle's answer did more than that. Oh no, the truth is that I got my first magic spell yesterday and I got a little excited, haha. He said, scratching his hair while putting on a silly smile, and also not being aware of where his head was resting. I see, Reveria managed to say after recovering from his surprise. You should be more careful since you were lucky I found you here. I don't want to imagine what the monsters would have done to you if they'd found you before me. The unexpected scolding, or rather sermon, took Belle by surprise, who could barely nod properly. I'm sorry, I'll look for someone to teach me how to control magic. But you're from the Freya family, aren't you? Doesn't Hildeslave help you? Well, Hedinson is a bit aggressive with me, haha, the executives say they won't pay attention to someone as weak as me. Reveria raised an eyebrow, confused. Aren't you a candidate for captain? They shouldn't treat you like this. Why yes, I am, but only because Freya-sama imposed it without my consent. First, I must become stronger than Ottarson, and that seems very difficult. The embarrassed smile turned into an ironic one, which perfectly represented Belle's lack of confidence in surpassing Otter. Meanwhile, Reveria was gathering information behind Belle's back. She was confirming Otter's words in the tavern as well as Belle's own personality. However, this did not go unnoticed due to a certain skill, which nevertheless he turned a blind eye to because it was nothing that affected his master. So what do you say if I teach you the basics of magic? Reveria's unexpected offer took Belle by surprise, who blinked a couple of times thinking he had misheard. Reveria, on the other hand, explained in more detail. I can help you understand magic better if you'd like. He said with a smile free of ulterior motives, making Belle doubt. Is that okay? I'm from a rival family, doesn't that bother you? There's no need to worry about that, this is my way of apologizing for what my fellow wolf cub said about you. Of course, Belle knew who he was referring to. He hadn't forgot his insults, which while full of truth weren't his place to utter. Master Belle, I don't detect any ill intentions in her, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to accept her help. Being able to analyze the experience of the most powerful mage currently in Arario will be of great help to you. Great sage, well if you say so, I guess it's okay. The advice from her skill helped her, but she had certainly reacted suspiciously, which made Reveria wonder what she was thinking. I certainly need help, and if you're willing, I ask that you please instruct me properly in magic. Thanks to the quick response, Reveria nodded with a slight smile, forgetting Belle's strange behavior a moment ago. Sure, I have no problem with that. If you like, it can be at my headquarters, although I'm fine if you prefer another location. It sounds good at their headquarters, thank you. Belle thought it wasn't the best idea to go to their headquarters since that's where the craziest guys he'd ever met were. He also didn't want there to be a fight between Axella and Reveria over some kind of misunderstanding, so the best option was a place where nobody knew him. So, with that agreed. Reveria's voice rang out, drawing Belle's attention. Only then did he notice a slight, almost invisible blush on her cheeks. How long will we be like this, or are you comfortable with it? Huh, Belle blinked, incredulous. It was only now that he began to wonder why he was seeing Reveria's face straight on when he was lying face up on the floor. Speaking of the ground, since when was it so comfortable that it made him feel like he was resting his head on a paradise of fluffy clouds? The answer soon came to him. And no, it can't be. So you hadn't noticed, huh? For a moment I thought you were taking advantage of the situation. Reveria let out a slight sigh of relief, but Belle couldn't hear her. Slowly her face turned as red as a tomato. Am I getting a lap pillow from a cute elf? He murmured in shock, but his voice was loud enough for Reveria to hear him, and even if she hadn't, the expression on her face was clear enough for her to know what he was thinking. Linda. The compliment took Reveria by surprise, her cheeks flushing a faint pink. It was strange to see her react to a simple compliment considering her public figure, since that and more was said to her daily. She was aware of her divine appearance, as well as the large number of men who longed for a chance with her. She was already used to it all, so why? The answer was as simple as taking candy away from a child. I had never heard a compliment free of ulterior motives or lustful desires. The purity and innocence in Belle's declaration gave the compliments a new meaning. Of course, he complimented her on her beauty, but he didn't exude that voracious hunger in his eyes that all the men did when they saw her. It was more like watching a beautiful sunset. Thank you for the compliment, she said with slight nervousness, surprising herself. Her soft, light tone brought Belle back to reality, and he looked at Riveria rather shyly after becoming aware of what she had said. And no, it's nothing, I'll get up right now, Belle said, trying to get up. However, he was stopped by Riveria's gentle touch on his chest, preventing him from moving a single centimeter. Riveria-sama, since I don't see any ill intentions in you, you can stay in my lap until the mind 0 days completely disappears. The beautiful woman declared, a lovely pink tinge rising to her cheeks. Belle was speechless with surprise, but he saw no way to move under the restrictions of a level 8 adventurer. Besides, accepting such a tempting offer wasn't something he disliked, so he rested his head back in Riveria's comfortable lap. Oh, okay, thank you, she said with a noticeable blush and shyness in her eyes. Now that he was aware of the place where he rested, the sensations this place offered came flooding back. It could easily be described as paradise on earth, a gift from the gods. This is how the strange situation of receiving a lap pillow in the dungeon developed, a place where everything was done except flirting. They both remained silent, Belle wondering what would happen if Axella saw him in this compromising situation, and Riveria thinking about the 5 minutes before the former woke up. XXX. While Riveria patiently waited for the boy to wake up in her lap, he spoke between sweat and anguish. Forget her, Riveria heard, watching Belle squint, similar to when you're having a nightmare. Is he dreaming? He thought, looking with some concern at the beads of sweat running down Belle's face, as well as the way he was shaking his head from side to side with some discomfort in his expression. I was definitely having a bad dream, don't remember her. Riveria jumped in fright. It was embarrassing, but she hadn't expected Belle to let out such a sudden scream. It wasn't fear but surprise and panic. It must be a nightmare caused by trauma for her to be screaming. The assumption came to him quickly, as Belle's altered state was a fairly obvious clue to trauma, but what Riveria never expected was for the boy to start crying. Crystal-clear tears escaped from his closed eyelids, giving him a rather sad appearance. He kept murmuring, forget her, don't remember her, don't suffer again, over and over again with a face of suffering and pain. What's happening? Naturally, Riveria began to panic. If it weren't for the fact that Belle calmed down seconds later, she would have intervened to wake him up by force. The tears and screams stopped abruptly, worrying Riveria even more instead of calming her down. What's with this sudden change? Is it possible to be completely calm 1 second after being so euphoric? Then about 30 seconds later, Belle murmured, "Save her, you have to save her." Riveria seemed confused, but one thing was clear. Belle had a rather peculiar background. She also noticed the weight of his words as well as the determination and will behind them. What kind of history are you living? Deeply intrigued, she decided to wipe the tears from Belle's face, waiting for him to wake up, which soon happened. XXX. He really does look like Aizu said, a rather curious boy. 10 minutes later, Belle was completely free of any dizziness. But the sensation of Riveria's lap was so incredibly divine that he wished he could stay dizzy forever. The atmosphere was so comfortable that Riveria didn't even notice when she started stroking Belle's hair. It was embarrassing and she felt guilty for her poor manners, but when she saw that Belle seemed comfortable, she continued. It was then that he decided to break the comfortable silence and tried to resolve one of his doubts about the mysteries of Belle. Can I ask you something? Really? Do you know an adventurer named Silence? The question was direct, typical of Riveria's personality. However, to her misfortune, Belle showed an expression of not knowing her. Silence. Yes, she was a powerful adventurer from the Hera familia. Don't you recognize her? I'm aware of the Hera family. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't know them, but the nickname Silence doesn't ring a bell. I see, then perhaps you know her by name. Her name was Al. Just as he was about to mention the name of that adventuress, the scream of a different voice echoed through the dungeon. Belle. It was unfamiliar to Riveria but quite familiar to Belle. He completely forgot what Riveria was trying to ask and then looked in the direction of the voice's origin. There were two silhouettes, emerging from one of the many entrances to the room where Belle and Riveria were. The first was a girl with beautiful black hair cascading down her back, swaying gently with her every step. Her aquamarine eyes betrayed her concern over the name that had just been spoken. Behind her came a tall, muscular figure displaying a stoic face familiar to all of Aurario, Axelassin and Odarson. Belle asked, confused by his friend's unexpected presence in the dungeon. He wanted to ask her what she was doing there, but she didn't seem inclined to. After all, she was watching with her own eyes her beloved receiving a lap pillow from a woman who wasn't her. And to make matters worse, she was a beautiful elf. The four remained silent, each with their own thoughts. Otter maintained an offensive stance, reasoning that Belle had either been attacked by a rival familia, or, from what it seemed, was being influenced by the charms of a woman from a rival familia. Riveria was worried about the obvious misunderstanding being caused by the compromising position in which they were seen, while the boy on her lap trembled like a rabbit submerged in cold water for being caught red-handed. Axella, on the other hand, was at the height of jealousy. Axelassin, it's not what it seems. Finally, Belle broke the silence with a trembling voice. Riveria noticed it instantly since she had him in her lap, which made her think that the girl in front of them who was silently staring at them with murderous eyes was someone close to Belle. I see. Axella's voice came out in a dead tone, sending a shiver down Belle's spine. I was worried about you when you were late again, so much so that I had to ask the captain to help me look for you. That was something worth mentioning, since Belle knew better than anyone how proud Axella could be. For her to ask for help and owe a favor was as rare as seeing a pig fly. But here you are, receiving a lap pillow from another woman. Is this how you're going to get strong, like you said this morning? The misunderstanding was getting worse, so Riveria wanted to give a detailed explanation of what had happened when she saw that Belle was not in a condition to even speak. However, Otter won the floor. Nine hell, are you trying to persuade the family's rookie? I will take this as an act of war and eliminate you right now. The air pressure rose to absurd levels, highlighting the suffocating, killer pressure. You're wrong, Otterson. Belle shouted, quite flustered by the absurdity of the situation. His body moved on its own and covered Riveria, giving the others a different kind of surprise. Riveria looked stunned as she watched a member of a rival family vouch for her, while Otter noticed how Belle could barely move under the pressure emanating from him. This is due to my carelessness, it's entirely my fault. Riveria-sama has nothing to do with it, quite the opposite. I owe her my life, so please don't harm her and listen to my explanation. Axella, on the other hand, only felt jealousy at the way Belle was defending a woman who wasn't her. A strange, oppressive feeling formed in her chest, making her frown. I'm listening, Otter said, to which Belle sighed, sweating profusely. Thank you. After explaining why they were in that situation, everything was finally cleared up. Axella was even grateful to Riveria, as she had cared for a helpless Belle after a zero-mind event. If she was given the choice between losing her beloved or seeing him receive a lap pillow, the choice was quite obvious. Thank you for taking care of Belle, she bowed, showing her gratitude and causing Belle's jaw to drop to the floor. Riveria, on the other hand, just shook her head, saying it was nothing. Captain, could you go ahead with that idiot Belle to headquarters? I need to speak with Miss Riveria. Axella's words took Belle by surprise, and he walked towards her with a rather nervous smile. Axelassin, I don't think that's a good idea. Be quiet, rabbit. I'll talk to you when I get to headquarters, understood? Why, yes. Riveria watched the scene with a forced smile, incredulous to see that the same boy who had stepped between her and Otter to defend her was now a submissive rabbit in the mouth of a ferocious wolf. I'll return to the surface with her so nothing will happen to me. Go on, I won't be long. I understand, I'll wait for you at headquarters. Yes, await your punishment. That last thought made Belle swallow hard, feeling powerless because he couldn't do anything. He simply resigned himself to it as he walked beside Otter, heading towards the surface. XXX. As soon as Otter and Belle's figures disappeared at the crossroads of a corridor, Axella's smile vanished, and turning to Riveria, she displayed a cold and serious expression. Miss Riveria, first of all, let me thank you for saving that fool Belle. Thank you very much, she said, bowing slightly but only slightly. She was grateful but still unable to go any further than this. It's no big deal. Riveria responded, shaking his head. His eyes were able to discern the actions of the young woman before him, and without hesitation he classified her as a dangerous person. In his opinion, someone capable of concealing their true colors was always a dangerous person. The reason he was able to notice her was simply due to luck combined with a wealth of experience because of her age. Okay, then I'll get straight to the reason I'm here and not with Belle on the way to the surface. Just as she had predicted, Axella quickly presented a completely different perspective, changing the atmosphere around her. So calmly, Riveria nodded. Go ahead. Just as I arrived, what was I about to ask Belle? I'm afraid I don't know what you're referring to. Evaluating people wasn't the only thing Riveria excelled at. She was also adept at perfectly concealing her intentions and thoughts. However, seeing people's true colors was a game with many players. Unfortunately for Riveria, Axella was one of those players. Therefore, her subtle dissimulation was in vain. Oh, really? Just by hearing the tone of his voice, Riveria understood that her attempt at deception had failed. She was worried about being caught snooping into the personal life of an adventurer belonging to a rival family, so not being discovered was the best option. However, it wasn't the naive, rabbit-like boy he was dealing with, but the young woman with black hair and a gaze as cold as the northern lands. Did it have nothing to do with Ulfia-sama? At this point, the surprise was impossible to hide. Not when a bomb of that magnitude was dropped on his face unexpectedly and without warning. Anyone would jump at the mere mention of that name, and Axella did not miss Reveria's similar reaction. She closed her eyes and let out a sigh of regret. I figured as much. Sooner or later, someone would get suspicious. They look too alike after all. Axella said in a nostalgic and melancholic tone. Reveria did not overlook that and without restraint let slip his disbelief. So Cranel is really related to Miss Ulfia. Axella looked at her silently, taking advantage of Reveria's brief moment of bewilderment to weigh her options. Killing her isn't an option. Even if I could, she'd be the prime suspect and it would cause Belle problems, so. The seconds passed, and although they were few, it was enough for Axella to arrive at an efficient and safe solution. Miss Reveria. First he snapped Reveria out of her trance, then he gently offered. I'll give you information in exchange for a favor. What do you think? As long as the favor is within my reach and does not harm my family. For her part, Reveria really had no reason to go into debt with a stranger, but while it was a hasty and unexpected thing for someone like her to do, the only thing that mattered to her now was to find out more about the relationship between Cranel and the fearsome adventurer from the past, Ulfia. Axella knew that, but she didn't bother to take advantage of it. She had no interest in anything other than Belle and his safety. Okay. Having said that, she thought about what she should and shouldn't say, although there's nothing to indicate risk. There were certain things, but it was okay as long as she didn't mention them and kept them to herself. After all, Belle wasn't the only one with a remarkable past. I should start by saying that Belle is related to Ulfia-sama. More precisely, he's her nephew, so there really is a blood relationship. Yes, another thing is that I am aware of Ulfia-sama's actions as part of Evolus during the dark times. His statement took Reveria by surprise. He never imagined meeting someone who still had a connection to that era. I should mention that I'm also aware of the real reasons why he committed those acts. I assume you are too, aren't you? Yes, Reveria said, showing a complicated feeling in her jade-green eyes. It was a way to bring in the next generation of heroes. I can't help but regret that it was the only way to do it. Yes, it was truly regrettable. Axella agreed, showing sadness. All of this concerning Ulfia as well as her death had caused great suffering to her loved one who was Belle. Likewise, he also harbored a certain affection for that woman who loved silence. That's all I have to offer. Realizing what she was displaying, Axella forced herself to return to normal. Her eyes still held a ruthless and emotionless gaze. Although I suppose the first one was more than enough, wasn't it? Certainly. As for the favor, what is it about? Reveria asked with a cautious look, but it was in vain. Axella only asked for silence. Whatever you do, even if you're about to die, don't mention Ulfia-sama's name in front of Belle. Never, ever. Huh? I don't understand. If anyone else in your family suspects Belle's relationship with his aunt, please speak to that person and pass on the same information. Never mention Ulfia-sama in front of Belle. You can discuss this with the executives to prevent it from happening. I understand, it's not a problem for me either, but why hide this from Cranel? Axella remained silent for a long time in the face of Reveria's clear doubt. So far, the agreement was going quite well. Reveria seemed more dignified and honorable than the rumors suggested. However, it was questionable whether or not she should provide more information about it. But if I tell him that's none of his business, then there won't be enough reason to keep his word. I can't rely on a reputation, and I don't trust it either. After thinking about it a little longer, he let out an irritated sigh and spoke. To sum it up, Belle was present when the god Erebus visited our village to recruit Ulfia-sama and Zald-sama. Wait, did you just mention? Another bombshell was dropped on her, and Reveria couldn't hide her astonishment and disbelief. It certainly wasn't a slip of the tongue on Axella's part. Saying so was intentional, since mentioning the name of another vital figure like Zald would make it clear that this was no ordinary agreement. It was a subtle way of making it clear that this should be handled with the utmost discretion, and that if it wasn't, there would be consequences. Is it related to gluttony? This is starting to border on the unreal. If someone was associated with such famous figures, for better or for worse, then that person was definitely someone to be wary of. That image slowly seared itself into Reveria's opinion of Axella. Belle discovered that his aunt and uncle would sacrifice themselves and be portrayed as villains. Naturally, he opposed the idea, but he was unable to do anything to prevent it. In the end, he voluntarily blocked his memory so he wouldn't remember Ulfia-sama. Not only that, there's another reason why I don't want anything about Ulfia-sama to reach Belle. What is there more? For Reveria, it was already more than enough information to process, so it was clearly ridiculous that things didn't end. If the girl in front of her told her that mentioning Ulfia was painful for Belle, then she would gladly remain silent for the rest of her life. It wasn't an exaggeration to say something like taking the secret to her grave. And that reason is: Belle loses control when he hears something related to Ulfia-sama. Loses control, what's that supposed to mean? Just like I said, she loses control, her mental state explodes, and she enters a berserk-like mode. While her mind tries to erase the painful memory, her body destroys everything around her. This has only happened once in our village, and since then no one has mentioned Alfea-sama again. I'd say even they've forgotten her. The nightmare now made sense, Reveria concluded. It was hard to believe at first glance, but she did take into account the seriousness of the girl's face in front of her, as well as the nightmare Belle had while resting in her lap. Then it all had a certain credibility. When Belle went berserk in the village, it wasn't a problem since he was just an ordinary child and a couple of adults could easily restrain him. But now he has a blessing as well as incredible growth. What do you think will happen now that you possess skills and magic? Reveria remained silent in response to those words. If I thought about it a bit, an out-of-control level 1 wasn't a problem. Even a level 2 could handle it with due calm. The problem lay with Belle, who wasn't just a simple LV1. Besides his blood relation to someone who was called a talent monster, he himself was an irregular capable of obtaining magic in less than a week as an adventurer. I understand. Reveria felt this wasn't something to be taken lightly, so she decided to believe Excella. I will alert my senior colleagues to prevent an unwanted incident. Thank you very much, Miss Reveria. Finally, it was time to return to the surface. Reveria thought so, however. Excella spoke in an unfriendly tone. Reveria could swear she had seen an infinite void in that pair of aquamarine eyes. Regarding the lap pillow you gave my Belle, could you please explain it to me? In detail. A little embarrassment came over Reveria at the mention of such a daring act, but she made an effort to clarify that she had no ulterior motives and it was only to help Belle. It was difficult, but he managed to make Excella believe him. The journey to the surface was silent, except for his thoughts. Reveria had to report her discovery and Excella had to discipline her beloved. XXX. Excella's room, home of the Freya family. The sun had fallen below the horizon, giving way to the reign of night. The moon in the center, as well as the stars around it, dimly illuminated the world. Belle. That same dim light filtered through Excella's bedroom window, bathing them in a light, dull blue hue. Excella and Belle were sitting side by side on the edge of the bed, keeping a slight distance between them. The young woman with black hair showed an annoyed expression, and as soon as Belle became aware of that, his survival instinct made his body move at insane speeds to the ground. Her knees fell to the cold wooden floor of the room, and her eyes trembled as she stared down at her legs, awaiting her punishment like a trapped rabbit. Miss Reveria explained everything to me, so I can't be upset to know why she gave you a lap pillow. But just when he thought he saw a glimmer of hope, Belle fell into despair when he raised his head and saw Excella's empty, emotionless gaze. Those eyes seemed to see deep into Belle's thoughts, leaving no room for lies. While staring at him in such a terrifying way, Excella asked, "Did you enjoy it?" Belle swallowed. That reaction alone was enough for Excella to know the answer to her question, but instead of stopping, she continued. Her eyes remained empty. Would you dream about that lap pillow if you were going to sleep right now? If Miss Reveria offers you another lap pillow, would you accept? Were those questions that didn't have yes answers? Belle wondered how her childhood friend was so good at playing mind games. She knew the answer, of course, but she wanted to believe that was a thing of the past. He remembered the feel of the lap pillow as well as its floral scent. That alone was enough to make him swallow again and blush slightly, all in full view of Excella, who was analyzing his every move. Belle's actions, her beloved's, were enough to answer all her questions. You unfaithful bastard. She wanted to scream at him, however she contained her emotions and continued. Answer all 3 questions with a yes or a no, but you can only answer once. That answer will be the answer to each question. That isn't that a bit of an exaggeration, Axelassin? Answer, rabbit. Excella's voice instilled fear and Belle wasn't stupid enough to provoke her further. If she got any angrier than she already was, then he really might die tonight. Belle thought for a few seconds, remaining silent under Excella's cold gaze. After a while, he finally gave an answer, and no. Following that, there was an overwhelming silence. Belle had to look down again, unable to bear seeing Excella's empty eyes, and she, seeing him like that, spoke in a terrifying tone. You've never been a good liar, Belle, nor do I need to be a goddess to know if you're telling the truth or not. You know that, right? Why, yes. Then you'll know that I know perfectly well that you're lying. Why, yes. So why are you doing it? Because I don't want you to get angry, Axelassin. Oh, and you think lying to me will make me happy. Your logic is incredible, Belle. Sorry, I won't do it again. Then answer one more time and make it quick. You don't want to waste my patience, do you? What was Belle supposed to say if he could only say what Excella wanted him to say? It was pretty unfair, not to say completely unfair. My answer is. With a lump in his throat, a tremor that reached his bones, and an incredible urge to cry, Belle gave an answer that could very well lead to his death. Yes. After that, Bell didn't know how much time passed, but he also didn't have the courage to raise his head to check the time on the clock attached to the wall of the room. More than anything, for fear of meeting Axella's gaze. The silence was awkward, but it vanished when Axella stood up, making Bell jump in fright. She ignored him and calmly took a seat on the rug placed in the center of the room. He lightly patted her thighs. "Come here. I'll make you forget that lap pillow by using mine, so much so that you'll consider Miss Reveria's lap pathetic compared to mine. Hurry up, we don't have all night." Bell had no idea what was going on, but he wasn't about to argue about it. Especially not when Axella now had a lovely blush and no longer the blank stare in her eyes. "I am going," he said shyly, discreetly glancing at the bare thighs displayed before him. Axella wore a skirt with stockings, so usually none of her skin was visible, but now that she was in this position, giving him a lap pillow, a bit of her wonderful body was revealed to the rabbit's eyes. "He's looking at me." Of course, Axella wasn't unaware of this fact. Rather, she had sat in such a way that her skirt revealed a little skin on purpose. "Eugid, so he does see me as a woman." She felt embarrassed by the bold way she was acting, but told herself that this was necessary if she wanted her relationship with Bell to progress faster than conventional. Bell slowly approached, placing his head in Axella's lap little by little until he felt the softness and warmth emanating from her thighs. "Okay." Yes." Axella flashed a silly smile, fondly observing Bell's nervous expression. She quickly began stroking his hair, gently running her fingers through his snow-white locks. She felt satisfied and happy just feeling Belle's weight on her legs, so much so that her anger was no longer present anywhere. She still wore a cute blush, but she herself was aware that her dishonest, tsundere attitude in Zeus's words was slowly but surely fading away. This allowed her to attack with more boldness than in her days as a farmer in the village. "What time did that pedophile tell you to meet her?" She was referring to Freya, of course. Axella didn't hold back when it came to conveying her animosity toward that woman who was something of a rival to her in matters of love. "Ha ha ha." Bell laughed dryly, showing a drop of sweat on his temple. "That's a bit rude, don't you think?" "HMPH, that's true, so I don't mind," Axella replied, pouting on her cheek as she continued to stroke Bell's hair with great enthusiasm. Bell concluded that discussing the issue was a waste of time in addition to the existing risk of Axella becoming upset again. He said at 9:30 p.m., he said, scratching his cheek with his finger. Axella could only sigh at that. "I see I have an hour and a half with you then. That's exactly why I strongly refuse to join this family." "She's monopolizing you, Bell. You imagine things, ha. Of course, it wasn't just his imagination. Even Bell was aware of this, but there was little he could do against the whims of his goddess. All he could do was pray that this wouldn't cause friction between Freya and Axella, as that would definitely be devastating. What? Achoo! Suddenly Bell let out a sneeze. Axella was instantly worried, bringing a handkerchief closer for her beloved. "What's wrong? Did you catch a cold?" "I think so, I'm sorry." "Don't apologize, you fool. It was probably from falling on the cold dungeon floor. I'll make some tea, and while you're drinking it and we have time, tell me about your day." "Well then." After preparing the tea and Bell drinking it, they both returned to their original positions, where Axella provided a divine-level lap pillow and Bell enjoyed said lap pillow. There wasn't much to tell, since Axella already knew the most interesting part of Bell's day exploring the dungeon, but the part where he tested his new magic was certainly interesting. Anything that came from Bell was interesting to Axella, who simply looked at him with loving eyes and listened to him attentively. XXX. Twilight Mansion, Finn Daemna's office. The executives of the Loki family gathered at Reveria's call who claimed to have vital information. The conversation was taking place at the same time as Bell and Axella shared a brief moment as a couple. "What's the reason now?" "It's the second time today," Bethes snorted, showing clear irritation. Reveria said it was important, show a little patience. Finn intervened, looking at Reveria awaiting the aforementioned report. It was late at night, so it was normal for more than one person to show impatience. Especially Bethes, whose week wasn't the best of her life. "It's simple," Reveria said, shrugging his shoulders. "I just wanted to let you know that Cranel is the nephew of silence as well as gluttony. I confirmed it myself. Was that simple?" Upon hearing it, more than one person stood up from their seat, holding back their exclamations. To say that they felt chills was not an exaggeration either, since the mention of those aliases had enough weight to crush the tranquility of many. All eyes were on Reveria, who was resting comfortably on a sofa. Both Finn at his desk and Loki lying on top of it, the look in their eyes demanded that Reveria continue. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? Are you talking about the boy that damn Boar was looking for?" "It's too late for jokes, you old hag." Bethes, however, wasn't so patient. Especially when the reason for her bad week became the main topic of conversation at the meeting. "Reveria, could you explain why you are so sure about this statement?" I ask Finn, intervening before Reveria could freeze Bete for calling her an old witch. It might not have seemed like it, but Reveria was quite sensitive when it came to her age. Of course. Reveria glossed over Bete and told them everything that happened in her unexpected encounter with Cranel. Of course, he omitted the part about the lap pillow. So you ended up with a new apprentice, huh, Reveria? Gareth commented while rubbing his beard and showing a mocking smile. Reveria decided to ignore it and reached the part where Otter and the young woman named Axella appeared. Everyone showed anguish at the comment. The king was about to attack me, but that feeling turned to surprise when Reveria got to the part where Belle jumped to defend her. An adventurer defending another from a rival family, that kid is weird, Tyone said, showing relief and curiosity. I think it's a good sign, it's just like Aizu said, Tiona exclaimed. The atmosphere, thanks to her lively shout, dispelled the bad vibes at the thought of Reveria being brutally murdered by Otter. At that moment, Bete spat. Don't be stupid, he only did it because the old woman took care of him. It's simple professional courtesy. His comment made Reveria frown, but she remained silent and continued. He reached the part where he was left alone with the young woman named Axella, and had the courtesy to omit the part where Belle trembled like a frightened rabbit in the presence and gaze of said young woman. Reveria wanted to believe he was protecting his dignity as a man, as well as his reputation. It was the least he could do to repay some of the kindness she had shown him. Then he finally spoke about the content of the conversation he had with Axella. What she said about silence, the blood relationship that Belle shared with her, Ulfia's actions with Evelis, and the mental block that Belle suffered. No one dared to say anything and they simply listened, especially Aizu, whose gaze grew sad. He too was separated from his family. He thought with a touch of melancholy, that's all. Reveria concluded her report with Belle's peculiar reaction to the mention of Ulfia. She made sure to emphasize the fact that her name should never be mentioned in her presence, to avoid any unwanted incidents. Besides the problem that Belle could present if he were out of control, Reveria felt more caution towards Axella. I see, so Aizu was right about her feeling, Finn said, taking his chin in a thoughtful pose. Her eyebrows were slightly tilted, although I didn't expect what happened with Zald. So that's the same boy Bete made fun of. Heh heh, you've really done it now, Betetten. Loki spoke for the first time, showing a funny face and a mocking tone to liven up the atmosphere. Of course their target was Bete. Shut your mouth, woman, the werewolf croaked. I only told the truth. Besides, that tomato is a nobody, and the only problem he poses is that he belongs to the Freya family. Someone who lives off the power of others isn't worth my time. He said with clear displeasure. It seemed like a valid comment, but Reveria immediately found the flaw. Even so, he himself hasn't boasted about belonging to the Freya family. We found out from Otter, and the boy you're blaming has never mentioned his family. It's true, Aizu said, joining Reveria. This alone was enough to make Bete clench his jaw tightly. When I found him at Jaiga Marukun's stall, I was the one who mentioned his family, not him. There wasn't much to say, if anything at all, to contradict them, so Bete remained silent. At that time, Tyone commented casually and with some relief. Forget that. Doesn't what Reveria just said make it clear that we shouldn't worry about the boy getting revenge? That's right. Tiona agreed with a smile. Since Reveria took care of him, now he'll be in her debt, won't he? There's also the training. With that, I can say we're on good terms with him. Thanks for that, Reveria. I only fixed Bete's mistake. You don't need to thank me, Finn. Saying that rather direct hint, Reveria turned to look at Bete. The werewolf frowned. Do you want a thank you from me? That bastard isn't a threat. I don't have to thank you, he said tersely, clicking his tongue as he left the office and headed to his favorite pub. Everyone sighed when he left. That Bete is still the same as always, huh? Loki murmured with an amused smile. Few understood the meaning, but that didn't really matter. Finn turned around to look at Reveria. Reveria, when and where will you train with Cranel? It'll be here, Reveria answered quickly, at which Loki jumped. Freya's brat is coming to headquarters. What if he tries to spy on the base? He pointed, but Finn shook his head. If Reveria invited him, then he must have considered him trustworthy, right? Naturally. I didn't have time to agree on a date, so I suppose he'll come sometime this week. I suppose it was because of Otter's interference. Yes, that's why. Actually, it was due to the slight embarrassment she felt while handing him a lap pillow, but Reveria had no intention of saying so. It was, in a way, a rather pleasant and embarrassing experience. If that's all and no one has anything to add, the meeting ends here. Go and get some rest. Those present nodded, then seconds later left and went to their own rooms. Reveria in particular had high expectations for his upcoming training with Belle. She felt the need to see him again, as she had found him to be quite an interesting guy. XXX. Freya's room. 2 hours after receiving Axella's lap pillow, and after she insisted on not letting him go, Belle finally managed to escape under the pretext of receiving a status update. The clock read 10:00 p.m. The dinner planned for the two of them was about to end. It had been pleasant. The conversation wasn't forced, much less awkward. More than anything, it was about Belle's day, as well as his achievement of reaching the 8th floor of the dungeon. Freya didn't hesitate to praise him in a seductive and suggestive tone, making Belle blush adorably. Everything was going perfectly well until Freya brought up a sensitive topic. I heard from Otter that he found you in a strange position with Loki's daughter, Nine Hells. Belle's surprise as well as his panic were not easy to hide, especially in front of someone like Freya, who was very familiar with deciphering the desires and longings of mortals. Recently, this was a pleasant meeting that included subtle hints from Freya to Belle, and now the pleasant atmosphere shifted to one where Freya looked at Belle with a smile that reached her eyes. A strange position. I don't know what you're talking about. It was too late to take back what he'd said. Because of his hesitation, Freya's already cold gaze hardened, becoming even more intense. He felt as if she could freeze him with just one look. Really, I see, so the phrase lap pillow doesn't sound familiar to you? Freya asked in a rather alarmed tone. At this point, Belle had no way out. Even if he lied, that lie would be revealed. He could either resign himself to telling the truth or dare to lie blatantly in the hope that his goddess would overlook it. And no. Foolishly, he clung tooth and nail to the second option. Freya even displayed the slight perplexity of someone who saw a blind man say that the sky was black. Master Belle, I believe that lying is not part of your strength as an individual. I humbly recommend that on this occasion you be truthful. What? Faced with the advice of his ability, Belle had to accept reality. If even his ability noticed him, then it was time to let go of the lie called hope. So before Freya could reprimand him for lying to her, he stepped forward with complete honesty. Sorry, Freya, I lied. I received a lap pillow, I see, Freya replied flatly. It was easy for her to hide her surprise at Belle's unexpected honesty, and while he looked adorably cute like a puppy seeking its owner's affection, she didn't jump up to hug him, comfort him, or congratulate him on his honesty. Instead, she stood up and walked to the large bed located in the center of the room. Come, I'll update your status. Belle nodded timidly without objecting. Upon reaching the bed, Freya gently pointed and indicated. Take off your shirt and lie down, why yes. Her tone was now softer, but it still held a slight trace of annoyance. Because of this, Belle concluded that it was best to do as she was asked without complaint. He obeyed Freya's demands, taking off his shirt and lying face down on the comfortable mattress. He didn't quite understand his goddess's attitude, but he waited patiently for about a minute. Then he felt the soft sensation of Freya's body on top of him. The update was done quickly and quietly, limited to a slight smile on Freya's lips as she saw Belle's incredible growth. Shortly afterwards, he transferred the state data to a sheet of paper. I'm finished, he said calmly, causing Belle to let out a sigh that broke the silence. Thanks, now I can huh. When he tried to get up, he noticed it wasn't easy. Besides Freya's body still on top of him, a pair of soft, warm legs were deliberately pressing down on him. Freya, if you don't get down, I won't be able to stay. Freya let out a cute little laugh at Belle's nervousness. Are you so interested in your state that you can't even notice my bare legs, Belle? Be bare legs. Upon hearing this, Belle looked over his shoulder with trembling eyes. There above him and with a lovely, seductive smile, Freya displayed her semi-naked body, covered only by provocative and erotic-looking lingerie. What happened to your dress? Only now did he discover why Freya had taken so long to get on him and update her status. She was undressing. The beautiful purple one-piece dress was nowhere to be seen, and instead all that could be seen was Freya's majestic and divine body covered in erotic lingerie. The lace of the bra accentuated her breasts, leaving a large opening in the front from which a portion of her soft, warm-looking skin emerged. The lower part, which rubbed against Belle's back due to Freya's deliberate movements, was covered by sheer black panties. Just a glance allowed you to imagine what lay beneath. Do you like what you see? Freya's question, whispered in the tone of a little demon tempting you to sin, sent a shiver down Belle's spine. Her face quickly turned red and she looked back straight ahead, not knowing what to say because of her nerves and panic. Freya laughed at it. Even if you don't answer, I'll be your answer. You like it, don't you? Slowly, she bent her body until her breasts pressed against Belle's bare back. Feeling him tremble was too cute for Freya. If you like older women so much, doesn't that make me the winner? You can use my mature body as you please, my little bunny. Belle's face changed color at Freya's suggestive whisper. Those words alone were enough to make him imagine unethical scenarios between himself and Freya. Sweating, panting, their bodies intertwined. Freya saw right through him and with a flirty smile on her lips leaned even closer to reach Belle's ear. Should I use my charm to make you mine right now? He blew a puff of hot air, then lightly bit his ear, making Belle tremble like a frightened rabbit. Make your body give to me until the wee hours of the morning, strong and wild. To mingle our fluids, to join our voices in passionate, breathless gasps. This time, Belle trembled differently than before. This was because if Freya used her charm on him, then there would be no way to oppose her will. Although Freya knew that wasn't the case and was only making false threats to obtain a hefty compensation, as well as to see the cute, frightened look of her little rabbit. His goal was a kiss, but unfortunately for him and Belle, the voice of a certain skill sounded in the latter's head. Master Bell, I inform you that the charm of the goddess Freya has no effect on you thanks to the hero's wish habitat. Therefore, do not worry. Strength. What? Bell's trembling stopped the instant he heard the great sage's voice, and he silently offered a thank you. He turned his gaze again, taking in Freya's glamorous, curvaceous figure. But Freya, your charm doesn't work on me because of my skill, does it? Bell didn't need to be an expert at reading other people's expressions to know this, as Freya's disbelief was quite noticeable. Shortly afterwards, that disbelief turned into a slight trace of annoyance and a smile that exuded the bitter feeling of defeat. I see, so you've fully grasped your ability. That's not fair. She said it with a cute pout that didn't match her erotic appearance. Then she climbed off Belle's back with a grumpy expression on her beautiful face. However, she didn't leave the room or dismiss Belle. Instead, she sat down on the rug beside the bed and patted her lap. Belle had an incredible déjà vu. If I still can't make you mine, then come and accept your punishment. Why, yes. Belle walked towards Freya with an air of defeat, which was rare, considering his recent victory. Furthermore, he couldn't help but think that the seductive and erotic aspect emanating from his goddess's body was not in keeping with the situation of giving a lap pillow, although he didn't exactly complain. When he was beside Freya, he lay down on her bare lap. The warmth and softness of her thighs was a divine sensation that made him blush. His heart raced when he opened his eyes. Now that he was lying down, what his vision took in was the incredible pair of smooth-looking mountains, covered by a sheer black bra. Belle swallowed hard, realizing that if he focused his gaze, he could even glimpse a pair of cute pink nipples. This made him turn his head away. Fufu, you're so cute I can barely contain myself, Belle. With the third pillow of the day, Belle was brought under control. Freya merely stroked Belle's white hair, bringing up casual topics from their day, and Belle simply responded, listening while blushing and occasionally glancing at his goddess's breasts. Freya was aware of this, and instead of being annoyed, she smiled smugly and happily. After a while, Belle received his status sheet. You can go and rest well unless you want to sleep with me. It will be for next time. Belle figured that if he stayed overnight with Freya, he wouldn't even be able to close his eyes because of the nerves. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but he had a feeling that regardless of the situation, she would try something if he let his guard down. If you say so. Why, yes. Freya smiled to herself as she watched Belle, red-faced, stagger weakly to the door and out of the room. She lay down on the bed, hugging a pillow. The day, or rather the night with Belle, had left her with a great feeling of contentment. XXX. It was late at night, but the curiosity to see the results of his busy days prevented Belle from falling asleep on his bed. Furthermore, he had to read the grimoire given to him by his goddess. The great sage reminded him of this. Whoa, this is great. Belle smiled with pleasure and excitement as she looked at her status, especially in the basic skills section. State: Strength, B701, A820. Resistance, F355, E404. Dexterity, C650, C699. Agility, A817, S913. Magic, IH189. The results were not insignificant and even bordered on the exceptional. With a great feeling of accomplishment running through his body, Belle stood up and walked to the bookshelf in his room, taking a blank book that he had among the others' heroic tales. He lay back in his bell again and began reading the grimoire until he fell asleep. He had a strange dream in which a voice asked odd questions. Chapter 6, Monsterphilia and Training. Let the game begin. XXX. The day after receiving 3 lap pillows. Midday, the sky was clear and the sun was shining beautifully. The bustle of the streets and the shouts of children playing made the city anything but quiet. After getting up early, Belle walked the usual route towards the dungeon after receiving lunch from Sir. She seemed to want to know about his recent escape from the bar, but Belle gave a silly smile as he said, "I'll explain later." After a 4-hour expedition, he returned to the surface and met up with Axella to go out together and look at the Monsterphilia stalls. She said she wanted to go, and Belle couldn't refuse. Besides, the idea wasn't unpleasant. He was also curious about the event called Monsterphilia, and there was the prospect of going on a date with the girl he was interested in. Axella, in addition to wanting to spend time with Belle as a couple, was making sure that no harpy women approached her. Now the two of them walked hand in hand, a request made by Axella with the excuse of avoiding getting lost in the large crowd of people that filled the streets. They strolled through the various stalls under the gaze of passers-by, especially the men. Beyond leering at Axella, they looked with a certain jealousy and envy at Belle, who was holding hands with a stunningly beautiful woman from the east. To a certain extent, considering Axella's well-endowed body and beautiful black hair, receiving such looks was even natural. Belle there, come on, come on. Axella smiled happily, oblivious to her surroundings because she was on a date with her beloved. Her eyes focused on a chip stand, and without hesitation she pulled Belle with her. Hello. There she encountered a familiar face waiting her turn in line. Izu Wallenstein greeted her casually, trying to make small talk while they waited for her turn to order. However, Axella sharpened her gaze and retraced her steps, taking Belle with her again. Aizu stood stunned, watching the rabbit boy's back disappear into the distance among the crowd. She lowered the hand that had waved to Belle and turned her attention back to the chip stand, waiting her turn and wondering why that black-haired girl had turned around so suddenly. We have competition, competence. Aizu was unable to understand the words of his minim. Meanwhile, having moved far enough away from any potential threat, Axella looked for an empty seat with Belle. They had already found a different chip stand, and now they were searching for a good place to eat. The ideal spot appeared in the form of a wooden bench located under the canopy of a tree, which cast a cool shade that provided shade from the sun. Belle, do you want to? Axella blushed adoringly as she offered Belle a bite of her potato. He looked at the outstretched potato, noticing the spot where Axella had already bitten him. She considered biting from the opposite side, but firmly believed that would trigger a tiring problem. Therefore, she slowly bit from the same spot where Axella had tried. He's rich. She said with a blush, hee, that was an indirect kiss, Belle, why yes. Axella subtly slid closer to Belle, their shoulders bumping. The sensation of feeling him near brought a silly smile to her lips as she relished the embarrassment her beloved displayed. To passers-by, they looked like a couple in love. Naturally, they drew jealous glances and a few touched looks at the adorable scene. Only after a while, when they had finished their snack, did they set out to walk to the Colosseum where the main performance of the day, the taming of monsters, would take place. It should have been like that, Maestro Bell. The voice of the great sage sounded in Belle's head, surprising him. I detect movement beneath their feet. Judging by the sensation emanating from them, it's 100% certain they are monsters. What? At the same time as he was listening to that minor report inside his head, a tremor spread throughout the ground of the street where they were walking. Monsters on the surface. You've got to be kidding me. A second after that thought, the stone tile shattered in an explosion, spreading a wave of dust and creating a scream from the civilians. Belle screamed instantly, "Evacuate the area quickly." Those who listened obeyed and those who didn't ran in terror in all directions. Panic spread quickly, especially when the presence of monsters on the surface was revealed, along with the absence of any adventurers to protect them. Even if only one arrived, it was unquestionable that there would be a couple of victims. Axelassen, go somewhere safe. If you find anyone injured, please use your magic to help them. Are you crazy? I won't leave you here. Now, this was no time for setbacks. Belle knew that Axella served more as medical support due to her magic than combat support, and even if that weren't the case, it was a priority not to let her fight in the presence of others. Good. Axella jumped in surprise, stunned by the serious and calculating expression Belle now wore. She wasn't the friendly one she usually was, but one who wouldn't take no for an answer. However, she showed no annoyance. She simply smiled slightly as a blush graced her cheeks and walked on, searching for any possible casualties. She didn't know why, but Belle's serious demeanor made her heart race. Great sage, your orders, Master Belle. What kind of monsters are they? Do I have a chance of winning? Belle looked at the beasts in the open field, free of any civilians in sight. There were 6 of them, and to his surprise, they had an appearance unlike anything he had ever seen in his short time as an adventurer. The monsters looked like sickly green, plant-like snakes. Master Belle, I can find no record of the species before you. The documents given by Inasama make no mention of anything similar, so it is most likely a new species or a monster from the depths that Inasama chose not to include in the information he gave you. Based on the energy and presence they emanate, I can guarantee that these beasts have the power of around a level 3 at the end. The chances of victory are 90%. I understand, thank you. Please assist me with mana control and magic incantations. It will be an honor, Master Bells. As he gathered his thoughts, Belle drew his black sword and assumed a defensive stance. She had brought it with the thought of returning to the dungeon after the date with Axella, but she understood that was for another day. He carefully observed the movements of the plant monsters, who, upon noticing him, charged at him at an absurd speed. Had he been a regular level 1, he would have died instantly. However, he was not only an irregular in terms of his status, but he also had the efficient support of his ability, Great Sage. At his call, Belle's body was covered by an armor of lightning bolts that flashed against each other, clashing loudly and stridently. There was no need to cast spells when he had support like the Great Sage. This allowed him to dodge the onslaught of the plant monsters in time. He stopped and looked at them cautiously, watching as they opened their jaws and formed a carnivorous flower. Master Belle, I detect movement underground. It's a sneak attack, please dodge. The Great Sage's warning came just in time. The moment he leaped to the right, the tiles beneath his feet suddenly cracked. From the spot emerged numerous green vines covered in thorns. They writhed like earthworms and rushed towards him. What's with this absurd attack? Amid the crisis caused by the monster's inexplicable and unpredictable movement pattern, Belle swung his sword again and again, cutting through the vines. They looked tough, but the black sword sliced through them like paper. Moreover, the corrosive force of the curse spread from the cut to the root, which were the monsters. Had they not abandoned those vines, the fight would have ended with just that brief exchange of attacks. Master Bell, they're approaching. I understand. The plant monsters lashed out at Bell when they realized his attacks were ineffective, but it was a grave mistake. The three closest to him were sliced in half in a flash of speed, accompanied by the thunderous crack of lightning. Besides the armor covering his body, lightning had spread across the blade of the black sword as it moved at incredible speed. From a distance, he appeared to be holding a lightning bolt. Because of this speed and attack power, Bell wasn't even aware that the monsters in front were of the tank type, problematic because of their toughness. In the distance, Izu Wallenstein, who was in the vicinity of the commotion, stopped his intention to enter the battle, silently watching the unnovice spectacle that Bell displayed. She was impressed, and not only her, but also another woman who, like Izu, was about to intervene in the battle until Bell showed unexpected skill. The shimmering rays covering the boy's body and sword flashed in his sky-blue eyes as he simply watched. Master Bell, may I try an attack? I've been analyzing variations and combinations, and I can guarantee its effectiveness. Oh right, what should I do? Please point your sword at the monster. What? A little hesitant, Bell did what his skill dictated. The tip of his sword locked onto one of the nearest monsters, and a second later, it was reduced to ashes by a blue plasma projectile. The attack consisted of rays condensed to the point of mimicking plasma energy, developed personally by the great sage. What was that? Bell stared wide-eyed at the place where the plant monster had once stood, and which was now nothing more than a handful of burnt ashes. Unconsciously, he pointed his sword at another monster, and a second later, in the same way as before, the plant monster turned to ash without even being able to scream. Not only is it strong, but it doesn't cause unnecessary damage to the surroundings. The high-speed plasma projectile didn't even raise the dust off the ground, let alone destroy the place like most offensive magic did. Now there was only one monster left, showing a strange wariness towards Bell, who seemed like a sovereign of lightning. Great sage, yes teacher, is it possible to increase the power of the lightning armor? It is. Bell did not have to give any indication, as the great sage deduced it with great accuracy. The lightning bolts that had been flashing together, protecting Bell's body, began to move faster, forming a thunderous sound and creating a glow around the area. The ground beneath Bell's feet cracked, debris above the street began to shake from the pressure, and the air filled with an electrifying sensation. This was definitely it. As he sheathed his sword, Bell couldn't help but smile with excitement. He concentrated his strength in his legs and took off at great speed towards the monster, destroying the ground beneath his feet. The space between them shrank in a blink, and after dodging a desperate attack of thorny vines, Bell pulled back his right arm and threw a powerful punch. Eat this. The plant monster shot backward, unable to react. Its bulging, sickly green body hurtled toward a wall where a family of three was hiding. The father could only cover his wife and daughter in a vain attempt to protect them, hoping that at least she could survive. But he was just an ordinary civilian. His body wouldn't withstand the blow, much less cushion the impact. Nor did he harbor any resentment toward Bell, despite knowing it, because he knew these things could happen in the city known as the center of the world. However, the blow never came. The plant monster turned to ash along with the magic stone shortly before impacting the family, lightly caressing the father's body. The two observers, Izu and the other woman, let out the sigh they had been deliberately holding back. They almost regretted their position as observers when they saw how the monster nearly killed three innocent people. The place remained silent for several seconds. Not only the family of three and the pair of top-level adventurers, but also many civilians who watched from a distance. They all witnessed the absurd display of force by someone they couldn't recognize. Was he an adventurer? No, if he was, there would be information about someone so prominent and skilled. And even if that were the case, the audience would never overlook an adventurer whose appearance was so memorable and peculiar. White hair and ruby-red eyes. This was incredible, great sage, you are great. No, I don't deserve such praise, master. Bell ignored the embarrassed voice regarding his ability and displayed an innocent smile brimming with excitement. He had definitely become stronger. That was incredible, Bell. An excited shout came from the other side. Looking in that direction, Bell saw Axella running towards him with a fascinated expression. You were incredibly fast. You're my Bell for a reason. Axella pulled him into a warm, gentle embrace, rubbing her breasts against his face. He could only remain speechless at the soft, divine sensation of her breasts against his skin. The scent was also unusually addictive. Ah ha ha, thank you, Axelassin. I suppose we can continue with what we were doing. Yes, let's continue with our appointment. Axella shouted, making her voice loud enough to be heard. Without Bell realizing it, she had established a romantic relationship between them behind the ears of third parties, hoping that word would spread and thus avoid future problems. The two walked side by side, Axella wrapping her arms around Bell's arm and resting her cheek against his shoulder. Both were observed by those present who silently watched their departure, especially Aizu, completely surprised by the display of power from someone who hadn't even been an adventurer for 2 weeks. On the other side, the second adventurer narrowed her eyes, staring at the back of the smiling boy who was blushing at the young woman's close proximity to him. Who is it? He had a feeling that the city would be shaken again by the arrival of a supernova, and he had to inform his family about it. As for Belle and Axella, the two comfortably enjoyed the monster taming show held in the Colosseum. XXX. Some time later, while Belle and Axella were still enjoying their date in the city, an elf with blonde hair and sky-blue eyes appeared at her family's headquarters office along with 3 other women. She was the second adventurer to witness Belle's battle against the plant monsters. Are you saying that boy has only been adventurous for a week at most? She showed a face of bewilderment and shock, unable to believe the answer she had received from her captain. The one sitting behind the desk, seeing the seriousness with which her friend was asking about a boy, nodded seriously. Perhaps someone had finally captured her friend's cold heart. Elise thought that would be fun to watch. Yes, I deduced that based on a Stas report. She said that a boy exactly like the one you described came to apply to join our family a week ago. To summarize the situation, after witnessing such a scene, the woman went to her colleagues in search of information that would explain why someone as outstanding as Belle remained hidden until now. There she met the other executives from her family who were also her best friends. Captain Elise Lovell said that the same boy had come to request membership in the family and that he was rejected by Estab because of his frail physique. 1 week. 1 week. It's only been a week and he's already this strong. What kind of monstrous talent does he possess? She murmured, sounding distressed. Elise saw that with a smile and asked, "Come on, Ryu, why the more serious attitude than usual?" "Yes, did anything interesting happen? Spill the beans, woman. Come on, could it be that the boy you're asking about has taken over your thoughts? Hehe, you depraved elf." Kaguya and Lyra joined the conversation. Kaguya was a beautiful young woman with Asian features, wearing a traditional purple kimono with a robe over it and a kanzashi in her hair. However, her noble appearance clashed with her usual vulgar and sensual demeanor. Lyra, on the other hand, was a palom with the look of a thug. Her peach hair didn't match her wicked smile and seductive attitude. "That's not what it's about, girls." Ryu intervened, showing a slight red tint at the tips of his ears. "What happened was..." Then, after hearing the story, the 3 top-level adventurers couldn't help but remain silent for a while, lost in their thoughts. They knew it was impossible for a novice adventurer to accomplish something like what Ryu described, and they didn't think she was lying or exaggerating, not when it was Ryu, a righteous elf, who was speaking. "So Estas sent such a talented kid flying. It would have been better if you hadn't told me this, it's certainly sad." Elise said, letting out a sigh. Perhaps he should take responsibility for all membership applications instead of leaving it to lower-ranking staff. He thought it should have been that way from the start. From your description, he must be handsome, right? If he's gotten that strong in a week, then he might be the one to be my fiancé, Fufu. Kaguya simply smiled sensually, covering her lips with her fingers. Then Lyra interrupted. "He's no match for my fiancé, Finn, impossible." She was a blind fan of Finn Damney, captain of the low-key Familia. Of course, their engagement was all made up. Ryu looked at them with blank eyes, quite taken aback by the sight of 2 of the highest-ranking adventurers within her family. "I'll keep an eye on him for the time being. I want to verify if he will be a threat in the near future," he said monotonously, to which Elise nodded. "I'm counting on you. Do you know which family it belongs to? To the Freya family." He had that family's emblem embroidered on the shoulder of his jacket. Elise frowned, then said in a clear tone of alarm, "Be careful, the goddess Freya can be a bit impulsive if we get too close to one of her attendants. Besides, we don't know the boy's position in the hierarchy." "Yes, I'll be careful." After nodding, they shared a couple more stories before leaving the office and returning to their duties as the highest authority of the Astria family. They were strong first-class adventurers, and their power alone was enough to deserve the seat they held among the 13 strongest families in the city. XXX. When night fell, after thoroughly enjoying his date with Axella, Belle went into his room with the idea of taking a well-deserved rest. It should have been that way, at least. However, he found himself in an uncomfortable and dangerous situation. Axella and Freya were in his room arguing in front of him. Both wanted the other to stay away from Belle, and neither seemed interested in making peace. This originated from what happened on the morning of this day, where Belle had woken up embraced by both women lying next to him. When they woke up and noticed each other's presence, they began a pitched battle between them, displaying their clothing. Freya wore erotic and revealing pajamas, while Axella wore adorable-looking ones that contrasted with her defiant gaze. At that time, Belle successfully escaped, but now he couldn't do the same. "I told you he's mine, you pedophile goddess. You can't go near him." "Wow, that's no way to address your goddess, girl. Still, I'll sleep with my sweet Belle tonight." They argued for quite some time, their argument escalating to the point where they almost came to blows. Belle couldn't stand it and intervened, grabbing them both. The day had been quite busy and she didn't have enough strength to deal with both of them, so she kicked them out of her room. Today I need to rest, and if one of you stays with me, I won't be able to sleep. Goodbye. After saying that, he closed the door in their faces and locked it. Freya and Axella remained silent, unable to process what had happened, and when they finally did, their cheeks turned a lovely shade of red. Fufu, to say that she couldn't sleep next to me, what things would she do to me? Freya said in a suggestive tone, licking her pink lips. Axella looked at him with a blank stare and disgust. Not only are you a pedophile, but you're also a nymphomaniac. Once my Belle grows strong enough, I'll take him and we'll leave this family. You've been warned, wannabe goddess. MH, if you put it that way, then I'll do my best to make Belle decide to stay by my side by then. Axella didn't take what she said seriously and turned away without showing the slightest respect for her goddess. Freya smiled when she saw her, then walked to her own room. XXX. The next day, 4:00 p.m. Belle stood in front of the main fountain in Love Square. There was a hint of nervousness on his face as well as anticipation. After all, she was waiting for her advisor, Ina Tool. He had gone to the dungeon that day as usual. He got up early and explored the dungeon for 3 hours before returning and taking a bath to arrive on time for his meeting with Ina. I had been waiting for about 5 minutes. During that time, numerous strangers greeted him with smiles. He was unaware that his fight the previous day was already the talk of the town, to the point that people were calling him White Flash, so he simply returned the greeting. Belkun, I'm sorry, did I keep you waiting? Ina's voice came from behind, and Belle turned around while giving a friendly smile. Ah, Inason, no, I didn't wait long, I just arrived. Ina wore a cute blouse and skirt set while her legs were covered by a pair of black stockings. Her jade-green eyes stood out beautifully behind her glasses. Belle made sure to admire the beauty of his advisor. I see, so what do you think? Do I look good? Ina noticed the stare, and instead of reprimanding him, she turned around completely to face Belle, asking with a smile and a mocking look. She expected to see him explode with embarrassment, but to her surprise, Belle nodded slowly. You look beautiful, Inason. It also makes you look younger. The innocent smile on his lips was the final blow that made Ina's cheeks flush. In fact, she had tried to embarrass him in revenge for what he had shouted at the guild not long ago. Since then, I hadn't stopped thinking about the I love you that Belle said with a big smile. He was silent and would have exploded in a fiery rage if it hadn't been for Belle's last words. Younger, one of her eyebrows arched. What do you mean younger? I'm 19, you know. She approached Belle and grabbed him by the neck with her right arm, shaking her hair in a reprimand and accidentally rubbing her breasts in his face. Belle burst with nerves upon feeling the beautiful sensation of softness and warmth emanating from the beautiful pair, as well as the floral aroma. Inason, why your breasts are in my face? When Ina heard it, she certainly felt that time stood still. People passing by looked at them with a smile while commenting things like, how good it is to be young, or I wish I were in their place. Her pretty face turned bright red. Sorry, Belkun, it was an accident, I swear. Why, yes, don't worry. Belle said timidly. If he was honest, what had just happened was quite pleasant for him, but if he was being honest, he was afraid of losing his life at the hands of his pretty advisor. No one moved or said anything for a while. While Belle kept his enjoyment to himself, Ina was mentally berating herself for how bold and unrefined she had acted in front of the boy in her charge. I already had enough with the constant scene of Belle saying he wanted her running through his thoughts, and now this happened. Now that I think about it, I did something similar in the meeting room. Remembering the time he confirmed Belle's status and what he had done only added to his shame. XXX. After overcoming the embarrassment and awkward silence between them, the two headed to the Tower of Babel in search of new armor. They were on the 8th floor hoping to find good deals and had even split up to cover a larger search area. However, things weren't going well for Belle. He didn't know what it was like with Ina, but at least with him, he only encountered heavy and uncomfortable armor. Those that looked good and were comfortable were, of course, beyond her financial means, which made her sigh sadly. It doesn't matter if the design is simple as long as it's comfortable and practical, but it seems I wasn't lucky. How will Inason fare? Just as he thought that, he glimpsed a dusty box tucked away in a corner. Approaching and inspecting it, he found a metal suit of armor with red decorations. Light armor. The material seemed good, although he was sure that anything was better than his previous armor, which consisted of a simple breastplate given to him by the guild. In contrast, besides appearing to be of good quality, the armor's appearance was quite decent. Simple and pleasing, the armor included a breastplate, 2 shoulder guards, a shirt and trousers made of reinforced monster skin, and a pair of thorn guards and knee guards. This is it, this must be it. Now its price. A little fearful, he looked for the price tag hanging from the bib, and when he saw the written figure, he couldn't help but gasp in bewilderment. It's very cheap. Not that she had any complaints about it, but it left her with a strange feeling of sadness. Even so, she picked up the box and walked to the counter to pay. There he met Ina again. Belkun, I found. Oh wow, looks like you found something good. Bell nodded. Yes, I like this one. Ina smiled gently and accompanied him to pay, and then they left the place and ended up in the Square of Love again. They both rested under the umbrella of a table in the establishment they were in, enjoying a couple of refreshing drinks. Initially, Belle wanted to invite her to lunch as a thank you, but Ina declined due to the excessive work she had left at the guild. This discouraged Belle, so after seeing it, Ina sighed and they ended up drinking something to refresh themselves. I'll have this for now, but I'll ask you for dinner later, okay? He said this in an attempt to cheer him up, to which Belle nodded with a smile. Of course, I'll make sure to find a good place. Ina smiled contentedly and then took a box from her bag. Placing it on the table, she opened it and took out a ruby-colored bracelet. Belkun, this is a gift from me. I would be happy if you accepted it. Huh, a gift? And no, I can't, Inasen. You've already done so much for me. Please accept it. Ina's tone turned pleading, and Bell was no longer able to refuse. After all, he knew why Ina was giving him that gift. The dungeon is dangerous, and I never know if something might happen to you, so I want you to take this with you. I'm just a counselor, so I can't do more than this to protect you. If you wear it, I'd feel much more at ease every time you leave and I wait for you to come back. After all, didn't you say you loved me? If you truly love me, you should stand by your words and not worry me, Belkun. This is the only support I can offer you. Bell could say nothing and silently received the armband, staring at it silently as his thoughts swirled. Do you like the color? I chose it because it reminded me of your eyes. Yes, I like it. Thank you so much, Inasen. I'll always carry this gift with me. Bell was a little embarrassed, but he managed to thank her properly. Then at that moment, Ina leaned down and reached across the table to touch Bell's cheek. Acha. Taken by surprise, he had received a kiss on the cheek from Ina, who was smiling beautifully with her cheeks painted a lovely pink. Cunning. Not even the great sage was able to predict this course of action. Inasen W. Ina did not answer and instead smiled smugly as she stood up and touched her lips with one of her fingers. I'll see you tomorrow morning. I found you a good supporter. She said that and hurried out of the shop, leaving Bell stunned and bewildered. Although more than preventing him from saying anything, she didn't want him to see her blush. Even when she didn't have a mirror, Ina could guess how red her face was right now. Tusk, lucky bastard. When he heard a click of tongues from a group of men passing by, Bell returned to reality. He was barely able to glimpse Ina's figure disappearing into the distance and getting lost among the crowd of passers-by. He kissed me. A deep red flush appeared on his face, and his brain nearly melted from the heat of his head, even more so when he became aware of how incredibly fascinating and soft Ina's full lips were. I must return. She slapped her cheeks with both hands, stood up and left the place, but not before paying the bill. XXX. The next morning, Bell arrived at the guild before sunrise. The early morning chill enveloped his skin, but he was so lost in thought that he didn't notice. Today was the day Ina was going to introduce him to the person who would act as his partner in exploring the dungeon. However, that wasn't the reason he was lost in thought. He assumed that if someone was recommended by Ina, then they could be trusted. He shouldn't worry about that. Good morning, Belkun. Inasen. Then the source of their worries arrived. She looked towards the source of the voice, and there she saw her lovely advisor wearing her usual receptionist uniform and looking even more beautiful than usual. Her flushed cheeks contrasted with the shy gleam in her jade-green eyes. They both remained silent, staring at each other, unsure what to say. The silence wasn't awkward, but it was unsettling, so much so that Bell could hear his own heartbeat. About yesterday. It seems he's arrived. Just as Bell was about to say something, Ina spoke up when she saw the person designated and evaluated as a good support person walking towards them. Of course, he interrupted Bell on purpose in order to avoid an embarrassing conversation in his work area. Bell thought the same and turned around, facing his new partner after taking a breath to calm his nerves. Then he saw the young man in front of him, and he seemed like a curious person from the start. He had red hair, dressed like a blacksmith, and wore a fiery smile. He was easily 180 cm tall, which made Bell feel small. His name is Welf Krazo. He's been looking for a partner to help him level up, and after evaluating him, I concluded that he would be a perfect partner for you. I know I said he'd be a support player, but I think he's a better option since he's also a fighter. What do you think? Bell nodded, still looking at Welf. Okay. I'll be able to go down more floors with him, right? As if she had expected this, Ina crossed her arms and glared at Bell. I won't allow you to go past the 10th floor, I won't do it. Bell considered persuading her but gave up when he saw Ina turn away and leave them alone. Seeing her act so distant made him feel bad, but he told himself they would talk about it when he gave his report for today. However, Ina's voice suddenly rang out. I'll be waiting for you, Bell. Her tone was weak, but she had definitely said that. Bell turned back to look at her, but Ina was already quite far away. All he could see were her half-elf ears painted a lovely red. This is bad for my heart. Bell took a second breath and looked at the blacksmith again. The blacksmith extended his hand and greeted him with a smile. He seemed like the extroverted type. Me, as your advisor already said, but my name is Welf Krazo. I hope to work well with you, old man. Nice to meet you, Welfson. My name is Bell Cranel. It will be a pleasure to work with you. XXX. Give me divine power, god of lightning radius Ephesians. The brief chant echoed through the dungeon walls and lightning flashed against each other, illuminating the place and resonating with a screeching sound. Bell and Welf were in a bind due to an unexpected parade of monsters, so he resorted to his magic to get out of the situation. Lightning enveloped his body, then he vanished in a flash of speed and reappeared beside the monsters. A single slash of his black sword was enough to turn them to ash. In a short time, the place was completely empty and there was no trace of the group of monsters. Welf looked at this in surprise. That was incredible. Are you really level 1? Up to the 10th floor, everything should be relatively easy for both of them since it was an irregular LV, one like Bell, and a late career LV, one like Welf. However, the reason for their haste was that they weren't on the 10th floor. Currently, after blatantly disobeying Ina, the two of them were on the 13th floor of the dungeon. The beginning of the intermediate floors where the minimum required level was LV, 2 at the end. Both noticed the clear difference that existed with the upper floors, and being first-timers, neither possessed the experience according to terrain and type of monsters. Theory differed greatly from practice. They were completely different worlds, separated by 7 heavens. It's better to go back, don't you think? Bell suggested with a touch of concern, to which Welf nodded. Yes, we currently lack many things to manage the intermediate floors. Teamwork, area recognition, better equipment, etc. I completely agree. Let's go back then, sure. By the way, how's the armor? Suddenly, Welf glanced at Bell's armor and Bell looked at himself before giving a thumbs up and flashing a goofy grin. It's great and comfortable. I didn't expect you to be the creator, Welfson. You're truly amazing. Quite apart from the support contract mediated by Ina, after discovering that the armor he was using was a creation of his new companion, Bell had decided to form a contract between adventurer and blacksmith. Bell helped him gain experience and provide quality materials, and in return, Welf would give him equipment completely free of charge. I never expected anyone to buy it. Welf confessed with a strange look that exuded nostalgia and sorrow. That shop always throws my creations in a corner where nobody can find them. That old bastard. Oh, yes. Although they were now partners, Bell still hadn't fully discovered the essence of his new partner. The only thing I could be sure of was that he wasn't a bad person. He took a breath and pointed to the exit that led to the upper floor. Let's move, we've been here for a while. Sure, walking, XXX. 3 rabbits later. After saying goodbye to Welf, who was going to the forge, and going their separate ways, Bell walked through the streets in search of the Loki Familia headquarters. She had not forgotten her agreement with Reveria, much less did she intend to miss such a great opportunity as learning magic from the one who was considered the best magician of the present day. After getting lost a couple of times and asking for directions, he arrived at the place. The grounds were surrounded by a wall and in the center stood a gold-plated metal gate. It was the main entrance and Bell approached it like flies to a flame. There on either side stood 2 guards. One of them looked at him harshly. What can I offer you? He asked curtly. Bell didn't know why, but he felt he wasn't well received by the guard. He seemed to be of a high rank as he exuded a formidable presence. However, Bell remembered the talk Excella had given him, which consisted of not bowing his head to anyone under any circumstances. So without being rude, he spoke. I've come looking for Miss Reveria. Could you let her know I'm here? We have an appointment. The guard looked at his partner and the other looked back. They stood like that for a couple of seconds before nodding and one of them leaving his post to pass on the message. XXX. In another rabbit place. I let my guard down. Reveria's voice sounded worried inside the room. She was leaning against the window frame, looking up at the sky and letting out helpless sighs with some regularity. Her eyes almost seemed empty, and all thanks to the strange rumors that were circulating about her affair with the Freya family rookie. How had it happened? Bite returned drunk to headquarters, telling executives and low-ranking members something about Reveria, making it so that in less than one night everyone knew. The story was about a group of adventurers recounting a scene they encountered of Reveria and Bell in the dungeon, where she was giving a lap pillow to a young man with white hair, all while staring at him intently and stroking his hair. The executives, of course, had the right idea about the boy in question. They questioned Reveria, however, she denied it. That is, until 3 witnesses from another family came forward and confirmed the story. Because of that, shame made her lock herself in her room for 2 days until today, without even coming out to say good morning or eat something. Maybe he didn't come to practice because he heard the rumors. He's probably upset about being paired with someone who could be his great-grandmother. That thought affected her more than it should have, which made her sigh again. Bite had mocked her, saying that Belle wouldn't come and that she had stood her up because she was old, and although she didn't show it on her face, those cruel words had affected Reveria too much. She felt sad and discouraged, thinking about that boy with white hair. Of course, he beat Bite so badly that he left him unconscious and inside a cube of ice, but that wasn't enough to ease his heavy heart. At that moment, as she deigned to take another sigh and gaze blankly at the blue sky through the window, her bedroom door was lightly touched, as if the person on the other side were extremely careful not to irritate her. Reveria noticed and spoke curtly. "I'm not in the mood, stop bothering me." Reveria-sama. The voice on the other end belonged to Raul, a member of the family in LV6. "Today I had to stand guard at the entrance. What's that about? I don't think it's something I should know." By this point, Reveria's interest was zero. Deep down, she had harbored the hope that it was something related to that boy, but that hope soon vanished. Now he stared at the wooden door with annoyance, his gaze capable of piercing the person on the other side. "I'm sorry. I didn't explain myself well." Raul seemed to notice the frigid atmosphere coming from inside, so he cleared his throat and reported as quickly as possible to avoid being frozen like Bite. "There's a boy with white hair who came to see her. I think he's the one from the rumors, the one she gave the lap pillow to. I'm so sorry. It's not like I think that's true. Ha 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 ha." Raul began to sweat profusely when he realized his slip of the tongue, especially when there was no response from the other side. He already pictured himself inside a cube of ice just like Bite. Not that he could escape, since Reveria was many levels higher than him. It was when his imagination conjured up a terrible future for him that the door quickly opened, and as a reflex he raised his arms to cover his face. However, no blow or icy wind arrived. "Is he outside?" Reveria asked, her expression slightly enthusiastic and eager. The sadness from before was nowhere to be seen, and she even gave off a faint scent of fresh forest, some kind of expensive fragrance used by the elven nobility. "Why, yes, he's waiting at the entrance." Raul wasn't stupid. He didn't even think to comment on Reveria's attitude, much less the pleasant scent of fresh forest. Instead, he stood up straight and pointed to the hallway that led to the stairs. When he did so, he realized that Reveria was no longer by his side. Yes, he came. As for Reveria, she couldn't understand why she felt so relieved to hear about Belle. Sure, he'd come for the magic lessons, but she couldn't help thinking that meant he'd also come to see her. Upon reaching the entrance shortly before being seen, she regulated her breathing and walked normally, watching the white hair being tossed by the wind. There was only one person with white hair in all of Arario. He really came. Belle was talking to the guard on duty with Raul, and unlike at the beginning, they now seemed to be chatting amiably. Belle's smile was particularly dazzling. Reveria smiled slightly as she adjusted her posture, then coughed discreetly to make her presence known. Belle immediately turned to look at her. "Hi, Belle Cranel, I thought you weren't coming." Reveria hadn't planned to say that. In her mind, she thought it would be better to take a somewhat indignant approach. However, the tone of her voice sounded anything but indignant. All she could do was make it clear how serious it was for her to have believed she had been stood up. "Reveria-sama." Belle lowered his head instantly. "Please forgive me. These past few days have been quite busy, and I haven't even been able to give you any notice. I've also made the mistake of arriving so suddenly." "I see, is that what happened?" Reveria's tone changed completely, sounding relieved. An overwhelming relief washed over her as she learned the true reason Belle was still showing up today. "Don't worry about arriving so suddenly. These past few days have been quiet. Would you like to come in? I have a training session planned." "Ah yes, Gildarstson, with your permission." "Good luck, Belson." Gildarst, the guard who had previously glared harshly at Belle, dismissed him with a probing wave of his hand as he watched with a nervous smile the two of them walking side by side. He was relieved to see Reveria displaying a more relaxed attitude, completely contrary to the previous days. "Follow me, we'll go to the backyard. There are few people at headquarters now, so we won't be disturbed." "Understood, Reveria-sama." Belle's excitement was evident in his expression, and Reveria could only smile at the sight. He looked like a child on his way to the candy store. After walking for a few minutes, the backyard came into view. It was an open area and looked more like a training field than a backyard, although it was still beautifully green, that's for sure. "I understand your magic isn't the kind that causes extreme damage, so we won't be going to the dungeon. Instead, besides being safe, this place is quite peaceful." Belle tilted his head, intrigued. "Do you know my magic, Reveria-sama?" Reveria smiled as she nodded. "I heard about the battle you had with the monsters on the day of the monster filia. Aizu told me quite excitedly how you easily defeated 6 seemingly strong monsters, so he saw me." Belle stammered, scratching his hair with an embarrassed expression. "I thought there were only civilians." She also mentioned something about powerful yet harmless magic. "I'm curious, and since I trust her, we'll train here." "I see, so what do I have to do, Reveria-sama?" Reveria stopped walking when she reached right under the canopy of the tree in the middle of the yard, then looked at Belle with a gentle expression. "First, stop using honorifics." "Reveria is fine," she said with a beautiful smile, but Belle didn't smile back. Instead, he seemed terrified at the idea of calling her by her first name without using any honorifics. "If I do that, all the elves in the city will come after me." He refuted nervously, and Reveria laughed at the sight. Fufu, yes, you're right. So what do you think of Reveriasan, WL? A slight blush appeared on Belle's cheeks. Now that she had made an effort to calm down, she was aware of how beautiful Reveria looked when she smiled. Reveriasan. From Reveria's point of view, Belle looked like a cute and shy little bunny. It was impossible not to want to stroke his fur in an attempt to pamper him. Seeing him embarrassed made her cheeks turn a soft pink, but she hid it perfectly as she continued. Now Cranel will begin with. Oh, excuse me, Reveriasan, what, yes, is something wrong? I think it's unfair to call you casually when you don't call me. Could you omit my last name? Reveria blinked a couple of times, stunned. Then she asked, a little nervously, her heart beginning to pound. Belle's steady gaze on her made her feel strange. What do you want me to call you? Belle is fine. In my case, she won't become an enemy of humans, besides. Belle's tone lowered at that point, and as he looked away, he finished. It would make me happy if you addressed me by my name. Was this what Reveria had read in the books? The situation was similar and the dialogue the same. Nothing was different from the scenes written on paper where a man flirted with a woman. Would that make him happy? Is that a proposition? Her cheeks flushed a more noticeable pink when that thought crossed her mind. No, for starters, it wasn't the first time someone had proposed marriage. In fact, I had even lost count. But why am I getting so worked up now? Her chest emitted a pleasant ache in time with her racing heartbeat. What was happening to her? Suddenly she felt intensely hot and her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Reveriasan, are you okay? Hstia. Belle's voice brought her back to reality, and only then did she notice the soft touch on her forehead. Belle's hand was gently touching her in an attempt to take her temperature. Your face is red, do you have a fever? Reveria jumped in surprise, doing her best to contain the embarrassed scream that was trying to emerge from deep within her chest. From his point of view, Belle wasn't taking his temperature, but rather stroking his forehead. He was especially dangerous with that genuinely worried and beautiful expression. What's going on? This isn't part of the training. She even thought that Belle was taking advantage of the situation to touch her. However, that thought quickly lost its force. No, it's not just a simple fever. Could you have a cold? If so, I can't allow us to train today. You must see a doctor. Reveria was instantly frozen to death. Confirming that Belle was indeed worried about his health made her feel guilty for thinking badly of him. Oh, sorry, Belle's voice rose, almost a shout rather than an exclamation. He had belatedly realized the meaning of his actions. Embarrassed and with a red face, he spoke quickly. I completely forgot that elves hate being touched by people they don't consider worthy. I'm so sorry, it wasn't on purpose. He said this as he buried his head in the grass, making a doja. He didn't even know the name of the posture he was doing, but his body seemed to tell him it was the ultimate expression of repentance. Reveria stared at him in a trance for a few moments, but then covered her lips, which formed a lovely smile. There's no need to apologize, I don't share the prejudices of my people. And even if I did, well, I wouldn't get angry. Belle looked up, seeing Reveria. She had a slight blush on her cheeks. After all, I consider you someone worthy of touching me. The kind smile on her lips contrasted perfectly with the blush on her face. If anything could embody the phrase, beautiful as nature, in Belle's words, it would be Reveria. Whom did I come at a bad time? From behind, Finn Damney watched everything that happened. She had heard about Belle's visit, and wanting to greet the new member of the Freya family, she came to the garden. However, she ended up overhearing Reveria's compromising words. I didn't know he had those tastes. I guess it's true what they say, you never really know a person. Finn shrugged and turned away, thinking it wasn't something he should interfere in, much less get involved in. He left the garden in silence, unnoticed by Reveria. She was oblivious, focused as she was on Belle, who was still performing a doja. Although now his back was trembling slightly, Reveria didn't understand why she was trembling until she saw Belle's ears, which were shining an intense, bright red. Only then did he become aware of the weight of his words. I didn't mean it that way, Belle. Her face turned red and she even switched from calling Belle formally to informally. It was because of the heat of the moment. No, not that kind of heat. Why, you understand, right? It was unusual to see Reveria lose her temper. She usually maintained a calm and refined demeanor, with cold and calculating thoughts. Seeing her blush and waving her hands in an attempt to explain something that didn't need explaining was disconcerting, especially for Bita and Lefia, who were watching the spectacle from a third-floor balcony overlooking the garden. They had been talking about Belle, and when they saw him in the garden, they wanted to jump up from where they were until Reveria started saying things they never thought they would hear from her. They were frozen. Belle stood up, silently looking at Reveria, who displayed a cute blush along with a nervous look. Seeing one of Arario's strongest adventurers completely red-faced and babbling in some unknown language, all while making strange hand gestures and looking everywhere but at him, was quite odd. So much so that he could only laugh about it. Yeah. He laughed openly at Reveria's actions. He placed both hands on the grass behind him and looked up, displaying a radiant smile. The sun was hurting his eyes, so he couldn't help but close them. Riveria stopped when she saw him, gazing at that beautiful and tender smile. He almost seemed like a being of pure light. "Are you making fun of me?" she asked, red-faced. He pouted and his eyes turned teary when he realized he was making a fool of himself in front of the one who would be his disciple for a short time. It shouldn't be like this. She should display a composure worthy of royalty and impress him to the point where his eyes would sparkle. It had to be like this. But he kept laughing. "Moo, idiot, haha, sorry, I'm not making fun of you, it's just that you look so cute I couldn't help but giggle a little, Riveriasan," Belle said with a gentle smile. Riveria felt a strange and pleasant pain in her chest, staring at Belle's smile. Even as absurd as it seemed, a gust of wind caressed her white hair, making it dance slowly and enhancing the beauty of her smile. "What is this?" "No, for starters," he said, "I'm pretty." Of course, she was aware of her beauty, as well as the many comparisons made between her and the goddesses. There was even a time when a goddess tried to kill her out of jealousy of her beauty. But for some reason, when Belle said it, it had an unknown effect on her. "Let's put that aside and start your training," she murmured in an embarrassed tone, averting her gaze so as not to be discovered. "If we continue like this, the day will be over." "Understood." Riveria nodded at Belle's good mood, so she coughed to clear her throat and spoke. "First, we need to increase your mana capacity. After that, we'll move on to magic control before we can apply it in a real battle. At your service." "Ah, but how do I increase my mana?" "It's simple, really simple. You must empty your mind completely until not a single drop remains. Our bodies are incredible, you know. When they detect an anomaly, like zero mind, they'll work to increase the amount of mana your body can hold. In short, your body adapts so that the mana within it lasts longer each time it's completely depleted. Does that make sense?" "Couldn't be explained better." "Well, first we need to increase your mental power capacity, then we'll move on to magic control and finally its application in battle." "At your service, but how do I increase my mental power?" Belle asked, tilting his head. "It's simple, you just have to empty your mind to zero. When it recovers, it will have increased its capacity to avoid a zero mind again. You can think of it as your mind adapting to survive longer each time it's emptied. Do you understand?" "It couldn't be explained any better," said an animated Belle. "Okay, then let's begin. We'll spend 1 week doing the first phase, another week the second, and another week for the third. That would be a total of 3 weeks of training. Does that sound good to you?" Riveria asked timidly. She was thinking it was a long time and was worried that Belle wouldn't want to continue his training. "However, it will be a pleasure. I will be in your care for these 3 weeks, Riveriasan," Belle replied. "I see, then I'll take good care of you, Belle," said a relieved Riveria with a smile on her lips. After that, he instructed Belle to activate his magic and begin the mind-wearing process. "Give me divine power, god of lightning, Inazuma no Yori." The next moment, Belle's body was covered by an armor of electrifying blue lightning bolts colliding with each other. Riveria simply smiled and told herself that Izu was right. The boy had incredible magic and she could tell just by looking at her. "Okay, now take it to the extreme, please," Riveria instructed. "Hi, Great Sage raises Inazuma no Yori to maximum power." "Understood, Master Belle." The next moment, the thickness of the lightning armor tripled and the grass under Belle's feet turned to ash within a 3 m radius. It didn't end there, and the ground under the grass began to harden and then heat up. Riveria's eyes were slightly wide with surprise. She had expected something of this scale, but it exceeded her expectations. Seeing the amount of magical power Belle was releasing, I calculated that he would fall unconscious in 2 hours at most. He was pleasantly surprised to see Belle fall unconscious after 4 hours, and that was without knowing that his ability had not regulated the use of his mind. Riveria saw Belle lying on the cold ground and quickly became worried when she saw him like that. She had the same idea she had in the dungeon, only this time she was doing it without an excuse like that time when she used what Bite had said. He cautiously looked around for possible observers. He didn't want the same thing to happen as 3 days ago. Once she confirmed that no one was there, she gently bent down and sat on the grass right next to Belle. Then slowly and surely he took Belle's head and placed it on his lap. The moment Belle was on her lap, a certain goddess of beauty and a certain black-haired girl had a bad feeling, but the beautiful elf didn't know this. Belle, still unconscious, gave a soft smile as he became more comfortable, which brought a smile of relief to Riveria. "It really feels good," she said to herself as she felt the boy on top of her. She unconsciously began to stroke Belle's hair while waiting for him to wake up. It was 7:30 in the evening. The sky was already in a twilight color, suggesting that night was about to arrive. Almost 30 minutes passed when Belle slightly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw were those beautiful jade-colored eyes, also feeling Riveria's hands caressing his hair. "I see you're awake, Belle. How are you feeling?" he asked in a soft voice. "Am I on another magnificent lap pillow?" she asked semi-consciously. "Is it your custom to flatter women as soon as they wake up?" he said in a slightly annoyed tone. Belle took his time to understand exactly where he was, and after analyzing everything correctly, he blushed and tried to get up quickly. However, it was all in vain when Riveria pressed down on his chest with his free hand and he couldn't move an inch. He was experiencing the monstrous strength of a level 8. It's rude not to answer questions, Belle, he said, clearly annoyed. Belle stopped trying to escape and gladly accepted the lap pillow. No, that's not it, I only told the truth, he replied to Reveria's question while looking away, slightly blushing. What about me being pretty? She asked another question with a visible blush. Belle nodded, blushing even more. Roman 2 think you're quite pretty. Thank you, Reveria whispered, now with a clear blush. She was confused. I wanted to know what was happening to her, why she seemed so affected by the boy's words on her legs. She was sure that if love was the poetry of feelings, she could become a poet right now. She didn't like that, but she didn't dislike it either. Her mind and heart were in chaos at this moment, and all this sweet and strange atmosphere was cut short by a new voice. What the hell are my slanted eyes seeing? The question was heard. Reveria was startled by the very familiar voice and turned her gaze behind her. She quickly spotted 4 figures behind her and Belle, all with complicated faces. Thyone was unable to move, staring intently at Reveria. Tiona with a frozen, stupid smile watching the couple. Aizu was even more surprised than usual. And Loki, the one who had asked the question, her face expressed everything but happiness. A few floors up, a petrified Bete and a paralyzed Lefia could still be seen watching them. Finn had gone to sleep thinking he had seen wrong because of tiredness. It was impossible for him to believe that Reveria would be affectionate with a boy. How long have you been there? Reveria asked nervously. From the moment the boy opened his eyes, Loki answered quickly. Reveria tensed up immediately. If it was as Loki said, then they heard the question he had just asked Belle. He wanted to know how on earth he hadn't noticed their presence, but apparently his attention was focused on Belle's answers. She turned her gaze back to Belle, who was still being held in her lap by herself, and could see how nervous and embarrassed he was. Great sage, if my goddess and Axelassin find out about this, what are my chances? Almost none, Master Belle. I see, Belle responded internally, cursing his luck. Go away, Reveria's voice sounded, surprising the 4 women behind her and Belle as well. Reveriachin, at least I want you to X. I'm not going to explain anything, leave now or I'll freeze you all, he declared in a firm and sinister voice. The Amazons, the goddess and the human, snapped out of their shock and quickly retreated to the mansion. The wolf cub statue and the fairy statue also heard the high elf's verdict and withdrew from their posts. In the courtyard, only a silent Reveria and a nervous Belle remained. You should take this opportunity to leave, Belle. We'll see each other tomorrow at the next practice, and I'm sorry for putting you through this, she said with a gentle smile on her face. Belle could tell she was a little embarrassed, so she didn't say anything, and when she no longer felt pressure on her chest, she got up from Reveria's lap. He stood up and bowed in thanks, then began walking towards the exit of the headquarters. I don't know what I was imagining, but I must calm down, thought Reveria, somewhat discouraged. She was feeling somewhat complicated. After all, she had it in her mind that she had made Belle uncomfortable because of her. Of course, who wouldn't feel uncomfortable if they found themselves on the lap of a 100-year-old grandmother? This was his logic, and thanks to that, he felt his chest a little tight. After that, she sighed and got up to go to her room, but she didn't expect that. You shouldn't apologize. I should feel proud that they saw me on the lap of such a beautiful woman, so please don't apologize. She was surprised to hear Belle say that firmly and without any stuttering in his voice. She saw his ruby-red eyes, and they also showed no hesitation. 5 seconds later, she could see the boy a few meters away from her change from white to red and run away at top speed. See you tomorrow, she said goodbye as she ran towards the exit. Reveria remained silent for a few moments as she watched him disappear and continued like that for a few more seconds. PFF. Ha ha ha, you really are interesting, Belle, she said with a blush and her heart rate slightly accelerated. She recalled what she had said and with her lips forming a smile said the following. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Those were his words spoken under a dark sky. It was already past 8:00 p.m., so he went to his room to rest. 2 days later, Belle was in a 1 versus 1 duel against Otter, the captain of the Freya Familia and the strongest adventurer in Arario. A week had already passed since the day he said he would train him. During the previous 2 days, he had to adjust to his many commitments. He would get up at 6:00 in the morning to go with Welf to the dungeon for 4 hours. They only went up to the 12th floor as a precaution. After his time in the dungeon, he would begin his training with Otter from 10:30 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, a total of 6.5 hours. At 5:30 in the afternoon, he would meet with Reveria to continue his magical training, which from his point of view was the best part of the day since Reveria always gave him a lap pillow when he reached zero mind. For the past 2 days, he has been arriving at his headquarters at midnight only to bathe and rest. He has not had time for his goddess or his dark-haired friend. With that clarified, let's return to your training. I'm ready, Otter-sama, Belle said, taking a battle stance. Stop calling me that, Otter is fine, Bose replied stoically. But you're the captain of the family, I couldn't call you as an equal. For Belle, it was of utmost importance to pay his respects to his captain. After all, he is the strongest adventurer in all of Arario. That's not important, you call Freya-sama without an honorific and say you can't just call me Otter. he asked stoically. This made Belle nervous. He didn't know that Otter was aware of how he addressed Freya. Well, Freya-sama didn't leave me many options, haha, she replied with a nervous laugh. I see. I suppose you know what the other executives will do to you if they find out, right? Yais. Just call me Otter or I'll tell them on you. I don't think it'll be a good experience, he said stoically. Belle felt a strong chill run down his spine. He knew the level of adulation that everyone in his family had for their goddess was abnormal. If they found out that Belle called her by her first name, he was sure he wouldn't get out alive. There was only one thing left for him to do. Understood, Otter, he said with a military salute. Well, it's already 5 p.m. We should finish training, Bose concluded. Yes, I'll just rest a little. I still have to go train with Reviryasin, Belle said with a somewhat tired sigh. And how could he not be? He received a beating from Otter for a period of 6.5 hours without rest. I see. Freya-sama won't take this very well if she finds out about your meetings with Nine Hell. Stoic. Haha, I hope not, and thanks for keeping the secret, Otter. I owe you one, the rabbit said. It's okay, after all it's because you want to become strong. I respect that, Belle, Otter replied. Master Belle, excuse me for interrupting your conversation, but there is something important to inform you of. What's wrong, great sage? I remind you that you have to carry out your revenge against the wolf cub who insulted you in the bar. That's true, but wait, how do you know that? He asked, confused. For your memories, Master Belle. It was there that Belle remembered that his ability knew everything about him. I see, thanks for the reminder. With that remembered, Belle made his move. Otter, there's something I want to tell you, he said a little nervously. What is it? Otter simply asked and listened. Well, do you remember the day you found me at the dungeon entrance and then I collapsed? Belle glanced at Bose and seeing him nod, continued his story. Well, before leaving the bar, someone called you Boar on steroids. After giving his self-incriminating report, the place where they were resting was filled with a deathly silence. A prominent vein could be seen on Otter's temple and he clearly looked angry. Who was it? He asked firmly. Seeing that his plan had worked, Belle simply struck his inner victory pose and replied. A wolf cub from the Loki family, his name is Bete from what I heard at the bar, declared the vengeful rabbit. I see I have matters to attend to. I'll see you at headquarters and thank you for the information, Otter said as he stood up and headed off to a new destination. Yes, see you later, Otter, said a smiling Belle. Wonderful move, Master Belle. Thanks, great sage, now we're even with that wolf. And so ended the first day of training with the strongest adventurer. Belle was happy with the result. He may have been beaten by his captain, but he managed to get revenge on that annoying werewolf. With his revenge accomplished, he got up and headed towards his last training session of the day, which he considered the most enjoyable. 3 rabbits later, we can see a beautiful elf waiting for a certain boy. She already knew the arrival time of her temporary apprentice, and since yesterday she began waiting for him at the entrance of her headquarters so as not to waste time that could have been used in training, or at least that's what she says. He shouldn't be long now, she said in a soft voice. You could see the joy on her face and also a slight, invisible blush on her cheeks. She didn't know what was happening to her, but she didn't dislike it. After all, she liked the feeling she got when she spent time with Belle. Could it be that I'm falling in love? No, I don't think so. I'm much older than him. He could never like me. Her thoughts were a jumble. There was no trace of the calm and analytical Reviria in her. Now she was the nervous and indecisive Reviria, unsure of what to do. Hello, Reviryasin, I've arrived, a voice sounded. That same voice pulled Reviria from his thoughts and he recognized it as soon as it reached his ears. It was his apprentice. Hi, Belle, how was your training with the king? Reviria asked with a smile that conveyed affection. Well, he beat me up for 6.5 hours, haha, Belle said with a sigh and a tired laugh. I see, then let's go in so you can rest a little before starting your training, okay? Reviria asked gently, too. After nodding a military salute, Belle followed Rivera towards the courtyard where they always train. The 2 guards at the door, Rahl and Gildarst, watched their vice-captain with a drop of sweat as she acted like a love-struck schoolgirl. Belle and Reviria had already left their viewing and only commented briefly before continuing with their own business. Belson is amazing, Gildarst commented. Yes, imagine winning over our vice-captain. I'll ask her for some advice when I have time, commented a moved Rahl. Change of scene, we are now in the courtyard, the place where Belle takes his training with Reviria. Belle, do you want to rest a little or get started right away? Reviria asked in a soft voice. Could I rest a little? I just carried out a revenge, and I'd like to enjoy it for a few minutes, ha ha ha. Revenge? Did Belle hurt someone? Belle, what do you mean by revenge? I asked somewhat cautiously. She doesn't believe it's possible that Belle, with a soul as pure as spring water, could harm anyone, even if it's something that is well-founded. Oh, don't get confused, Reviryasin, Belle said, a little nervous and waving his hands playfully. I just told my captain that someone insulted him, it's nothing serious. He said while giving a warm and innocent smile to the elf in front of him. I see, it seems I jumped to conclusions, I apologize, Belle. I express my apologies in a shameful manner. No worries, it's my fault for not clarifying my words, Belle said with a smile that would charm even chaste goddesses. Always so kind, huh? Then I have an idea to help you rest better, the beautiful elf said with a smile and a slight blush. Idea. Reveria said nothing, she just walked over to the tree in the yard and sat down on the grass with her feet up and looked straight at Belle. Come lie down. It was at this moment that Belle, EXE stopped working and entered an emergency reboot. Reveria, seeing the deep blush that appeared on Belle's face and seeing him so lost in his thoughts, simply sighed and stood up. Belle remained frozen and did not notice this action. Reveria only took a few steps forward and, somewhat embarrassed, took Belle's hand to lead him to the tree. Her hand is so warm and soft, was her thought as she led Belle towards that tree. With a few more steps they arrived and Belle, still unaware, was pulled down. Reveria was already sitting on his lap and with a blush that could be seen on her long, pointed ears, she took Belle and brought him to her lap. Does it feel okay? Asked a blushing and nervous Reveria. It was with those words that Belle came out of her trance, and when she saw that she was already in her teacher's lap she blushed very noticeably, one that Reveria saw and smiled to herself with a victory. As always, it feels really good, Belle whispered, but Reveria heard him. She gave a warm smile that combined with her blush, forming a perfect sight for Belle to witness from the front row. I'm glad, heroic smile, now recharge your energy because in 10 minutes we'll start your training, she said with a radiant smile. Understood, teacher Reveria. They stayed like that for another 10 minutes while chatting about everyday things. Belle asked questions like why she became an adventurer, and Reveria asked things like what kind of women Belle liked. One asked out of curiosity and the other asked about her love interest. It should be said that Belle became nervous as she didn't know what to answer and changed to a red color while her hair was stroked by her teacher awaiting an answer. Finally, Belle simply said, as long as I'm a good person, nothing else matters. It surprised Reveria to such a degree that he had an unconscious thought. Does that mean age doesn't matter to him, was his quick conclusion. This brought a smile to his face before he began his training, which lasted until 10 p.m. Belle had been left in a zero mind right at 10 o'clock at night, and Reveria, as if it were already normal, had him in her lap caressing his white hair. 10 minutes after Belle fell into mind zero, Reveria felt a presence approaching them. She glanced back slightly and could see the person interrupting her time with Belle. Aizu, do you need anything? Reveria asked in a soft, kind tone. Reveria, could I talk to Belle once he wakes up? Aizu asked directly. Oh, and what would be your motive? I asked, but now with a bit of caution. I just want to ask you a few questions, that's all, replied the golden-haired girl. I'm sorry to tell you that it won't be possible. Belle has just finished his training, and once he wakes up he'll go to rest at his headquarters besides. Reveria was taking Belle's tiredness as a point in his favor, but then he sharpened his gaze and asked firmly, do you want to ask about his skills or something like that? It was here that Aizu did not answer Rivera's question and had a slight jump of surprise seen by Reveria. Hey Asai Aizu, you remember the deal I had with Belle's acquaintance, right? Aizu simply nodded with his head down. Then you'll know that I can't allow you to pry into Belle's privacy. It would dishonor my word and cause problems for the family if Belle's acquaintance decides to tell the goddess Freya. Do you understand? But if I discover their secret, I'll be able to. Aizu, Reveria exclaimed in a firm voice. I hope you don't drag Belle into your problems. He has nothing to do with it, understood? Rivera's voice had dropped several levels below zero. Apparently he was annoyed by his daughter's intentions with the boy on her lap. Understood, she said softly. SSO, can I stroke her hair? What? Reveria became very confused by the girl's question. Well, it's just that he looks like a little bunny and I'd like to pet him. No, go away, what? This time it was Aizu's turn to be surprised and confused. I said no, go and rest, bud. Oh, do you want to train underwater, Aizu? He asked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Aizu froze upon hearing those words, broke into a cold sweat and looked fearfully at Reveria. I see that's not the case, so go and rest, Aizu, he commented with another smile that wasn't shown in his eyes. Hi, said the sword girl as she ran to her room in search of safety, and so ended another day for our coveted protagonist. Oh, and don't worry, he woke up 20 minutes later and talked to Rivera while the effects of Mind Zero wore off before heading back to his headquarters. 3 weeks pass. The next 2 weeks and 4 days were the same for our protagonist. He went to the dungeon early with Welf, trained with Otter and Reveria. His schedule was certainly so tight that he could barely spend time with his partner Axella and his goddess. It goes without saying that both girls in love were very displeased with this, but they understood that Belle was striving to become stronger. However, they didn't know about the lap pillows a certain elf was giving him, something they wouldn't take very well once they found out. After a week, training with Otter ended, giving Belle a break and space to spend time with Axella, although she wasn't exactly free all the time as she was in her classes with Heath. She had also progressed with her second phase of training with Reveria, which was magic control. Here Rivera had been impressed by the talent Bell demonstrated in having perfect control of his magical power, although he did not know that it was due to the help of Great Sage. But no matter how much control Bell had, in the end he would get exhausted from excessive use of his magic and end up in Riveria's lap while she stroked his hair and they talked about trivial things. And it should not be forgotten that he always received a lunch from Sir in the mornings while heading to the dungeon. Bell could not say he was rich, but he liked that Sir made an effort and also the kindness of his friend. He always bought his dungeon potions at the shop of the only god besides his goddess who accepted him, the headquarters of the Mayach family. And he developed a sensitivity to stares, as he always felt that someone was watching or observing him, and that they were two different people. After completing the second phase of his training, he moved on to the last one, which was to put the previous two into practice, where he faced Riveria in a 1v1. Needless to say, Riveria always won due to his vast difference in skill levels, and he felt that Riveria was deliberately knocking him unconscious to give him lap pillows, but it was probably just his imagination. On her last day of training, the last day of the third week, Riveria told him that her family would be going on an expedition to the deep floors in 2 days. She also seemed a little down, as it would be her last training session with Bell. After finishing the last day and receiving the last lap pillow, which this time took twice as long as usual, Bell left for his headquarters to rest. He would chat about his day with Excella, have dinner with his goddess while she made advances towards him, ask for a status update after 3 weeks of training and go to rest. 3-week period completed. 2 days later, run and don't look back, Welf. Damn it. Why does this always happen to us? Now is not the time to ask questions, now is the time to run. The team made up of the white-haired and red-haired man were being pursued by an incredibly powerful, irregular minotaur. Chapter 7, Breaking Limits. Let the game begin. Run and don't look back, Welf. Damn it. Why does this always happen to us? Now is not the time to ask questions, now is the time to run. The team made up of the white-haired boy and the red-haired boy were being chased by an incredibly powerful, irregular minotaur. But how did all this happen? Well, let's go back 2 days to find out. So your family will have an expedition in 2 days? Bell asked. Yes, it will be at least a month in jail, Riveria replied. I see, be careful and good luck on your expedition, Riveriasan, Bell said with a radiant smile as he looked up at the beautiful fairy's face. Yes, upwards. Today was their last day of training, the last day of the 3 weeks they spent together. Riveria decided to end the day's training halfway through and take a well-deserved rest, something Bell readily agreed to. To say that he was embarrassed being on Riveria's lap is already stupid. He had received so many that he was already used to them and did not object, although a slight blush appeared on his cheeks anyway. They are both under the tree in the yard, Riveria giving a lap pillow and Bell receiving one, all while talking about unimportant things, and Riveria strokes Bell's hair. Needless to say, Bell has kept this a secret from his goddess and partner Excella. He doesn't want to think about what they would do to him if they found out. But leaving aside the explanations, let's return to the conversation of this lovely couple. Thank you, Bell. I hope my lessons will prevent you from exposing yourself in the dungeon again like the first time I found you, the fairy replied. Haha, I'll be more careful, Riveriasan, I promise, he said in a confident and firm voice. I'm glad to hear that, replied the elf before continuing, Hey, Bell. What's wrong, Riveriasan? The rabbit boy asked doubtfully. Well, you see, today is our last day of training, and in 2 days I'm leaving on an expedition for a month, so I thought maybe, just maybe, once I get back. Yes, the boy asked, as the jade-haired fairy had stopped. Watching her slowly speak from Rivera's lap with a slight blush on her cheeks was a perfect sight. Well, I was thinking that maybe you and I, the fairy continued, now with a deeper blush on her cheeks threatening to cover her entire face. Master Bell, I conclude that the person named Riveria intends to ask you out together. Oh, great sage, wait. On outing, then it would be a date, wouldn't it? Asked the boy, already panicking about his ability. Exactly, if she's asking for my opinion, it would be better to decline. I see, why do you say that? He asked again through his thoughts. No woman can be with Master Bell. Ha, you must be joking, great sage, right? He received no answer. For the first time, his ability had failed to answer one of his questions, and this worried Bell in many ways. Even so, returning to reality outside of his thoughts and observing Riveria, who was still struggling to form his words and had an extreme blush, he remembered some words from his grandfather. Listen, Bell, a man always takes the initiative, always. I understand, Grandpa, I won't embarrass you in front of me, thought the boy, ready to speak and disobey his own instincts. All of this happens in the course of 2 simple seconds from his conversation with his ability to the memory of his grandfather. The nervous girl continued, still unable to form her words clearly until it was interrupted. Riveriasan, the boy on her lap, called her name. Oh, what's wrong, Bell? She asked, finally calming down. Once you return from your expedition, would you accept my invitation to eat? I would like to thank you for the help you have given me, said the rabbit bravely and firmly. Silence from Riveria. A deathly silence on the part of Great Sage, silence from a nervous Belle. 3 seconds passed and Belle was already worrying about being rejected. Perhaps his ability had led him to jump to conclusions, although that idea was immediately dismissed upon the words of confirmation from an elf. "I'd love to, Belle," she replied with a relieved smile and a deep blush on her face. "Ha, sigh, for a moment I thought you'd refuse, ha ha ha. Of course I wouldn't do that, you idiots." So while she made a cute pout and stroked the boy's hair on her legs, our beautiful elf achieved one of her goals, which made her happy and brought a beautiful smile to her face. "Thank you for taking the initiative, Belle, that makes me happy," was her thought as she continued to pet the rabbit. Later that night, Freya's room. "Freya, it's been 3 weeks, could you update my status?" The young rabbit asked the goddess in front of him. "Oh, of course, Belle, ask me for whatever you want and I'll give it to you," was the affirmative response from his goddess, the last part said seductively. This caused Belle to blush intensely. He still wasn't used to the very direct hints his goddess gave him night after night at dinner. Today was no exception. After showering following his training with Reveria and visiting Axella to chat about his day, Freya invited him to dinner. It's worth mentioning that the black-haired girl who's in love with the rabbit gets so angry that every day before he has dinner with Freya, she gives him a lap pillow saying things like, "Once we have enough money, we're leaving this family." Or, "You damn nymphomaniac pedophile, she wants to steal Belle from me." Typical stuff. But leaving the explanations aside once again, let's return to this forced pairing on Freya's part. "Eat whatever you want," she asked with an intense blush covering her face. "Yes, Belle, whatever you want," Freya said in a seductive and honeyed voice. "WLF4 now, just the status update," replied the cowardly rabbit. "Ha, say so, not yet, huh? I'll have to be patient then," said the goddess wearily as she got up from the table. She didn't know why she was being so patient with Belle. If she wanted, she could give the boy the divine command to make him take her, but somehow the idea of forcing him left a bad taste in her mouth. Yes, she wanted Belle to take the initiative. It was also satisfying for her that he was playing hard to get. Although if Belle took too long, she'd have no choice but to do it herself. Thank you," the boy said nervously. He got up and followed his goddess to the bed at the back of the room, took off his shirt and lay face down on it. Freya, with a somewhat mischievous smile, climbed on top of her beloved otter and began the status update. "Your skin is as soft as ever, Belle. I missed touching it during these 3 weeks," Freya said in a decidedly unholy voice. Please don't joke around, Freya," said a blushing Belle. He liked Freya stroking his back, but it also made him incredibly nervous. It only took a few minutes for Freya to give the boy her status sheet and for him to take it. He climbed off her back much to her displeasure and took a sitting position on the bed, as did Belle, who was looking at his newly updated stats. State. Name: bellcranel. Familia: Freya. Elvia 1. Strength: B701 S998. Stamina: F355 S969. Dexterity: C650 S999. Agility: A817 SS1099. Magic: IA874. Magic. Inazuma no yours. Reinforcement and attack magic. It covers the user in a ray armor, exponentially increasing their abilities and allowing them to control the rays at will. Activation chant: Give me divine power, God of Lightning, Inazuma no Yori. Dragon's Fire Nuva Fire Magic in 4 levels. Activation chant. Level 1 Burn Agon Dracona, Crimson Fire. Level 2 Burn Agon Dracona, Blue Fire. Level 3 Burn Scorch Disintegrate Hell Agon Dracona, Black Fire. Level 4 Burn Scorch Disintegrate Hell Purify the Heavens Agon Dracona, White Fire skills. Hero's Wish. Growth increases exponentially. The effects last as long as your desire does not change. The stronger the desire, the faster the growth. It nullifies and renders useless the divine effects. Great Sage. Support ability. Belle was trembling with emotion as she finished reading her status, and the first to speak was Freya. "I see the grimoire gave you some very strange magic, one of 4 levels," he said in a somewhat surprised voice. Freya. "Mudime, Belle. MMY stats are a S and SS," said the rabbit, his eyes wide as he looked at his stats, his voice trailing off. "Yes, you really are amazing, Belle," the beautiful goddess replied. Belle just stared at his condition with a silly smile. He was really happy to see that his training and time in the dungeon had not been in vain. "Well, the day after tomorrow you can put your magic to the test. Tomorrow I want you to take the day off. It's a divine order, understood?" His goddess told him to bring him out of his trance. High. Replied the rabbit with a military salute. It was time to leave, so Belle got out of bed to head to his room, if it weren't for. "Belle, I want you to sleep with me tonight," Freya spoke, making him stop dead in his tracks. Sleep with you?" Belle asked foolishly. "Yes, and I will not accept a refusal from you because it is a divine order," Freya proclaimed. At that moment Belle knew that no matter how much he wanted to, he could not leave Freya's room. "Don't be nervous, I won't do anything you don't want, we'll just sleep, I promise," said the beautiful goddess in a soft tone of voice. Bel said nothing. He was blushing intensely and his heart rate was rapidly increasing. Slowly but surely, Bel returned to bed and sat down. He felt uncomfortable being forced to do something. Freya noticed that and felt disgust in her. "Forget it, you can leave," he said in a subdued voice. She simply lay down on her bed and covered herself completely with the blankets. Bel felt the chains that held him were destroyed and the will to leave the room returned. "Close the door when you leave," said the veiled goddess in the same subdued voice. Bel simply headed towards the exit of the room while Freya was lost in thought, listening to her beloved's footsteps receding. "It's truly ironic, loving someone I can't charm. I guess this is my punishment," the goddess internally reproached herself. She closed her eyelids and prepared to fall asleep, but "It'll sleep with you," Belle's voice was heard behind her. Belle was already lying down in bed without her noticing, which surprised her. "I don't want you to do that out of mere compassion, Belle. Do you realize you're hurting my pride as the goddess of beauty?" the goddess said in a sad voice. "That's not why. Good night, Freya," said the boy beside her. He seemed so nervous that he went straight to sleep, or at least that's what he tried to do. "So, can I hug you?" Freya asked, pulling back the blankets and turning to the boy beside her. Belle did not answer. Freya only saw her beloved nod somewhat nervously, which brought a smile to the goddess's face. She swiftly closed the small distance between herself and Belle and caught him in a tight hug, also lifting her left leg onto his. She felt Belle's body tremble slightly from the contact, which brought another smile to the goddess's face and strengthened them. "Good night, Belle," the goddess whispered sweetly and seductively in the boy's ear, causing him to blush but without opening his eyes. Freya didn't mind and continued hugging her rabbit pillow as she fell asleep, her lips forming a tender smile. The next day. "Is it already daytime?" That was the first question that popped into the sleepy rabbit's mind. It was currently 9 a.m. He was squinting, trying to clear his vision when he strained his right hand. "Ah." A soft, gentle moan was heard beside him. Belle tensed up quickly and turned his gaze to the left side of the bed. There was their goddess Freya, wearing a hexy semi-transparent pajama set that left little to the imagination. She was the one who released that seductive moan, and the cause Belle's right hand was firmly but gently holding her left breast. "What am I doing?" The boy immediately panicked and his face turned as red as a strawberry. He tried to remove his hand, but he couldn't. "My hand, it's not listening to me. You must be joking." Exactly, his hand, contrary to her orders, began to gently massage the goddess's breast, causing her to emit light and sensual moans of pleasure. "Ah, Belle." That was the last straw. Belle became completely nervous, and even though he was trying hard to remove his hand, it wouldn't obey. It was as if it was moving of its own volition. Freya began to breathe heavily as a sign of excitement. It wasn't long before Belle felt her left leg become slightly damp. Yes, it was thanks to the fact that she was trapped between the goddess's legs, who was already showing signs of her love nectar. It was here that Belle, in his crisis, was enlightened and did not hesitate to act. "GG, great sage. Tell me, Master Belle." "Electrocute my hand, numb it so it stops moving." "Understood." Suddenly, a powerful electric shock struck Belle's hand from within, leaving it numb. Everything ended well, or at least it should have. "Adu." Freya's cry of pain was heard, indicating that some of the electric shock had passed to her left breast, causing her pain. Belle was greatly concerned when he saw that he had harmed his goddess. He was about to speak to her until he felt Freya's body on top of him. "I didn't think you had sadomasochistic tendencies," Belle the goddess said, her cheeks flushed, her breathing rapid, her voice filled with lust. She had moved very quickly so as not to let her rabbit get away. Already trapped and beneath her, he looked directly into Belle's eyes with silver eyes full of desire and lust. "I knew you were holding back, just seeing how you were groping me. I know you want to make me yours," Belle the goddess declared, blinded by excitement as she placed both hands on the boy's chest. "Were you awake?" Sorry about that, my hand moved on its own." Belle was panicking again. His goddess was not asleep at all, and now she was about to abuse him. "Belle, let's do it. I want you, Belle. I want you more than anything," the goddess said on top of him, ignoring his question and apology. She was totally lost in her lustful desires. "Freya, please," Belle said in a broken, pleading voice. He wasn't ready. He wasn't yet prepared to take this great step on every man's journey, not yet. Another reason for his refusal was a certain black-haired girl. He wanted that young woman to be first in everything, she who had always supported him, she who had managed to make him fall in love. As for Freya, whether by miracle or not, she managed to grasp the tone of voice her beloved used, and her consciousness returned. She stopped her ragged breathing as she inhaled and exhaled. The blush on her face gradually disappeared and she got off Belle's body, taking a sitting position on the bed. "I'm sorry, my instincts got the better of me, Belle. I'm sorry for breaking my promise not to do anything you didn't want," the goddess said in a sad and apologetic tone of voice. "And I know it was my fault for touching you. Please don't blame yourself, Freya, and forgive me," replied the rabbit, lowering his gaze. "Fufu, I don't care about that. I'd be lying if I said I didn't like it, and if I'm being honest, I loved it," said the goddess in a seductive and flirtatious voice. Red as a tomato, I think I'd better go, were the only words that formed from her trembling lips. Ara, sorry if it was too much for you, Belle Fufu. Before you go, answer me something, did you like it? The goddess asked with a flirty voice and gaze. The boy said nothing, he just nodded, and his blush increased to new levels with smoke coming out of his head. That was sufficient answer for the goddess, and she gave her approval for the rabbit to leave. I'm glad to hear it, you can go now, and remember that today is your day off. I don't want to know that you went to the dungeon, said the goddess, having forgotten her divine order from yesterday. Belle nodded again and left the room. Today had been a very exciting morning and he wanted to rest. After waking up like royalty, Belle spent the rest of the day resting. He had told Welf that he wouldn't be going to the dungeon today, and his partner Axella was in the final sessions of her medical training. So in short, he did nothing, he just rested. Tomorrow would be a new day and I planned to go down to the 14th floor with Welf. With his stats, he should be able to handle that floor. He was also eager to test his new magic. He was so excited that if it weren't for the divine order, he would already be experimenting in the dungeon. And so this unimportant day passed, but he enjoyed it. It was the calm before the storm. Hours later, with night already raining, Otter, the soft voice echoed throughout the room. It was Freya. This time she was in the Tower of Babel, which she came to after her dinner with Belle at the family headquarters. Yes, my goddess, replied a great man Bose stoically. Is the test for my Belle ready yet? He asked. Yes, I trained a minotaur as you ordered me to. I see you won't have any problems, will you? The goddess asked with a slight tone of concern. The monster is an irregular LV4, but I'm sure it can win, Bose replied firmly. So LV for Otter, my Belle is LV, when you know what will happen if he dies, right? He asked again, but now with a tone of voice that denoted annoyance and threat. I am aware of this, my goddess, but I reiterate, although it will be difficult for him, I am sure that he will emerge victorious. I bet my life on it, Bose said with great conviction, somewhat surprising Freya. So you get along well with my Belle, I see, was all the goddess said without including her thoughts. The next day, a scream was heard throughout the reception area of the guild. It was none other than the young adventurer with the appearance of a rabbit accompanied by a redhead. The name shouted out was that of a certain half-elf who of course heard and turned her gaze towards the boy. Belle, I've already told you that you don't need to shout my name, just come towards me, said the beautiful receptionist of the guild. Oh, sorry, but I've come to ask for your permission to go down to the 14th floor, the boy said with a big smile. His excitement was evident today. Ah, of course not, I already told you that you can't go past the 10th floor. But my stats went up, boy said as he handed his report card to his advisor to check. Ina took the sheet and began to read her statistics, only the basic skills section since the rest, such as magic and abilities, was not necessary. Little by little, the more she read, the more her eyes opened. All your skills are AT grade S, was his shout to the four winds, making those around him hear, some with surprise on their faces, others fear, some with envy, and a few calmed by not believing the words spoken. Ian Assen. Don't shout my stats at the top of your lungs, SHHHH, said the boy as he placed his index finger on his advisor's lips and then brought it to his own, making the sound of silence according to him. Upon seeing this action, Ina turned as red as molten metal, her mind went blank, and she could only say the first thing that came to mind in order to get out of this situation. Sorry, you can go up to the F floor 12, she said between stutters. Although she was nervous, she would not let Belle advance to the intermediate floors even if he had support. Thank you so much, Inessen, see you in a few hours, said the boy as he sped off with his companion. Although his goal was the 14th floor, getting permission for the 12th wasn't bad for him either, so he would accept it for the time being, and with the half-elf. That was an indirect kiss, was her thought as her face turned beetroot red. Having received permission to go up to the 12th floor, Belle and Welf went straight to the dungeon. They moved so fast that they hadn't realized they were already on the 10th floor. They knew because of the orcs arriving and the space covered in fog. Hey Belle, there are 4 orcs coming. I'll take care of the imps, I'll leave the rest to you, shouted the blacksmith as he charged at the monsters with his greatsword. Yes, I'll take care of it. After carrying out their attack plan, we could say that they both took care of their part. Welf was destroying the imps with his great sword and Belle was eliminating the orcs with his jet black sword. Today he has not used his magic because it has not been necessary. They spent their time like this until they were about to enter the 11th floor and decided to stop for lunch. They needed to replenish their energy. They both carried their food, Welf a lunch he bought at a stall near the dungeon entrance and Belle the bento that Sir gives him every morning. Something that caught Belle's attention was a container that Welf was carrying with him. It appeared to be a white drink. Hey Welf, you always bring that drink, what is it? I asked with clear curiosity. Oh, are you interested, Belle? It's a new product that's been on sale for about 3 weeks now. The stand is called Burritas Drinks and this is their signature drink. Oh, that name sounds great, and what's the name of that special drink? Asked the white-haired man with stars in his ruby eyes. Ho ho, well enjoy, this marvel is called horchata water. Horchata water, what is horchata? Belle asked doubtfully, tilting his head and placing his right hand on his chin. No idea, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is that it tastes great. Try it, replied the blacksmith, shrugging his shoulders before offering some of his drink to his companion. Bell received the container, which seemed strange to him because it was a cup but with a lid, and took a sip of the drink. He paused for 2 seconds, analyzing the flavor before taking another sip, and another one, and another one. They were no longer sips, they were gulps over really long periods of time. Hey, don't finish it, protested the redhead as he snatched the drink away. Ooh, please forgive me, Welf, my hands moved on their own, said a nervously embarrassed rabbit. It doesn't matter, if you liked it so much I'll bring 2 tomorrow, they're 50 volleys each, they're inexpensive, said the blacksmith while protecting his sacred drink. That's a good idea. Anyway, you'll have to give me some of your bento now. That waitress girl at the tavern we went to 5 days ago makes it for you, right? Changing the subject as quickly as he could to keep his horchata away from danger, Welf asked his question. Yes, I tried to refuse since I don't want to be a bother, but he said that way I would learn to cook better and I couldn't refuse that here, he replied as he handed his bento to the redhead. Idiot, obviously he makes them for you because he likes you. I will see how his food is, said Welf as he kept his thoughts to himself and received the bent. He quickly took a bite, and it took him a few seconds to analyze its flavor. A few more seconds to analyze its flavor. And a few more seconds. Maybe he does like it, but it must also be true that his food is improving, thought the redhead as he handed the bento back to his comrade in arms. Bell received his food back and began eating again. How the hell can you eat that abomination, Bell? We have to continue, Bell, we have to reach the 13th floor today, said Welf while seriously wondering if his companion was really human and making a reminder of their objective for today. Although the Bell advisor had told them that the maximum would be the 12th floor, they have always gone up by 1 or 2 floors. That sounds good to me. We need to get a lot of magic stones. I want to save up enough money for something, the boy said as he stood up and drew his jet black sword. Well then. Am I an OTA or a minotaur on the 12th floor? Aren't they supposed to be on the 16th floor? My minotaur. Welf couldn't finish his words as an adventurer ran past him shouting the name of a monster from the middle floors. They both had their own individual thoughts. Welf was doubting the adventurer's words, and Bell was in a mini trance because of that monster's words. It wasn't long before they saw another adventurer speeding by like an arrow. The problem was, he wasn't running. He was levitating in the air until he crashed into a wall, shattering it. Both of them watched in disbelief, and without believing it, the adventurer's body fell lifeless to the ground and did not get up. Other adventurers who were in the same place also observed the scene without being able to say anything. And then, a ferocious roar echoed throughout the floor, causing everyone to cover their ears. Then it was followed by heavy footsteps that grew ever closer. Everyone could tell that the footsteps were perfectly timed with their heartbeats. That's how fast they were, as if the beast were trotting at an accelerated pace. And sooner rather than later, they saw it. A humanoid figure with a bull's head, the monster known as the Minotaur, and a LV2 difficulty level. Everyone present in the dungeon room opened their eyes wide in shock at what the beast was carrying in its right arm. It was a butcher's sword, its tip touching the ground and making a squealing sound like chalk on a blackboard. The beast scanned the entire dungeon room with its reddened eyes and stopped them when they spotted a person with white hair and rubbered eyes. He made a face of clear anger and roared again. Both the redhead and the whitehead tensed up in reaction and without hesitation began to run, but not before giving a warning. That Minotaur is coming for us. Take advantage of this opportunity to get out of here and take the one who fainted with you. They both shouted in unison, snapping the others out of their trance. They didn't need to receive the order twice. The two of them picked up the fallen adventurer and everyone else left the room, leaving only the pair and the Minotaur in it. So what now? Asked the blacksmith as he began to sweat from nerves. Great sage possibilities. That monster is an irregular master, Bell. The chances are 50-50. My recommendation is to flee to terrain that benefits the fight and increases the percentage of victory. I see, let's go with your idea then, Welf. That thing is an irregular, all we can do now is one thing. And that's it, we don't have much time, you know, the Minotaur is watching us, said a nervous Welf, impatient for a plan. It might sound a little crazy for an adventurer with many years of experience to ask a novice who has only been an adventurer for a month for advice and ideas on attack or defense, but Welf has his reasons. First, although he has been an adventurer for a very long time, his profession is blacksmithing. In his time, it could be said that before meeting Bell, he visited the dungeon every 2 out of 10 times. Second, Bell is a genius at planning. It almost seems as if he carries a master strategist with him at all times. But this time, contrary to the expectations of the good Welf, Bell could only reply. Run, was his silly reaction. Run, Welf, run, said the rabbit boy as he started running, living up to his appearance. Welf, neither stupid nor slow, hesitated and began to run alongside him, and when the Minotaur saw his prey in motion, he followed them. And we return to the present where Belle and Welf ran for their lives through 2 whole floors currently on the 9th floor. Welf, stop, we'll kill him here, Belle said suddenly. Has that damn bull is an irregular. A normal one is LV. 2, now an irregular surpasses that level, do you understand that, Belle? Said a hysterical Welf while moving his hands up, down, right, and left. Relax, I have a plan, replied a calm Belle, and when the words I have a plan were said, Welf's reaction was positive. Ha ha ha, you took your time this time, Belle. So what do we do? Said the redhead while flashing a big smile and taking a fighting stance. Great sage, we are in your hands. It's an honor, Master Belle. My analysis reveals that the specimen pursuing you is a level 4 monster. While you have confronted and defeated level 4 monsters before, they are nothing like this. This minotaur shows signs of having received training, and it will not be easy to defeat. As if she were an excellent secretary, her skill delivered her report to Belle. She stated that the minotaur was on par with those plant-like beasts of the monsterphilia, but that it could not compare to them in power. I see, so how do I defeat him? The boy asked mentally. I still prefer his safety to him risking a battle with an uncertain outcome, but I know he won't. I'll take care of the spells. It's a good opportunity to experiment with his new magic, Master Belle. What? Haha, forgive my persistence and thank you, great sage. I entrust it to you, said the boy while giving a slight smile. I will meet your expectations, Master Belle. Welf, I know I'm going to say something crazy, but let me take care of the minotaur. What? No way, Belle, are you suicidal or what? The redhead retorted, that minotaur is LV for Welf and it also shows signs of having been trained. That's one more reason not to leave you alone, you idiot. I won't be able to sleep peacefully if you die. Ha ha ha, relax, Welf, don't you trust me? He asked with a smile and a determined look. Welf took only 2 seconds to respond. They didn't have time to overthink things. Well, I know you're stronger than me and I won't deny it, so don't do anything crazy, said the blacksmith as he lowered his weapon and sheathed it behind his back. Thank you, if I see things going against me I'll give you a signal to withdraw. I don't object, but putting that aside, where is that thing? All that can be heard is the sound of his weapon scraping against the floor. Well, it seems he's playing with us. That idiot, show him who's boss, Belle. Welf said as he ran to the opposite entrance of the room in a rather comical way. I think deep down he liked this plan, thought the white-haired man as he watched his friend walk away to a safe distance. He took a battle stance and waited. He didn't have to do it for long, as moments later that beast appeared at the entrance of the room. He immediately turned his gaze to Belle and again made an expression of annoyance as if he hated the appearance of the adventurer in front of him. And without further delay, the battle to the death began. W-O-H-E. Both war cries echoed in the room, one full of fury and the other brimming with courage. That was the switch that started the battle, the beginning of a rivalry. Great sage, activate Inazuma no Yor and deal with the fire magic, the white-haired man said mentally as he lunged at the beast in front of him. Understood. The next instant, a lightning armor completely covered Belle's body, also coating his sword and giving it the appearance of a lightning bolt. With his magic now activated, Belle turned into a bluish-white blur heading towards the minotaur, who incredibly responded to the boy's speed without blinking. In an instant, both swords collided with each other, sending sparks flying in reaction. Barida's note, this is the design of her sword. If you're asking why, it's because it's cool XD. And as would be expected in a battle with such unequal levels, the one who went flying backwards was Belle, forced back by the force of the impact while making 2 trenches in the ground due to the pressure exerted by his feet. That hurt, Belle said, complaining of the pain in his bones from the impact. The protection of his armor was of no use as it was easily pierced, making it clear who was victorious in brute force. But one thing Belle was sure he had the advantage in was his speed. He launched another attack against his enemy, unable to help but remember the time he lost to an equal on the 5th floor and was saved by his captain. This time he would win, he would get his revenge and overcome that shame. And again their weapons clashed, with Belle nimbly dodging his enemy's slashes and the minotaur repelling Belle's cuts with his sword or horns. They continued exchanging blows until, in a moment of carelessness on Belle's part, he was sent flying through the air, crashing into a wall and embedding himself in it. His mistake was simple. In a diagonal slash with his lightning-covered sword, the minotaur stopped it with his own and in the boy's opening delivered a powerful blow with his free left arm to his abdomen. He groaned in pain while spitting blood. Master Belle, it is advisable to raise the armor's power to the maximum. Okay, do it. Understood, the amount of remaining mind is at 80% of its capacity. Once you put both magics into use at their maximum capacity, you will have 30 minutes before falling to 0 mind. No problem, we'll beat him before time runs out. Understood, Belle detached himself from the wall and assumed a battle stance with an idea in mind. Great sage, the plasma projectiles. Understood. The boy quickly raised his sword to chest height, pointing it at the beast in front of him, and immediately 4 plasma projectiles were fired. The result. The minotaur repelled them with his butcher's sword one by one. I figured as much, haha, the boy said softly, letting out a soft chuckle. Having repelled the swift attacks of his prey, the Minotaur took off towards the defenseless rabbit in a fit of rage. The only difference was that he didn't attack with his sword. He lowered his head slightly and charged at the boy. Neither stupid nor slow, Belle moved quickly to the right, dodging the monster's attack, which had become embedded in the wall due to the strong. The charge caused a large amount of dust to rise, which Belle took advantage of to move away. Although he could attack the defenseless beast, he knew he would not land a fatal blow. Master Belle, the 4 levels of your fire magic are ready. The overload on your armor is also ready. I await your orders. Upon receiving the information about his ability, Belle gave a fierce smile and prepared to grant his permission. But before he could even speak, Belle, a loud cry full of anguish and worry was heard. Belle turned his gaze towards the source of that voice, and there he saw her long jade-colored hair along with a pair of beautiful eyes of the same color. "Reviryasin," exclaimed the boy upon recognizing the girl who was in the distance at the entrance where Welf was. And speaking of Welf, he was knocked out by Reviria herself for trying to stop her by saying things like, "It's her fight, don't interfere, and trust your apprentice." Those words were of no use to him, as the beautiful fairy knocked him unconscious with a single blow of her magic staff. He was currently lying face up with foam coming out of his mouth and his eyes rolled back. "Let me handle this, please rest," Reviria pleaded as she closed the distance at a monstrous speed worthy of a level 8. But how did they stumble upon Belle and his battle? Well, let's back up a bit, taking advantage of the fact that the Minotaur stopped moving due to the presence of a LV. 10 minutes ago. Loki Familia was hovering on the 8th floor, heading towards the deeper floors due to their expedition, which Reviria had told Belle about 2 days ago. There was a disheartened Reviria, 2 Amazons, a golden-haired woman, a tsundere wolf, and a hobbit. Among all these high-ranking family executives, and behind them the support group, which consisted of low-level adventurers, was also the good Rawl. "Hey Rivera, why do you look so downcast?" was the question of a cheerful Amazon with a humble chest. "Don't be silly, Tiona. It's obvious she's like this because she won't be able to see the white-haired boy for a whole month," replied the older sister, Tione. "She's hogging him. She didn't let me pet him even once in the past 3 weeks," whispered a blonde girl as she pouted. "I can't believe you're interested in a weak piece of trash like that tomato, Granny," Betes spat in an annoyed tone. And he was the only one who got a response out of the 4 calls to her, but it wasn't a pleasant one. Reviria gave him a death glare, to which Bete reacted with a shiver running down his spine, so he simply looked away while trying to whistle discreetly. "Come on, Reviria, you can see your sweetheart later, focus on the expedition," said a voice belonging to the family's captain, Finn Damney. "I know, Finn, and he's not my sea boyfriend," she replied, looking away to hide her blush. "Sure, whatever you say," said the little Palom. They continued their advance when, "As Minotauro, are there any second-class adventurers? A white-haired boy and a red-haired boy need help." Those 3 screams were heard one after the other. They belonged to adventurers running frantically seeking help for their saviors. And the first to react upon hearing white-haired was Reviria. She knew perfectly well that there was no other adventurer with white hair apart from the one she already knew. "Hey, where are you?" he asked impatiently as he closed the distance. "9 hell, right? You're going on an expedition today," said the surprised adventurer. "I asked you where they are." However, the elf didn't care and pressed even more for information on the boys' whereabouts. "It's at the entrance to the 11th floor, but the Minotaur was chasing them, so I suppose they must be on the 9th, if not on this same floor," was his reply. Reviria did not answer them, and as if it were a lightning bolt, it disappeared, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. She headed down to the floor below her feet, not believing Belle was on this floor since the area would be in total chaos if he were, and with that in mind she concluded he was on the 9th floor. "Please let it arrive on time," were his whispered words as he traveled at an incredible speed worthy of a LV. 8. He even ignored his teammates who were shouting at him. "Raoul, you're in charge. We'll meet on the 18th floor," declared the hobbit before taking off in a speeding sprint, with the other executives following behind. The reason for his sudden action was an incredible and annoying pain in his thumb. He suspected that something was about to happen and he didn't want to miss it. Back to the battle. Goals. "Huh?" was the reaction of the elf upon barely hearing the words of the boy next to her. "Don't interfere, Reviria," exclaimed the boy, raising his voice slightly. "Did she call me without honorifics?" "W8, what do you mean, Belle? That thing could kill you. Even though you're strong, I can't let you risk yourself in a battle with no clear victory," said the worried elf. "Please trust me, I wouldn't fight a battle I can't win. I'm not stupid, Reviria." Contrary to the elf's concerns, Belle wouldn't back down in a battle already underway. "But I'm your student, aren't I? I have an ace up my sleeve. Please don't interfere. Once the battle is over, I'll use a lap pillow to recover," the boy reiterated, adding a small joke at the end of his words, making the love-struck elf blush. "Well, if you put it that way, I trust you, but don't do anything crazy, Belle." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Reviryasin," said the white-haired man. And after that brief exchange of words, the beautiful elf returned to the entrance where an unconscious Welf lay, and the Minotaur, who was on alert because of her threat, snorted with delight. "Okay, where were we?" said the rabbit boy as he sharpened his gaze and directed it at the monster in front of him. The Minotaur merely gave a fierce expression of joy. Apparently, he was enjoying his battle with the white-haired boy. And once again, for the last time, they launched themselves into attack against each other, an unstoppable object against an immovable one. Maximum load, Bell shouted as he ran towards the beast. And the next moment his armor increased in thickness 7 times more than before, implying that he was at his current maximum capacity. Just as the sword was once again coated in shimmering blue rays and the great sage skill was being prepared with fire magic. Now every swift step Bell took left craters in the ground from his footprints and raised a trail of dust and shine in his path. And seconds later, swords collided, causing an incredible shockwave from the clash of their weapons. Reveria stood at the entrance of the room. The distance between her and the death battle was considerable, enough so as not to disturb the course of the fight and to be able to observe carefully and in case of any unforeseen event, act for the good of Bell even if he got angry. "I won't let you die because of your mere whims, you fool," he said to himself as he watched the battle. Bell had activated his magic as he charged towards his opponent, and the magical energy he was giving off was too much, both in quality and quantity. "It seems I taught him well, but that's an absurd amount of magic. He won't last long in battle," was his quick analysis as Bell clashed swords with that beast and the air rose in reaction. While Bell was still engaged in his pitched battle, more people arrived at the dungeon hall, 2 Amazons, 1 human, 1 beastman, and a hobbit, the executives of the Loki family. "Reveria, what's going on?" asked the hobbit. "Nothing we should interfere in. Bell is having an adventure, his first adventure," the elf said, more to herself than to the hobbit. Finn quickly understood what the vice-captain meant. "Don't interfere," were her clear words between the lines. The others also got the hint and simply turned their gaze towards the battle. "Isn't that the boy you trained?" asked the younger Amazon. "Are you sure, Reveria? That boy is a level 1, he's going to die in his adventure," said the older Amazon, emphasizing the word adventure and making air quotes with her hands. "Is that tomato idiot? It seems to be a magnet for minotaurs, ahahaha," mocked a werewolf only to receive Reveria's second death glare of the day. Bell, the human girl, simply watched as she pronounced the boy's name. What the hell? "Oh, it's you, why the hell did you knock me out?" said a newly awakened Welf observing the others. "Well, at least you didn't interfere with Bell's duel, the rest doesn't matter," he added to his comment as he crossed his arms and watched his friends battle. Things weren't all calm with Bell's side like they were with them. After having attacked the Minotaur and exchanged a few more blows, he had noticed the new presences in the dungeon room. He simply downplayed it and continued his fight. He couldn't shift his attention elsewhere because he would be cut in 2 if he did. He dodged a diagonal cut from the Minotaur's sword and took advantage of the brief opening to make a thrust with his lightning-covered sword. His blow struck the left flank of the abdomen, driving the sword just a few centimeters into the Minotaur's thick skin, but that was enough. In microseconds, 6 plasma projectiles were discharged, piercing the Minotaur, and the electric aura covering the sword discharged into its body, paralyzing it for an instant. Bell took advantage of the moment to draw his sword and cut off one of the monster's arms. But he was stopped by a blow to his side, more precisely to the left hypochondrium of his abdomen, which sent him flying meters back. Burita's note: "This will make it easier for you to identify the abdominal regions XD. It really worked for me in my first semester of medical school, HAHAHA." Bell landed perfectly while doing a spin in the air to balance his center of gravity, and just after touching the ground with his firm legs, they began to tremble as he threatened to buckle. "What's happening, my legs?" the young man wondered as he forced the trembling to stop. "Why are they trembling?" he asked again as he saw the trembling continue. "Master Bell, your physical body cannot withstand the burden of your magic. Please stop all action." And as for his ability, for the first time he showed a hint of emotion. His voice was approaching concern and moving away from the usual analytical one. "It doesn't matter, we're just getting started," he exclaimed when he finally forced the tremor to disappear. "If I can't fully savor this battle and win it, how could I call myself a member of the Freya Familia?" With the trembling eradicated, he settled firmly and with his guard up again. He inhaled a deep breath and prepared to recite his battle cry. "I will defeat you and turn you into a stepping stone to fulfilling my dream. I will surpass my limits here and now," added the white-haired boy. After his words, he launched himself again at the beast, which had recovered from its paralysis caused by the electric shock. The Minotaur, seeing his opponent coming towards him, roared as he lunged forward and slashed horizontally with his sword. Woo-woo-woo. Bell prepared to block the attack with his sword held vertically, but it was a feint. He leaped over the horizontal slash, successfully dodging it as he aimed his left hand at the monster's face. Now Great Sage understood. Moments later, 3 consecutive bursts of crimson-red projectiles shot out from Bell's left hand, roaring red flames that hit the monster squarely in the face. "Burn yourself," was his only shout, causing the others watching his battle to jump to conclusions. The Minotaur could only retreat due to the impacts in his blinded vision. which Bell took advantage of and directed his left hand again in the direction of the monster. Great Sage next level. Without wasting any time, the ability activated the second level of Agon Dracona. Perish was the slight word that the white-haired man gave, and moments later, 4 discharges of blue flames in the form of projectiles impacted the monster's chest, sending it flying meters back. He wasted no time and moved on to the next level of his magic. Eat this. And moments later, dark flames the color of jet black like his sword shot out towards the Minotaur, causing even more damage to the beast. The impact echoed throughout the room, and the dust, along with the air, rose up and danced gracefully. The sound of stone debris being disintegrated by jet black flames could be heard. Even the blue flames had been consumed by them, truly the flames of hell. Master Bell, your mental reserves are at 25% of their capacity. Okay, then the next attack will be the last one. Use all 4 levels, the plasma beams, and the same armor to perform a consecutive attack. Understood, Master Bell. After ordering his final attack, he turned his gaze towards the dust that was already settling, and there he saw him. The Minotaur was missing his right arm. Apparently, he had sacrificed it to protect himself from the terrifying flames of hell. And his sword had been completely consumed. Only the hilt was visible, being disintegrated by the flames. The Minotaur growled in annoyance. He was covered in wounds, and the fact that he was missing an arm and his weapon only made it worse. And yet it roared. Woo 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 woo. Bell could tell that with that imposing roar the Minotaur was saying, "I can still go on, I will until I defeat you." "Me too," was her response to those possible words as she flashed a fierce smile full of joy. Bell was enjoying the battle. This rival who was cornering him and forcing him to go to extremes filled him with pure adrenaline. For a few moments they reached a mutual understanding, that of wanting to win over the other. The Minotaur wasted no time, and knowing that he was without a weapon and an arm, resorted to his natural weapons, his horns. As best he could, he made a position at 4, no weight at 3 supports, and prepared to make his final attack. It was all or nothing. Bell, for his part, prepared to perform his final attack, which he gave an improvised name. His grandfather instilled in him from a young age that heroes always end their fights with their final attack and give it a name. Guided by that, he devised one that he considered acceptable. Their sharp gazes met. That was the signal to advance and give their war cry. Voo woo 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 woo. Ah. They both took off in a speed race towards each other, the Minotaur ready to impale the human and the human ready to decapitate the beast. The vague memory of the story Argonaut crossed Bell's mind, and moments later the 10-meter distance between them was reduced to 0. The monster launched its horn, hoping to connect with its target. Failed. In a swift movement moments before impact, Bell slid beneath the beast and delivered a swift cut to the tendons of its legs. The bull-like monster could only crash to the ground as a trail of dust rose in its skid. That was the sign. Great Sage now. Understood. Use magic at maximum capacity, Master Bell. This attack will deplete your remaining mind supplies. That doesn't matter. I will win even if I have to fall unconscious. After all, I am not alone. And in a burst of speed, Bell eliminated the small gap that had formed and launched his final attack. I'm sorry it doesn't sound great, but it's the only thing I can think of at the moment. Nannies. He exclaimed right after the thought. 7 moves, 7 cuts, 7 flashes. This is how it looked from the perspective of the battle observers. First movement, a horizontal cut covered in crimson flames that severed the beast's arm up to the elbow. Second movement, a vertical cut of bluish flames that detached the rest of the limb up to the elbow. Third movement, a diagonal cut covered in jet black flames, flames of hell removing the beast's left leg and consuming it. Fourth movement, a diagonal cut covered in white flames, the sacred fire that purified the beast's right leg by detaching it from its body. Fifth movement, a horizontal cut covered with intense rays colliding with each other that cut the lower abdomen of the beast. Sixth movement, a high horizontal cut of a purplish color resulting from the jet black flames and the bluish rays that cut flush both horns of the beast, claiming them as a trophy. And seventh movement, a vertical downward dive cut of a coppery color, resulting from the combination of all the previous cuts and splitting in half what remained of the beast. Head and torso were split in 2, ending the death battle. That was Nanason's 7 flashes. The remains of the Minotaur soon turned to ash, and the pair of horns revealed their dark tone, leaving a bright scarlet color. Did I do it? Was the boy's whispered question. Bell won, the beast lost. Faced with this scenario, he stood triumphantly with what remained of his armor. The only thing that survived was the ruby-colored bracelet that his advisor had given him. The reactions were varied. A man named Bose, who had been watching the fight from the shadows, withdrew, leaving the rest to Bell's companion, Welf, without being noticed by the others, or so he thought, since he had entered the search radius for a certain ability. The executives of the Loki family were also different. Impossible that idiot did it, asked a stunned werewolf. No way, he looks like the Argonaut Tyone, you saw him, right? Was the excited reaction of a silly Amazon. Yes, at our level it's not a big deal, but being a level 1 and beating that irregular opponent, it's worthy of a feat, said the senior Amazon. Look at that potential. said the little hobbit as he placed his right hand on his chin and observed the novice in front of him. I need to know his secret, was the foolish thought of the golden-haired human, and the final reaction, more than surprise or admiration, was one of relief. I told you not to do anything crazy, you fool, said a beautiful elf as she sighed in relief and walked towards the victorious boy. And from Belle's partner. Ha ha ha, truly amazing, although I couldn't see his last attack, I'm sure it was splendid, he said as he turned to face his friend. Other reactions that no one expected came from the executives of the Freya family. With them, the reactions were a little more positive than expected, although Freya didn't help much with Belle's social situation with his superiors. They, along with their goddess, had observed the battle from a divine mirror, not missing the slightest detail of the fight. After Belle's victory with his final attack, the goddess turned her gaze towards her dependents. Fufufu, what did you think? Isn't my Belle amazing? Asked a proud Freya while puffing out her chest and raising both hands in an air of grandeur. She was truly proud of her Belle. Although she was worried about his condition throughout the fight, she was overjoyed when she saw him emerge victorious. What the foolish goddess didn't know was that her words of affection towards Belle caused a frenzy of jealousy among the executives present, which a certain rabbit would suffer later. I must admit that although he's an idiot, he has courage, was the white elf's response as he recalled how Belle had refused help in his fight. My intentions against the white usurper have been murderous, but seeing the technique called nanasen, I can say that the boy has style, the dark elf continued, pointing to the name of Belle's technique, typical of a hikikomori. At least he stood up for the family. I don't like him, but I respect that conviction, said a disinterested catman. We admit he has courage, was the unanimous response of the four Palom brothers. Naturally, after all, it's my wine, he said again while glorifying himself in Belle's name. This again brought a slight clicking of tongues from all the executives except the white elf, who did not take his eyes off the divine mirror. Freya-sama, it seems that Nine Hell is heading to the guild infirmary while carrying her rabbit in a bridal fashion, was her reply as she pointed at the mirror. Immediately, everyone looked towards the mirror, and there was Belle being carried like a princess by a beautiful elf. That elf again, she wants to steal Belle from me. The executives could see their goddess begin to tremble with jealousy. Hedin, that annoying girl in love with my Belle, went to register at the guild. I'm sure she'll throw a tantrum over Belle's condition and make them heal him there. Prevent that and bring him here, ordered the beautiful goddess without taking her eyes off the divine mirror. As Freya-sama commands, replied the white elf, then disappeared. Hogni, go to Heath and tell him to prepare a bed in the infirmary and wait there. Right away, Freya-sama, replied the dark elf, disappearing just like his counterpart. And so ended the meeting of the executives and their goddess, with the latter dying of jealousy and anger upon seeing her Belle with that elf. 2 days later, news broke of the world's fastest rabbit, a new record holder for leveling up. Time, 26 days. Feat, he defeated an irregular minotaur. Chapter 8, New Level and Purity. Reveria had arrived with Belle. To her, he looked a complete mess, but how could he not be after that battle? You did well, now rest and let me take you to the guild, said the beautiful elf in a soft, low voice. She was genuinely worried. The moment she saw Belle's life in danger, even if he got angry with her, she would save him. After all, she didn't want to see the pure soul she'd always heard about die, and no, it wasn't that she had special eyes like a certain goddess of beauty, she just had that feeling. He was about to take a semi-conscious Belle in his arms when, "Hey Reveria, what the hell just happened? Did you teach that to that tomato brat?" Bete exclaimed, visibly agitated and angry. What do you mean, Bete? Reveria replied with another question, her tone of voice showing no happiness at being interrupted. Don't play dumb. That idiot used magic without singing, and it was a level 4 spell too. However, Bete continued her tirade, not noticing the elf's tone. I have no answers for you. This is the first time I've seen his second spell. It's truly impressive. He must have learned it after I finished my training. Her response was neutral, so much so that it showed she was being sincere. She had no idea about the boy's second magic. With the obstacles out of the way, she proceeded to pick up Belle, but to her dismay, she was interrupted again. Then read his state, you know the language of the gods, and his back is almost exposed, the werewolf suggested. I hope you're joking, Bete, I won't do that, she replied in a cold voice with a sharp look, implying that it was not up for discussion. If you don't do it, fine by me. Hey Aizu, you understand the language of the gods too, don't you? The girl mentioned simply nodded. She, like the others, was curious to know about this boy who had just broken the level parameters. Finn, are you going to allow this? Reveria asked, her voice already seething with anger. I'm sorry, Reveria, I'm curious too, was the hobbit's short reply as he shrugged. The Amazon twins simply nodded. They, along with Bete and Aizu, were approaching to assess the boy's condition. I see, they leave me no choice then, were the words of the elf. He stepped into the path of the others, increasing his aura to the maximum and raising the air pressure to new heights. She was ready to protect the boy's privacy. She could not call herself worthy of her race if she allowed such a shameless act as spying on the state against the will of its bearer. Before the family captain Finn could say a word to prevent internal fights, he was interrupted by a certain existence that had been left aside. "Hey, idiots," were the words that were heard, breaking the heavy atmosphere. They all turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, all with doubts, and a werewolf with murderous intentions because of the insult he received. It was Welf, the white rabbit's faithful companion. The confused and murderous looks collapsed when they saw him and were replaced by incredulous ones. What the heck would a level 1 do? And where did he get the nerve to talk like that to class adventurers with level 7 and above? The word suicide was what went through everyone's mind. Although outside opinions did not affect the blacksmith, he continued with his statement. "Look, my friend just had a grueling battle to the death. I don't want a fight to break out between monsters like you with him in that state, do you understand? What I'm saying is, if seeing his condition will peacefully resolve all of this, just do it quickly and bring Belle to the surface," he added to his previous words, his voice firm and expressing his confidence in saying them. "You heard the blacksmith Reveria move it," Bete said. He was really angry with that redhead for calling him an idiot, but seeing that he agreed to check the rabbit's condition, he let it go. "Young man, are you sure about this?" asked Reveria, still on her guard. Welf simply glanced at her and shrugged, saying, "Trust your student." With this settled, Reveria lowered her staff and stepped aside, waiting for them to finish so she could take Belle to the infirmary. She wondered why the redhead was allowing this. He was supposed to be Belle's partner and friend. The words "trust your student" reassured her a little, but she was still bothered that they were spying on the boy's condition. Well, she didn't know Welf had his own motives, and they didn't even notice when he moved a considerable distance away from the group. It wasn't that he intentionally went unnoticed. They simply ignored him and he took advantage of that. Bete approached Belle's back to fully uncover it, and the Amazon twins were right behind him. Aizu was a few meters behind them waiting for his turn, and Finn was even further back just waiting for news. And Reveria, well, she was standing right there, face to face with Belle, waiting to do her part and bring him to the surface. Without further delay, Bete moved her hand to the boy's back, just 3 cm from touching him. Boom, crack, boom. Bete shot backwards, hitting the wall of the room and going through it to hit the wall of the next room and going through it again. 3 more explosions went in the direction of the Amazon twins and the Sword Princess, but in this case they managed to dodge them. Everyone's eyes widened in shock at the result. Well, everyone except Welf. What the hell happened? The Hobbit asked from a distance. The Amazon sisters along with Aizu were on guard. They took that attack as a threat and were ready to defend. Reveria was also in shock, but he came out of it when he saw the intentions of his teammates. Without having the slightest idea of the cause of the explosion, he stood between them, Belle and his companions, to prevent further harm to the rabbit boy. "That's enough. I don't know what caused the explosion, but this was a consequence of your shameless actions," the elf declared, turning her gaze to her family's executives. The atmosphere was tense. They wanted explanations of what had just happened, and no one was providing them. And if you ask why Bete was the only one who received the impact, it's simple. It wasn't because he was slow, since in matters of speed no one in his family surpasses him. It was only unfounded confidence on his part. That's why he was hit. And all this heavy atmosphere was broken once again by the red-haired blacksmith. PFFFF. HAHAHHHHH idiots, they really did it. HAHHHH. Were the words and laughter that could be heard in the distance. It was Welf who was leaning forward, holding his stomach with both hands in pain from laughing. He was undoubtedly enjoying it. He knew from Belle that the wolf had insulted him, so he took the opportunity to give him what he deserved. He didn't expect it to turn out so well. Belle had told him that he had insurance to prevent his condition from being seen without his consent. That was the reason why he allowed such an act by the Loki family. He obviously didn't give her details, but he knew it was an offensive insurance policy and didn't hesitate to avenge his friend Belle. "Hey blacksmith, I have no protective tendencies towards that mangy dog, but I hope you don't give an explanation for this or you won't get away with it," was the cold voice of an annoyed Tyone. "Oh, so you who dared to pry into my partner's condition are demanding explanations from me. I wonder what the goddess Freya will say when she finds out about this," the redhead replied matter-of-factly, resting his chin in his hand, looking thoughtful. "Don't play with me, idiot," shouted the Amazon. "Stop it, Tyone, the boy is right. We have no way of getting upset about this," the Hobbit interjected, who until now had been providing feedback on the scene of Bete being thrown by an electric shock. "Well, as agreed, now fulfill your part of the bargain. Reveria-sama, please take Belle to the surface," Welf said, ignoring the Amazon and bowing slightly to the aforementioned elf. "She's the only one he respects for trying to defend his partner. Of course, Finn will meet on the 18th floor to continue the expedition." "I won't be long," she said, before taking Belle in a bridal embrace and heading out to the surface with Welf. Problem solved, faster than expected, according to Finn. The little Palom just stared at Reveria's back as he carried the boy away into the distance until he disappeared around a corner. Now, this is not a gap in the story. All this happened while a certain goddess of beauty idolized her belle and the executives of her family. Everything was observed by an attentive headin who watched the scene until Reveria carried Belle like a princess and reported it to his goddess. You might be wondering what the heck happened to Bete. Why didn't he show up trying to take down Welf and Belle? Let's rewind 5 minutes. Boom, crack, boom, what the hell, was Bete's thought upon being struck by the condensed lightning. Moments later, he was sent flying through the air, crashing into the wall, passing through it to hit the wall of the next room and passing through it again. It is now embedded in the third wall with its 4 limbs extended into it. Total number of walls crossed, 2. It was certainly a powerful blow. If you were to ask Belle's ability, Great Sage, how much energy it used, it would answer all the mental energy that his master had left, also extracting the physical energy. For the skill, it was a personal matter. After all, it was about the idiot who insulted his teacher some years ago. But getting back to Bete, PFFGRR, that damn tomato, was his brief groan followed by a curse directed at the rabbit. He detached himself from the wall and landed on his feet, ready to take off in the direction of the others to give the blacksmith and the rabbit a beating. It should have been that way if it weren't for PLAF. He received a blow to the face, one that he failed to perceive, and was sent flying again across the room, crashing into the side wall of the same room. The only difference was that he did not go through it. He fell to the ground and then... How thoughtful of Belle to send you here. I really should thank him once he recovers, said a strong, firm voice that echoed throughout the dungeon room. Phew, what the hell happened now? He asked as he got up after groaning in pain. Looking up, she knew who it was. A huge, muscular body, dark copper-colored hair, bore ears and nose. So the king is coming for me, huh, Otter? Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't waste my time with trash like you, said Bose, walking towards Bete and with him raising his guard. It's just that I found out you called me Boar on steroids. That said, I have to put you on a leash so you stop talking nonsense, declared the enormous Bose in a sepulchral and firm voice. Huh, and you think I'll just stand idly by, you idiot? Bete asked. Resisting won't make any difference after all, you're weak, he finished, disappearing and reappearing in front of Bete. PLA, yuck, PLA, puff edge. A direct blow to the abdomen followed by one to the face, pressing against the wall but not going through it. It was obvious that he was moderating his strength. He didn't want to cause problems for his goddess. After all, these 3 blows were for 2 reasons. First, the one who called him Boar on steroids. Although Otter is a calm and quiet person, he cannot let an insult to his figure as captain of the glorious Freya family go unanswered, since it is an insult to the captain of his goddess. Second, how could I not warn the idiot who tried to see the state of the otter of his goddess? I was sure that if that were the case, Freya would declare war on all of Aurario. Whether this is a coincidence or not, Hedin also knew it and decided to remain silent about the actions of the Loki Familia, while Freya boasted about Belle to avoid unnecessary problems. I hope this teaches you a lesson, he said stoically to a bewildered Beat. He lifted his fist from the wolf cub's face and left without leaving any trace of his presence. Well, if we ignore the destruction he caused and the werewolf's poor condition. Damn it, were the words of a dizzy Bete. After that, it took him about 2 minutes to get his bearings again and head towards his family. When we arrived, the blacksmith and the rabbit were gone, and Reveria was gone too. The others, seeing his deplorable state, got the idea that the attack was too strong, although Bete didn't tell them that Otter was also involved. He wasn't an idiot who was going to complain to his colleagues. He would take care of his own business, at least that was respectable about him. 20 minutes before Belle's victory. A beautiful woman can be seen running down Adventurers Street heading towards the guild. To say she was excited would be an understatement to describe her current state of euphoria. Finally, I can accompany Belle in the dungeon, was the young woman's thought. It was the friend, companion, and lover of a certain rabbit, Excella, the beautiful girl with hair as black as night and eyes the color of aquagreen. Stealing and capturing the gaze of all the men who saw her, whether civilians, merchants, vendors, or adventurers. And from the girl's point of view, degenerates, how dare you look at me like that? Only my Belle can look at me with lustful intentions, pigs, were her unspoken words as she noticed the nature in the eyes of her observers. Of course, she wasn't a narcissist. Although she knew she had nothing to envy in other women, she wouldn't let herself be swayed by that, but it was annoying that they were so obvious. And leaving that aside, and no, it's not that I want Belle to do teeth that to me, and not at all. Her tsundere personality blossomed again when she analyzed her previous thought. Putting aside her lustful fantasies about a certain rabbit, she was heading to the guild with one motive, to register as an adventurer. After all, it was what she always wanted to do, to be by her beloved's side. It was her promise more than a month ago in that cabin where she accidentally said her feelings. Wherever you go, I'll be there. Those were his words, and I wouldn't deny them for anything in the world. If it hadn't been for that tedious training, she would have had more time with her Belle. I'm sure it was that damn pedophile we have as a goddess's idea. Imagine separating me from my Belle, was her brief conclusion. That said, he also couldn't deny that training with Heath was useful, as it greatly helped him with his magical control and mind control. These were the only reasons why he did not fly into a rage and refrain from hitting that goddess. Yes, from the first day they met, both of them, who were in love with the white-haired boy, got along terribly. They couldn't even cross paths because they would glare at each other with hatred. And when she least expected it, while she was lost in her thoughts, she was standing in front of the guild. "It seems I'm getting too caught up in my thoughts," were her whispered words as she entered the building. Once inside, he could see a long bar that served as a reception area, and on it a considerable number of beautiful receptionists. Although she was looking for one in particular, a half-elf with short brown hair and jade-colored eyes. He learned all this after politely questioning Belle. "Oh, it must be her," she exclaimed excitedly as she headed towards the line that was going in the direction of her target. It must be said that she was not very happy to learn from Belle that she had an advisor, much less if she was an elf, in this case a half-elf. She vividly remembers the times she found Belle asleep, fantasizing about beautiful elves while saying things like elves or cute forest fairies, that kind of thing. It's not that she's jealous, of course not, absolutely not. It's just that she knows perfectly well what her stupid lover's goal is: to have a harem. "If you think I'm going to let you do that, you're very wrong, you stupid rabbit," was his thought as he waited his turn in line. Yes, her goal is to monopolize Belle's love for herself alone, for no one else. Maybe it's selfish, but she doesn't care, not after what Belle promised her a while ago. She, who did not believe herself worthy of someone as pure as Belle, was disabused of that notion by Belle himself. "I owe everything to you, my hero," were his internal words as he recalled that scene from the past. "Hello, miss, how can I help you?" was the question she heard, making her leave her thoughts of the past and bringing her back to reality. "Oh, gee, good afternoon, I've come to register as an adventurer, please," was her excited response after her brief trance. "He reminds me of Belcun, okay? I'll ask him to fill out this form," said the beautiful half-elf as she handed him a sheet of paper and kept her thoughts to herself. Seeing the beautiful girl in front of her, so lively and smiling, as if she were remembering happy times, reminded her of the adventurer in her charge. He saw how the girl took her time filling out the form with her information, and also that there was no one behind her, implying that she would have some free time. And as if it were a sign, he remembered the young man he said goodbye to this morning. "I hope you don't do anything crazy, Belcun," were her thoughts directed at the boy. What she didn't know was that Belle had recently emerged victorious from a death battle against an irregular minotaur. No more than 5 minutes passed before the dark-haired girl handed the form back to her and she checked its filled-out contents. He looked through it section by section from name, age, gender, address until he got to family. "Are you from the Freya family?" he asked foolishly. "Unfortunately, yes, but in a year it will be different," the beautiful girl declared after nodding. "What SSO, I suppose you know the adventurer Bell Cranel," the elf asked after coming out of her trance at the girl's statement. "Of course, he's my Belle after all," the girl replied excitedly with a smile that showed happiness at his declaration. "Why you Belle, what do you mean by that? Are you two dating? Are you boyfriend and girlfriend?" She blurted out nervously, question after question, the statement taking her completely by surprise. "This girl, I might be wrong, but she has feelings for me, Belle," Axella thought as she narrowed her eyes and analyzed the receptionist. "That damn cheater is seducing other girls," he added to his train of thought. "Well, you could say I'm his girlfriend," she replied after cursing her unfaithful lover and looking away because of the guilt of having lied. "This girl is lying," Ina thought as she looked suspiciously at the girl in front of her. "Oh, I see," was her reply, keeping the previous thought to herself. "Don't you believe me? Listen carefully, he may not be my boyfriend yet, but he will be. He'll fall in love with me soon," Axella said, pointing her right index finger at Ina and placing her other hand on her hip. She was the very image of a girl declaring something that could not be denied, an ultimatum. A vein popped out in Ina's temple at the girl's statement. She didn't know what bothered her so much, but she couldn't let it go. "Listen, Belcun isn't a thing or object to belong to someone, so don't say things that can't be," she said slowly and calmly while pointing at Axella. "And who decided that? Belle and I made a vow where we gave ourselves to each other, so we both belong to each other," the girl said, unaware that her words could easily be misunderstood. "Did they give themselves to each other?" asked a very blushing Ina, clearly misinterpreting the words of the black-haired girl. If only he knew that his words were due to an exchange he had with Belle more than a month ago in that cabin. But he won't know, not for the moment. Belle has to suffer the consequences of this misunderstanding. And before she could ask more about those fateful words, a voice interrupted them. "A doctor," echoed the voice in the reception room. Both of them turned their gaze to the source of it, and what they saw made their eyes widen in shock. Belle, BLLKUN. Their screams overlapped each other. The scene they witnessed left them speechless. They could only watch in astonishment and shock, or so it must have been, because as fast as she could, Axella ran towards that unconscious boy. "What happened to him?" was his question upon arriving next to the rabbit boy and his two companions. "Who are you? Listen and answer, you red-haired idiot. What happened to my Belle?" She shouted excitedly, tears threatening to spill from her eyes as she had no answers about Belle's condition. What did I do to deserve this contempt? Was Welf's quick thought in response to Axella's insult. He only took a few steps back and became discouraged. This happened because he wanted to play a small joke on the guild. Axella, seeing this and knowing that she would not get an answer, was ready to resort to violence when, "Miss Axella, please calm down. I've already treated Belle with my healing magic, he just needs to rest." A high elf intervened before Welf could suffer the wrath of a love-struck girl. The blacksmith's savior was obviously the beautiful Reveria, who had performed healing on Belle's body on the way here. She was also thrilled to have held Belle with his bare upper body in her arms, though no one but her would know that. "Miss Reveria, I don't quite understand, but thank you very much. I'll take care of taking him to the headquarters infirmary," said a now calmer Axella. "And you red-haired idiot, why did you come screaming for a doctor if you don't need one?" he added, addressing Welf, who had been left out in the cold. "Well, I just wanted to make a dramatic entrance for Belle, that's all," he replied nervously while scratching the back of his head with his right arm. "What an idiot," was Axella's quick conclusion before she brushed off Welf and went back to Belle. "Why do I feel like I've just been insulted?" was the poor blacksmith's thought. "Once again, thank you for bringing him back safely. I am grateful," said the worried girl in a complicated voice, a mixture of happiness and sadness or relief and concern. Reveria simply shook his head to indicate that it was nothing, and Welf shrugged, implying that he would do it as many times as necessary for his partner. Axella was about to pick up Belle to take him to headquarters, but she was interrupted by a new visitor who arrived late. "Miss Axella, please let me take Belle Cranel to the infirmary, it will be faster," the new presence politely declared. "Hedon, I suppose that goddess sent him good, but please handle him carefully. He may be healed, but I don't want him to suffer an injury due to carelessness," she replied firmly to the white elf in front of her. Many might wonder if she was out of her mind to speak to Class LV. Aid adventure like that, but Axella couldn't care less. Few people have her respect, and this elf is not one of them. They quickly left the guild, leaving the others behind and a worried Ina. "As much as I wanted to go with Belle, I knew it wasn't the right time. The priority was to give him treatment, and who better than his family?" "Well, I think I'll retire too," said Welf, taking a step towards his headquarters to tell his goddess what had happened. She likes to hear about Welf's adventures with Belle, whom she knows, even though she doesn't know him, that he's a good boy. You could say it's a divine premonition. "Hey, before you go, I think you owe me an explanation," Reveria said, stopping the blacksmith in his tracks. "Explanation? I don't know what you mean," he replied softly. "I'm referring to Belle's condition. I need to give my family an explanation, otherwise they won't be at ease. I don't want to cause Belle any problems," were her words, the last one spoken in a fearful voice. "Hasai, if you put it that way, it's fine," he replied as he turned around. "I personally don't know much about it. Belle only told me that if anyone tried to snoop around in his state against his will, those people wouldn't fare well. In short, it's a defensive spell," the blacksmith concluded, gesturing with his arms as he explained. "A defensive spell, that's new," Reveria murmured to herself. "Yes, it's a simple but unbreakable spell. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm leaving," said Welf as he turned around and waved goodbye. Reveria proceeded to do the same and headed to the dungeon, having already given an explanation to her companions and bringing to an end this day full of abundant emotions. The next day, headquarters of the Freya family, emergency room in a separate room where there were two people, one still unconscious and the other by his side holding his hands and taking care of him. It was Axella and Belle, the former taking care of things and the latter sleeping. It was 9:00 a.m. 16 hours had passed since Belle had arrived unconscious at the guild at the hands of Reveria and Welf, and he still hadn't woken up. Although it was not a cause for concern for his caregiver since his life was not in danger, the fact that he is asleep is merely due to tiredness. And another thing the beautiful girl had noticed was that her beloved was asleep, apparently in a sad dream. "Are you with your grandfather, Belle?" he asked, knowing he wouldn't get an answer. She separated one of her hands from the boy's and placed it on his left cheek, taking it as if she were going to kiss him, but instead she used the pad of her thumb to wipe away the nascent tear that threatened to overflow. Thus, after a few more minutes watching over him, she finally fell asleep due to exhaustion. After all, she had stayed up all night taking care of Belle. He rested his head on the sleeping rabbit's abdomen and fell asleep. In Belle's dream, "Damn, I still haven't woken up. Could it be that I'm dead? No, that can't be possible, can it? I'm sure I won without suffering a fatal injury. Well, I'm sure I broke several bones using Inazuma no Yor at 100%. Damn, I need to train my body. But then if I'm not dead, where the hell am I? Don't rush, Belle. Don't you want to talk to this old man?" That voice. "Grandpa. I suppose something like that, but it would be more like a product of your subconscious, Belle." "I see, so I'm going crazy, huh? Ha ha ha, stop worrying about those things. Tell me, how was your first adventure?" "Well, if you ask me, it was awesome. Didn't you see how I fought that bull to the death? It was certainly an incredible fight. You gave it your all and came out victorious, and also that last attack, without a doubt, it was the best part." "Right. Although I owe that more to my skill, if it weren't for Great Sage, I wouldn't have been able to perform the concurrent chants of my level magic. I still have to improve. I see I didn't need to tell you, huh? You've certainly grown up, Belle, and I'm not talking about age. Haha, thank you. Maybe he's not really my grandfather and it's just my imagination, but I'm glad to see him again even if it's like this. But Belle, let's get to the important stuff, hee. Huh, important? Yes, I mean the harem, Belle, the harem, and I see you're doing well with the girls as you make me proud. I take it back, I'm already doubting whether he really is my grandfather or not, because after all only he can make that perverted face. But I still haven't made any progress on that issue. What on earth are you talking about? You already have two beautiful elves, a goddess who radiates eroticism, a cute waitress, and the girl from the story. You've exceeded my expectations, Belle. I suppose he's referring to Freya and Axella, but... Two beautiful elves and a cute waitress. Wait, do you mean Reviriasin, Einasin, and Siasin? No, although I admit I'd like to have them in my harem, it's easier said than done, Grandpa. Hey, Asai Belle, you're still too young to understand women and their signals. I guess I should have taught you better, but that can be fixed. Is there something I'm missing? What do you mean, Grandpa? How can it be fixed? I'll teach you what any mortal would want to know, something that even the most advanced technology hasn't been able to achieve. Something that represents the dreams of all of us men. What kind of secrets of the world will it teach me? I'll teach you how to pick up on women's subtle hints. Wipe that incredulous look off your face, Belle. With this information I'm about to give you, you can form your harem so I can have my harem, then that information is worth millions. I'm all ears, Grandpa-sensei. That's the attitude I was hoping for. So listen carefully to pick up on women's hints you need to have. That's enough. My intention was to let Master Bell have some privacy with his familiar, but I see that was a mistake. That voice, Great Sage. Yes, Master Bell, forgive my boldness, but I cannot allow this conversation to continue. Can't you just let this continue? I see, so you want to come between my grandson and me. I'll have to teach you a lesson. Grandfather, what are you doing? Are you planning to attack the Great Sage? Know your place, Mestizo, Great Sage. Hudgy, Grandpa, Great Sage, what did you do? Don't worry, Master Bell, I only removed you from this thinking room. You'll surely find a way back, but it will take some time. Heasai, thank goodness. For a moment I thought you had eliminated my imaginary grandfather. I wouldn't be able to do anything without your permission, Master Bell. Thank you for that, but if you're here that means I can wake up now, right? That's correct, do you want to do it? Please, Great Sage, understood. And one more thing, thank you for fighting alongside me. Thank you for being so kind, Master Bell. I am honored by your words, Master Bell. At that moment, Bell Cranel woke up. His vision gradually cleared until he could see his surroundings clearly. It didn't take long for him to realize he was in the infirmary. The clues were the white curtains and the symbol of a potion on the door at the back of the room. He could tell it was daytime because of the natural light coming through the window, and in an attempt to lift his upper body, he realized he couldn't. He was a little confused and then looked down at his chest. There lay a beautiful girl with black hair, sleeping peacefully. You might be wondering, what the heck? She was supposed to be sitting next to the bed with only her head on Belle's torso. How on earth did she get on top of Belle? Well, whether it was intentional or not, she climbed onto the bed while he was sleeping and settled on top of the boy. Damn, this brings back memories, thought the boy as the scene of the same situation in his grandfather's cabin flashed through his mind. And of course he remembers how that time ended. I have to get out of here before he gets up, otherwise I won't do very well. Belle, I'm glad you're awake, said the girl as she climbed even closer. Aren't you going to hit me? Axella, good morning, she said cautiously. What the rabbit boy doesn't know is that the young woman in love is so happy to see him awake that her aggressive and soon-dear side is absent. Good morning, Belle, are you feeling better? He asked as he got off Belle and settled down next to her. Yes, I'm feeling better now. How long was I asleep? It wasn't more than 16 hours, I think, but that doesn't matter. Don't you have something to tell me? She asked while changing her thoughtful and tender expression to a smiling but terrifying one. Belle felt true terror when he noticed her angry state. He knew that nothing good awaited him. I'm sorry, forgive me for being so extreme and making you worry, Axelassin. His only way out was to be honest and apologize for worrying his sweetheart. Well, as long as you understand, that's fine with me, but... But, he asked, swallowing hard, you'll have to do something else if you want my forgiveness, otherwise I'll be angry with you hear. He declared, pouting slightly as his cheeks flushed a light red. Understood, I'll do whatever you ask, replied the rabbit cowardly, knowing that contradicting the girl lying next to him was not a good idea. After all, he is stronger than him, and if she wanted, she could wipe the floor with him. I want a kiss, she said, raising her voice slightly to reveal her nervousness. Belle spent a few seconds processing what had been said until he had fully understood it. A kiss, on the mouth, she blurted out, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. Oh, of course not, silly. I'm not ready for a real kiss yet, it would be too much for me. For now, I want one on the cheek. The next one will be on the lips, got it? the young woman exclaimed, blushing and dropping the soup of words onto the white-haired boy. Hi, was all he could manage to reply. Well, then what are you waiting for? She asked, tilting her head to better reveal her flushed cheek. Belle just looked at her, with her on the right side of the bed and him on the left. He took the girl's left shoulder with his right hand and began to close the small distance between them. Axella closed her eyes slightly as she awaited the kiss of her white longing. With the green light to continue, Belle didn't keep us waiting, and slowly but surely his lips collided with Axella's cheek. Muak. It was the soft, gentle sound that was heard. Warm, his lips are so warm, was Axella's thought as she felt Belle's kiss. Soft her cheek, no, her skin is so soft, thought Belle as he made contact with Axella's cheek. Both of their heart rates increased. The body temperature of both increased. Their breathing became erratic, causing their minds to become temporarily unstable. All caused by that simple touch between two people who long for each other. And that cause had the consequence. I want more / I want more, an incredible double thought perfectly synchronized. Both the girl and the boy stared at each other as they closed the distance between their lips. They weren't letting themselves be carried away by their desires, they were letting themselves be carried away by their overflowing emotions for each other. And they should have made contact with each other were it not for a certain and unexpected intrusion. Ara, and to think I would find you being unfaithful to me, Belle. It was the goddess of beauty, Freya. Her words snapped both young people out of their trance, to the surprise of one and the annoyance of the other. Freya-sama, exclaimed the surprised rabbit. You wretched, meddling goddess, Axella whispered angrily. How could she not be? After all, she just ruined her moment with Belle, and if she was honest, she might as well send this deity back to the Tenkai. Hello, Belle, I see you're feeling better, too much so it seems, the goddess said, giving the rabbit a sharp look. Belle didn't know why, but he felt guilty for some reason. What do you want, wannabe goddess? I thought I told you not to bother us, the girl asked, recalling some strange agreement they had apparently made. Contrary to Belle's reaction, Axella always maintained an aggressive attitude towards the goddess Freya. Let's call it romantic rivalry. As rude as ever, Axella, to answer you, my visit is because I have to update Belle's status. I have a feeling he'll be able to level up now, the goddess excused herself. If that's the case, then do it quickly and leave. You ruined a romantic moment, the dark-haired woman said coldly. Edo, Axellason, I don't think you have to be so aggressive, ha. That was Belle, who tried to mediate to make the atmosphere a little more pleasant and less aggressive. However, Belle, be quiet, were the few words Axella said to him. Hi Hasai, update your status, I'll stay here to make sure you don't do anything. He spoke in a calmer manner. Although she is a rival to the goddess Freya, she cannot interfere with a status update. Okay then, Belle, could you take off your shirt? The goddess asked as she stood next to Belle. Axella was getting out of bed and sitting in a chair. She didn't want to be in the way. Besides the fact that their romantic moment could no longer be resumed, she knew this, so she left it for the time being. Belle took off his white shirt, which had apparently been put on him while he was unconscious, and as soon as he was completely exposed from the top down, he felt two gazes piercing him. It was the goddess and the dark-haired girl. I think they should be more discreet, haha, Belle commented with some anime-style sweat drops as she lay face down on the bed. That comment made a very flushed Axella look away without saying anything. This was different with Freya, who approached Belle and climbed on top of him. He proceeded to prick his finger with a needle and let his blood fall onto Belle's back. Seconds later, his state was unlocked. He began to map and modify Belle's state, and when he saw that he could level up, he didn't hesitate to do so. As she prepared to transfer the boy's status to a sheet of paper, the blushing Axella had turned her gaze back to the two of them, and her reaction was obvious. Why the hell are you on top of him? She asked as she stood up from the chair, her voice clearly annoyed. Oh, we've always done it this way, haven't we, Belle? Yes, Freya-sama says it makes it easier for her to update my status, he replied foolishly, tilting his head in Axella's direction. That's obviously a stupid lie. When he gave me my status, and every time he's updated it, he's always done it while I'm sitting down. The thing is, my Belle is special, Freya said, still perched on Belle's waist. Yeah, right, just like any damn man, you nymphomaniac goddess, he said while raising his voice slightly. This caused Freya to jump slightly. What she felt was pain. Why? It's not the first time they've said it to her or spoken ill of her, but it's the first time she's reacted to these kinds of comments. Did he react because of Belle's presence? Does the fact that he's here and heard how Axella called her worry you? Is he afraid that Belle thinks the same? Axellason, I don't think you should be so rude, said a nervous Belle, trying to mediate the discussion. The last thing he wants is to contradict Axella, but he can't let her insult Freya without any tact. HMMP, I didn't say anything that wasn't true, he replied while pouting and looking away. Freya had come out of her trance and, with Belle's status on the sheet, got off the boy and handed him the sheet. Congratulations, Belle, you've leveled up now. If you'll excuse me, I have to go, he said as he handed the status sheet to Belle and started walking towards the door of the room. His voice conveyed anything but happiness. perhaps a painful, languid, and miserable one. Both boys stared at her back and Belle was about to speak, but Freya stopped in the doorway and turned her gaze back to them both. You know, since ancient times, long before we gods descended to the lower plane, there has been a phrase which has been going through my head a lot lately. Her voice conveyed a melancholic and deplorable feeling, sadly and uselessly remembering something ridiculous. Tell a lie 1,000 times and it will become the truth is really a phrase that lacks any firm basis, but I wish it were true. With a gaunt and mournful expression due to the girl's words next to Belle, he continued with his words. Perhaps by saying the lie I am pure 1,000 times it will become the truth, she declared, her face displaying a hopeful smile. Burita's note, just look at that beauty, it makes you want to protect and respect it. Or maybe not, he added to his words as his smile faded and a broken expression appeared. Burita's note, it was the most downcast face I could find, sorry XD. All this while both young people, rabbit and girl, listened to her with complicated expressions, although the most notable was Axella's, who deigned to speak. I am sorry, I shouldn't have said that in front of Belle, he said in a regretful manner. She knew she had done wrong. Mentioning the existence of chastity in a woman in the presence of a man is wrong, and even more so if it is mentioned in front of the person the woman is interested in. Thinking this, she apologized. They are rivals, but he couldn't play dirty. And more importantly, Axella knows that she is not a pure woman either, so she is nobody to speak. Don't worry, after all, you didn't say anything that wasn't true, replied the goddess as she turned around and opened the door completely. Tomorrow there will be a dentist. I will go to inform you of your level increase so that you can reach the appointment. See you, he added to his previous comment as he left the room. Once the goddess left, a somewhat awkward atmosphere arose between them. Now that I think about it, it seems strange to me that Freya-sama let you take care of me without putting up any resistance, Belle said, trying to break the silence. Obviously I threatened her, but that's all I'll say, so don't ask for details, rabbit, the girl replied in a low voice, still thinking about the goddess's words. Hi. Belle could only accept his answer and remain with the doubt. He doesn't know that the threat Axella is talking about is that she told the goddess that if she interrupted her care for Belle, she would talk about the spying that Freya is doing on the white-haired boy. Freya reluctantly agreed because she didn't want Belle to label her as a pervert who spends her time spying on him. Okay, then let's check your status, Belle. Maybe you have new abilities or magic, he said as he approached and sat on the bed. He stopped thinking about the goddess Freya and decided to change the subject. Perhaps she made a mistake, but that doesn't mean he would pity her. He acknowledges that it's cruel of him, but what the hell in this world isn't cruel? One possibility is that instead of offending, he may have helped. But I wouldn't dwell on it too much. What's done is done. Okay, let's see. Belle held up his status sheet for both of them to see, and after a few seconds of reading. Great, incredible. They shouted in unison, and with good reason, because after all, their condition reflected good results. Status. Name bellcranel family Freya LV 2. Strength I0, Endurance I0, Dexterity I0, Agility I0, Magic I0, Development Skills. Luck I knew. Mage I knew Magic. Inazuma no Yori, Reinforcement and Attack Magic. It covers the user in a ray armor, exponentially increasing their abilities and allowing them to control the rays at will. Activation Chant, Give me Divine Power, God of Lightning Inazuma no Yori, Agon Dracona, 4-level Magic. Activation Chant. Level 1's Burn Agon Draconas. Level 2 Burn Agon Dracona. Level 3 Burn Scorch Disintegrate Hell Agon Dracona. Level 4 Burn Scorch Disintegrate Hell Purify the Heavens Agon Dracona. Abilities. Hero's Wish exponentially increases growth. The effects last as long as your desire doesn't change. The stronger the desire, the faster the growth. It nullifies and renders useless the divine effects. Great Sage, Support Ability, Argonaut. New Right to Charge a Finishing Attack. Sovereign of the Flames, new absolute control over the fire. It renders fire magic useless against the wielder. Axella was still staring at the status sheet she had snatched from Belle's hands. It seems you're getting stronger, Belle. Do you want to surpass me, huh? He asked with a challenging smile. Please don't joke around, Axelassin. You know that with your skill I couldn't beat you, said a dejected Belle. I'm not so sure. However clever my skill may be, it's not all about that. Experience and technique trump that, explained the beautiful young woman. Besides, at my current level, I don't think I can beat a level 5, nor can I win a fight where I face too many enemies, the girl added. It's true, but I still can't beat you in a 1v1, although I won't take long to do so, haha, Belle replied with a slight confident smile. That's the spirit, Belle. If you manage to pull it off, I'll give you a reward, okay. Smiling, but putting that aside, your ultimate attack really sounds powerful. I wonder if my ability can handle it, Axella said thoughtfully with dangerous ideas for Belle running through her mind. For some reason, I think my life is in danger, the boy whispered to himself. All right, Belle, you'll rest for 3 days, and after that we'll train for 1 week in the headquarters courtyard, understood? the girl declared, leaving no room for Belle to argue. All right, Axelassin, the boy accepted, resigned to his sentence. Then with that cleared up, it would be best if we went to sleep, said the girl as she climbed completely onto the bed and settled herself on the left side. Huh, are you going to sleep with me? Well, you really worried me, so I thought I'd relieve that worry by spending more time with you, like sleeping cuddled up maybe, Axela said as her face turned beet red and she played with her index fingers. Don't you want to? She asked tenderly, her eyes fixed on the rabbit. And no, that's not it. To be honest, I would like to, he replied as his face turned visibly red. Okay, then go to bed, she said excitedly and enthusiastically. Belle didn't refuse and settled himself on his side of the bed, covering his body with the blanket, and sooner rather than later he felt his entire body surrounded by an immense and comfortable softness. It was Axela who hugged him tightly but gently as if he were a pillow, and of course with her two enormous mounds pretending to be breasts bumping against the blushing boy's body. Countless scenarios raced through her mind, and she blushed even more. I don't need to read minds to know what you're thinking, you pervert, but I'll let it go this time, she said as she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Ahahaha, thank you and rest well, Axelassin, replied the embarrassed rabbit as he returned the hug and closed his eyes. Burrita's note, don't they look so cute? Well, that's how I imagined them when I wrote this part, so it will be easier for you to see it than to imagine it. Chapter 9, Denatus and Conflict in a Bar. Next day, 30th floor of the Tower of Babel. A large number of gods were gathered on the 30th floor of the Great Tower of Babel, the reason being the Denatus, which takes place every 3 months without fail. 2 hours had already passed since it started, and it was noticeable that some people already had tired or bored expressions. They had talked about everything from the city's problems, the increase in the number of adventurers dying in the dungeon, and the city's current economy. There were also certain gods investigating sensitive topics such as Evolus, and the new species that attacked in the monster Philia. One of them was the hostess of this Denatus, the goddess Loki. Others were the god Hermes and the god Dionysus. Although his intentions were in vain as he did not obtain even a shred of information or any indication from the gods present. All right, now that the tedious stuff is over, let's get to the matter that many of you have come for the appointment of adventurers, declared the goddess, humble as far as her heart was concerned. Great, the good stuff is coming, I was getting bored. It's about time, and the reactions of the gods were clearly positive, although not so much from those who are deities of the adventurers who will be named. For those who do not have the power to defend them, of course. A certain goddess of beauty had shown interest in the meeting for the first time since its inception, implying that her presence was solely due to that. Although her thoughtful and distant expression was also due to a conversation she had yesterday with two of her children, Belle and Axela. All right then, let's start with Take Mikazu, his daughter Yamato Mikitachin, the mocking goddess exclaimed. At the moment of making such a statement, all the gods, except for a few, had malicious smiles on their faces. Please be gentle, said a humble god of war. Of course not, said a great number of gods in unison. The rejected god could only lament his inability to defend his daughter and await her misfortune. Yes, in the eyes of mortals, the Denatus were meetings where the gods spoke of important matters, and that was at least for the most part, but it was only a facade. The real reason the Denatus celebrate every 3 months is only one, to give embarrassing nicknames to humans who level up. What do you think of Eastern Girl? No, too simplistic, maybe distant love, because of the distant East. That's really idiotic, I vote for Black Angel. No, if you want to use the word angel, why not Fallen Angel? Nicknames were being thrown around like hotcakes, some more idiotic than others, until one god pointed to another to give his opinion. Hey, Dionysus, give us some suggestions, demanded a certain god. Upon seeing this, Take Mikazuchi cast a hopeful glance at the aforementioned god, perhaps hoping that this refined god would give his daughter a decent name. Unfortunately, poor Take couldn't have been more wrong. What do you think of Eternal Shadow? Asked the god while giving a refreshing smile. It's decided, they shouted in unison. Damn you, Mikoto, forgive me, Take shouted to the god as he whispered the last words as an apology. Thus passed the names of adventurers who leveled up over the course of these 3 months, with none in particular catching his attention until... Okay, we've reached the last one, the adventurer Cranel, said Loki, picking up the boy's profile that was written on a sheet of paper. All the gods did the same, including the goddess of beauty Freya, who, upon seeing the image of her beloved bunny, gave a slight smile. Other reactions were varied, more so from women than men. Wow, it's very cute, said Demeter, a goddess of the harvest. That face is undoubtedly beautiful, but it has the features of a warrior, I want it. Shouted a certain goddess of creation and sovereign of Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl. That face you can see from afar, that face pursues justice, commented a certain goddess of justice. All these goddesses received a sharp glare from Freya, although it seemed more like a death glare, as if wanting to convey the message, if they get close, I'll eliminate them. They all understood the message very well and displayed smiles that were gentle, challenging, and curious. Of course, for the male gods it was too heavy an atmosphere, so a brave man spoke up to break the terrifying silence. Well, well, Cranel, what a noble and distinguished name worthy of a hero's name, exclaimed the god Hermes dramatically, perhaps too dramatically. Hermes is right, that boy looks promising, agreed a certain god of the void, Azathoth. I must admit that he is of interest to me. If I am not mistaken, he is the young man who eliminated those plant beasts, isn't he? Asked a certain god of the underworld, Lucifer. I don't share your opinions, that boy looks weak and pathetic, spoke a certain god of death, Thanatos, expressing his disagreement. I am Ganesha. Shouted a god of the masses, Ganesha, in a more dramatic manner. We already know that, you idiot, but speaking of the boy, one of my new sons was present at the massacre that young man carried out against the plant beasts, and he told me that he used a very powerful lightning magic that interests me since it is one of my domains, commented a certain god of rain and lightning, Tlaloc, in an eloquent manner. Ha. Don't talk nonsense, Tlaloc, the only god of lightning is Usama, stop boasting of your poor dominion, said a certain god of the seas, Poseidon, in a mocking manner. Keep your comments to yourself, you miserable copycat. I have no time for second-rate people in the realm of water, replied the rain god indifferently. Leave your personal matters for another time, idiots. And speaking of this boy, I find him childish. He doesn't deserve my time, commented a certain storm god, Rudra. You shouldn't judge by his appearance or personality, Rudra. After all, this boy will become extremely strong, commented Hades, a refined sovereign god of the underworld and death. Have you finished spouting nonsense? Because if so, I want an explanation, Freya, interrupted the goddess Loki. Ara, what could it be, Loki? The goddess asked calmly. During the comments made to her son, she had only remained silent, as if to say, just wait. Although she also had her thoughts directed towards the boy's opinion of her. I don't care that one of your children leveled up. The problem is the time it took them to do it, and what's written here is truly stupid. No human could level up in less than a damn month. I want an explanation. The other gods who had given their comments, most of them patrons of the 13, turned their eyes to the adventurer's information and were surprised to see the time it took him to level up. Really strange, were her perfectly synchronized words. Since when is it permitted to reveal information about the status of a dependent, or are you jealous that my child has torn your princess's record to shreds? I'm not obliged to say anything, that's all, added the beautiful goddess, her face showing a relaxed and serene expression. Don't give me that nonsense. To top it all off, the only irregularity isn't the timing of its level increase, but also how it achieved it. A level 1 can't defeat a minotaur, much less an irregular one. Freya is right, explanations are required, said the god Lucifer, supporting Loki. The only way that's possible is if you helped him with Arcanum, am I correct? Asked the storm god Rudra. That's what Freya didn't like, she will not tolerate them tarnishing and insulting the honor of her beloved. Watch your words carefully, because depending on them we could very well go to war, and I wouldn't mind if it were just my family against all of yours, the goddess of beauty declared, very annoyed. A heavy and cold atmosphere settled in. The gods who had only come for the amusement of the nicknames were completely silent and fearful. Those who lack power, referring to their families, since they cannot use their divine power, cannot afford to get into unwanted trouble. However, those in power would not remain silent in the face of such provocation. Ha ha ha, that sounds interesting, let's do it, replied Quetzalcoatl, the goddess of creation. Apparently she also enjoys wars, although that is not her primary domain. That would be entertaining, commented Azathoth, the god of emptiness. Enough, idiots. I don't want a Denatus under my command to end up with Aurario in flames. I'd rather a blacksmith do it because of your advice, Loki said as he joined the argument she herself had started. Then let's finish this and name the boy once and for all, said Tlaloc as he remembered the main purpose. I hope it's a good name, otherwise unfortunately this Denatus will end up with Aurario in flames, Loki, Freya said as a warning. Loki just looked down with disdain and glanced at the others, waiting for options. Since I find him handsome, what do you think of Yasion? Suggested the beautiful Demeter, remembering the name of the mortal who had made her fall in love. Leave your love affairs in the grave, Demeter, I vote for White Leopard, said Quetzalcoatl, remembering his leopard warriors of Mesoamerica. I must admit that nickname sounds great, but I vote for Messenger Hero, Hermes said as he inserted the word hero next to his domain. That name is too silly and simple, I vote for White Void, commented the void god Azathoth. Damn it, that's a good name, but what about Hero of the White Void? Hermes lamented in defeat before modifying the nickname. Put your fantasies aside, Hermes, the word hero is too grand for the boy. Instead, I suggest the nickname Little Rookie, the storm god said, insulting both Hermes and Bel before offering an alternative. That's stupid, said all the gods except Freya and Hades, who were only listening to the nicknames in search of the best one. I wish it were Vanadis Otter, but I really don't think Bel would like a nickname related to a woman who isn't pure, just like his soul, Freya thought as she kept her suggestion to herself. Axella's words had really affected him. Barita's note, this is the first reason to avoid him being nicknamed Vanadis Otter the second one you'll find out a few chapters later. Well then let it be White Death, said the god of death Thanatos, although he did not like the boy, he liked that nickname. If you're going down that road, then I vote for White Hell, Hades said to everyone's surprise since he never suggests names or participates in the naming process. I think it should be called Sacred Flood. Perhaps they say it's because my domain is rain, but a flood is devastating and powerful. The word sacred comes from the color of his hair, a pure white, spoke the god Tlaloc honorably, giving a good nickname. It's certainly a good nickname, but I reiterate that the boy's face bears the words justice and purity, so I suggest the nickname Holy Justice, suggested the goddess Astrea, still observing the boy's face on the information sheet. Of course, this was noticed by Freya. I see that Belle attracted too much attention of the goddesses present, and with power she is the one I least want getting in her way, thought the goddess of beauty as she looked at the goddess of justice. Well, I don't have any good ideas, so maybe for your next level up I'll recommend a good one. For now, I support the nickname White Void. Fufufu, I suppose the best for last, I suggest it be White Star, said Lucifer while giving a confident smile. They all paused for a few moments as the names were varied and they couldn't decide, but the boy's goddess herself made the decision. Hermes, give my child a name worthy of his feet. I hope it's a good one or our friendship will have one or two cracks, the goddess remarked as she spoke to the surprised Hermes. Come on, Freya, you know I'm one of the big three. Although I don't want trouble, it's not my thing, the god replied, bringing his right hand to his chin as if he were thinking of a good name. All the gods were waiting to hear what great nonsense the messenger god would say, even those who had been left out like Take. Well then, let it be Apis Daemon, the bull killer, what do you think? He asked, giving a confident smile. Explain yourself, Freya said, wanting to know the reason for that name. Well, since you said it had to be worthy of his feet, I thought of Apis, the sacred bull that refers to a type of god over bulls which is a part of the Minotaur. The god didn't hold back and said what had led to his nickname, he had really thought about it. Damon from the Greek legend of Damon and Pythias, where Pythias was condemned to death but was allowed to leave temporarily in exchange for Damon taking his place. To everyone's surprise, Pythias returned just before Damon was to be executed in his place, and the king was so impressed with their mutual loyalty that he pardoned Pythias. I really love that legend. It demonstrates a part of my mastery, which is the confidence in the delivery of messages. And to everyone's surprise, Damon means to tame. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Hermes had actually thought of a good name related to the boy's feet. So Apis Daemon would be he who tamed the bull or something like that. Also partly there is his plus the bull killer. Well, I think Belle will like it, Fufu. Okay, let's do it then, declared the beautiful goddess, implying that she would not accept refusals. Loki, seeing that the appointment had finally ended, sighed and gave the closing remarks. Perfect, then with all the topics covered, I'll end this Denatus. Immediately, all the gods got up and went to their homes. Later, headquarters of the Freya family. Belle and Axella were in the infirmary room talking about everyday topics and things of interest to both of them. The girl even mentioned how she would like her wedding to be, which made Belle nervous. I see you're having fun. They both turned their gaze to the presence that had spoken to them, and it was Freya who had just arrived from the Denatus. Oh, Freya-sama, welcome, Belle said in greeting. The black-haired girl didn't speak, she just stared at the goddess in a neutral way. How is your health, Belle? He asked, his tone of voice revealing pure concern. I'm actually fine, but Axelasson says I have to rest for 3 days, and with this one it'll only be 2, the boy replied in a kind and gentle manner. I see, strange as it may seem, I agree with her, said the goddess as she looked at Axella, who looked away in a pout. Do you have any plans from now on? He added his question to the previous comment. Yes, a few hours ago Welf, my Comrade came by, and I told him about my rest and a training course I'll be taking with Axelasson for a week, and he'll be coming to train with me that week too, Belle replied eloquently and cheerfully. We'll also have a celebration for my leveling up in the Lady of Abundance after the training week, that's Welf's idea, the boy added. I see you'll be very busy then, and after the celebration will you return to the dungeon? He asked, bringing up another topic of conversation. Her tone of voice showed that she really enjoyed talking to Belle. The smile on her face was another clue to that. Since Axelasson will be joining us, we plan to tour all the upper floors so she can get used to it, maybe for a week, and then move on to the middle floors. He answered simply to the question. He really had a tight schedule. Thank you for replying, Belle. Now I came to inform you about your nickname in the Denatus, the goddess said before changing the subject to the reason for her visit. Oh, is it a great one? Asked the expectant white-haired boy, his eyes lighting up with excitement. That sweet and pure reaction made Freya blush. WL, I don't know if you understand its meaning, but your nickname is Apis Daemon, the bull killer. I really liked it, so I didn't object, but do you like it? The goddess asked, a blush rising to her cheeks as she fidgeted with her index fingers and slightly averted her gaze. That action caused the usually quiet Axella to have a vein throbbing in her temple. She clearly did not like the goddess's behavior. Wow, is it because of the sacred bull Apis and Daemon from the legend? The boy asked upon hearing his nickname, his eyes sparkling and his tenderness growing. Huh, you know about it, Belle. The goddess asked in surprise. She hadn't expected Belle to know those stories. Well, my grandfather told me about them once or twice, so yes, I know about them, and let me tell you, I like that nickname. Thank you very much for getting it, Freya-sama, Belle informed, before giving his thanks accompanied by a signature protagonist smile. And obviously that smile made the love-struck goddess blush and angered the quiet girl next to Belle. I'm glad you liked it, Belle. Now I'm going to rest. It was a busy day and the dentist was tiring. Good night, Belle, the goddess said to the boy affectionately. Good night, Freya-sama. He replied as the goddess left the room and gave the boy a loving smile. With the goddess gone, the girl who had remained silent spoke. Strangely, she kept her composure. That's odd, she whispered to herself. Anyway, it's not like I care. Belle, you need to go to sleep now because tomorrow's your last day off. The girl added, her voice now audible to the white-haired boy. Yes, but will you sleep with me tonight too? Belle asked, a slight blush appearing on his face. Obviously, I really slept well last night, or don't you want to? She asked tenderly while looking at Belle with a blush on her face. Oh, of course I want to, you know I do, Belle replied as he lay down on the bed and covered his blush with the sheet. The girl quickly got up from the chair and climbed up next to Belle to hug him. I really like sleeping with you, Belle, but don't think anything perverted, okay? She said to Belle as she reinforced the hug by pressing her well-endowed breasts against the boy's body and closed her eyes, falling asleep. Thus ended the day for this couple, and for the goddess with her universal questioning about purity. Speedrun narrator mode. The next day everything was the same. As Belle had his last day off, Axella took care of him with all the attention a man could ask for. Damn it, she even peeled apples for him in the shape of bunnies. Let's just say it was the calm before the storm, since the next day his training with Axella would begin, or rather the beating that she would give him. Belle could only lament in silence. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't avoid the inevitable. He was aware of that. The last thing he enjoyed was falling asleep again, embraced by Axella. And so the day ended and the next one arrived. On this first day of training, a smiling and excited Welf arrived at Belle's headquarters as he would also be taking this training, unknowingly being tricked by Belle to lighten his load a little. The two would train in 1v1 fights against Axella and would obviously take turns, which was the reason Belle invited his blacksmith friend. She mentally apologized to him for getting him into this, but there was no going back. The first to start was Welf, who was overconfident as he wielded his greatsword against the girl in front of him. Axella was armed with a beautiful jet-black katana that she had ordered from the Gabanu family about 3 weeks ago, and its price had reached 8 figures. Although Freya paid for the weapon, it was one of the conditions Axella agreed to in joining the Freya Familia the day the goddess found Belle at the hero's monument. With that cleared up, let's get back to the battle. Welf quickly lunged at the defenseless girl, and 2 seconds later she was on the ground. His eyes widened in surprise when he realized he couldn't get up. It was as if all the gravity in the world gathered at a single point and settled on his body. It was Axella's crushing victory, and Welf's defeat in less than 5 seconds, something that damaged his pride as an adventurer. The next to try was Belle, who unlike Welf lasted longer but also lost. Oh right, it lasted 15 seconds, much to Welf's surprise, who knew how strong Belle was because after all, he had defeated an irregular minotaur all by himself. Seeing that magnificent adventurer licking the grass and the girl with one foot on the boy's head in a sign of victory sent a shiver down his entire spine. He swore to himself that he would never contradict that terrifying young woman. And so they spent the whole day, losing and losing every time it was their turn. Although the battles were longer, they both lasted around 20 minutes. And no, it's not because they got stronger in a day, it was because the black-haired girl wanted it that way. I didn't see the point in her winning without even making a move. That doesn't help her or the kids she beats. The reason for the training was for the 3 of them to become stronger, and with that said, she lightened the burden of her mysterious ability. The following days of training were the same. Both boys received beatings that crushed their pride as men. Belle began to suspect that Axella was angry with him for something he didn't know, since she was more aggressive in her duels. Perhaps he had a point. After all, Axella discovered a girl in love with the boy in the guild, Ina Tool. But he didn't know that. At the same time as they were training, rumors of the world's fastest adventurer were spreading like wildfire throughout Aurario. They spoke of the young adventurer who had saved many people in the Monsterphilia and in the Minotaur accident by serving as bait for the others to escape. And the same rumors caused him to gain unwanted attention from class adventurers, some amazed and others with good or bad intentions. That's how this quiet week went, and this brings us to the final day of training or massacre for the 2 boys. "Hasai, damn it, she wiped the floor with me again," commented a dejected Welf while sighing from tiredness and pain. "Ha-ha-ha, look on the bright side, Welf, at least this ordeal is over," Belle replied with a tired laugh as he received a lap pillow. "Well, it's not that I enjoyed hitting my Belle like that, but I did it so he would get stronger and one day he'll protect me like a princess," said the girl responsible for both of their low moods while stroking Belle's hair in her lap. Even if you say that, it doesn't sound very believable coming from you since you always knocked him out to give him a lap pillow. Belle, I didn't think you liked Apache love, said the redhead while questioning the girl's words. And none of that, Welf. For some reason I've gotten used to this, Belle replied wearily, blushing. He wouldn't be against receiving a lap pillow, but he'd like it to be in a way other than being knocked out. Silence, blacksmith. Belle is not a sadomasochist as you imply, and I hope you don't do it again or you'll regret it, he threatened, staring intently and terrifyingly at the poor blacksmith. Welf could only nod frantically and not bring up the subject again. He wasn't stupid enough to anger Belle's girlfriend. And to change the threatening atmosphere, he brought up another topic. Oh yes. Tomorrow we're going to celebrate the Lady of Abundance. I must go to my headquarters to inform my goddess and not miss it, she said nervously as she got up from the grass. All right, Welf, I'll see you tomorrow night and apologize to your goddess for me, Belle said. By asking for forgiveness, she was referring to the deplorable state in which Welf arrived at his headquarters every night worrying his goddess. Sure, he told me he wants to meet you and I told him I'd take you one day, maybe after the party. What do you think? It's no problem for me, the boy commented, still in Axella's lap and waving goodbye to the beaten Welf. With that agreed, the redhead left, leaving the couple alone. Edo, Axelassin, don't you think we should take a bath and go rest? Belle asked. You're right, but let's stay like this a little longer, please, she asked politely. Sure, I have no problem with that, the boy replied as he closed his eyelids, enjoying the caresses Axella was giving him. A few minutes passed and Axella, without stopping stroking Belle's hair, asked a question. Belle, do you remember the day we met? He asked in a soft, melancholic tone of voice. Of course, I'll never forget it, Axelassin, the boy replied. Me neither, because after all that day I met the love of my life, said Axella as a strong blush appeared but still did not erase the happy smile on her face. Belle reacted to that and opened his eyes only to be surprised by that beautiful and warm smile that Axella was giving him. Her eyes showed that she wasn't lying. Their eyes showed and shouted to the four winds that the person in front of them was the most important thing in the world. Belle blushed deeply and stared at the girl's sublime expression, saying nothing and simply observing. You know, I still remember the words you said to me days after that meeting between us. If you don't have happy memories, it's never too late to start building them and I'll be there for you. It was basically a declaration of love, said the girl while that beautiful expression of happiness was still on her face and she laughed foolishly. Belle was staring at her, his ruby-red eyes focused solely on that girl who could now smile. He traveled in his mind back to the days when he met the young woman before his eyes, and compared to her emotionless face back then, it was a huge difference. How can you compare the sea to the desert? Night and day, love and hate. He felt like crying from the happiness he was feeling. Knowing that he was able to save this beautiful girl truly made him happy. Axella, unaware of the tidal wave of internal emotions that Belle was experiencing, continued with her words without changing the happy expression on her face. Although, well, at that time I stubbornly denied those words, driven by my hatred, but you didn't leave and you said things like, you know, the world isn't as bad as you think, or the wounds will heal as long as we're still alive, and also time waits for no one. You make me sound like a wise man when I was just a child repeating my grandfather Axelassin's words, Belle finally said, giving the girl a warm look. That doesn't really matter. Whether your grandfather said them or someone else we don't know doesn't matter. What matters is that you were the one who said those words to me. Belle, what good would it have done if someone else had said them first if not to me? You were the one who saved me, that's why everything I am belongs to you, not because you want it, but because I want it, Axella quickly replied, denying Belle's words. She stopped stroking Belle's hair and brought her right hand to the boy's cheek. Belle, I know I can't love you the way you want, but I'm going to love you the best way I know how, the girl finished as she lowered her face and kissed the boy on the forehead. Belle's reaction was extreme blushing. He wanted to respond to the girl's words as best he could, but she interrupted him. It's not the right time yet, take all the time you need, he declared as he placed his left index finger on Belle's lips. Belle simply nodded in agreement. Upon seeing this, Axella removed her finger from Belle's lips and brought it to her own. This is an indirect kiss, Belle, she said while laughing silly and sweetly, making Belle's blush reach new heights. Barita's note, it was something like this, obviously in the lap pillow position, and this image is of a boy. It's just that it was the only one I found that illustrated the scene in my mind. And so ended the day for this beautiful and unusual couple. Later that night, wow, that girl really beat them up, huh, Belle, said the voice of the goddess Freya who was updating Belle's status. Ha, somehow I managed to survive, Freya, replied the young man lying face down on the bed. Well, if it's because you want to become stronger, I can't object, the goddess told Belle as she handed him the sheet with his updated status and lowered it from her waist. Belle looked closely at his statistics and gave a satisfied smile. State. Strength, i.e. 453. Stamina, i.e. 579. Dexterity, i.e. 465. Agility, i.e. 603. Magic, i.e. 98. These were very good numbers, as a result of a week of being defeated by his sweetheart. Perhaps he has masochistic tendencies and becomes stronger when he receives blows from Axella. Although from the bottom of his heart he wished that a skill called masochist did not exist. Only the magic section didn't increase much. I suppose you didn't make use of it, Belle, commented the goddess sitting next to him on the bed. Well, it's not that I didn't want to, I just couldn't use it against her, haha, she replied, laughing softly. I see, I hope you can get over it soon. It's getting late, you should go and rest, Belle, Freya said, encouraging him and seeing him off. Hi, good night, Freya, said the boy as he got out of bed and headed for the exit. Good night, Belle, the goddess replied before the boy left the room. Once alone, Freya lay down on her bed and closed her eyes, still thinking about the subject of purity. I am pure, she whispered for the 100th time this week. The following night at the Lady of Abundance. Health. It was the word spoken by 4 people in unison. He was a red-haired blacksmith, an adventurer who looks like a rabbit, a cute waitress who somehow got permission to sit with the other 3, and the last one was a beautiful girl with hair as black as night. It might be a little late, but congratulations on your level up, Belle, shouted a half-drunk Welf. Thanks, Welf, Belle replied, smiling and scratching his cheek. You're truly amazing, Belson, you've shattered the record of the Sword Princess. I might just fall in love with you, haha, said the cute waitress sitting to his left, giggling sweetly and foolishly. To the other customers in the tavern, that might have sounded like what any boy or man would want to hear, but not to the 2 boys at the table. Belle felt a terrible chill run down his spine and Welf began to sweat profusely. They both looked in the direction of the source of that shiver and sweat. Belle looked to his right and Welf, standing opposite Belle on the other side of the table, glanced slightly to Belle's right where a certain young woman was standing. It was Axella, sitting to Belle's right and with a terrifying dark aura surrounding her. You could clearly see the murderous intent in her. And all that intention was directed towards the pretty waitress, Sir Flover. Belle wanted to speak but couldn't. His words were stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. Welf began to tremble as if he were a human vibrator, imagining different possible future scenarios for the waitress girl, and none of them were pleasant. The person who saved the clueless Sir was none other than herself, asking a question without noticing the atmosphere she herself had created. Axelasson, right, may I ask why you aren't drinking alcohol? He said, tilting his head in doubt. Axella forgot her anger as if it had been reset and began to answer him. Well, the thing is, I don't tolerate alcohol very well. I realized that 2 weeks after joining the Freya Familia. The girl replied as an intense blush appeared on her face. Smoke could be seen coming from the surface of her head. What happened? Sir asked, curious. Belle had also reacted to Sir's question and a blush appeared on his cheeks. Noticing that Axella had stopped functioning, lost in her memories, she answered for her. Well, let's just say he lost his sense of reason a bit, haha, he replied while laughing nervously. Did he lose his mind? Don't tell me he tried to attack you, Belle. The blacksmith asked worriedly. He wondered if that was how Belle had survived a drunken Axella, some kind of resurrection magic. Well, let's say something like that, but forget that. Let's talk about exploring the middle floors instead, he said rather loudly as he suspiciously changed the subject. Axella was still lost in her memories and fuming. She had even forgotten Sir's suggestive comment towards Belle. Well, if you say so, so when do we leave? Welf asked with a challenging smile. She had dropped the no alcohol for Axella issue. It was none of her business. The only one who was still curious was the waitress, who noticed Belle and Axella acting very suspiciously, but decided to ask Belle privately another time. Let's just hope they don't realize that Belle almost lost her purity that day at the hands of a completely drunk and irrational Axella, but that's a story for later. You told me we're going to your headquarters tomorrow with your goddess, right? We still need a week on the upper floors for Axelasson to get used to it. After that we can venture up to the 16th floor. The 3 of us can handle that floor properly, Belle suggested eloquently and calmly. That sounds perfect. Tomorrow I'll take the opportunity to give you the armor I've been making this week, along with the weapon I made with the 2 horns of the Minotaur you defeated, the blacksmith replied to his friend. Okay, then let's continue eating. And that's where it was interrupted. Well, if it isn't Apis Daemon the Bull Killer, I overheard you saying you want to go to the middle floors, am I mistaken? Asked a burly adventurer accompanied by 2 others behind him. Oh, if you heard correctly, Belle replied. Kid, I recommend you don't trust those floors. You may have leveled up, but the dungeon is treacherous, the adventurer told him. I see, I'll keep that in mind and thank you very much for your advice, sir, Belle replied, giving him a kind and grateful smile. I don't know him and I already like him. You really find all sorts of people when you're adventurous, Belle thought. Oh, don't worry, in fact, I could offer to help you on an excursion you take, the man continued. I'll think about it and find a way to let you know if I need your help, sir, Belle replied, still in a friendly manner. Everything was about to end well, except that the idiot adventurer spoke again, revealing his intentions. All right, just keep in mind that I want something in return. I don't know, maybe the company of one of the ladies who are with you. If you ask me, I prefer the one with black hair, she's really beautiful, said the adventurer in a lustful tone of voice. Bell opened his eyes slightly in surprise at the sudden words. Welf glared sharply at the trio of adventurers. He really wished he was wrong, but it seemed he was right. He, unlike Bell, who doesn't know the people of Arario completely, was able to decipher the guy's intentions from the moment they arrived. Sir just watched in a worried way, fearing that a fight would break out and Bell would end up hurt. And the girl mentioned by the trio of suicidal idiots, luckily for them, was still lost in her thoughts, with a beetroot red color while smoke came out of her head and she grabbed her cheeks with both hands. Welf didn't want to imagine what would have happened to them if the girl had been in her right mind. He knew she would vomit her food because of the scenes her mind would create. The trio of idiots, seeing the black-haired girl blush, misunderstood the situation and drew a conclusion too stupid that not even a primary school child would dare to say. Well, it seems the young lady likes the idea of being with real men. I see you're not pleasing her enough, kid, said the main idiot. He slowly moved his hand towards Axella's shoulder, who still didn't realize anything. Idiot was the redhead's thought. Great sage, Bell spoke mentally to his ability. Understood, the ability responded, implying that it knew what its master wanted. Even closer to making contact with the girl's shoulder, the adventurer smiled. And 3 cm from making contact. Wham, that was the sound that was heard. Huh, was the adventurer's pathetic reaction. Lavaza. He added with a scream while grabbing his right arm with his left hand. With that shout, all the noise and commotion in the bar vanished. They all turned their gaze towards the source of the scream and received their own individual surprise. Even Axella, the girl, was snapped out of her trance and looked back. There you could see the adventurer who had tried to touch her, kneeling and holding the middle part of his right arm with his left hand. Yes, as if I wanted to make a tourniquet to prevent the blood from escaping and thus causing a hemorrhage. The reason was that his hand was not attached to his right arm, it had been cleanly severed. Everyone could see the guy's right hand on the ground to one side of him. But that was only part of the surprise. The other part was that there was no trace of blood, not even a drop. The reason is simple. Bell had covered his hand in rays as he made the shape of a blade and cleanly cut the adventurer's hand. The voltage in the electric blade was so high that its own heat cauterized both sides of the cuts, making it impossible for blood to flow, as if cutting off the hand of a rubber doll. Damn you, shouted the other 2 adventurers who were with the one kneeling on the ground. Bell stood up from his seat, his eyes hidden by his bangs. You really do encounter all sorts of things when you're an adventurer, Bell said in a cold voice. He stood in front of the 3 adventurers, the one who was on the floor and the 2 who were standing next to him. And suddenly the atmosphere became so heavy that it would be difficult to move. Bell had unleashed his lightning magic at 100%, while his lightning-covered fists were illuminated by an intense white glow, and 4 fire spheres floated around him at the level of his abdomen. The brilliance was his Argonaut ability, and the 4 fire spheres were his level magic being controlled with the Sovereign of Flames ability. The spheres radiated an intense heat that raised the temperature in the bar until it became stifling. A crimson flame, a blue flame, a jet black flame, a white flame. The atmosphere and pressure that formed was worthy of the power of a level 5 at the end of the road, if not superior. But that wasn't what made those present tremble. What was truly terrifying was the immense murderous intent emanating from the rabbit boy. The 2 adventurers who were standing fell to the ground, exhausted, when their legs could not withstand the pressure and buckled. Bell took 2 steps forward toward the trio, ready to unleash his words of warning on the idiots who dared to insult his girl. He was interrupted. Hey, brat. This isn't an alley for fighting. Either you calm down or get out of my place, idiots. Shouted a very annoyed Mia Grand, also releasing some of her aura. Waitresses like Anya, Lunwar, and Chloe said nothing. They just hoped the boy would listen or their boss would chop him and the tavern into mincemeat. But. Bell turned his face towards the kitchen, where a very angry Mia was staring at him. And that's when she lifted her face a little more, revealing her eyes. Those intense rubbered eyes filled with anger at the disrespect shown to his beloved, that expression devoid of any emotion. He turned his gaze to the enormous dwarf and uttered a single word, a single damned word, silence. That's what she said in a dead, dry voice. That word sent a chill down the spine of the enraged dwarf. He could not prevent his mind from bringing up the memory of a fearsome and monstrous adventuress. Ulfia Sama was the name that came to her mind when she saw the rabbit's fury in front of her. She forgot her anger and looked away from Bell before going into the kitchen. The waitresses, all of them, were left with their mouths open and faces full of surprise. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. And Bell, seeing that the dwarf had gone into the kitchen giving her the green light, turned his gaze back to the trio of timid adventurers who were on the floor. They looked around to see if any customers would help them, but none stood up in protest or to help. Everyone watched in silence. It was then that Bell spoke. Listen up, you trio of idiots. You can insult me, hit me, or even spit on me. It doesn't matter. I'll laugh at all of it, but I won't forgive you if you touch my girl, he said coldly as he bent his knees to level his gaze with the 3 adventurers. A hair touch a hair and I'll cut off all your limbs, understood? He added to his previous comment. As he finished speaking, the pressure of his magic and abilities had increased even more, making it difficult for those present to breathe properly. The two adventurers who came with the first idiot nodded frantically in agreement with his words, and on behalf of the one who had lost a hand, "Why, you bastard DDO, you think you'd intimidate me? I only did what that girl wanted, to be touched by a man," she said while stuttering with fear. Everyone could swear they did a perfectly synchronized facepalm. Bell merely narrowed his eyes and gave a death glare to the adventurer in front of him. He raised his right fist and pulled it back to gain momentum and smash it into the suicidal man's face. Everyone assumed the poor, persistent idiot was dead. A direct blow to the face, a blow that was surrounded by flashing rays, an extremely powerful ability, and 4 spheres of suffocating flames joining around him. It was clear to everyone that no trace of the guy's head would remain. A new presence that had arrived just before Bell silenced Mia Grand was watching this closely and ready to interfere. But before anything could be done, a new voice stopped all action. A voice that belongs to the savior of the still nameless adventurer. In the presence of the Demon King, and it all faded away. The instant he finished speaking, the heavy, cold atmosphere along with the enormous pressure of power disappeared. Everyone could breathe easy and the tension in their bodies disappeared. The others were surprised, except for Bell and Welf, who knew this perfectly well. "Hey, Asai men really are idiots," said the one responsible for such an act. "Bell, I'm glad you're protecting me. In fact, I'm thrilled and a little too much hey Yuhum, but you can't just get carried away and kill someone. It'll be a bad reputation for someone as kind as you," Axella added to her previous comment, having had a rare enjoyment knowing that Bell had protected her. The boy in question simply stood up and processed everything he had done. He quickly turned red with embarrassment for having been so rude to everyone present. "See, you got carried away. Now the blacksmith told me what happened while I was lost in my thoughts, so I understand the situation perfectly," she continued, now the center of attention. He approached the one-handed adventurer and spoke to him. "Pick up your hand and join it to your forearm," he said tersely. The adventurer simply obeyed and grabbed his amputated hand and attached it to the end of his arm. "Guide the lost, save the condemned," fairy song. It was the brief chant that Axella made as she extended her open hand towards the target, at a good distance since she did not need to make contact, much to the girl's delight. "I didn't want to have to touch someone so vulgar." But putting that aside, the result of the chant was phenomenal. The hand remained perfectly attached to the guy's arm and didn't even leave a scar. "Now go," the girl finished. The 3 men, neither stupid nor slow, didn't keep anyone waiting and quickly left the bar. Axella sighed and returned to Bell. "Now go and apologize to all the customers, the waitresses, and the bar owner, although I know you'll do it without me having to tell you, Bell," she said, smiling at the white-haired boy. Bell simply nodded in agreement, somewhat embarrassed, and went to apologize. The customers had no problem letting him go. Many said that the culprits were the 3 idiots who disrespected him. The waitresses told him there was no problem, and if they were honest, they admired the boy who had managed to silence that monster who owned the place. With Mia Grand it was the same thing. The little one just told him that these things happen and that she would forgive him if he consumed much more. After all those apologies, Bell was finally calm, eating, drinking, and chatting with Welfsir and Axella. They were talking about somewhat idiotic and funny topics. They had even made fun of the state Bell had taken a few moments before. Everything was fine until another interruption came. She was an elf with long, blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. They knew her race from the pointed ears sticking out of her hood. His face was mostly covered by his hood and face mask. The 4 of them looked at her when she was right in front of their table and spoke. "Excuse my intrusion, but I would like to ask you a few questions, Bell Cranel," the young woman said. "Master Bell, this adventurer is a level 8, she's dangerous. I see, is there any chance if I fight alongside Axella?" "None, Master Bell, that is worrying." "What do you want, problems like the other 3 from a while ago?" asked an annoyed Axella, bothered by the constant trouble. "Axelassin, she's a level 8, we don't stand a chance even if we fight together, we have to listen to her," Bell said to the girl. Axella obeyed, pouting but remained silent, implying that she agreed. "Well, how can I help you, miss?" the rabbit asked cautiously. "First of all, I'm surprised you know my level. Was it a guess or did you already know my identity before this?" he asked. "It was something like a 6th sense," Bell replied without hesitation. "I see, then I'll get straight to the point. I am from the Stria family, an ally of justice, and I cannot overlook such an atrocious act as the one you committed a few minutes ago," declared the mysterious fairy. That put Bell and Axella on alert. Both were ready to activate their abilities But when I asked one of the waitresses, she explained the reason for her aggressive attitude, "So I can't do anything," the young woman said. "Even so, that doesn't mean I approve of it, so please answer my question. Why did you bend down to look at them directly?" He added to his comment while asking a strange question. "Oh, that. My grandfather told me that a man only has the right to look down on another when he's helping him up," Bell replied, with no doubt about his words and an expression that spoke of his belief in that. The sincerity he used in his words took the elf by surprise, and she could only think about what the young man she was questioning had said. "I see your grandfather is very wise and you are very interesting for following his advice to the letter," replied the fairy as she turned away. "We'll meet again later, Belle Cranel," he added as he disappeared in a blur of speed. Sir Welf and Belle all stared in surprise except for one. "What do you mean they'll see each other later? Belle, are you a magnet for women or what?" A very jealous Axella asked the boy while cursing that blonde elf. "Oh, of course not, Axelassin, calm down," protested a nervous Belle. And so ended their night of celebration with a few minor issues along the way, but in the end it turned out well. As they were leaving the tavern, Belle, along with Axella and Welf, were saying goodbye to Sir when suddenly, "I had a lot of fun, Belson. Seeing that aggressive side of yours was very exciting." The pretty waitress spoke as she threw herself at the aforementioned boy and hugged him from the front, making her well-endowed breasts collide against Belle's chest. All of this was observed by a petrified Axella and a fearful Welf. Just like before, the girl didn't realize her life was in danger and ended the hug, but not before giving Belle a kiss on the cheek. Both Sir and Belle blushed, and the former moved a little away from the boy. That was the end for the boy and the gray-haired girl. Or so it should have been, except that just before Axella lunged to hit Sir Belle, he grabbed her around the waist and carried her like a sack of potatoes to his family's headquarters while Axella screamed in anger. "Damn it! I'm coming back tomorrow to destroy this damn place." Axella shouted as she was carried by Belle, who was running in a very funny way and disappeared into the distance. "Eck," was Sir's reaction upon hearing Axella's ultimatum. "Damn, I nearly shit myself from the fright," said a relieved Welf, seeing that everything turned out all right. "Well, see you later, Belle's love," she added to her comment as she said goodbye to the waitress and headed back to her headquarters. Sir could only blush deeply as a result and went into the tavern. They were about to close and she had to help since she had spent the whole time enjoying herself with Belle and the others. And well, as for the fate of the poor rabbit who was kissed on the cheek in front of his sweetheart, we'll leave that for another story. But one thing that is very certain is that he was severely punished. The next day, the Welf family's headquarters. "I can finally meet you, boy. My Welf has told me a lot about you." The voice of the red-haired goddess was heard. "Although for some reason I notice you're somewhat exhausted," added the beautiful goddess. "Ha, what happened is that yesterday they corrected my behavior. Welf knows what I mean," replied the embarrassed young man while laughing lightly and dryly. "And it's a pleasure to meet you," added the white-haired man. "You can say that again, old man. I'm surprised you're all right and without any missing pieces. I guess Axella-sama wasn't so rude yesterday," Welf said, understanding his friend. The goddess of the blacksmith noticed it was a little or too strange that her son called a human Sama, but decided not to ask. "Well, I managed to reach an agreement with her," Belle replied, sounding a little tired. Welf didn't want to imagine such an agreement, and Welf's goddess didn't know the girl's personality well enough to draw her own conclusions, so they didn't investigate the matter further. "So, are you going to tell me your story, the reason why you live under an abandoned church?" Belle asked repeatedly. "Well, that's because." Chapter 10, A Goddess of Horror. "So are you going to tell me your story, the reason why you live under an abandoned church?" Belle asked repeatedly. "Well, that's because." Yeah guys, I like this OSTXD. Freya Familia Headquarters, Axella's room. Half an hour had passed since Belle's escape with Axella being carried like a sack of potatoes. They were both in the girl's room and the situation wasn't very good, at least for the white-haired boy. Belle was kneeling, supporting his body with both hands on his legs. Axella sat cross-legged on the side of the bed facing Belle, looking at him with annoyance. "Barita, like that but without the grab me look, it's more like say something stupid and I'll kill you XD. Repeat what you said," Axella demanded, her eyes blazing with murderous intent towards the rabbit. "It was an accident on Season's part," replied the trembling rabbit as he looked at the ground. "Oh, so I didn't mishear. Well, so you're saying that Harpy kissed you on the cheek by mistake?" he asked slowly and terrifyingly. "Why, yes," replied Belle, as cowardly as a child in front of a shark with legs. He knew he couldn't lie, but he would do it as many times as necessary to prevent the death of that pretty waitress. "Belle, accidents don't exist," spoke the possessed lover as her anger grew and grew. "And you know you're the worst when it comes to lying," the girl added. Belle remained silent, his gaze lowered. He instinctively knew that any words he uttered would be used against him, so he kept quiet, awaiting his sentence. "Belle, are you still going on with your nonsense about being the harem king?" he suddenly asked. Belle was surprised by the girl's question and looked up at her, where he could see his sweetheart's expression. One of fear, but not unfounded fear in him because of the dark look. It was fear in her because of the fear of an affirmative answer to her question. She clearly saw terror and sadness at the thought that she wasn't good enough for Belle. Belle certainly picked up on that. After all, he had received training sessions from Zeus himself. "Yes," the boy answered Axella's question, making the young woman's heart clench with pain. A decidedly unhappy expression was beginning to appear on her beautiful face, but before it did so completely, There's no point in telling a lie to comfort you, so I'll always tell you the truth, Belle added, giving the girl a firm look, one full of conviction and kindness. Axella, realizing the message in the boy's words, let out a slight smile of happiness, although she quickly deleted it and her expression returned to one of annoyance and contempt for the person in front of her. Why does everything you say make me want to punch you in the face? He asked in a terrifying manner, sending a shiver down Belle's spine. Please, before you beat me to a pulp, answer me something. Belle exclaimed in a poor attempt to escape death. That confused Axella. What could be more important than giving him his punishment? Not that she enjoyed it, not at all, so she decided to grant him his last wish. Okay, talk, she replied, uncrossing her legs and then recrossing them in the opposite direction. Why do you love me? The boy asked bluntly. Was all Axella could manage to say in surprise. I'm asking the reason for your love for me, that's what I meant, Belle clarified in a firm voice. He had a sudden change in his attitude. The fearful voice had vanished and was replaced by a serene one, eager for an answer. If this is a joke, believe me, I won't forgive you, Belle, Axella replied, having better processed her lover's request. This is no joke, I'm serious, please answer me, Belle exclaimed, giving the girl an imposing look. She was surprised by Belle's outburst and raised tone and remained silent, not knowing what to say. She didn't understand what answer Belle wanted. You told me your feelings in my grandfather's cabin, but not the reason behind them. Belle continued, bombarding the girl with his deep doubts. Since we arrived in Aurario, you have shown me your love, but not the foundations that support it. He was lashing out at the confusing gaps he had found in the girl's feelings toward him. I'm not trying to deny your affection, not at all. I just want to know what drives you to love me. Many would say that questioning a person's emotions would be the greatest arrogance in the world, but what's wrong with wanting to know the origin of something? After all, isn't curiosity what drives the desires of the heart? The desire to know, the desire to discover, the desire to confirm, the desire to know, discover, and confirm if something is true, the triad that uncovers the unknown. Please tell me, I want to know. I'm sorry if it's selfish of me or very capricious, but I can't hide and deny something my heart longs to know, Axella. The boy finished. The young woman was stunned by the words spoken and heard. She reminisced and traveled back to the scene where she declared her feelings for the boy who was kneeling in front of her. Did he tell her the reasons behind his feelings for Belle? No. He went from that scene to the one from a few days ago at the end of his rehabilitation training. Did he tell her the reason why he considers Belle the love of his life? No, she only stated that she met him. At no point did she mention why he became the love of her life. And what the hell do you have to explain your feelings to the person you love? Well, why not? A person isn't going to believe you if you walk up to them and say, hey, you won the lottery, without showing them the ticket as proof. The same applies to a declaration. Whether the recipient of the feelings wants it or not, they will give rise to doubt about them. And if you refuse to provide them, is it because you have no way of verifying them? Nonsense would be the response of many, clinging to the idea that love doesn't need to be proven, just applied. There may be answers such as love at first sight, agape love, or eros love. But if the person you love asks you for proof of that love, what would you do? Whatever the majority's answer was, Axella had her own. Belle, she pronounced the boy's name as she got out of bed. The curious rabbit watched her and saw how she extended her hand, implying that she would help him get up. He took her hand, her soft, warm hand, and with a slight push, he stood up. The girl did not let go of his hand and guided him to the bed, sat down on it and lightly tapped the surface of the soft mattress with her free hand, suggesting that he sit next to her. Belle accepted the proposal and sat down to her left, a short distance from the young woman who had changed her expression from annoyance to one of understanding. Once they were both seated, Axella eliminated any centimeter of distance between their sides and clung to the boy's body. He dropped his head onto Belle's right shoulder and began his reply. Barita, something like that, but obviously awake. I'm sorry for imposing my feelings on you without any explanation. Looking back, it was really foolish and selfish of me, the young woman began. He was using a tone of voice that denoted his regret, but it was mixed with one of slight gentleness. So let me answer you, listen carefully, although if you wanted I would repeat it as many times as you want in order to eliminate that doubt in you. Although I'm embarrassed, she added as a slight blush crept across her face. Belle understood the moment and remained silent to listen to what he so desperately wanted to know. Axella's voice echoed, sounding like whispers because of how close she was to his ears. I love you to love you and not to be loved, since nothing pleases me more than seeing you happy, she spoke softly and eloquently. Her blush spread. Loving someone isn't a matter of logic or reason, that's what I think and believe. Even so, you want to know the reason and I'll tell you. Her blush spread again. I love you because you are you. It was his short but profound motive. I love you because you are light, a light from which I never want to be separated. Perhaps calling it short was premature, but it was certainly profound. How can I not love the person who gives life and calm to my tormented heart? Covering her cheeks completely, the blush was in colonizing mode. How can I not love the kindest and most compassionate person I know? Her embarrassment attacked her entire beautiful face, but it did not show in her voice, implying that she would not allow her words to be indecipherable. How can I not love the person for whom I am truly still alive? He mentioned it, recalling his fateful past. Listen, Belle, if I'm still alive, it's thanks to your kind heart. Even now your heart beats in mine, the girl said with a radiant smile on her face adorned with a deep blush. You've told me since we met that you want to be a hero, one who saves people in danger. Suddenly he put Belle's dream into words. But Belle, a hero doesn't just save people, he also saves hearts, and you've already saved mine. How can I not love my hero? He added to his previous comment. The words had ended and only one thing could be asked. Does that eliminate your doubts about the origin of my love? She asked while still resting her head on the boy's shoulder. Yes, I'm happy to know that, Axelassin, thank you very much, replied an obviously very embarrassed Belle. Well, I guess there's no way to punish you now. Making you test my feelings for you eliminated all anger in me, the girl said to the surprised rabbit. Knowing he wouldn't be beat as punishment made him happy or sad. No, it wasn't anything like that at all. So you're not mad at me anymore? Belle asked to confirm the girl's words. Hey, yes, I know, now I just want to kiss and hug you, she answered honestly to the question. Although I'll only do the second part since you'll have to take the initiative for the first one, he added with a challenging smile and his face flushed. That means that. Yes, today you will sleep with me and serve as my pillow as punishment, She finished Belle's words with a silly and tender smile at the end. What a great punishment, Belle whispered, though Axela heard him and just smiled somewhat embarrassed. Great, time for bed then, exclaimed the excited girl, lifting her head from Belle's shoulder and climbing completely into bed, pulling the poor lucky rabbit along with her. They both lay down on their respective sides, Belle on the right and Axela on the left. Although it didn't matter much since the girl went straight to wrap her arms around him and use him as a bunny-shaped pillow. For Axela, sleeping while hugging her longing brought a beautiful smile to her face. And Belle, being hugged and hit by Axela's endowed breasts, could only smile embarrassedly. Little by little he was getting used to this and he didn't dislike it. It wasn't long before, in a matter of minutes, they fell asleep, drifting into deep dreams. The next day, hey, how did it go yesterday? Came the question from a certain red-haired blacksmith. Hasai, at first it was scary, but in the end I was saved by sheer luck, Belle replied, thinking about his ability luck that had helped him last night. I see you look a little tired, but I won't ask any questions, said Welf, turning away. They were at the entrance of Belle's headquarters, departing for a new destination that Belle had no idea how to reach. That was the reason why Welf had to come personally to guide him. Come on, you will meet my goddess in my seat, Welf added as he walked. Okay, I'll follow you, Belle replied as he followed behind him. It was 10:00 in the morning, and the reason for her exhaustion was that at 8:00 a.m. Axela had woken up remembering Sir's kiss and getting angry again. He demanded that Belle give him 4 kisses on the cheek, 2 on each cheek, and that he tell him how he had met that gray-haired harpy. Belle obeyed his orders and after kissing a very flushed Axela on the cheek 4 times, proceeded to recount the time he met Sir without skipping a single detail. That took him about an hour. But returning to the duo, Belle was following Welf through the streets of Arario. The curious thing was that on the way they passed by the Lady of Plenty, where Sir gave Belle lunch. The pretty waitress told him she was worried because he hadn't come by at his usual time, and that's when Belle explained that he wouldn't be going to the dungeon today but tomorrow. Even so, Sir insisted that Belle take his lunch and the boy agreed. They continued walking until they reached the poor and abandoned areas. Belle was feeling strange. He had never visited this area, at least not in this life or history. They continued walking for a few more minutes and Welf stopped right in front of a church in very bad condition. Belle wanted to ask what they were doing there, but the blacksmith went further into the grounds of the deplorable church. He went down some stairs, implying that there was a ground floor, and Belle followed him closely. They stopped for a moment in front of a flimsy wooden door which was quickly opened by the redhead. Once inside, a corridor with a bend to the right was visible. If viewed from above, the room would have an L shape. They went into what could be called the main room and there they saw a goddess sitting on a sofa reading a book. Belle hadn't said anything so far, he just watched the goddess take her eyes off the pages of the book in her hands and turn them towards the 2 boys. Beautiful, piercing, bright golden eyes with jet-black irises adorned them, observed them. Then he smiled and spoke. Welcome back, Welf. She stood up and showed a height not very suitable for a woman, 170 cm, but even so it did not overshadow her beauty. I'm back, Phobos, that was the redhead's response to the goddess. He didn't even use an honorific, implying a high level of trust in their relationship. She had the appearance of a beautiful young woman, perhaps around 26 years old, with a slim build and long, shiny black hair that reached her waist. She was dressed in strange robes of the same black color as her hair. The goddess approached and gave Welf a warm hug. Well, I thought you'd take longer as usual. Did you miss me so much that you came back as soon as you left, Welf? His manner was somewhat mischievous with the blacksmith boy, which brought an ironic smile to the face of the expectant Belle. He saw his goddess Freya and the goddess Welf and himself in the blacksmith. Oh yeah, you wish. Stop hugging me, can't you see, Belle? The goddess released the blacksmith from her forced embrace and turned her gaze towards the boy who had not uttered a single word since he arrived. So you're the famous Bell. That was the first thing he said before analyzing him from head to toe. I can finally meet you, boy. My Welf has told me a lot about you. That's what she said to the boy who was looking at her attentively. It was there that she made another comment. Although for some reason I notice you're a bit exhausted. Bell was brought out of his mute state and responded, beginning with a weary, distressed laugh. Ahahaha, what happened is that yesterday they corrected my behavior. Welf knows what I mean. It was the boy's response to the observation of the goddess Phobos. And it's a pleasure to meet you. He added to his previous comment while giving a slight bow to the goddess. It was then, before Phobos could say a word, that Welf stepped forward, noticing that he was being asked. You can say that again, old man. I'm surprised you're all right and without any missing pieces. I guess Axel-sama wasn't so rude yesterday after all. That was his vague comment. Phobos gave a confused look to Welf, who was responding to his friend after hearing the word Sama. His dependent, who did not even address her as his goddess with honorifics, calling a human Sama. However, even if I were curious, I wouldn't ask. Well, I managed to reach an agreement with her. It was the boy's response, drawing the goddess's attention once again. Welf didn't want to imagine such an agreement, and Welf's goddess didn't know the girl's personality well enough to draw her own conclusions, so they didn't investigate the matter further. It was then that Bell decided to ask the question that had been in his mind since he had entered the basement of the abandoned church. So will you tell me your story, the reason why you live under an abandoned church? She asked her question, causing confusion on the faces of both recipients, goddess, and blacksmith. They looked at each other, the goddess glancing for confirmation and Welf simply nodding. His gaze clearly asked if the boy could be trusted, to which Welf replied yes. Well, that's because a friend of mine did me the favor of lending me this place. That was the goddess's reply, opening her lips again. Although it's more of a gift since we've been here for many years without being able to bring together more members and grow as a family. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I didn't understand anything from that answer. It was the rabbit boy's reaction, giving a confused expression. Hey, I as silly as ever, Phobos. Bell, I suppose you know the country of Rakia, right? Given the goddess's inability to get straight to the point, Welf took charge of the explanation. He went to the sofa to sit down, his goddess sat next to him, and Bell took a seat in the wooden chair in front of them. Yes, it is the nation led by the god Ares, god of war. He gave his answer, sounding like an intelligent boy because of the tone of his voice. I see, but I suppose you don't know about Krazo swords like this. Yes, I know them. They are the ones that gave Rakia the opportunity to expand to what it is now. I also know about the fires in the elven forests. Bell interrupted, to the surprise of both goddess and blacksmith, sounding even more intelligent, as if proudly saying, I studied history. Ha, exclaimed both goddess and blacksmith. Is it bad that I know? He asked, sounding a little scared. Bell, you do know that I'm a Krazo, right? Welf asked with a slight stutter. Phobos maintained a surprised expression. He knew from Welf that the boy had not asked him for any magic sword, implying that he did not know the Krazo family. Don't take me for an idiot, Welf. You told me that the first day we met at the guild, was Bell's reply. So you know I can make magic swords. If that's the case, why haven't you asked me for one in all the time we've known each other? Well, I'm not interested in magic swords, he answered directly to his friend's question. Phobos opened his eyes in surprise. He had never heard such a stupid answer during his time in the Gekkai, much less one that was free of lies. One of the reasons why his family only has Welf as a member is because all the potential candidates had intentions of stealing or asking for magic swords. But this boy, this specimen right in front of their eyes, said he has no interest in them whatsoever. And to top it all off, it's true. For Welf it was no different. He was just as surprised as his goddess. He processed Bell's answer for a few minutes, leaving the room in a short silence that made the rabbit uncomfortable. Finally, he spoke. I don't know whether to be happy or offended by that answer, Bell ha, but without a doubt the joy is greater, the blacksmith replied with a grin from ear to ear. Bell didn't understand the offensive part until he realized that she literally told him that a magic sword wasn't worth it. Please don't misunderstand my words, he exclaimed, somewhat embarrassed. I don't mean to say that a magic sword is bad, in fact they are incredible and powerful, added the white-haired boy. Then why aren't you interested? I didn't detect any lies in your previous statement or in this one, the goddess said, a little confused. Her question was whether this boy in front of her could avoid being detected by a god's lies, since in both of his statements he had told the truth. The problem was that they both contradicted each other. How on earth can words that contradict each other on the same subject be true? Well, they may be incredibly powerful, but I can't entrust my life to a sword that will break after a few uses, Bell replied without a hint of doubt. They were both stunned by the answer. This boy was really interesting. Welf already knew about his friend's peculiar personality, but he was still surprised. Phobos, for her part, only smiled once her surprise had worn off. You've made a good friend, Welf, was the goddess's thought. I see. I'm glad to know you think the same as me, Bell, the redhead said. Bell simply nodded in response, then asked for the rest of the story between Welf and his goddess. In short, I'm the only one in my family who can forge magical Krazo swords, Ever since that idiot forced me to make one and my family saw that I could, my life in Rakia went down the drain. From there, the story began. He told her that he refused to make any more magic swords for his family, who were so desperate to return to their former glory that they didn't take Welf's feelings into account. The problem was such that, in a fit of anger, Welf was ready to secretly leave Rakia. It was then that he received help from Phobos to escape. The escape plan went well. It had its complications, but in the end, with the help of a magic sword that Phobos had forced him to make, he reached a small grove not far from the city. There he encountered Phobos, who gave him a few words of encouragement and tried to release his state so that he would leave. Although she did not expect the boy to attack her from behind, leaving her unconscious. I knew that if I left her in Rakia she would be sent to Tenkai. I couldn't let that happen. After all, she is someone important to me, Welf commented before returning to the story. And she didn't realize that those words had caused a slight blush to rise in the goddess of terror and horror. He went on to say that he carried an unconscious Phobos around like a sack of potatoes until some travelers offered him help. Welf accepted and went with them in the carriage to the nearest town. He was genuinely surprised that they didn't ask him about the unconscious goddess he was carrying with him. It made him think that kidnapping goddesses was quite common. Well, after arriving at the nearest village but still a good distance from Rakia, Welf had taken his goddess to an inn. He really looked like an idol to the local people when they saw a boy walk in with a beautiful goddess on his shoulders. Many men had shed manly tears when they saw the boy go upstairs to his rented room, with the goddess being carried like a sack of potatoes. If one were to go to the town of that time today, one would notice in the central square a statue with the appearance of Welf carrying a goddess. They spent about a year in that town, both of them supporting themselves thanks to Welf's real skill in blacksmithing. Everything went well until they ran into a certain messenger god in the village, an acquaintance of Phobos from when he was in the Tenkai. She asked him to take her to Arario with Welf, where Hermes agreed and they began their journey to their new home. And that's how we ended up here. At first, we rented an inn while Phobos looked for new family members, and I spent my time on the lower floors of the dungeon, Welf told the rabbit, nearing the end of the story. But there weren't any good ones according to her, because while those who found out that Ayakrazo was in the family came with motives to ask for a magic sword and the other side had bad intentions, either perverted against this fool or simply bad people, she added. The situation was so bad that Phobos finally had to ask for help from an acquaintance in Arario, the goddess Hephaestus. The good thing was that she helped us and offered us this place. It's been like this ever since. He finished his story with a tired sigh, overwhelmed by the large number of words he had used. Sauka, what a tragic and romantic story, Bell replied to the surprise of his two companions. I understand the tragic part, but why romantic? Welf wondered as he questioned whether Bell truly knew the word romantic. Because there's nothing romantic about escaping from your family and your country. Well, Phobos-sama wanted to sacrifice herself for you, but you refused and ran away with her. It's really romantic if we ignore the part about knocking her unconscious, haha, the boy remarked, chuckling slightly at the end. I would like to live that dream, Welf, to escape with a maiden from a country or at least rescue one who is captive against her will, added the white-haired man. The first to react was the goddess. This guy knows what's up. My Welf took me with him against my will, such a tragic and romantic scenario, she said, finally letting out a dazed smile. Stop talking nonsense, Phobos, and you Bell, you know that if Axelisama hears you say that you won't get out in one piece, right? Haha, I know, I'm sure I'd crawl all over Arario, he replied as a slight shiver ran through his body. Then stop talking nonsense. I don't think anything like rescuing a captive princess is going to happen. We're not in a fairy tale about heroes, the blacksmith replied to the rabbit. You're right, I'd better not get my hopes up, he said, sounding a little discouraged. I've been wondering about this for a while, but who is this Axela girl everyone's talking about? Oh, she's Belle's girlfriend, a nice girl if you ask me, although a little scary, Welf replied to the goddess, recalling a threat the girl had made. Internal flashback, day 3 of the training week. An exhausted but conscious Welf lay on the grass, and a blushing Axela gave an unconscious Belle a lap pillow while stroking his white hair. He knocked him unconscious again on purpose. I pity him, Belle, was the thought of the redhead observing the pair of lovers from a good distance. The girl in front of him was truly a monster. She had tremendous strength for her beautiful appearance. The evidence was the unconscious Belle, who was a damn irregular monster who broke the level barrier, but in front of this girl he was nothing more than a helpless bunny being swallowed by a ferocious wolf. Hey, blacksmith. It was then that Welf was pulled from his thoughts when the girl spoke to him. Why, yes. My Belle has told me about you. He considers you a good friend, his first in fact. Thank you for that, were his words with a hint of gratitude in his voice. It's nothing after all. Belle is a good boy and a good friend, replied a now calmer Welf. Well, that makes me happy, but, the young woman continued while stroking the hair of her unconscious beloved. But, Welf asked, somewhat confused, if you dare betray him, you'll wish you'd never been born, understand? Was the girl's terrifying threat to the fearful blacksmith. Welf could feel his whole body tense up and his instincts telling him to flee the place. The girl was unleashing an immense murderous intent against the redhead. That was a clear example that he meant business. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Belle, whether physically, mentally, or emotionally. Welf tried to calm down and managed to do so with great difficulty. Then he answered, "I'd rather die than even consider betraying Belle," was his firm, truthful reply. The girl observed him for a few moments and then nodded. She perceived no lie in the blacksmith. "And another thing, if you introduce a girl to Belle, I'll kill you," was his nonchalant comment. He wasn't even looking at Welf. His gaze was fixed on the boy's face on his lap, smiling and stroking the white hair of Welf's friend. And with that smile and naturalness she said those words to him, Welf broke out in a cold sweat and a slight tremor appeared in his body. And what the hell? It was scarier now that he didn't say it with a threat like the first time. "She's dangerous, Belle, please wake up," was her conclusion and plea to the unconscious boy. The girl made the suicidal Welf feel fear. He did not answer, the words would not come out of his throat. It was even more terrifying than the first threat that said a lot. Her body didn't even react to any danger, she lost all feeling from terror. Their once sharp instincts were dead. He could only nod foolishly to the girl, who noticed him even though she wasn't looking at him. After that, the young woman spent 5 pleasant minutes observing the face of her beloved. And 5 interminable and terrifying minutes for Welf, who just stared at the grass, not wanting to disturb that executioner. After that, to Excella's sadness and Welf's joy, Belle woke up. From that day on, Welf addresses Excella with the honorific Sama. End of flashback. "Welf, as she's not my girlfriend, I haven't asked her yet," exclaimed an embarrassed and blushing Belle. "Anyway, Excella-sama treats you like you're her husband, so what's the difference?" asked the blacksmith. "Well, you're right, I'd still like to ask her to be my girlfriend, but I haven't found the right moment," the dejected boy replied to his friend, who was looking at him with respect for some reason. "My boy, the time will come in due course, don't worry. And changing the subject, I'd like to meet that girl one of these days," the goddess said to the rabbit, adding a new interest to her comment. "Of course, one day I'll bring her here," Belle replied to the goddess. After that, they continued talking about trivial topics. Welf, a little curious, asked Belle about his past and the boy answered, he only remembers his grandfather. Then they moved on to the topic of Belle's armor, which had a very different design from the previous one. To the delight of the white-haired man, it was a light silver-colored armor with red decorations. He also gave him 2 daggers, which were born from the 2 minotaur horns left behind by that irregular Barita. Now we move on to her original equipment XD, only it consists of 2 daggers, the black sword and the bracelet is ruby red, a gift from Ina. Truly an incredible job. Then they had their lunch, where to the delight of the white-haired boy they were Jugamaru-kun. The goddess of wealth, Phobos, described Belle as a truly peculiar boy. She had never met anyone so genuine when it came to purity. His wealth was clearly one thing, but the rabbit was really weird. The reason was that she didn't detect any charm about him. When she learned that he belonged to the Freya family, the most powerful family in Arario, she quickly became concerned for her dependent. That was her reason for wanting to meet Belle in person. He was afraid that Belle was unconsciously leading Welf to the goddess of beauty and that she would enchant him and then make him forge magic swords. Great was his surprise when he saw the boy, with an aura of purity that he had never seen in any human until that date. Thus, the moment to say goodbye arrived. Belle had been given permission until 5:00 p.m. and he didn't want to upset the girl who was waiting for him. Freya, for some reason, stopped calling him for dinner after the incident in the infirmary. The only time he looked at her was when he updated her status. As they were leaving, Belle said a few last words to his friend. "Hey Welf, after your story I understand why you don't make magic swords," the boy began. "If the main problem is that they break, why not make an unbreakable magic sword?" was his carefree question. He turned around again and said goodbye before running off to his headquarters. There was little time left before the allowed time limit. If he arrived a second late, it wouldn't go well for him, and neither would it go well for Welf for making him late. As both goddess and blacksmith watched Belle's figure disappear into the distance, each had their own separate thoughts. "He really is an interesting boy. I'm happy for you, Welf. You finally found a good friend," thought Phobos while outwardly displaying a smile on his face. "An unbreakable magic sword," thought the redhead, considering his friend's words. With their thoughts diverged, they returned to their headquarters and the day ended. Dungeon Floor 7. Massacre. That's the right word to describe what was happening in one of the many dungeon rooms on the 7th floor. And the most terrifying thing was that it was being carried out by a single presence, a single girl. There were 2 spectators, as terrified as the monsters that were being killed left and right. Belle and Welf never imagined they would come to feel sorry for the monsters, but they were. Today is the first day of the reconnaissance and docking mission, where the young woman who was murdering monsters as coldly as a cosmic microwave background, no, even colder than that, had to get used to the dungeon environment. The mission consisted of the young woman adapting to the dungeon environment, learning about the types of monsters that appeared on floors 112, and familiarizing herself with its maps. The coupling part refers to teamwork. The first 3 days it would be just her, and the remaining days they would work together to synchronize their movements in the best way possible. But let's get back to the young woman and her butcher's shop. His movements were not those of a master, but neither were they those of a novice. She gave the image of a maiden, a dangerous maiden who had been trained in kenjutsu. The monsters attacked uselessly. The reason is simple. As they approached the girl, they fell to the ground, unable to move, simply waiting for their turn to be beheaded by that tyrant. He spent most of his time like this until Bell told him not to use his ability, that he needed to gain experience fighting monsters. It was necessary if in 6 days they would embark on an expedition to the middle floors, with the goal of reaching the 17th floor and defeating the Goliath Welf's suggestion. Axella heeded her beloved's instruction and deactivated her ability. Clear happiness was visible on the monsters' faces as they regained their mobility, so much so that they pounced on the young woman. They were pleasantly surprised when even with their mobility they were cleanly decapitated by the dark-haired beauty. Terror once again flooded their bestial instincts, but it did them little or no good. With a speed befitting her level, the young woman attacked and killed. Cuts, blood, ashes, and magic stones. It was the pattern that could be seen from afar and the inevitable fate of the monsters. The spawn time shortened and increasingly larger hordes arrived from the opposite entrance of the adventurers, but it made no difference at all. The young woman barely reacted. Until after hours and hours of massacring, the room was left empty and the floor silent. That was gruesome, Welf commented after witnessing the large-scale extermination a few moments ago. Ahaha, I'm even more afraid of making him angry again, Bell commented as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Both were at the entrance of the room, looking at the enormous amount of magic stones in the room, and were seriously considering hiring a support person. Bell, how did I do? The girl asked as she approached, her eyes sparkling. I was expecting praise from the white-haired boy. Bell was considering whether to congratulate her or scold her for such biocidal behavior. Why, very good, Axelassin, you were amazing, he replied, stroking the girl's head. He had chosen to congratulate. He did not want to risk suffering the same fate as those poor monsters. Thanks, Belle, was the silly and happy response of the girl. She looked like a little girl being congratulated on her excellent grade and receiving a sweet treat as a reward. That refreshing and beautiful smile didn't fit at all with the scene behind her. Well, we should gather all these stones and leave. Tomorrow will be a new day, commented the white-haired man, giving the signal to retreat. Welf had no problem at all, and neither did Axella, so they began collecting magic stones. Once out of the dungeon, they exchanged the stones they had obtained and divided the profits equally. It didn't matter that Axella was the only one killing monsters. Time is time and it must be covered. It was a total of 40,000 volleys for each of them, an incredible amount for having only reached the 7th floor, although the large number of monsters killed would explain it. This is how the remaining days of the expedition unfolded. On the 2nd day they arrived at the 9th floor, where Axella carried out a massacre. On the 3rd day they reached the 12th floor, where Axella carried out a massacre. On the 4th day they went back to the upper floors, but this time they committed a massacre among the 3 of them. Interestingly, Bell always obtained items from the monsters he killed. On the 5th day they unleashed another massacre and biocide. If the dungeon could speak, it would tell them to stop, that they were highly capable of going down more floors. There was no need to cruelly murder monsters weaker than themselves, but they kept doing it. The 6th day was no different, causing mass murder of monsters and emerging somewhat exhausted, without serious injuries but with exhaustion. Then came the 7th day, where they rested and prepared for tomorrow's expedition. Axella would be in charge of buying supplies such as drinks and food that would last for a certain amount of time. Welf would be in charge of maintaining secondary weapons, such as Bell's daggers and his greatsword. He had also prepared a magic sword, which took him 3 days to finish. He was testing Bell's hypothesis, trying to make an indestructible magic sword. Bell, for his part, decided to buy 2 skeins of salamander wool on Ina's recommendation, one for Welf and one for Axella. He didn't need it. And the day ended. Expedition day to the intermediate floors. Good morning, can I have 3 horchata drinks, please? Oh, red-haired boy, it's you. And you've come with company, I see. Yes, today we're going on an expedition and we wanted to have something nice before going into the dungeon. I see, so these 3 waters are free on one condition. Condition. Yes, that you bring me the fruit called honey cloud. I want to make water with that ingredient. It's on the 18th floor and we'll only get to the 17th, but I suppose we can go one more floor. What do you say, Belle? I have no problem with it if it's a favor and we can do it. I don't see why not. Okay, we have a deal then, Barita. Of course, you will be the first to try noob water. Perfect, thank you and see you later. It was the conversation Welf had before entering the dungeon, and curiously they already had some kind of mission or deal. Although the pay was good, 3 free horchata drinks in exchange for bringing simple fruits from the safe zone, With that said, they headed towards the dungeon. Bell, wearing his new light armor, carried his black sword and both crimson daggers. Welf in his typical blacksmith's attire and with his large sword. Axella wasn't wearing any armor. She wore tight adventure pants, brown boots, and a black shirt like her hair. For protection, he only wore 2 bracers, 2 shin guards, 2 plates on the sides of his legs, and 2 elbow pads, a super light armor compared to Bell's. It is worth mentioning that these last 2, the blacksmith and the girl, were covered in salamander wool. Floors 1 through 12 presented no problem whatsoever. The trio of adventurers could swear that the monsters avoided them. Seeing white, black, and red hair together was the unholy triad for monsters. Such a law could have been enforced on the upper floors. Everything changed when they entered the 13th floor. Of the 3 in the group, only Axella was a newcomer to the field, it being her first time on the intermediate floors. Bell and Welf had been here once before, so they knew the monsters they were about to face. It wasn't long before a large pack of Almiraj launched an attack against the trio of adventurers. The 2 boys knew what to do. But Axella had a completely different idea when she saw the peculiar appearance of these monsters that reminded her of the boy she loves. "How cute, I want to hug them," was her thought as she prepared to catch one and keep it as a pet. He was greatly surprised when he saw Bell and Welf running at full speed and causing a rabbit massacre. Decapitated, pierced, cut in half. Reduced to ash by Bell's fire and lightning magic. Axella watched all this in bewilderment. In her eyes, many bells were being massacred without any pity. I could see the expressions of those cute little bunnies asking for help, those mini bells praying for a hero. She wanted to scream, but the words wouldn't come from her vocal cords. Small tears also threatened to surface. Why are they killing such adorable little bunnies? That was her question, unable to do anything but watch with a completely stunned expression. And on the side of Welf and Bell, who had already finished their extermination of rabbits, they were coming in the direction of the petrified black-haired girl. And the unfortunate idiot was Welf, who wanted to ask her for some of the food she had brought for the expedition. "Axella-sama, could you give Puaj?" was the sound of pain he made when he received an impact in his abdomen that sent him flying 10 meters backwards. The one responsible for that fist was obviously a very annoying, demonic Axella. Axellasan, why did you do that?" Bell asked in a panic as he ran towards Welf. Welf, wake up." The girl responsible for the blacksmith's unconsciousness maintained an expression free of any emotion, walking slowly and confidently towards where the blacksmith was with Bell trying to wake him up. Bell turned his gaze towards Axella and could see the girl unsheathing her katana with a clear murderous intent towards the 2 of them. "Wait, what's happening? Where did we go wrong?" shouted a trembling Bell as he made a futile attempt to protect his friend. "You pair of idiots, how dare you hurt the little bells?" was Axella's incomprehensible response to Bell. Bell was a little confused by this statement until he understood what Axella meant. "Why, you must be joking, Axellasan. They're monsters, whether you like it or not. They're going to attack you if you don't kill them," was his attempt to reason with Axella, who was 3 meters away from them. Needless to say, it was useless. "Bell, run away, leave me here and run away." The weak voice of Welf was heard, who was willing to serve as bait. "Don't talk nonsense, Welf. You won't get out of here alive, and the reason won't be a monster." "I hope you've finished your farewells, because you'll die here," interrupted the girl's voice, who was already beside them. She raised her katana above her head, ready to bring it down like a guillotine on the unfortunate pair. Until. "Master Bell, it's time. You have to enforce the law." "Hayasai, I see there's no other way." Axella Algara. Chapter 11 Past Revealed Nightmare Clan. Let the game begin. Until. "Master Bell, it's time. You must enforce the law." "Hayasai, I see there's no other way." Axella Algara. It was the imposing and loud shout that the boy gave, pulling Axella out of her fit of anger and bringing her into one of confusion. Bell had yelled at her, and for the first time it was a scream of fury directed at her. "Bell," was all he could manage to say as he maintained his surprised reaction and lowered his katana. Note from the bar, this is his katana, only it's completely black. "What the hell were you thinking? Hitting Welf, knocking him unconscious, and trying to hurt us with monsters that look like me? Have you lost your mind? Because if you have, we should go back to the surface and leave you at headquarters." Bell was clearly annoyed, and it wasn't feigned. As much as he loved Axella, he wasn't going to tolerate her tantrum, putting them in danger inside the dungeon. Things are very different here, nothing like a whim that can be fulfilled on the surface. Bell stood up, turned his furious gaze on the girl, causing the receiver to feel an unpleasant pain in her chest. She didn't like it. She didn't like receiving that look from her beloved, from the most important person to her. She would rather have her eyes gouged out of their sockets than see her Bell look at her angrily. "Bell and I. If you're going to act like a child, you'd better stop coming with us, Axella," Bell declared in a low but audible voice. There was no acting involved. His words were spoken with complete sincerity. This caused the young woman's eyes to become moist, and then tears began to flow down her cheeks like rivers in the mountains. We're in the dungeon, it's not a place to play around, much less take things lightly, Belle continued, ignoring Axella's reaction, who was silently crying. Of course it hurt her, she didn't want to say such hurtful words to Axella, but she had no choice. It was that or die in an accident. Apologize to Welf, give him a potion and a supply of food, we will return to the surface so you can reconsider your actions, Belle declared in a voice that would not accept refusal. That was another sharp pain for Axella, who couldn't stop the torrent of tears rolling down her cheeks. She wanted to say something in response to Belle, who kept staring at her with clear annoyance on his face, but her voice wouldn't come, it had vanished and abandoned her. He understood that the reason was that he had nothing to say. He could only nod and do as asked. He took a small packet from his waist bag and a recovery potion. She headed towards Welf, who had already recovered, and observed the scolding Axella had received. Belle was next to Welf, still staring hard at the girl, although in his thoughts it was something different. Forgive me, but this is necessary, you need to understand reality, that's what he told himself mentally. Axella bent down, handed him the supply package and the potion while the blacksmith gave her an uncomfortable look. With tears in her eyes and cheeks and in a very muffled and broken voice she apologized. "I'm sorry, sniff sniff." "Don't worry, I understand your reaction," was the reply of the blacksmith sitting on the ground. Axella stood up and gave a very sad and sorrowful look to Belle, who kept looking at her with a stoic expression. An overwhelming urge to cry out loud came over her, but she resisted, and with clumsy, slow steps she made her way to the boy who was less than a meter away. He reached him and rested his head against Belle's chest. The sensation was cold and hard, but it was due to the metal alloy breastplate of his armor. Then she hugged him tightly, implying that she didn't want him to let her go. He took a breath and spoke his words to the silent Belle. "I'm sorry, forgive me for acting so childishly in such a dangerous place," she began, her voice low and breaking with the urge to cry. "It won't happen again, so please don't cancel the expedition." She was really feeling her chest tighten with pain, knowing that she was being a burden to Belle caused her terrible pain. "I'm really sorry, Belle," the girl finished as more tears escaped her eyes. Belle watched this with his serious expression. He didn't want to cancel this expedition either, but there was no other option. They would take a 2-day break on the surface where he would have a serious talk with Axella and then relax. Perhaps a date wouldn't be a bad idea. "My decision is made, we're going back to the surface, so learn from your mistake if you want to go back to the dungeon," Belle declared with his authority as captain. He had been given the position because out of the three he was the best at making strategies, truly a genius at it, although it was more due to his skilled great sage. When Axella heard that she hadn't managed to change Belle's mind, she felt even more like crying. It was then that he received some help from the blacksmith he had hit. "Belle, I'm asking you to, please don't cancel the expedition," said the blacksmith, who was still seated but on guard. A monster could appear and attack them, but strangely they had not reappeared since they annihilated those rabbits, the cause of this mess. "Welf," Belle asked. "Well, you know. We have the goal of defeating the Goliath and also the commitment of the fruits on the 18th floor plus. Axella-sama will be depressed if we cancel this expedition because of her." This was his explanation of the request made, bringing up his objective, commitment, and slight support towards the poor girl who was emotionally devastated at this moment. Axella had lifted her gaze from Belle's chest and turned it towards him, looking at him with pleading and regret for her irresponsible actions. Belle looked directly at her. Their faces were so close that a slight forward movement would bring them into contact. He looked at the tearful Axella for a few more seconds and then answered. "Hasai, I guess that's fine then," was his reply, much to the girl's delight. "But I won't allow another mistake, Axellasan," he added to his comment. Axella nodded awkwardly as her tearful face broke into a relieved smile. "Now let's go to a room in the dungeon. We need to calm down a bit before resuming our advance. We'll eat something and hydrate there. You also need to calm down a little, Axellasan." As if he were a great general, he gave his orders and observations. Welf nodded with a smile, and Axella just lowered her gaze and placed her head back on Belle's chest. Belle looked at her, and not wanting to ask, simply acted. "Welf, cover us until we get to the room, please," he asked the blacksmith as he casually scooped Axella up in his arms like a princess. The girl was surprised but said nothing when she finally saw a soft and kind expression on the face of the boy who was carrying her. "Leave it to my old man." It was the blacksmith's response, who had taken up his guard, ready to take down any monster. Axella could only rest her head on Belle's chest as she was carried like a princess, and a slight blush appeared. Dungeon room. They hadn't taken too long to find their target and quickly damaged the walls to prevent the birth of monsters. Belle had caused a small collapse at the entrance on the recommendation of Great Sage. The room was neither too big nor too small. Its area consisted of 5 × 5 meters, giving the room a square outline. It was then that they could breathe a sigh of relief. Welf moved as far away as possible with his rations of food and water to give the couple some space. Once they were sure that they would be met with a surprise attack, the three of them began to eat. Welf, while congratulating himself on surviving a blow from Axella, had a feeling that his resistance would increase too much. Belle ate peacefully while supporting Axella's weight, who was at his side with her head on his left shoulder. Before eating, the girl tried to calm herself while resting her head on her beloved's shoulder. And when she finally managed to do so, she ate her portions in silence without leaving Belle's side. He looked like a scolded puppy, clinging to his owner in search of a caress, and he certainly got one when Belle stroked the surface of his head. That brought a smile to the girl's face and was the signal for her to finally speak. Belle. Her voice was somewhat weak and sorrowful, but due to the proximity between them, Belle could hear her perfectly. Yes, she responded in the same way, although instead of being saddened, her voice was calm and gentle. Are you angry with me because of what I did? The girl wanted to check it out. She wouldn't be comfortable until she did, and not being comfortable meant not being attentive in the dungeon. If they were going to continue with the expedition, she didn't want to be a nuisance by thinking about Belle being angry with her, so she had to clear things up now. Angry wouldn't be the right word, it's more a combination of surprise, annoyance, and some disappointment. Belle, on the other hand, remained as unconcerned with his answers, although of course they were sincere. I understand the annoyance and disappointment, but why the surprise? I don't understand. Well, I never imagined seeing you hit Welf for killing some rabbits, and something tells me that if I had been the one to approach first, I would have been the one who got hit. It's just they were so sweet and cute, Belle, they reminded me of you, and seeing them die brought back some really awful thoughts. Axella was referring to the strange image of Belle being pierced, strange because of the fact that he associated the death of some rabbits with being in love. If that's your concern, you don't have to worry, I'm not going to die. I can't do that and leave you alone also. When we return to the surface, we'll go buy a stuffed rabbit. That was the boy's response, also adding that he would buy her a gift to make the girl happy. Really? So I can also order a pet bunny. Yes, but the pet rabbit thing will be a bit complicated. There are no white rabbits in Aurario. That was normal since the rabbits that frequent the markets are the brown ones used in dishes. A white rabbit has never been seen apart from the Almerge. I heard from Heath about a rabbit monster that rarely drops an egg as an item and that it belongs to the deep floors. However, the young woman would not give up and would make her capricious request in a soft, low voice. Are you talking about the thunder rabbit egg? If I remember correctly, it appears on floor 69 and is extremely rare. The monster in question was a rabbit with lightning-like qualities, truly ironic for Belle, who has the appearance of a rabbit and lightning magic. Yes, I know it's absurd, but I know that one day you will be extremely strong. Maybe when that day comes we can go in search of one together, the two of us. Axella, for her part, really wanted that item. It was said that the egg could hatch and give birth to a white bunny capable of being domesticated. Haha, okay, if that's what you want, I'll do my best to fulfill it as soon as possible. It was the boy's carefree reply as he gave a genuine smile which cheered and made Axella blush. So you're not upset anymore? She asked again, ready to place another order. Of course not, Axelassin, I couldn't stay angry with you for too long. So you'd give me a K-kiss? Oh, okay, it's fine if it's on the cheek, it doesn't have to be on the lips, she told him and asked while blushing, not wanting to be so obvious about her desire to kiss Belle. But we're in the dungeon, wouldn't that be out of place? Belle asked, somewhat nervous and blushing at the girl's request. Well, is it wrong to kiss the girl you like inside the dungeon? It was a direct question, making his proposal sound not so far-fetched after all. She also blushed, making her look even more beautiful. Well, you're right, was Belle's reply as he moved closer to Axella's face. The young woman had lifted her head from Belle's left shoulder and closed her eyes, waiting for his kiss, which she really wanted to be on the lips. It wasn't long before. Zmiuak. Burrito's note, just put the dungeon background XD and PS, damn, that anime is great. Axella felt a warm and loving kiss on her forehead. She really hadn't expected that. Somewhat surprised, she looked at Belle, then gave a pleased smile and hugged him. I knew my Belle wouldn't be upset with me, he chattered while rubbing his face on the young man's arm. Nothing like that will ever happen again, Belle, I assure you, he added to his previous comment. Belle simply smiled contentedly. He was happy that Axella took the scolding well and accepted her mistake. I see you've reconciled. If that's the case, we must resume the expedition, Captain. The speaker's voice belonged to Welf, who was now ready for a second round against the dungeon. Belle could only respond to his call. You're right, let's go for the Goliath. It was then that the trio of adventurers sprang into action and resumed their journey. 16th floor. They were surrounded by a pack of minotaurs. Their journey from the 13th floor to here was a little complicated simply because they were new to the terrain. In truth, they could say that if they had had experience on these floors, apart from recognizing them from the maps, they would have already reached floor 17 and started their fight against the Goliath. How could they not be? They were two damned irregular monsters pretending to be adventurers and a red-haired blacksmith who was a student of those two. Belle taught the essentials of the strategies and Axella taught sword movements, as far as her kenjutsu allowed. Returning to the pack of minotaurs that had them surrounded, it wasn't long before the young woman activated her peculiar ability and the minotaurs found their movements restricted. After that, a swift Belle and an aggressive Welf exterminated them with utmost care and ease. Bell hadn't even used his magic. He was saving his mind for the fight with the Goliath. The only mental strain he experienced was in his encounters with the Hellhound, where the monsters were surprised when Bell was engulfed by their scorching fire howls and emerged unscathed. Damn, he didn't even have the slightest burn on him, which made the wolf monsters tremble with fear. The explanation was simple. Bell is immune to fire attacks thanks to his ability Sovereign of Flames. And the coolest thing is, thanks to Great Sage, his support skill and his development skill Mage, he could keep his skill active for up to 3 days straight without any potion before falling into zero mind. With Axella it was the same. The wolf monsters couldn't even breathe when they were already on the ground, and their movements were restricted. The only one who really needed a salamander wool was Welf. And now, with the Minotaurs exterminated, they concentrated on collecting the magic stones, and the one in charge of carrying the backpack with them was Welf, who already had back pain from the immense weight he carried. Oddly enough, the dungeon would send more and more hordes after the trio finished off one, as if to say they weren't welcome. And to Axella's delight, the rabbit monsters stopped appearing a few floors up, although even though she understood her mistake, she still couldn't kill those adorable bunnies. When they were still on the 13th floor and hordes of Almiraj were coming out, Bell and Welf were in charge of massacring them while she looked away from the tragic scene. Once they finished collecting stones and the Minotaur horn items, which were only left by those killed by Bell, they were back on their way to the 17th floor. That must have been the case, except that suddenly the whole dungeon trembled with euphoria, the same euphoria one feels when a wounded prey leaves a trail of blood and the hunter slowly pursues it. That was it. The dungeon was hunting a group of adventurers, and I wouldn't let them get away. 16th floor. There was a group of 6 people, each with oriental appearances and features, and they were clearly in the act of fleeing. They were in a general and extreme retreat, with a robust young man leading the group and carrying on his back a dying girl, apparently his companion. Behind him, who served as a pack mule for a dead weight, came 2 male and 2 female adventurers, most of them with appearances as general and common to their bloodline. The only one who stood out among the 4 in the back was a young woman with long black hair tied in a ponytail. She carried a katana as a weapon and armor on parts of her body such as shoulders, elbows, and back, adorned with a purple garment like her eyes. They were being chased by a pack of minotaurs, hellhound, almiraj, wyvern, crystal mantis, and even a damned ligerfang. This group truly had below-average luck, as the last 3 monsters mentioned were rare on the middle floors and yet they had appeared to hunt them down. The message from the dungeon was clear: no matter how fast you run, in the end you're going to die. The blood-seeking pack reached or exceeded 40 units, with the first 3 groups mentioned being the majority and the last 3, which were the rarest, being the minority. Alcadono. We're not going to make it, we'll die before we even reach the 17th floor, I have to face the pack alone and buy them time. Was heard the cry of the suicidal young woman who was taking care of the nearest monsters. Barita's note: JD Haj Mikoto is so suicidal, I didn't even realize when I wrote that XD. No, nobody is going to die here, I'll take care of that, was the short reply from the one who appeared to be the captain. It was then that he saw in the distance a trio of adventurers collecting magic stones. He didn't hesitate for a second and gave his order. Guys, we're going to do a parade pass, were his short, shouted words. Everyone in the rear looked at each other and nodded, implying that they knew what they were doing and had no other choice. The only one who hesitated was the purple-eyed girl, who, after seeing her wounded and dying friend, hardened her gaze and quickened her pace. And in less time than estimated, they passed by the trio of adventurers who looked at them with different expressions. Pity and sorrow on the part of a redhead, which confused them all. Surprise from a white-haired man, pure surprise that sent a pain through the chest of the young woman with purple eyes. And a murderous intent never seen before on the part of a beautiful girl, apparently the source of the redhead's pity and sorrow. And so a new suicide team was born. Idiots, was the blacksmith's thought when he saw that they had been given a parade pass. Bell remained surprised, but his ability had initiated an Argonaut charge as he understood the situation. Clink, clink. Axella just looked at them with great anger and disgust. The adventurers passed by and were heading towards the entrance to the 17th floor, wanting to reach the safe zone in search of salvation. To their pleasant surprise, a small herd of minotaurs, 7 in total, emerged from the entrance to the 17th floor. The group of Easterners had no choice but to fight, but in their deplorable state they would last a maximum of 5 minutes before being annihilated. A pincer attack had formed, with a pack of 40 or more units on the opposite side and a minipack on the front. Axelassin, Welf, go and help them, I'll take care of the back stampede, was Captain Bell's quick order. The order brought surprise and annoyance to her classmates, and the first to respond was the girl, bursting into anger. As far as I'm concerned, they can all die. HMPH. Was her quick reply, ending with a pout at the boy's kindness. Being so good was sometimes bad, although that part of Bell was what the girl liked the most. If that's what you want, I have no problem with that. Welf replied before running to the aid of the Orientals. The only one who didn't move and continued pouting was Axella, who looked away guiltily. Axelassen, if you help them, we'll have a date when we get back to the surface. Bell shouted from behind, watching his opponents who were seconds away from impact, and after speaking, he disappeared. The girl took off at incredible speed upon hearing those words. Her destination was those beasts that would serve as her ticket to a date. So easy to manipulate was the comment on Bell's ability. The boy could only manage a nervous smile at that and prepared to launch a final attack. He sheathed his sword and prepared himself. She extended her arms in a big hug and the magic began. A large golden magic circle expanded beneath her feet and a magic circle of the same color appeared on her wrists, resembling a slave created by the development skill mage. Argonaut 20 seconds. Agon Dracona 4 levels activated and condensed in the combustion process. Sovereign of the Flames, controlling fire magic in a single direction. Made, improving power, increasing range, and perfectly regulating the use of mind. All of this was done in less than 2 seconds. Bell planted his legs firmly on the ground to prevent a backlash and directed his hands toward the stampede. A sphere of power which consisted of 4 levels of fire being contained by a tough white layer of Argonuata. Once everything was ready, he revealed the name of his ultimate technique. Lafier. Lafier, Barita JD Haj, how epic. It was the image that best describes the attack. It was his scream when moments later a colossal and immense line of magical power was fired towards the horde of monsters. Its dominant color is a bright bluish-white with red and black undertones. It truly was a total extermination, worthy of a final attack. Its impact made the dungeon, floors, walls, and ceilings tremble. The opposing rooms it collided with were destroyed without being able to put up any resistance. The trench created by the passage of destruction left a bright purple trail, like drops of blood from a dead animal, but in this case it was the magic stones that once belonged to the monsters. Also visible were a considerable number of dropped items: Minotaur Horn, Almiraj Pelt, Hellhound Fang, Crystal Mantis Wing, Ligerfang Pelt, and Ligerfang Fang. Bar SBTM Bell is super buff XD, and again, just imagine the dungeon in the background and in the trench or crater a ton of magic stones and items. Heisai, his power is truly incredible, but it takes up a lot of my mind, was the comment to himself after a sigh. Master Bell's mind reserves are at 50% capacity. The attack consumed 40% of them. What? Haha, his power is incredible, but it comes at a cost, he replied as he took out a mind potion and drank it. He drew his sword again and headed towards his 2 companions who had already finished their part, with the rescue team made up of Welf and Axella. They had finished off the Minotaurs, and the surprise on the part of the Easterners was not long in coming. They were confused, they didn't know why they were being helped. They were supposed to be left to die miserably, but instead they were helped. And even greater was their surprise when, from a distance, the other boy had caused an incredible attack that had made the dungeon tremble. Even the 2 Minotaurs that remained at that moment were stunned. The first to speak was the girl with purple eyes. W.I. Was his brief question directed at the redhead? "Don't thank me," he replied. "It was our captain who ordered us to help you." Welf was the only one who could answer, as the girl was lost in her thoughts, babbling things like a date with Bell or date with Bell while holding her cheeks with both hands and making silly left-to-right movements. The blush was not worth mentioning as it was definitely present. And then Bell arrived, savior of the Orientals, who was embraced by Axella asking him, "Bell, where will we go on our date?" After getting rid of the happy black-haired girl, Bell headed towards the badly injured adventurers. "I understand the situation, but they could have asked for help instead of just passing through and leaving us with so many monsters," he remarked casually but with a certain tone of firmness. The adventurers merely nodded in regret and averted their gazes in guilt. They had not expected this outcome. The one who spoke for everyone was the young woman with purple eyes who adopted a very strange pose, one as if she were on all fours. "We are so sorry, it was a hasty decision born of our desperation." Bell looked somewhat curious. That technique was really working. He wondered if it was some kind of skill. But it also brought back memories as if he had unconsciously made it. "Don't worry, we'll give you some potions for your companion, and if you'd like, we can take you to the 18th floor. After all, we're just passing through," was his reply after coming out of his thoughts. A memory returned to him, and it was of the magic stones and items left behind by the now non-existent monsters. It was then that he thought of something to lessen the guilt of those young people. "Hey, how about you help us carry magic stones and items as payment? They'd be getting in our way in the battle against the Goliath. Perhaps it will be exploited, but the human mind works in many ways. One of them is eliminating guilt or a mistake with help. At least that's how Bell saw it, who had heard it from someone he can't remember right now." The group of Easterners looked at each other and then nodded, implying that if they could help, they would gladly do so. They quickly stood up, the young woman who had been dying now feeling better thanks to the potions, and began collecting the stones and items. At that moment, one of them approaches Bell. "Again, thank you for your kindness, Her attempt at gratitude fell short because she couldn't remember Bell's name. Axella had mentioned it, but they hadn't paid much attention. Bell Cranel, and it's nothing, it's simply give and take if you think about it," Bell replied. My name is Mikoto Yamato, and even though I say that thank you very much, Beldono, replied the now identified Mikoto while giving a slight bow. The white-haired man nodded in satisfaction and went with his two companions to devise the attack plan against the Goliath. Mikoto did the same and went to help her companions with the collection. 17th floor. The plan was simple, too simple in fact. Only Belle and Axella's participation was needed. Welf remained on the lookout in case monsters interrupted the battle. But let's continue with the plan. Belle would charge his Argonaut ability to the maximum 3 minutes. It would combine its level magic and enhance it with the development skill mage. In short, I would perform the same attack Laughier but with Argonaut at maximum. The monster Rex Goliath is listed as a LV4, so it would all end with a simple attack, with a Belle on the verge of zero mind no less. Axella would provide support with her ability, which would weaken the Goliath, making Belle's job easier. After killing him, the Easterners would take care of the monster's magic stone and his item if he left one behind. Welf would support Belle once he finished his attack and give him a mind potion, and Axella would be in charge of guarding him. Everything was destined to go well, although there was a miscalculation that Belle and Axella overlooked, the group of Orientals who accompanied them. Everyone was at the entrance to the 17th floor, waiting for Belle to complete his Argonaut loadout. Clink, 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 clink. Once that was done, the group went into the room. What they were able to glimpse was an immense flat and unobstructed space. The only thing that stood out was the wailing wall, which, upon sensing the presence of invaders, began to crack. The immense wall began to collapse, leaving the disaster behind it undisturbed. A humanoid figure 10 meters tall, it could not be said to be aesthetically pleasing, but at least it resembled a giant human being. He immediately gave a greeting. Ooh-ooh-ooh-ah. VRGAS soundtrack XD. /////. The adventurers covered their ears, which threatened to burst, all except Belle and Axella, who were ready to start the plan. Axelassin, I'm counting on you. Axella simply nodded, and as they ran parallel to each other towards their victim, she activated her ability. In the presence of the Demon King, an invisible spherical field with a large radius of reach extended, taking the young woman as its center, completely covering the 17th floor. It was then that the miscalculation became apparent and all the Easterners reacted with terror. A terror they had not seen but that they did know. How could they not if after all those 5 words are the reason they know each other and not a very pleasant one? Even so, their reactions went unnoticed, and the duo of Belle and Axella continued with their part. As soon as the invisible sphere reached the Goliath, it trembled upwards, as if wanting to fall to the ground like all the monsters that had faced the girl before. But it didn't. This monster's level was above Axella's, so one of the functions of her ability became useless. I only weakened and hindered him just enough for Belle to do the rest. Great sage, I'm counting on you. Leave it in my hands, Master Belle. At a safe distance, neither too far nor too close, Belle planted his legs firmly on the ground, ready to begin his attack, with the tinkling of bells audible to everyone in the room, albeit faintly. Clink, clink, clink. The process began. The support skill performed a splendid job in the use, combination, and coordination of the magic and abilities of the boy it serves. A golden magic circle appeared at Belle's feet and another smaller one of the same color, like a slave, on her wrists. Note the magic circle is like this, same color and same position ajas. All thanks to Magician, expanding the reach of magic, increasing power, and regulating the use of mind. First, he placed his hands in front of him with a fold facing upwards. 4-level magic activated, 4 orbs immensely suffocating due to the extreme condensed heat. 1 crimson embracing and intense. 1 blue oxygen product exploding with any oxidizable material. 1 black flames of hell. 1 white sacred flames. Bar, like that, but there are 4 and in the colors mentioned XD. The 4 orbs merged perfectly into 2 spheres thanks to the ability Sovereign of Flames and positioned themselves at the ends of Belle's right and left hands. He extended his arms, gathering all the energy he could with the 2 spheres now in each hand. That combination was covered by Argonaut, an even tougher and more powerful layer than the first, in short, a maximum load. Barita, I didn't steal the SCENES XD, it was really a coincidence HDJSGA. When I was looking for images to help with the visualization, this anime came to mind, which is cool by the way. All of this was done in 3 seconds, making it clear that Great Sage is an incredible ability. I bring both hands together in a forward direction and directed the attack with the Goliath as the target. The monster, however, had pulled back its right arm and was now directing it towards the duo of adventurers. Very late and very slow. Once the target was identified, all that remained was to shoot and then kill. Laughier. Bar, same attack, but ultra mega super hyper more powerful, multiplied by 9 since it is its full charge, and the previous one was 20 seconds, which is 1/9. Note of the note F for Goliathchan. The attack was not long in coming and it shot out, impacting at flash speed and colliding with the Goliath. It was impossible to say exactly what had happened. The reaction wave had raised a wall of dust and smoke. The attack could not be compared to the previous one. The damage caused was catastrophic if there was such a thing as a catastrophe. The dungeon screamed as if that attack was a threat, but it did not counterattack. The rumble was not long in coming and unsettled everyone present in the room. The loud bang could be heard up to the 18th floor, where everyone present became alert in case of an incident. The residents of Riviera, a returning family and a family on vacation, with a certain family wanting to find out the origin of it. The sound was described as being like a blade being sharpened with a burning stone. That's how agonizing it was. The wailing wall could now literally wail over the impact it had received, and blindness would have struck many if they hadn't covered their eyes. The brightness was intense, as if the Messiah himself were descending to the earthly plane to reclaim what had been stolen. To put it simply, this was an incredible terror at its boiling point. A technique that is truly terrifying. In the distance, a redhead wondered if Belle was really human, and behind the boy not far away was a fascinated Excella. It was possible that her ability could not eliminate that kind of power, she thought. As the minutes passed, the immense curtain of smoke and dust settled, being swept to the right by the wind. It overlooked sloping land peaks. In the background was a horribly destroyed Goliath, only its legs lying on the ground. He had left behind a large magic stone and the item Goliath skin. And at the center of all this mess was a cool, carefree, white-haired boy. His figure looked imposing, like that of a true hero defeating a terrible monster. He turned his gaze towards his companion and gave her a pure, childlike smile. Many would have been terrified by that sight. A boy smiling like that with such a devastating scene in the background was undoubtedly frightening. But we're talking about Excella. Her reaction was against all odds. She was pleased, blushed, and her heart rate increased. Somehow seeing Belle so imposing and aggressive sent a surge of excitement through her body. And then came the mental strain, bringing dizziness to the Titan-slaying boy. He stumbled a little and began walking in the direction of his companions. Master Belle, mind reserves are in critical condition. Please deactivate Sovereign of Flames to avoid mind zeros. Do it. I'll take a mind potion to recover too. After agreeing to that with his ability, after a few steps he arrived with Excella, who helped him walk by letting him lean on her. And when they arrived with Welf, before he gave them the mind potion, the flaw in the plan became apparent. Hey! A young woman's scream was heard, and turning their gazes behind them they could see that it was Mikoto. He was with his fellow Easterners, who were silent, but their expressions said a lot. Hatred and resentment. That's what was written on their faces, pure hatred and resentment at its peak. Belle, Excella, and Welf didn't understand what was happening. The white-haired boy still hadn't taken the potion. What's wrong? Excella asked. Of the three of them, she's definitely the best at dealing with annoying things, not in a pacifist way, but it is. That technique, I can't be wrong. You're from the cursed clan Agara. It was the declaration of the enraged Mikoto, with the others following suit. Of the trio, the only one who didn't understand was Welf. The white-haired one, along with Excella, had opened their eyes as wide as they could. Surprise filled Belle's face, and not at all happy memories flooded Excella's mind. There was a slight tremor and chill run through his body. His vision became blurred. Spasms began to arise along with erratic breathing. All symptoms of a trauma that, according to her, she had left in the past. Seeing their suspicious reaction, the Orientals confirmed their doubts and quickly drew their weapons with murderous intentions. Belle became alert and quickly drank the potion, then went on guard. The same was true for the blacksmith, only he wasn't understanding anything. Everything was happening and developing too fast. All I knew was that the truce was now gone. The Easterners, for their part, knew they couldn't win. If it were against the blacksmith, 3 of them would suffice, but with the other 2 it was very different. Those monsters required higher-level adventurers to fight them. But that was forgotten as soon as they remembered the origin of their friendship, how they met each other. Being orphans. They took a breath, they gathered courage, and most importantly, they were fueled by resentment. Why are they fighting alongside her? Monsters of that clan are not welcome among normal people. Were the cries of a consumed Mikoto, drowning in her own hatred. Belle went into alert mode. He couldn't let more be known than necessary. No, not even a single word could be known. If they threatened to destroy Excella's new life, she would have no choice but to eliminate them. Welf, for his part, had become even more confused, but doubt was non-existent in him, maintaining his guarded and alert posture. Excella, for her part, continued to deal with the ravages of her trauma, regulating and calming her breathing. Sooner rather than later, his fear was replaced by anger. The people from the East were saying stupid things on a serious scale. And of course they continued, or at least Mikoto did. You don't know how many people have died because of you. How many families have suffered because of your existence. Mikoto continued with her words of hatred and resentment with a great deal of sadness. Be quiet. Excella, for her part, had her gaze lowered and was asking for silence. The massacres that his clan carried out, that did not stop Mikoto and her hatred. Be quiet. Excella didn't want to remember it, the villages and cities he wiped out, but the sadness of thousands was not going to be silenced. Be quiet. Even so, she demanded silence. Every member of that clan is supposed to be dead, but he wouldn't have it. The resentment was immense. A deep bitterness. Be quiet. His silence was disturbed, not given freely, that satisfied even the wise. You should be dead, but ignorant hatred, blind sadness, and persistent resentment shut up. It shattered what was once calm. After that, everything went black. Chapter 12, Hate and Memories. Let the game begin. Once upon a time, in ancient times when the deities had not yet descended to the earthly plane, in a small forest in the far, far east, a man lived in peace and tranquility. It all started with that man. You should be dead, but ignorant hatred, blind sadness, and persistent resentment were not going to be silenced. Kalati. It shattered what was once calm. After that, everything went black. The invisible dome that had previously weakened the Goliath and covered the 17th floor lost its transparent state, and a certain dark background was noticeable. It did not stand out, but by focusing the eyes it could be seen. All the Easterners felt the effects of this change as they fell to the ground, as if all gravity gathered on their bodies, forcing them to prostrate themselves before the young woman with black hair. Bel may I were his words, full of seriousness. It was strange for her to consult with the white-haired man if we consider that he was not in his right mind, but apparently he maintained some reasoning. Go ahead, I'll cover for you, her beloved replied, implying that they would not be alone for long. Axella understood that and turned her gaze towards the group of Orientals. Her gaze denoted pure coldness, and her emotionless face fixed on the one who had been talking too much. Note, background music XD. Get up, was his short comment before deactivating his ability. Mikoto was surprised to find her strength had returned. She looked at her companions expecting to see them just like her, but they were unconscious due to the pressure they had experienced. Even their captain had given in with a pained expression and his eyes rolled back. Mikoto stood up, not without first taking her katana that was next to her, then she took her attack stance and focused solely on Axella. It seems you're the only one with enough willpower to have remained conscious. I don't know whether to call that good or bad luck. Her dry, cold voice put Mikoto on high alert. If there was one thing she knew, it was that the way her opponent looked at her sent a shiver down her spine, and it never stopped. Show me that hatred you were talking so much about. Let's see which one is greater, yours or mine. Without a doubt, his last words were the most dangerous and weighty. Axella unsheathed her black katana without any expression on her face, perfectly hiding the emotions that ran through her entire being. He vividly remembers the day his people were massacred and his body defiled. Are you coming or not? He commented when he saw that the Oriental girl didn't move, she just watched. Mikoto noticed his trembling, but forced it to disappear by remembering his hatred and resentment. I will avenge all the families your blood made cry, was Mikoto's final comment before launching her attack. Her speed, worthy of a level 2 player, allowed her to close the distance between herself and her target, although they were not separated by much terrain. Axella didn't even flinch when she saw Mikoto arrive, threatening to pierce her heart. His movement was a lateral one, turning 90 degrees, thus letting Mikoto and her thrust pass by, then attacking with his kanata in an upward motion and impacting with Mikoto's katana. The impact resounded and the cracking echoed, implying that one of the weapons had died. Mikoto's eyes snapped open as she saw her weapon being split in half without much difficulty. She could do nothing more than that as she received a kick to her side from Axella. The impact was so hard that she was sent rolling a distance of 5 meters along the ground. The woman from the east could only exhale a mouthful of blood upon landing. The impact had hit her ribs and she knew some were broken. Is that all? I thought your hatred would be a little harder to kill. Mikoto struggled to her feet upon hearing her rival's comment, casting an angry glare at Axella. She could tell that the girl was above her level, or perhaps a level 2 with much more experience than her. He discarded his no-dead katana and assumed a freehand attack stance, perhaps taijutsu taught by his god. Axella looked at this with curiosity, and the idea of not using her katana crossed her mind. However, she would do something first. It took off in a burst of speed towards Mikoto, leaving cracks in the ground before launching its attack. 3 piercing hells. Mikoto couldn't even keep up with the speed of the attack. She only felt both legs being pierced and her pancreas being pierced. Then she received a hard kick to the chest courtesy of Axella that sent her rolling again across the expansive floor of the 17th floor. Welf and Bell were watching the fight unfold in the distance, with the former slightly worried about the life of that Oriental girl. His fear of Axella had grown exponentially after seeing how she knocked out 5 people without even moving. Then he asked his question to the friend next to him. Is it okay to let her do this, Bell? That girl named Mikoto could die, he asked, turning his gaze to the white-haired man. Maybe, but this topic is a bit complicated for her. Still, I want to see how this develops for her. She's being very gentle with Mikitasan, was the rabbit boy's simple reply. I see, so that charge of your ability is to stop it in case it gets out of control. He asked again as he turned his gaze to Bell's right arm, which was covered from his shoulder to his hand by a white glow. No, this is because visitors will be arriving in a few minutes. It's just a precaution, Bell replied, then added, by the way, can I borrow the magic sword you made? Bell's answer had undoubtedly confused Welf. He really wondered how he could be so sure that there would soon be people around here, but he dismissed it and agreed to his friend's request regarding the magic sword. "Here, I suppose you'll use it for the visit you mentioned," the blacksmith said as he handed him a sword covered with bandages. "Yes, it will be like insurance in case they are stronger than me," Belle replied, taking the sword and revealing its edge. Upon fully uncovering it, she noticed a beautiful leaf of a bright crimson red. The white-haired man was aware of the proximity of adventurers thanks to Great Sage, which had detected movements within its search radius. That was before Excella started her fight. More exactly, it was 5 minutes after she annihilated the Goliath with her attack. She assumed the impact alerted the people of Riviera, and returning to Excella's unilateral battle. Mikoto tried to get up after stopping her journey on the ground due to Excella's kick, only to discover that a jolt of sharp pain shot through her legs and abdomen. He fell to the ground again from the pain and then stood up again, only to receive the same pain and fall painfully once more. The pain was so intense that it was blurring her vision, which surprised her considerably. Why the surprise? You remember what my clan used to do, don't you? Noticing Excella's questions as she slowly approached her, she could only raise her eyes with effort. It's obvious that my attacks focus on the body's vital points, you idiot. After that cold comment and insult, Excella stopped walking, positioning herself at a distance of 2 meters between Mikoto. "I tore the tendons in your legs and pierced your pancreas. Now I want to see how your hatred surpasses that, show me," commented the expressionless Excella, giving a look of terror to her appearance. Mikoto clenched her teeth tightly and growled angrily to make the pain disappear, but it didn't go away. However, he didn't care and got up. After standing for a while, with unbearable pain coursing through every fiber of his being, he took a step towards Excella. Excella looked at this with a pleased smile and sheathed her katana, then took a close combat stance. With each step he took, his expression became more and more distorted by the pain. Nevertheless, he was getting closer to his goal. That didn't matter since he didn't have to do it completely when he felt his abdomen being pierced by Excella's fist, which had approached at a speed he couldn't perceive. Her body levitated and bent from the impact, along with a mouthful of blood that was the consequence of that fatal blow, before she was sent rolling back to the ground. His roll ended and all he could do was spit blood and complain about the immense and overwhelming pain he was feeling. She couldn't believe it. She had been immobilized with so few blows and could barely stay conscious because of the pain. He stood up again, but this time he fell on his left knee and was spitting blood again. She looked at her legs and was worried to see they were covered in red, although she was then pulled from her thoughts by Excella. "Was that all your hatred? That's disappointing," he said as he slowly approached Mikoto. "Perhaps no one would know, but that slow walk was even more sinister than a fast one. I find it curious, although I expected it, because there is no greater hatred than mine towards the entire East." Excella's words brought back Mikoto's hatred, who clenched her teeth tightly and then spoke. "Don't talk nonsense. Because of your people I don't have parents, my friends don't either, and I'm sure half of the East is like that. I'm sure 1 or 2 relatives were lost because of your clan," roared the enraged Mikoto. "Shut up, you stupid, ignorant girl," he said angrily, interrupting the Asian girl. Those words certainly made Mikoto swallow hard, although it wasn't so much the words themselves, but the voice in which they were spoken. Excella's expressionless face transformed into one of pure hatred etched on her beautiful face. Then she spoke again. Or so it should have been if she hadn't been interrupted by an attack from behind that she dodged by moving to the right. Then she dodged 3 thrusts belonging to a spear that were going to her abdomen. Finally, she drew her katana in a swift movement and deflected 2 arrows that were heading towards her from a distance. It was the other Easterners who had somehow risen up. Excella narrowed her eyes in annoyance at being interrupted, then turned her gaze to the young man who seemed to be the captain. "Don't think we'll make it easy for you." His brave and stupid comment was interrupted when he felt something cold pierce his abdomen, then the sensation turned warm and finally brought pain. "Pua," was the groan he managed to form as he stifled his scream. The other Orientals, along with Mikoto, who was on her knees, had their eyes filled with terror at what had happened. Their captain, Auka, had been pierced by Excella in the middle of his abdomen. Excella swung her katana, causing Auka more pain, and this time a loud scream rang out from the poor Oriental man. "Ga-ah-ah! Don't interrupt me again, trash." After speaking, Excella drew her sword from the Oriental and gave him a powerful kick to the chest that sent him rolling away. The result was obvious. Auka was rendered unconscious by the pain and immobilized after being pierced through the middle and central part of his abdomen. After witnessing such a heartless act, the remaining 3 Easterners launched an attack, with Chigusa firing arrows from a distance. The first naive and unfortunate one was a young man with black hair and slanted eyes of the same color. The adventurer made a downward vertical slash with Excella's head as the target. However, the slash was stopped by Excella's katana in the form of an aerial shield. The adventurer opened his eyes in surprise when his weapon broke the moment its edge collided with that of his enemy. He could do no more when he received cuts on his legs and arms and was pierced in the same way as his captain, with the twist of the impaled katana causing unimaginable pain. It was so intense that he fainted from the pain before Axella could withdraw his katana and obviously delivered his renowned finishing blow, which was a kick to the chest that sent the Oriental man rolling on the ground. The next moment he deflected 2 arrows in her direction and fixed his gaze on the culprit, looking at Chigusa with annoyance. The remaining Orientals, a young woman and a young man, quickly came out of their trance and stood between their companion and their enemy. It was a futile attempt when the young Oriental woman saw a dark blur and moments later her left arm had been severed from her. Her eyes widened as much as they could when she saw her blood spurting from her shoulder like a pressure hose. "Ah ah ga," was his scream as he finally faded away, falling unconscious from a blow to his face courtesy of Axella. The remaining one lunged with his spear, but Axella didn't even flinch and dodged sideways, letting the spear pass by just like Mikoto's first attack. He took the spear in his left hand and snatched it from the adventurer's hands, then used it to deflect another arrow that was heading for his head, and then threw the same spear towards Chigusa. The Oriental girl could only open her eyes in surprise as she could not keep up with the speed of the spear. She could only scream as she felt her right leg being pierced by the weapon. Ah. He fell pitifully to the ground and did not get up due to the pain. With the annoyance eliminated, Axella turned her gaze to the adventurer from whom she took the spear and then attacked him without mercy. The poor boy could sadly feel his limbs being torn apart by various cuts, bathing him in his own blood. He was surprised not to have been pierced, but he certainly received the coup de grace in the chest, a kick that was noticeably stronger than the previous ones. The proof was that this time he wasn't sent rolling on the ground, but instead rose into the air and then fell inertly to the floor like a sack of fertilizer. Seeing that she wasn't moving and no longer had any discomfort, he went back to Mikoto where he could see the girl with tears filling her face because of her incompetence in not having helped her friends. The blood and dust on his face only made him look even more pitiful. "Now then, let's get to what I was saying," Axella commented coldly as she approached the kneeling Mikoto. He got close enough and spoke. "My hatred will not be overshadowed by yours, you hypocritical Easterners. After having used my clan since ancient times, before the gods descended, and then using such an excuse to eliminate us." His words were incomplete, highlighting long themes in short sentences, his gaze lost in anger and sadness. The screams of his people, of his family being murdered, passed through his head like a bullet train, but he did not let himself be carried away by it. If she lost her mind and murdered this group, she wouldn't be able to proudly say that Belle had saved her. That's why she was being gentle, because her hatred had been eliminated by Belle's kind heart. That is why their attacks targeted non-vital areas, but rather tendons, muscles, or non-lethal organs, all to avoid death. But even though she remembered that Belle had saved her and given her a new life, she wasn't going to overlook such words like Mikoto's. "So get up, we're not finished yet." He issued his ultimatum and Mikoto received it. A few minutes passed as Mikoto forced her body to stand up until she weakly succeeded. Axella sheathed her katana and was ready to attack, but another nuisance intervened. "That's enough," came the loud voice shouting. Axella turned around in annoyance towards the source of the new obstacle and could see several adventurers at the entrance to the 18th floor. A hobbit, a dwarf, an elf, and a human. Before she could say anything, she could see Belle walking towards the adventurers. The boy smiled at Axella and she smiled back, knowing that Belle would make sure they didn't interfere in their fight. Her expressionless face had become soft and affectionate, though it didn't last long before she turned it back to Mikoto. "Attack," Axella declared seriously to the mistreated Mikoto. Finn visualized the white-haired boy they had seen almost a month ago, watching as he got in their way, causing several doubts to enter his head, but the first to come out was the reason for this battle or fight. "Could you explain this, Belle Cranel?" Belle finished walking and stopped not far from the group, thought about his answer for a while, and then gave it. "Well, my colleague is dealing with some personal issues. I would appreciate it if you didn't interfere and left," she replied gently and kindly. Of course, that wasn't enough to convince Finn. In fact, it wouldn't convince anyone. "I'm sorry to tell you that won't be possible, so step aside," the little hobbit demanded with a piercing gaze, implying that he would not accept no for an answer. Belle could feel that and sweat from his nerves threatened to appear. He knew that in a fight he wouldn't last even 3 minutes against a LV8, and even less if this time there were 4 counting the other 3, or maybe 2 since the chances of Reveria attacking him were almost nil. Even so, he didn't move or give in. He had told Axella that he would cover her back and that's what he would do. He wasn't going to break his word for fear of getting beaten up. "Well, I'd better explain it this way. Maybe Braver and Kenki will be interested since it has to do with my condition, which they wanted to spy on during my battle with the Minotaur," the white-haired boy commented, completely ignoring Finn's warning. He opted for a verbal strategy, where he would use the occasion where they wanted to spy on his statistics to his advantage, bringing some guilt to those mentioned. And her words brought mild reactions, Finn with caution and Aizu somewhat ashamed of her embarrassing action that time. I have an ability that ridiculously enhances any attack, whether physical or magical, which I received as a gift after my victory in that fight, and by chance the ability is called Argonaut, Bell continued, paying no attention to the two mentioned. The four executives were surprised to hear such a statement. He was indeed giving information about his condition, although they weren't sure if he was telling the truth or making it all up. And as you may have noticed, I currently have it at its maximum charge in my arm, that's why there's a white glow on it. He continued explaining, causing Reveria to react to that as she felt an intense pressure from Bell's arm. The executives knew what he meant. They all narrowed their eyes in caution, even Reveria, and awaited the rabbit boy's final words. Although it wasn't words, the next thing Bell did was slash through the air towards the wailing wall with Welf's magic sword, causing a huge sea of scorching, suffocating flames to shoot out. The impact echoed throughout the 17th floor and a slight tremor ran through the entire floor, and when the dust settled they could see all the mess that was there. The wailing wall, which was being rebuilt, had been destroyed again and small flames were still burning it. Finn, Reveria, Gareth, and Aizu opened their eyes wide. They knew immediately that this was no ordinary magic sword. Bell, is that a magic sword, Krazo? Asked the beautiful elf with clear surprise in her voice. Oh, Reveriasan, I'm glad to see you're all right. I'm really looking forward to the outing I promised you. And to answer your question, yes, it is a Krazo sword. Bell's kind response and the reminder of the date between the boy and her made Reveria blush noticeably and just nod foolishly, even downplaying the answer to his question. I'm looking forward to it too, Bell, she replied shyly, covering her blushing face. Finn and Gareth stared blankly as they watched the fearsome Reveria being decimated with just one sentence, causing anime-style sweat drops to roll down their heads. Although Bell didn't notice this since he had spoken his words honestly and without any intention of manipulating the elf, this result was pure luck. And going back to what we were saying, Bell commented, bringing attention back to himself. The glow that covered only his right arm was passing towards the magic sword, causing it to exert incredible pressure in the environment. Do you want the magic attack with Argonaut or without Argonaut? Was his simple question, somewhat reckless but effective. Gareth and Aizu went on the defensive, knowing full well that a magic attack by a Krazo sword was no joke, but they stopped when Finn raised his hand in a signal to halt. We don't want any trouble, young Cranel, but at least explain the situation, Finn said, his voice now soft. His reason was simple. If he started a fight with Bell, a war against the Freya Familia was inevitable, and Finn didn't want that. It would be a nuisance to his expeditions. And after having discovered what awaited them on the still undiscovered floors, he did not want to ruin the possibility of an alliance with the goddess Freya. I'll explain to Reveriasan, but I can only tell you that the Easterners attacked first, and of course my companion has no intention of killing them, Bell declared. He made the white glow on the sword disappear and turned his gaze towards the aforementioned elf, causing her to become nervous and blush. But in the end she nodded and headed towards Bell. Finn, Gareth, and Aizu could only watch them move far enough away to avoid being heard, and then they turned their attention to Axella and Mikoto's fight. Punches and more punches, kicks and more kicks, blood and more blood. All of this was received only by Mikoto, who was in a completely pitiful state, her body covered in blood and full of wounds. She had long since reached her limit, but Mikoto did not let herself fall. Many of his bones were shattered, several of his organs were crushed, and he most likely had immense internal bleeding. But she wouldn't give in. The only thing that kept her conscious was her courage and the hatred that wouldn't let her go. She held him tightly so as not to let him escape. And the one responsible for her deplorable state wasn't even tired. There was no exhaustion or sweat. She was so fresh and relaxed, carrying out deadly attacks with her fists. It went on like that for another 5 minutes. She was ready to deliver a palm strike to Mikoto's face, but stopped at centimeters from making contact. He had noticed something, and that was that Mikoto's eyes were blank, implying that she was unconscious and out of action but with her fists raised. Has he been keeping his guard up while unconscious? Was the thought of Axella, who had been slightly surprised by the fact. Axella took a step back and looked at Mikoto, who still had her fists up and wasn't falling to the ground. Her condition was truly worrying. There was no space on her skin that wasn't covered in blood, and Axella was sure that she had fractured more than 19 of the Oriental woman's bones, not counting the internal bleeding she must have. For such a small hatred, it has lasted quite a while, he remarked to no one in particular. He lowered his guard and went to Mikoto. It didn't take long for him to raise his hand in the direction of the girl and perform a short chant. Guide the lost, save the damned fairy song. A light green glow swept over Mikoto's body, completely enveloping her. The effects didn't take long to appear as the cuts in her skin began to close. The torn muscles came together and the tendons intertwined again. His previously broken bones became whole again, his crushed organs were reassembled and returned to their original state, and finally the internal bleeding, invisible to others but still present, disappeared. Ha, sigh, that took up a lot of my mind. she commented in a slightly tired manner while taking a potion that was in her waist bag. He drank it quickly and went to the other Orientals. First Auka, since he had been with his wounds the longest, then the young woman whose arm he had cut off, then the one he had pierced like Auka, followed by the young man from whom he stole the spear, and finally Chigusa, who had the stolen spear piercing his leg. After having fully healed them and ensuring that they were not at risk of death, he gave a tired sigh as he drank his last mind potion. She turned around with a smile, expecting to see her beloved Belle, which disappeared instantly when she saw that the young man was being accompanied by a jade-haired elf, one that Axella knew very well. The boy gave her an approving smile, implying that he was happy she didn't kill the Orientals, but Axella continued to stare at her enemy, Reveria. He walked slowly, and when he arrived he spoke in a somewhat weak and tired voice. "Belle, I used a lot of my brain and I feel very bad. Would you carry me to Reveria?" he asked tenderly, although it was a clear lie. Belle was surprised and quickly became worried, coming towards Axella and supporting his body from the girl's shoulders. "Don't worry, Axelassin, Welf still has mind potions. I'll ask him for some," the boy replied kindly. Welf, who was nearby, was about to take out one of the many potions he had left but stopped dead in his tracks when a chill ran through his entire body. The poor blacksmith turned his gaze to Axella, knowing that she was the source of that shiver. "Welfson doesn't have any Bell potions, does Welfson?" was his question as he gave the blacksmith a kind smile, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Welf knew that those eyes would kill him if he denied their words, so he chose survival. "Bebel, it seems they fell off due to the impact of your attack on Goliath and broke," were her nervous words as a cold sweat appeared on her forehead. "Really? Sorry, Welf, it's all because I didn't time my attack," the naive rabbit apologized, making the blacksmith feel guilty. Bell wasted no time and took Axella in his arms, carrying her bridal style and making the girl blush slightly from the touch on her legs, courtesy of Bell. Now content and happy, she let her head fall on the boy's chest, of course, not without first giving Reveria a smile of victory and superiority. The elf, of course, noticed this and couldn't help but pout as a vein bulged on her forehead. Her eyes radiated a danger that Bell didn't notice, nor did Axella, who was already resting in her beloved's arms. Although it was noticed by Finn and Gareth, who only sighed and laughed dryly in mockery, Aizu just tilted his head in confusion, not understanding anything, although in his mind it was something different. "Mini Eyes, listen, blockhead, this time you have to apologize to the bunny, then we'll go and charm him." "Eyes, captivate him," she asked mentally while outside she tilted her head to the other side. "Mini Eyes, I'll take care of that, you take care of the apology, understood?" Eyes understood. And going back to Bell, who had no idea about the beautiful swordswoman's schizophrenic rambling, he turned to Reveria, causing the elf to lose her annoyed expression and soften upon seeing Bell. "I'm counting on your help, Reveriasin," said the white-haired boy, making Reveria nod and give him a kind smile. Upon hearing that, Axella couldn't help but open her eyes and ask in confusion, "Bell, did I miss something?" she asked, looking up at the boy who was carrying her. "Well, while you were finishing your fight and healing everyone, Reveriasin offered to give us lodging at her camp on the 18th floor so we won't have to spend money on accommodation," he replied gently. "Oh, I see. Then we'll have to send a letter to that silly Freya. That sounds good to me," she finished, closing her eyes again and snuggling into Bell's chest. Bell gave her a loving smile and headed to the 18th floor, being escorted by Reveria and Aizu. Finn, Gareth, and Welf stayed behind to take the Orientals and the huge backpacks full of magic stones and items with them. The sturdy dwarf took out all the Easterners. While Finn and Welf carried the backpacks of stones and items, they also picked up the Goliath's backpack along with its skin. Everyone headed towards the Riviera forest where the Loki family camp was located. Night was already falling, or at least it seemed that way to those on the 18th floor. In the tent that the Loki familia gave them to rest in, there were Bell and Axella, both resting snuggled up to each other. Welf. Well, he's doing the maintenance on the weapons after receiving a friendly look from Axella. Bell had told him to stay and rest. After all, the tent was for a maximum of 5 people, but Welf insisted that he had to do the maintenance. That was how Axella had gotten some alone time with her beloved rabbit, and she was also grateful to Welf for getting the message not to disturb her. The girl was resting her face on Bell's chest, while she wrapped her arms around his torso and was being hugged around the waist by Bell. She truly felt safe in the rabbit boy's arms, a safety she hadn't felt since her family was taken from her. It wasn't that she leaned on Bell, it was just that the boy himself was so stubborn that she couldn't help but depend on him and fall in love at the same time. It has been like this for 7 years. Being in complete silence, not an uncomfortable one, a comforting one, Bell suddenly felt his chest wet. It didn't take him long to know what they were, tears of his girl. Axella was sobbing softly with slight tremors running through her body, and she was hugging Bell tightly, implying that she didn't want to be separated from this comfortable warmth. Bell brought his hand to the girl's head and stroked it, causing Axella's already sensitive emotions to overflow and her crying to increase audibly. She was remembering that night, the tragic night she lost everything, where she lost herself, where she lost her parents, sisters, and brother. Belle knew that and simply stroked his beloved's hair and with his free hand tightly embraced the girl's waist and pulled her close to his body. Belle, the young woman's weak voice was heard. I really miss those days, my older sisters and my little brother, my parents, I don't want to forget them. Her broken and weakened voice reached Belle's ears perfectly, who could only continue to stroke Axella, implying that he was listening to her. Even so, I don't want you to think that hatred still resides in me. I don't want to insult your past words, but even if I could, I don't want to forget them. They are my family, she continued, her words weak and her sobs half interrupted. You don't need to forget them. I would never ask you to do that, the boy finally replied. Really? He asked as he lifted his gaze from Belle's chest and looked directly at him. Her face was a mess and haggard, her expression dejected and full of tears, her eyes red from crying and her lips trembling from sobbing. That undoubtedly sent a pang of pain through Belle's heart. After all, that expression was the last thing he wanted to see on the smiling Axella. He would rather lose an arm or two than see her so sad. Seriously, you can keep remembering them as long as you don't get lost in the memories, the boy replied, giving the sad girl a kind and loving look over his chest. Axella brought a slight smile of relief to her lips before lowering her tearful face back to Belle's chest. Listening to the young rabbit's heartbeat gave him immense peace, easing his agitated heartbeat. Belle didn't have time to blush at the touch of Axella's breasts on him. Perhaps he was already getting used to the incredible feeling of softness, or perhaps he was too focused on the girl's emotional state to notice. Thank you, Belle, I knew it, I made a good choice, Axella commented, smiling softly and tightening her grip on the boy who saved her, the boy she loves and to whom she gave her heart. In what? Asked the rabbit, somewhat puzzled. In falling in love with you, she answered smilingly and with a noticeable blush, although it was covered by Belle's chest since the young woman had snuggled even closer. Belle couldn't help but blush. She clearly hadn't expected such a sudden response from a melancholic Axella. Romance isn't supposed to involve sadness. Thank you for loving me, Belle said, but that didn't stop her from feeling happy about his words. I'm really looking forward to our date, he added, stroking his beloved's hair. Belle intended to end the conversation with those last words so she could rest, but Axella wasn't going to let that happen, not after being reminded about the date she won. She quickly loosened her hug around the boy, surprising him a little, and even more so when Axella climbed on top of him, making Belle blush at the delicate position. He could see Axella above his waist with her hands on his chest to prevent Belle from getting up, with an expression of happiness that overshadowed the tears that had dried on her cheeks. Belle, where shall we go on our date? Will it be a romantic dinner? Or a stroll down Love Lane, or shall we go shopping, perhaps to a dance? She bombarded the poor rabbit with question after question. Belle was a little confused by the excess of information, but then he let out a slight laugh. He was glad that Axella was so quick to change her emotions. Well, I haven't thought it through very well yet, but why not do everything you mentioned? He suggested, taking Axella by the waist. The young woman blushed as she felt the touch on her hips. She was dressed, but the sensation was still there. Why, yes, we can do everything I mentioned, she replied, somewhat embarrassed but with clear happiness in her words. Very well, so be it then. By the way, did you send the letter to Freya-sama so she wouldn't be alarmed? Belle asked, changing the subject and oblivious to the frenzy of emotions he had caused in Axella by embracing his waist. Yes, I made sure it was sent to her. That was about 3 hours ago, so she must have received it by now, Axella replied, forgetting the very compromising position she was in. Okay then, Belle continued, lowering his voice slightly as a blush spread across his face. See, could we leave this position? He asked, his blush deepening. Axella came to her senses and her face turned as red as a beetroot. Being on top of Belle's waist, with her legs trapping him and her hands on the young man's chest, was nothing short of a compromising act, especially considering that Belle was holding her by her hips. She was about to nod, but an idea came to her, one she wasn't going to let slip by. He lowered his face to bring it closer to Belle's, centimeters away from touching each other, their breaths so close they could be felt. Tell me, Belle, would you like to do it? He launched his shocking question, taking Belle completely by surprise. The poor cornered rabbit didn't know what to say. He could only feel the heat in his body rise because of a few simple words. What do you mean? He asked nervously, sweat running down his face. Having a beautiful, gorgeous girl on top of him and uttering those words, those damned erotic words, is not something a man's heart can easily endure. Belle's heart rate began to increase, giving stronger and fiercer palpitations, proof of the excitement he was feeling. Well, I mean a K-kiss, don't you want one? Axella asked tenderly as she placed her hands on the hills that resembled breasts, giving an angelic and beautiful image. Was the silly sound Belle managed to utter, being pulled from his excitement and entering a state of complete confusion, which then turned into embarrassment. Axella was undoubtedly confused, wondering what could have happened to make Belle react that way, and it didn't take long for her to realize that her words had been misunderstood, and Belle had thought something completely different, yes, very different from a kiss. His discovery caused his face to turn bright red, making Belle realize that he had been caught in his less-than-holly thoughts. I didn't mean that, you perverted rabbit. exclaimed the nervous girl, raising her right hand as if to punch Belle. Belle, neither stupid nor slow, quickly removed his hands from Axella's waist and brought them to his face in a foolish attempt to shield himself from the fatal and inevitable attack. But he didn't arrive, causing him to uncover himself and look at Axella with his hands still in the air and looking directly at him with an intense blush on his cheeks. "And no, that's not what I meant, but if you want to do it, Roman 2 have no problem with it," she replied, her eyes showing embarrassment and her cheeks burning. "I'd like us to be boyfriend and girlfriend first, but if you want to, I won't refuse," she concluded, looking away slightly in embarrassment. Belle opened his eyes in complete surprise. The image Axella was giving with her blush and sweet words was undoubtedly the most beautiful facet he had ever seen in the young woman. Unconsciously, he brought his hands back to Axella's waist, and that was taken as a yes by the girl, who completely dropped her body onto Belle's, her well-endowed D-cup breasts almost reaching Ecup's, colliding with the rabbit's body. He also let his head fall, joining his forehead with Belle's and with their noses touching. They could both feel each other's breath. Their lips were merely brushing against each other without moving an inch back or forward. They were letting themselves be carried away by the moment, by the desire that existed between them, by the longing that had united them on this journey. Their hearts were beating at an overwhelming pace. They had even synchronized, suggesting that the pair of lovers were shutting themselves away in their own world. And with Axella no longer able to resist the temptation to feel Belle's lips on hers, to join them in an affectionate kiss, she stepped forward to finally do it. Moments earlier, in the women's tent of the Loki family, "I think I can go see him after all, it's been almost a month." It was the thought that crossed Reveria's mind, who hadn't been able to sleep because she was thinking about a certain boy with a rabbit-like appearance. She got up from the comfortable chairs that served as beds and took a seated position. Turning her gaze to the right, she could see two Amazons, one human and one elf, the girls with whom she shared the tent. "I'm only going to make sure she doesn't suffer from insomnia, yes, that's all." Having convinced himself with that not-so-good excuse, he got up and left the tent, looking up at the dimmed glass in the ceiling of the floor, truly a wonderful view. He began his walk and came across the adventurers on guard, two in particular who had become friends with Belle after training with Reveria at their headquarters, and greeted them both before continuing on his way. It didn't take long for her to find the tent where her target, Belle, was located, and she headed towards it quickly, making sure she wasn't seen. However, something strange happened. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw the blacksmith, Belle's companion, lying in the tent entrance, using a rock as a pillow and his clothes as a blanket. Belle's partner, what's he doing out here? He couldn't help but wonder what the hell he was doing out here if there was enough room in the store for the three of them, but he wasn't going to ask him. After all, that took away the worry of Belle being awake talking to him. Even so, he couldn't help feeling bad when he saw Welf shivering from the cold, so he went back a little and returned minutes later with some. She placed it near, though not too close, the blacksmith showing symptoms of hypothermia, and then performed a short incantation, causing a small flame to appear, which she threw onto the pile of wood. The fire did its job and Welf was saved from suffering severe hypothermia. It was noticeable when the shivering disappeared from his body and his expression softened to one of comfort. "Okay, now to sleep with B. Let's see if Belle can sleep well." Reveria was noticeably embarrassed when she let her thoughts get the better of her and momentarily revealed her intentions. A blush soon appeared, but after a few seconds she managed to control herself, ready to enter the store. He strained his ears and, hearing nothing from inside, assumed they were asleep, so he would take advantage of the situation to carry out his already very obvious plan. She didn't know it, but that silence was due to something she would soon discover. She opened the shop curtain and quickly entered without making a sound, then closed it again to look at the dressers, where she got a surprise and a not at all pleasant sight. Belle with Axella on top of him and their faces so close that their lips were almost touching. When she saw that the girl was about to move forward to join Belle's lips with hers in a kiss, she exploded. And with Axella no longer able to resist the temptation to feel Belle's lips on hers, to join them in an affectionate kiss, she stepped forward to finally do it. "Can someone tell me what the hell is going on here?" Axella stood up abruptly after hearing the agitated voice of an unexpected visitor, obviously parting her lips and making her angry at this interruption. Belle was also snapped out of his trance and turned his gaze, along with Axella still hovering above him, towards the source of the voice at the entrance of the store, where they could see the beautiful Reveria with a blush on her face and veins standing out on her forehead. "Our Reveriasen. It's not what it looks like," Belle exclaimed quickly in her defense and in an attempt to avoid misunderstandings. "It's one nuisance after another," Axella grumbled under her breath, seething with anger at being bothered about her potential union with Belle. And by union she means a kiss. Whatever came after that would be a separate matter and she wouldn't complain, but everything was ruined again. "Oh yeah, then what does it look like? Because from my point of view you were about to do indecent things," Reveria exclaimed, her blush increasing and an inexplicable anger rising within her. Another feeling she had that she was ashamed of was jealousy. She was really envious of Axella's position. Belle sweated from nervousness and didn't know how to answer the elf's question, but it wasn't necessary since his beloved came to the rescue. My Belle doesn't need to give explanations, so you can leave now, Miss Reveria. We were just about to go to sleep, he explained eloquently while giving Reveria a kind smile, one that didn't reach her eyes. Oh, I see. Then I won't give any explanations either as to why I'm staying here overnight, and if you want one, I can say it's to make sure you don't commit such impure acts. Reveria replied with a smile just as kind as Excella's, though of course it didn't reach her eyes. Belle could see a ferocious black wolf towering above Excella and a jade dragon above Reveria locked in complete conflict, shooting lightning bolts at each other. If Belle could see himself in the third person, he would see that above him was a trembling and frightened rabbit watching the two beasts on top of their sweethearts. It's fine with me, it doesn't bother you, right, Axelassin? He asked, trying to avoid the worst possible outcome. Excella heard Belle and pouted. She wanted to continue the kiss, but she realized the moment had passed. She climbed off the rabbit's body and settled onto its right side, grumbling in annoyance as she snuggled into Belle's shoulder and wrapped her arms around him, then closed her eyes, her pout still on. Reveria's eyebrow twitched as she watched the girl casually settling in next to Belle, but she said nothing and lay down at a distance, saying nothing and simply closing her eyes. Belle watched the two of them, sweat dripping down the back of his neck with a dry smile. How did we get to this? Haha, he said, criticizing himself as he closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep. Thus ended the crazy night on the 18th floor, or at least for the three of them in this store, since there was someone else with their plans still in progress. 1 hour later, a certain person got up from their dresser and left their tent, heading towards the tent of a certain rabbit. She went unnoticed by the guards, being as silent as a ninja on the instructions of someone trustworthy. He passed by the other tents without waking anyone, and a few minutes later he arrived at his destination, where he could see a young redhead outside the tent with a small campfire next to him. The boy looked comfortable, omitting his rock serving as a pillow, so this suspicious person completely ignored him and went into the store where his target was located. But there was something that wasn't in his plans. His target, Belle, was being embraced from both sides by two beauties, one he met today on the 17th floor and another whom he has known for a long time. Reveria. He wondered mentally as he tilted his head in confusion. That's what he wondered when he saw the beautiful elf lying on Belle's left side hugging him. Many Eyes, I knew her behavior on the 17th floor with the bunny was strange. It seems that Reveria is now our enemy, the mastermind of this plan replied. Yes, the one carrying out a nighttime assault was none other than Aizu, who had followed instructions from his minim to approach the rabbit-like boy and apologize to him. Is Reveria an enemy? He asked as he brought his right hand to his waist where his faithful rapier lay. Many Eyes, no silly, that's not what I meant. I mean that Reveria is looking to eat rabbit, her minim scolded and corrected her. Eat rabbit, the innocent golden-haired girl asked doubtfully. Many Eyes, you'll know when the time comes. On the other hand, Bunny is being hugged from both sides, which leaves one option. The mastermind did not answer Aizu's question and continued with his own business. Which is that option? Asked the blonde. Many Eyes, it's obvious you'll sleep on top of him. Attack Eyes, don't let these usurpers steal the bunny, proclaimed little Aizu while giving a war cry. Understood, was the short reply of a certain Eyes, going towards Belle and lying on top of him. Belle could only feel an extra weight on him, but it wasn't uncomfortable at all. In fact, it was quite soft, so he let it go and didn't wake up. He was being hugged from both sides by two incredibly beautiful women and another one on top of him. If his grandfather saw him at this moment, he would undoubtedly cry with happiness. And this was being observed by Belle's skill, who had noticed something about Eyes, and of course, she was not at all happy with the harpies approaching her master. But he didn't want to wake his tired teacher, so he would save the electric shock for another time. And sooner rather than later, Eyes, this time's night attacker, fell asleep on Belle's chest. On the surface, 1 hour after sending the letter. On the top floor of the Tower of Babel, observing the city below her feet and seated in her majestic armchair, was Freya with a thoughtful expression. I haven't seen Belle, was his brief thought as he continued to observe the entire schedule. The last time she had seen the boy she fell in love with at first sight was 3 days ago when he last updated his status. Freya-sama, you received a letter from Belle. A stoic voice was heard behind her, pulling her from her thoughts. The moment the goddess heard who had sent the letter, she jumped up from her chair and received it with expectation on her face. Perhaps it was an invitation from Belle. Thank you very much, Otter, you may leave, Freya replied, receiving a nod from Otter. He went back to the armchair and opened the envelope, taking out the letter, unfolding it and spreading it out to read its contents. Reading letter by letter, word by word, phrase by phrase, paragraph by paragraph. She remained silent for a few seconds before squeezing the letter with her delicate hand. A tremor began to run through her body and a tick in her eyebrow became noticeable. That brat moo HMPH, you'll see when they get back. She threw down the already crumpled letter and began a tantrum, frantically moving her arms and hitting the padded armchair. She pouted and her eyes became crystalline, showing that she wanted to cry. I'll get a date with my Belle. she exclaimed with a tantrum and pout still present on her face. After making such a proclamation, the goddess remained thinking about the last words of the letter, clearly envious of the word quote in it. She also wanted to go on a date with her Belle, go for a walk holding hands, talk about silly things, go out to dinner, dance, and end the night in bed joining with each other. 30 minutes later. She had already calmed down and the tantrum was now history. After all, she had a visitor, not a desired one, but she had one. So to what do I owe your visit, Hermes? The goddess asked, intrigued. You see, I want to meet Belle. There's something I want to talk to him about, or rather, thank him for, the traveling god replied cheerfully. Belle, what do you want with my Belle? He asked again, but this time there was a clear threat in his voice. Wow, calm down, Freya. I just want to thank you for saving one of my dependents, the god explained while waving his hands in a sign of peace. A clerk. I wasn't aware of that, Freya replied, her words lacking doubt. Well, it was almost a month ago during the Minotaur incident. One of my children died, but thanks to Belle using himself as bait, my other dependent was able to escape alive. She's an elf and well, she's very grateful to Belle, so much so that she even seems captivated by him, she explained at length. Freya narrowed her eyes at this new information. She was almost certain that there were no casualties in her plan, but it seems that was not the case. She's sure that once she meets him she'll thank him properly, but I, as a god, can't help but want to thank your son personally, Hermes finished with a wide grin. I see, Freya replied, but I'm sorry to tell you that Belle isn't here. He's on the 18th floor and it will be a while before he returns. Upon hearing the information, Hermes merely narrowed his eyes slightly. So, on the 18th floor, that's a shame, but I suppose I'll wait for you, Hermes replied as he rose from his seat. Thank you very much for receiving me, Freya. See you later. Freya did not respond to the farewell. She only waved her hand disdainfully to signal that he should leave quickly, and so he did. Once alone, she murmured something to herself. So captivated. He murmured as he recalled what Hermes had said. It seems you're charming too many women, you silly hexy rabbit. Her murmur turned into a pout as she resumed her tantrum, muttering mild insults under her breath towards her future beloved, with Hermes. If he will go to the 18th floor, I can't wait more than a day to meet him, the god said as he was followed by the captain of his family. Hasai, I see she's going to start with her tricks again, the beautiful woman replied wearily. Don't be so cruel, Asfi, this time I just want to meet him, she replied in her defense. They continued walking through the streets of Arario until they disappeared into the distance. He had to prepare himself to pass as an adventurer towards the dungeon. Present day at the moment Izu raided Belle's shop, Lemon skipped. Dungeon somewhere on the 18th floor. Is everything ready? Came the question from a wrinkled voice. Yes, the creature is ready along with the violas, another somewhat dry voice replied. Perfect, then let the plan to eliminate the Loki Familia begin, proclaimed the stranger, giving a macabre smile at the end. Dungeon in another location on the 18th floor. So, are you ready to put an end to those conceited dispensers of justice? The question was heard in a deep voice belonging to a man. Yes, Captain, responded a large number of still unknown people in unison. And so the day ended with a rabbit boy sleeping with 3 beautiful women, a blacksmith sleeping in the open air but with a campfire comforting him, a goddess pleasuring herself with the memory of her beloved sleeping with 3 women, a traveling god with travel plans to the 18th floor, an attack against the Loki family, and one against the Astrea family.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.